Hello, and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring everyone up to the screen while bringing in Peter. One of those fun things about StreamYard is you can't let somebody in without showing them first thing. Anyhow, how's everybody doing? Are we doing all right? Day 13 of trial.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
There are legal developments elsewhere, but I feel like here we should just keep it to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. How do you guys feel about that? Yeah.
What people sign up for, I think.
I think so.
I'm Canadian, so
there you go. So
I have many interests.
Of course. So let's talk a little bit about yesterday. I see that we've got a bunch of people in the chat. I love to see it. A lot of super chats already that are coming in. And I see in the chat, somebody says no day 12 recap. It is coming. It is definitely coming. Welcome to Bite Club. Welcome, guys. Welcome. All my biters in Bite Club. So it is coming. It's not quite ready yet. It's a little bit delayed. I had a lot of tech issues between power outages, internet problems, you name it. It's been happening. So hopefully that will be getting uploaded sometime soon in the next hour or so. I'm sorry, guys, that are in the chat and watching the live stream. I know I try to have it done and ready before we go live, but today it's just going to be a little bit late. So, anyhow, how are we feeling since yesterday about this case?
I was actually talking to some people who are not so much legally inclined, and one of the things that sort of occurred is that we might be looking at the damages too much from the lawyer perspective, because we're looking at his career. A lot of lay people will be coming at this and being inclined to think, well, the damages are because of all the horrific abuse, and so they might muddy those waters. And I don't know how much this jury is going to get over that with jury instructions, but it'll be interesting to see.
Absolutely, it will. To answer the super chat, I will be putting a link into the description for the witness list for both Amber and Johnny. So we'll get that in the description so that you guys can see that for yourselves. You can take a look at it. So, but yeah, no, I do agree. I think that there definitely has been a difference between the perspective of lay people and the perspective of us. So because we are definitely looking at it as lawyers, maybe looking at it a little bit more technical than most people are. So, the things that we see we're being very reactive to a lot of the legal stuff. But maybe things are a little bit more impressionistic. Maybe things will come out a little bit more in the wash than what we're anticipating.
What they say a lot of times in trial is that as we've gone through this whole trial, we've all kind of said it, that sometimes it just comes down to who you like more if you're a juror and you're not a lawyer and you're just a normal person. And as bad as I actually think a couple of those witnesses were yesterday, especially the Google guy, I think that from our perspective, he was a lot worse than a layperson's perspective. I mean, everybody that I talk to on YouTube or in normal real life just feels like Johnny Depp is crushing it. They feel really bad for Johnny Depp. He's absolutely the victim. I actually think that if this was a criminal case for domestic violence to prove Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp, that Johnny Depp could actually win that, like in the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like he's provided pretty hard evidence of it.
Yeah.
But that's not what it is, right? And we're the ones thinking about it that way. But is that how the jury's thinking about it? In civil cases, you'd be shocked at how we evaluate it before we go to trial. We give our client kind of a score, and that's kind of how we base. I mean, usually we're going to win because we choose to go forward on it, just like the prosecutors should win a criminal case because they choose to go forward on it. So usually we're going to win, and it's not about winning and losing in a civil case. And Johnny's it may be, but it's about how much, right? How big the number is going to be. And we kind of grade that based on the likability of the client. And when you have everyday clients, sometimes that's harder than when you have a guy like Johnny Depp, where I think the public is speaking and seems like there's a big groundswell for Johnny Depp, and everybody seems to be behind Johnny Depp. If you look at all the social media platforms, including YouTube, it seems like really most of the people now could just be the louder faction, which we've seen happen in the past.
Yep.
But I think that if we're basing the people in the chat and the people in our everyday life and what their opinion is, it seems like they're behind Johnny Depp. They feel bad for Johnny Depp. They want Johnny Depp to win, whatever that means to them. So my guess is that's probably how the jury's leaning at this point. I think that's how we have to guess if we were going to pontificate. But I mean, Nate, I'll leave the crystal ball to you because I don't have one. So
oh, the Oracle stuff. Right? Yes, yes. So just it's so great when I called the Supreme Court case. I was like, they're going to overturn Roe. They, it's obvious they're going to do it. And now that they've got the draft opinion, I'm like, oh, the Oracle, I'm back, baby. Yeah, but well, all right. So, well, first let me go to the Johnny Depp because I don't want to go take us off tangent. First thing with the Depp case. I think, listening to what you guys were just saying, I think the defense team, not the defense team, Johnny Depp's team has done a tremendous thing. And that switched the burden of proof from them to Amber. Because just like what the lawyer just said, if this was a criminal case, she would be convicted of abuse. But that's not what they're there for. It's not about whether she abused him. This case is rather about he abused her. And the fact that everybody is saying she abused him, she's such a bad, is exactly what the Depp's team wanted to do. Yep. Switch the burden and make you feel like she's an abuser, she's so bad. So when you go back to the jury deliberations, we're talking about how bad she is, when the question is whether he was bad to her. And he's minimized any type of whatever we want to call abuse. He's minimized whatever he's done so much that we're now doing a comparison to what she did versus what he did, when that's not the legal question. The legal question isn't about who was the worst abuser. It's whether she abused him, whether he abused her. That's the legal question. So I think as a legal strategy, I think what the Depp's team is doing is not only working brilliantly, but it's doing exactly. It's got us talking in the back rooms. It's got us explaining how Amber's a horrible person without hearing her side of the case. So I think going forward today and whenever they start putting on their case in chief, I think the way they're going to have to overcome this is maybe just accept the fact that Amber's a piece of crap. Amber's just a piece of crap. She's a horrible person. And you steer into that. I would steer into that. I would say, yeah, no matter what you think about my client, but she could still be abused. And here's the evidence that she was abused. That's the way you go to it. So you had that jury go back there and say, yeah, she's a firecracker that slaps up her boyfriend, but he beat her too. And so he loses. That's the way that I would play it. But right now, I agree with my fellow panelists. Johnny Depp is winning this trial. And I just did like a breakdown of it about what I feel the first 4 weeks are. And I will say, if I was voting as a jury member today, I'd be voting for Johnny Depp. But that is where you want to be after you put on your case in chief. I don't know how I'd feel after Amber Heard puts on her case, though. So
yeah. So let me just interject really quick. It's a bit of a non sequitur. I just want to address this tweet. Ashley Harrison, I completely understand your thoughts and your feelings on that. However, one of the things that I feel very strongly about is having diverse perspectives and diverse opinions on this channel. We disagree on a lot of things on this channel. We talked about SB8 before, and I disagreed quite a bit with other people, other folks. We remained friends through everything. If that's something that you don't like and you don't want to see, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have folks that with different perspectives on this channel, and we're going to talk through these various issues. So I just wanted to address that. That's all.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That was a horrible, horrible super chat. You know, it just, this is what we do. This is what we do. So,
and people, it's he has a very particular perspective. I have a different perspective. We all have our various ways that we are thinking about a lot of these cases. So, and the way that I feel very strongly about having a marketplace of ideas, and that including these diverse perspectives. If I brought, Mark in here, he has a very different take on what happened. Very different take, and understandably so. So I much prefer to bring people in to have these tough conversations, so that we can address them. But that's really all I want to say about it. I don't want to get into the details of that opinion that has been leaked, because this is the main focus of this channel right now, is the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Okay.
And the critical thing about freedom of expression is the freedom to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's
freedom of speech only has values for ideas that you don't like. You don't need freedom of speech to protect popular speech.
Yeah, exactly.
Amen to that, brothers. Amen to that. And my sister too. Well, I can't use anything that's pronoun based. To you people on the
my
panel.
siblings, my Law Tube siblings. Okay. Yeah, we've got it.
Well, so it's back to Johnny Depp. Since I didn't offer an opinion on the whole discussion, so I'll go back to where we were to change topic.
Exactly.
Change topics
Thank
back.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, with respect to what people are saying, I tend to agree, right? I think there's value, at least to my mind, of like talking about the technical aspects and talking about like what this case theoretically should be about. This is also what Amber Heard's lawyers have been doing, because they're talking more about the law, right? This is a contract. This is a sort of a classic. Who has the law? Who has the facts? The facts so far pile up on Johnny Depp's side. There's this one witness who was weak, very weak in my view yesterday. It also doesn't particularly help that this witness is coming what seems to be like basically at the end of Johnny Depp's case, because it's different if you have this one witness in the middle who's weak, and then you have enough witnesses to kind of make you forget, versus at the end you leave the jury with that weakness, that impression, assuming it exists. But that the timing of it is notable. But yeah, I mean, with this, even with all that, I think Johnny Depp is still winning large on the facts. The Amber Heard you've heard them ask questions explicitly to the witnesses. Aren't you aware that all that Johnny Depp is technically suing over is this one article? He's not suing over these things in 2016. He's not suing over these things in 2013. He's not suing over this or that. All he's suing over is just this article. Just the article, focusing on the law, because even though they have problems there, it's by far and away better as a strong argument. So, it's notable in that respect in terms of what the battle's going on. And yeah, what the jury is going to do, I think we'll be we'll be in a better position a little bit when we see the actual jury instructions that are actually submitted to the jury. But yeah, what actually goes on in the jury room, as I've said before, what happens back there is confidential, it's secret. And short of, very rare exceptions, you can't get into trying to pierce what happens to the jury. So maybe they go back and they just vote on who they like, but I'll at least keep noting the technical points to the extent anyone, including the jury, cares.
Right, yeah, because they could be noting those things too. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
No, you're good. I'm thinking what Kurt's saying is, I feel like what's been hitting me over the head throughout this entire case, including the UK trial and everything else, is why is all this stuff coming in? Why are they fighting about all this? If this case is really about those three statements, and Johnny Depp's team seems to admit that in opening, I don't understand why we're talking about all this other stuff. Like everybody just seems to agree to open the door to this and that and make agreements. We can talk about they're putting their character at issue and their mental health at it. I mean, never have I had a trial go so far into all these different areas. Usually people like us would be watching saying, man, it's so frustrating. They're not talking about this or they're not talking about that. They're only talking about the op-ed. They're only talking about whether or not it was a lie. They're only talking about what constitutionally protected speech is. That's what Amber Heard's team should have made the trial about, but that's something that happens pre-trial, narrowing down what we can actually talk about. But now that we've got this circus, I mean, I think it's big time in Johnny's favor.
But that goes into, I think, like Amber Heard's team didn't want the cameras in the courtroom. Amber Heard's team wanted to limit the scope, right? They wanted to keep all this under wraps. And I think you can see why, because if you look at the Kim Kardashian thing that happened yesterday where they had the verdict. The Kardashians won. We don't really know anything that happened in that trial. We kind of, heard snippets from the news, but we weren't watching it live. So that it doesn't have that effect as I think this trial has. And I think when Johnny and his team won to get cameras in the courtroom, this wasn't about defamation. This was about, let me get the story out. Let me show you that this woman was the abuser. Let me show you that this woman is a horrible person. And in that vein, I think everyone in the chat and even everybody on this thing can say Johnny has won this case. Even if they say she's not liable, Johnny has won this case. They just had a poll. Something like 80% of Americans agree that Johnny was wronged, right? So no matter what happens with the verdict, I think it's a win. I think he's going to get his justice. And the verdict of finding her liable would just be the icing on top of the icing on the cake, right? So, and maybe people might disagree with that opinion, but I think as of right now, Johnny has won this case hands down.
Yeah. Although
The
we'll
polling,
see if
the
he's
polling does
actually
seem to suggest that. Yeah. Go ahead, Ian.
whether or not he gets money out of this or whatever. The real win we'll see is if he ends up in another Pirates of the Caribbean movie firing cannons at some unnamed mermaid. That'll be that'll be when that he's won the public relations battle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ashley. That was I was like 20. People are gonna watch this 20-minute video, but they watching it though. It's crazy. I'm happy.
Let me get caught up on some super chats because there were some that came in after I made this live stream public, but before I popped in like a few hours ago. So I want to make sure I couldn't exactly capture them in StreamYard. So I'm gonna have to just read them instead of showing them. Is that okay with you guys? Maybe there'll be some questions for us to address. So Bally says, hypothetically, Johnny's offered a win in the defamation case, but only token damages. Would you advise him to take it or chance it with the jury?
Well, if I could
take
actually
the
get an
damages.
admission out of her, then I'd do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But how
taking
likely
it.
is that?
0.
Zero.
Yeah, basically.
because that destroys her career. Her career. Don't forget, Amber Heard's career is it's being destroyed. If she loses like she's losing, she has no career. She's going back to the strip club. Well, she was never in a strip club, but that's what she's going to.
Bally also says, can videos of depositions be played to impeach? That's exactly why they would be played for anybody that is in the courtroom. It's interesting if she has any inconsistencies in her statements, that would be pretty damaging to see her deposition testimony, I think.
Yeah,
Peter
instead of
Fasano-
just reading it back, you actually just put it on video and be like, let's just watch this clip.
Let's
Let's
see
just
how you
watch this
performed
clip."
that time.
Let's take a look at your performance.
If I'm Johnny's team,
different in your affect. You didn't do as good on that take, did you?
if I'm Johnny's
thing
team,
is-
I am looking at any possible opportunity where she wiggles an inch, a single centimeter away from what she said before for an opportunity to show it.
And well, I wouldn't go quite that far because we've seen them trying to go for the centimeter approach on some of the impeachments from Amber Heard's side, and the centimeters aren't doing anything.
Okay,
It's
maybe
like,
not a
why
centimeter.
am I arguing over this?
Maybe
crap?
an inch or two. Maybe
Okay.
that's enough.
We'll be all right.
The other thing from the negotiation aspect, Amber Heard is trying to save her career. She'd rather get a judgment against her from the jury than make it a formal admission.
Oh yeah.
The formal admission she owns, but like she could go out and do a press tour of this jury is a bunch of they support wife beating, they're bad people, and
They didn't know all the
try to-
facts. They're
A mostly male jury.
Yeah.
This is
Mostly
on
male,
YouTube.
yeah, that's
mostly
right.
male jury, probably
bad
white.
decisions by a bad
That's
court. We're
right.
going to appeal on the law, in which case they might actually have a slight point. So
The evil men have held the woman down. She said that he abused her. She got to pay. And when he abused her, I can write this stuff now. The PR team has got a great chance. Go ahead, Ian, I'm
Yeah.
the
sorry, I
brand new
think I cut
PR
Ian
team.
off.
Was it you, Nate?
Yeah.
Did they hire you?
Yes.
won't be a
Well, if they
settlement
hired me, Johnny would have a problem because I'm staring hard into Me Too. This is all about Me Too for me. She can say this, and he's suing her for years because he abused. Like I would be all over it. I'd be Me Too everywhere.
Yeah, but then if I'm JD's PR team, I'm turning that right back on her and be like, yeah, Me Too is great. Me Too, the Me Too movement is perfectly legitimate. She screwed the Me Too movement. She took it on, she hijacked it for her purposes, and look where we are now.
Yeah, I 100% expect that. But it's just like they co-opted the Rittenhouse as a racist, right? Nothing in that trial. So he shot 3 white guys. But what was the narrative? He's a racist. So it's not about the facts. It's about the narrative that you can sell to people. And that's the narrative I would sell. She's a victim of the current Me Too environment where she can't even be believed now, even though he said he headbutted her, right? I'm putting all that out to force that narrative out there, because there will be idiots out there who believe that, unfortunately. And that's the same thing with Rittenhouse, right? It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be convincing to a mass audience. And that's the way the game is played nowadays.
Yeah. Peter Fasano says, I read somewhere that they're going to try to stop court today. Are they able to do that? Can that even happen? It depends on what the purposes are. I mean, if there's some major issue that it would interfere
They may be
with their
talking about
ability
the motion to dismiss that everybody's talking about Amber's trying to do, like stop court with that.
Yeah.
So okay, if that's what you're
anywhere.
talking about, this is routine business. When he rests his case in chief, the plaintiff in any case, plaintiff, prosecution, if this is criminal case, a civil case, no matter what, it's almost in practice for a defense attorney, not malpractice for a defense attorney not to do it, because you're just challenging the court to take a look at all of the evidence that has been put forward by the plaintiff or by the prosecution if it's a criminal case, and to say they have not put out enough evidence to satisfy all of the elements of this case.
Yeah.
So, and it just, the court looks at it and then says, okay, no. In 99% of the cases,
they look at it in about a tenth of a second. It usually is about how long it takes.
Unless something crazy happens.
Yeah.
Like there's been some trials like that Curtis Reeves trial. They were surprised at certain things they put in, like statements from the
Black
defendant.
China.
Yeah, if something weird happens, then maybe they think about it a little more. But you have to realize this has already happened in a motion for summary judgment. They already had all this discovery. They already knew what the evidence was. They wrote it all out, asked the judge to throw it out. Judge didn't do it then. They're not going to do it now. Nothing crazy, it seems like, has happened to me.
Yeah. Linda Bewley says, do you guys in the panel think Johnny really cares about the 50 million or more about the win? More about the win. It's all about that piece of paper that he can take back to Hollywood, I think.
Yeah.
The win.
Dylan Andre says, so Amber fires her PR team 2 days ago over bad headlines, but isn't she a witness? Is she trying to get her testimony stricken? Well, she is a witness, but she's also a party. So she is actually part of the legal team here. So she is allowed to talk to the press, unlike the other regular witnesses. So, hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good. It's lit in the boys. I like it.
Yeah, I know. It's the usual, right? So and to answer this one, no, Amber Heard is not in trouble for reading headlines. She's not. She's allowed. She and Johnny are the only witnesses here. Well, the only witnesses who are not experts who are allowed to read the headlines. So, okay. Linda Bewley says also to something Nate said yesterday, I agree that the judge is great. As an outsider, I'm very impressed with her patience for witnesses on objection arguments. Great. Awesome. I definitely
I was thinking about the judge, and this is an ultimate compliment. We don't talk about her much, and that's good. That's a sign that she's not doing anything crazy. I thought I've seen days of this trial, and she hasn't done anything dumb. That's a big compliment to a judge.
Yes. Yeah. I was thinking the same exact thing. The fact that she's as bland as my walls in the background here, these beige, terrible walls, is a good sign, because it means that she's not taking any kind of an important feature here. She is just being the wheels that are keeping things turning.
Mm-hmm.
Natasha Berner says, please respond. Can you touch on her switching PR team? How could they change public opinion specifically? What kind is she expecting mid-trial? Thanks. I think it's really difficult for her to try to change the tide of the public opinion at this point. It could be tied to her evidence that she brings out, but I don't know. What do you think?
Lita hasn't checked her email yet, but they sent her an email and they're asking for us to kind of change the narrative here. So if you see a change over the next few days, you'll know how they can do that.
We love Amber. No, it's funny because I disagree with that, because that's what Depp did in the first 3 weeks of his trial. Going into the trial, Depp was a wife beater. And 3 weeks coming, and 3 weeks later, could any of us say that convincingly and believe that to be true? I don't believe Johnny Depp is a wife beater at all.
I mean, it's so amazing because I wasn't really following the trial of the UK. I wasn't really following this. So I've only really become aware of the UK verdict after this case started, and as I've been learning about it. And I learned about the UK verdict, and I'm like, wait a second, what did the UK court say about these instances of domestic violence occurred and these instances of sexual violence occurred? I'm like, where are they getting this from? Because I'm like, I'm watching this. I'm like, if they had anything, surely they would have mentioned it against Johnny Depp, or it's like, and this is the best they've got. And I'm hearing about this UK verdict. I'm like, what's this all about?
Yeah.
And that's something, is that, I'd like to remind myself that the case is only halfway over, right? Like, there's still plenty of time for her to present that kind of evidence when they get into her case in chief. However, the fact that they didn't bring that up with Johnny Depp, it brings up questions. It brings up a lot of questions. Why wouldn't they? So MSCLRHD says, how important is it for defamation to add media results pre and post TRO with respect to the IP guy? Jury can only use evidence from trial. More in my day 12 comment. So for the defamation, okay, so how important is it for the defamation to add the media results from the IP guy? So I think ultimately, the more that I've thought about the IP guy, the IP damages guy, I feel like ultimately it's just his is just going to be disregarded is what I'm thinking. It's too confusing. He wasn't clear enough on what it was that he was saying and what his points really were, that I don't see that really pulling much weight for Johnny. If anything, maybe for Amber, but even then the explanations are not clear enough that it just seems like, I don't know. It turns into a nothing burger. What do you guys think? Do you still think that it was damaging?
I don't, because, well, just a quick answer. I don't, because I don't think there's anybody who's reasonably going to say that the article didn't damage Johnny's career, and I don't think there's anybody who's going to say that his reputation wasn't damaged. And so this was kind of bolstering that. I think it may have hurt the overall sentiment, but I think any juror, anybody in the chat, and people, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think they've put more than enough evidence to show that his reputation was damaged and that he lost jobs based on this. And no matter what that statistician said for the 10 or 15 minutes he's up there, is not changing that, didn't change that reality. You know what I mean? But again, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
It's becoming stuff in today's society that's common sense. Like, cancel culture is common sense. I think that back in the day may have been harder to prove, but right now I think the jury knows that because she accused him of this, there was some kind of damage. What that is, I don't think they've done a good enough job putting a specific number on it. Just my opinion. Proving damages is near and dear to my heart, and I don't think that they have really given me a great thing to hold on to for the exact number, but that there are damages, I'm confident of.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I already got this one actually. So I managed to catch that one. All right. BG Corporation says, is Amber considered a witness? Would her firing her PR testimony get her testimony removed? If so, would this be a strategy to not face perjury charges? No. She's, like I said before, she and Johnny are allowed to look at this stuff. Like other folks are not allowed to, except for opinion witnesses, those expert witnesses. Those are the only ones along with the two parties, because they are part of the legal team.
You know what's so funny is we would sit here and be like, come on, just relax. You're not going to find anything that shows that they were lying, that they put something on TV for everybody to see that could be so easily proven to be false. And then we have the makeup stuff happen where it's like, she shows this makeup that didn't exist till 2017. Now we're like, okay, everybody let us know what you find on TikTok and maybe we'll prove some other lie happened here.
Exactly. You guys hear that? I probably need to balance our volume. Oh, and also maybe test out the volume boost.
Ooh, there's a volume boost feature?
I'm trying. I'm going to test it out.
I'm excited.
Do you have?
Is this volume better?
Okay, what number are they?
It might just be their mic because they're not talking into the mic, so we might not be able to judge it.
Yeah, but did you guys hear a difference in there? I mean, now it's silent. But did you guys hear any difference at all there with the volume of the stream? So it might take me a little bit of time to balance all of us with them. So I will be keeping my ear to the ground. Folks in the chat, let me know what you see. Okay, some folks said, nope, too loud. Yes, we're still too loud. Okay. Let me know if we're too loud or if the stream itself is too loud. Right now it's silent, but
John looks good today. He's staying with the whole, he
yes,
his color of his shirt around. But I like him better in a light color shirt than this dark color shirt stuff.
I will say he has been consistent with his wardrobe, which consistency is a very interesting theme for him. Calm consistency, not going crazy. It's very interesting.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
In a tailored suit, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You could probably make a 3-day-old hamburger look good in a $10,000 tailored suit.
Probably.
He looks like a paid assassin to me. I don't know. It's something about the look. It's like he's about to break out a sniper rifle and shoot at me from a tall building.
Hey, I'd watch that movie. Hollywood, get on it.
Oh man. Suze D says the real question: who's going to play JD and Age in the movie? That is such a good question. I have no idea, but
That'd be good, yeah.
So fascinating. Letitia M says, is it okay for Amber to be aware of her bad press considering the fact that she is about to testify? Yes, she's allowed to. Jack Hammer says,
she knows.
Yeah. Jack Hammer says, if there was a Justice League movie of Law 2, which actor would cast which lawyer, especially Nate? I don't know. I love these questions, but I don't have any
Are we
answers.
ready to continue with the witness?
I feel like we
on
should do a
deposition?
poll.
Yes, Your Honor. The remaining portion
love
of the
to be
deposition
Batman.
video of Erin Falati
Batman
will
of the group.
include the questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Nate, your volume is too low, folks are saying.
That's the best part of StreamYards is setting the volume and then resetting the volume and then doing it again.
Yep.
All right, is it better now?
I think a little bit louder even.
Suspected physical
All right.
abuse of one of your patients.
If I witness or find out information of domestic or child abuse, yes.
And so what is that responsibility?
I need to notify superiors of the information I was provided with.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was the end of, excuse me, hang on one sec. I have it here. I'm just looking at my nursing notes. It looks like August 27th, 2014.
Okay, so can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe are Exhibit 2? Okay, I'd like to, while we have this document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Was the information in this paragraph self-reported to you by Ms. Heard?
I just have a quick moment to review that and then I can answer that question.
Certainly.
Thank you. So to answer that question, I believe this was information given to me from Ms. Heard. I'm not positive, but I can say that anytime I refer or begin a sentence with client states or client reports, those I can confirm, you know, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Heard, but I can't rule out that I didn't get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Heard?
This information, if it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written?
Yes.
Okay. And this is also information that you believe Ms. Heard would have reported directly to you?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So the assumption would be made that she provided me with that information.
So it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, this is based off of your notes, something that Ms. Hurd reported to you, correct?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of that. I would refer again that in that particular sentence you're referring to, I used the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Hurd reports. So I would make the assumption that she reported that information to me.
In the time that Ms. Hurd was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this self-report of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking every time I saw her.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd appear intoxicated from drinking alcohol?
I don't recall her being intoxicated.
Okay, so moving on to the next sentence here, it says she reports a familial history of substance abuse. Both mother and father have abused and become dependent on stimulants, methamphetamine, opiates, and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And the she here, it refers to Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is also something that Ms. Hurd reported to you as far as your notes reflect?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
So
Font shaming.
sentences later here, it says
Comic
client
stop.
admits to a history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And based off of this note and specifically the language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Hurd would have reported to you?
As you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
What do you recall Ms. Hurd saying about her history of anxiety issues?
I don't recall specifics. As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a general anxiety with many issues in her life.
What do you recall Ms. Hurd telling you about her codependence issues?
I have vague memory of discussing codependence issues within previous relationships. I couldn't give you specifics on that. I just sort of have a vague memory of discussing that.
Do you have any non-specific recollections of Ms. Hurd being angry or enraged?
Other than that time that I spoke about in London 2014, I didn't specifically witness anger and rage from Ms. Hurd.
The next sentence here says her mood has been labile. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Yeah.
So first of all, what does that mean?
Emotional ability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to extreme happiness. It sort of swings from, like I said, sort of a pendulum.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Ms. Hurd, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. The next sentence says client that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Did I read that right? Do you recall learning this during your initial meeting with Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall learning this during the initial meeting, but again, when I initially met Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, it was fairly brief because then after that we traveled to London. So I don't recall if I learned of this instantaneously or if that was gathered, throughout the next day or two, spending time with her.
Is this description of Ms. Hurd having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp, is that consistent with your recollection when you were treating Ms. Hurd?
I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. I have a vague sense of those issues popping up throughout the years, but I wouldn't say that that was a constant theme.
But you do have recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014. Okay, so in this note, I'd like to direct your attention to the section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going down a couple sentences here. It says, client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease / eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that? Do you remember having this specific conversation with Ms. Hurd?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Hurd's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Hurd to stop her and her acting career?
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
Let's, if we could scroll down to the entry for September 2nd, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT reports difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? A note that you wrote, correct? Do you recall Ms. Hurd expressing the sentiment to you?
And like we discussed earlier, I don't recall that specifically. I do have a general sense of jealousy, anxiety issues popping up throughout the years, but I don't remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Let's please move on to the entry for September 4th, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, this is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
I wouldn't have said that I remembered this in preparation for the deposition. When I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this, but I think my notes here probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Let's actually go to the entry for September 21st, 2014. And yes, okay. Please take a moment and review this. And once you're done, the question is does this note reflect that incident in London that you just referred to?
To answer your question, yes, that is what I'm referring to.
It says down here at the bottom of the notes, client's fiance offered emotional support. Is that accurate to your recollection?
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note, as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
I believe you testified earlier, though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was present on this occasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now we can move on to the entry for September 22nd. Okay, so this note begins, strike that. This starts with 0100. Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it starts, RN notified that client requires assistance. Upon arrival, client noted to appear irritable, loud, and angry. Client screaming at times and appears agitated. Client's crying and states she got into a verbal argument with fiance after RN departure. Does this refresh your recollection at all about Ms. Heard having an outburst?
I don't know that it refreshes my memory. I would say it reflects my memory.
This is the same outburst in London that you had been previously referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
I don't really recall. I remember a general sense of Ms. Heard being very upset that her phone was hacked because there was very sensitive information that was leaked from it. And I feel like she was having a difficult time calming after that. So what there was any verbal disagreements, I would assume it's in relation to that, but I just don't remember the specifics of what that disagreement was about.
It says here, the client states she feels fiance did not provide support to client. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Let's please go to the entries which from March 7th, 2015, which are on page with the base number 16952. Now, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes. Kai, the answer is yes. This is all in evidence.
Now, with respect to the entry for March 7th, 2015, it says client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability. Do you recall Ms. Herb reporting why she was feeling anxious at this time?
No, I don't recall the specific reason of why she is notifying me of that at this time.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Right.
Directing your attention to the next note for March 8th, 2015. And I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015, Ms. Heard was in Australia?
I would make that assumption based upon my note for March 8th. I state that client will be returning to Los Angeles, accompanied by house manager Ben. I'm paraphrasing there, but yes, I believe she was coming from Australia for this particular entry.
It says here RN plans to meet client upon arrival. You see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Heard the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the entry for March 9th, I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Do you recall how long you spent with Ms. Heard that following day?
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at 2200, which military time would be 10 p.m. I don't recall how long I was with her. So I would assume a couple hours, but again, that I'm just making an assumption.
Do you recall observing any injuries to Ms. Heard when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
No, I don't recall. I don't make note of it, but I don't recall either.
If Ms. Heard had visible injuries, is that something that you would have documented in your nursing notes?
I would assume so.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
I don't recall.
If Ms. Heard had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
Perhaps if there were requests for medical treatment that differed from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't discussed with Dr. Kipper, but I don't make any reference to it in this particular note.
Could we please pull up what should be in, I think I would have uploaded as document B. It bears the base numbers Falati 0134. Is it 14? I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, is this your email up at the top that says erinboerum@hotmail.com?
Seriously? A Hotmail address?
I was thinking the same thing.
Didn't respond.
Also,
Yes.
that address.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Okay, I'd like to direct your attention down to this email from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015. That's our file. Erin, love you too much. Do you recognize this email?
I believe I produced this in reference to the subpoena.
Do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall, but I do remember reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it in preparation for today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed this.
Directing your attention to the middle of the email, do you see where it says, I'm sure JB will let her know we are coming home. I want her to please not see him for a few days until we can get him organized with the hand surgeon and get his meds balanced. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And JB refers to Mr. Depp in this instance?
Yes.
And the her is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to why Dr. Kipper didn't want Ms. Heard to see Mr. Depp for a few days?
I don't recall exactly. This might have been in reference to Australia when they, meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, were separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Well, turning back to your notes where Ms. Heard was returning from Australia on March 9, 2015, is that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
Okay. And you alluded to an understanding that Dr. Kipper wanted Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard separated.
Yes.
And why did you, what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
I don't recall specifics. I wasn't present in Australia at that time. I just remember a general sense of a big argument happening and the treatment team deciding that they should not be around each other. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles and Mr. Depp stayed in Australia. For how long, I don't recall.
The next bit here says, please use the excuse that Dr. Kipper insists that JD stay quiet without any distraction for the rest of the week while we get his medication organized and balanced. None of this will be accepted by her, but I will be very upset. You can tell her this if there is any stress created by a visit that's premature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Yeah, and just the general sense that there was a major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
Did you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted by Ms. Heard?
would be speculating on that, but we use joking terminology.
Yeah.
Based on your experience treating Ms. Heard at this time in March of 2015, would you agree, or did you agree with Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard would not accept not seeing Mr. Depp for a period of time?
I don't know specifically. As I think we talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
They're focused on Johnny. I want to see more Amber Heard's reaction.
And could we please go back to the entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 16952? Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9, 2015 entry, it says client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Directing your attention to the entry for March 10th, 2015. It says RN met client at home at 1600. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet with her the next day?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
No.
Do you recall
Where they are?
Heard showed the injury to you on that at that time?
Oh, I don't recall any injuries.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically the entry for March 25th, 2015. Just go back up to the top of this entry for March 25th, please. And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
I would say I have a generalized memory of there being, as I stated before, jealousy and anxiety issues, including mistrust within the relationship.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever telling you that she thought Mr. Depp was cheating on her?
No, I don't recall that specifically. I just, as I said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being an issue.
If we could, okay, I think, do you recall us talking about visiting Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier today?
Yes.
Does anything stand out in your mind as from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Nothing really stands out other than it was, I sort of have a general sense of it being a really jovial, fun time together.
Chicken Coop, we're still in Johnny's case in chief.
Do you recall how long you?
She's probably one of the last witnesses.
Not specifically, I would assume a few hours.
Could we please just quickly go to the note from November. This is in Exhibit 2. And then entries for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
Please stand by.
So this is just going through her notes, just like we did with Nurse Debbie Lloyd. There are some differences. It seems like that she's picked up that Nurse Debbie Lloyd didn't see because they were both focusing on different clients, particularly.
Yeah, but are we really getting anything out of this?
I don't know.
Yes, she has proximity to him, and she never reported an injury. It's boring, but it's very fun.
I mean, that's the only value is the lack of things.
We're also getting a lot of drugs from Amber too. A lot of drugs and alcohol on her.
Well, I knew that already from the wine gate.
Do you recall seeing this entry earlier today?
Have to go through really boring stuff.
And I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that
Get it on the record.
Ms. Heard and
It's
Mr.
not
Depp.
on record, it didn't happen.
I believe it is.
You see in the middle where it says JD appeared calm and coherent.
I do.
Is that accurate to your recollection of that evening?
Again, I don't remember that specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
So this is consistent with your recollection of that evening.
I would make that assumption.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note, correct? Directing your attention to the December 17th, 2015 entry. Will you just take a minute and read this over and confirm whether strike that. Do you recall going and visiting Ms. Heard on December 17th, 2015?
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding this night. I can't say that I recall much more than I have here, but I do remember visiting her.
It says here that the client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, other than the blood on Ms. Heard's lip, do you recall seeing any other injuries to her on that date?
I don't recall other than what I state.
Do you recall examining Ms. Heard's lip at all?
I don't think I examined it other than a visual examination. I didn't physically examine her lip.
The note says here, client also stated her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp, but was unable to visualize hematomas client had described. Is that what you wrote in your note?
Yes.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Would assume, but again, I'm not trained in looking for those types of injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
Can we drop down to the next page? And this is just the end portion of this note. It says here, RN reminds client to hydrate with oral fluids and to limit abstain from alcohol. Client was consuming red wine with RN left, but assured RN she would consume in moderation. Is that what you wrote in your note?
It is, and I believe I miswrote there. Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN left, not with, just to clarify.
Why would you advise Ms. Heard on this occasion to limit, or why did you advise Ms. Heard to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion?
I don't recall why I would be speaking to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion.
To confirm, based on your nursing notes, you were aware that Ms. Heard claimed to have been injured by Mr. Depp in December of 2015, right?
Correct.
And you went and actually saw her shortly after that alleged incident, correct?
Not that same day, but possibly the following day, I believe.
And you, on that occasion, you observed that she had a bloody lip, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that that was a result of the altercation with Mr. Depp, right?
Right.
If she had had any other injuries on that occasion, would you have recorded them in your nursing notes?
Make that assumption based upon my other notes that reference the blood on her lip.
Could we go back to Exhibit 2 in the nursing notes for April 21st, 2016?
That's pretty bad for Amber. Noted a bloody lip, and that's it.
Yeah, it sounds like she didn't believe her.
Yeah.
It really does.
Mm-hmm.
I know I don't.
This is on case number 16957, where it says, RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable, thought process logical and clear. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate? That's an accurate description of Mr. Depp on that date?
Jessica, I apologize. Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
Sorry, I actually don't have control of it, but it's down towards the middle. It says RN socialized with JD at times 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable.
Oh, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Thought process, logical, and clear. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question regarding that?
Do you have any reason to doubt that that's an accurate description of how Mr. Depp appeared to you on April 21st, 2016?
I have no reason to doubt it. I would stand by my notes.
You knew that Mr. Depp was being treated for substance abuse issues by Dr. Kipper and Nurse Deputy Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp had appeared intoxicated on this occasion, is that something that you would have documented?
If it had been outwardly visible for either client, I would have made reference to that.
If we could go back to the nursing notes, Exhibit 2, please. And if we could go down to the entry for May 11. Ms. Falati, we looked at this. You looked at this entry earlier today, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to just a couple lines down, it says, client discussed her birthday trip to Coachella Music Festival. Trip was April 22nd, 2016 through April 24th, 2016. client admits to illicit drug use during the trip and states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was, quote, high for at least 24 hours straight, end quote. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you recall Ms. Hurd relaying this to you?
I don't recall these specifics that I state here in the note, but I remember sort of a conversation talking about the trip after they had returned.
And this starts out, client admits to illicit drug use. So am I correct that this is based on these notes, this is something Ms. Hurd reported to you directly?
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits refers to the client reporting something to me.
Had Ms. Hurd ever admitted to illicit drug use to you before this time?
I believe in reference to my nursing notes from when I first met her, she alluded to previous substance use.
It says here, RN reminded client that illicit drug use will not be tolerated by medical staff and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere and cause adverse effects with her prescribed medication. Client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on May 9th, 2016, at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Did I read that correctly?
Ooh.
Yes, you did.
Shrooms and ecstasy with a man at home that's not her husband.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd laughing in response to your reminder about illicit drug use?
No, I don't recall that.
In your time caring for Ms. Hurd, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse her? Did you ever see Ms. Hurd physically abuse Mr. Depp? Did you ever see Ms. Hurd throw anything at Mr. Depp in the time that you cared for her?
No, I did not witness that.
In the time that you treated her, did you ever see Ms. Hurd lose her temper?
As we talked about previously, the one incident that I can remember is in London, 2014. Yes, 2014. In regards to her phone being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
Did you ever feel that Ms. Hurd was hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to contact her?
Yes, I have a general memory of not often, I should speak, misspoke, of that happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember feeling frustrated by that.
When had you treated domestic violence victims prior to this time?
The time that I worked with them was in nursing school. I don't want to say the specific place for confidentiality reasons, but it was for domestic violence victims. Sort of a safe house.
Ms. Falati, do you remember when you were treating Ms. Hurd that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had a procedure to have that cyst removed?
Yes.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
From what I recall, that was handled at an outpatient surgical center. Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific process.
Do you recall whether Ms. Hurd had any marks around her eye after having that procedure?
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if there were marks on her eye or not.
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Hurd. All right, thank you.
Do you see
Yeah.
Falati 93?
Yes.
Okay. And this is another picture of Amber from May 21st, 2016.
Correct. This is a picture of Ms. Hurd.
And Amber sent you this text on May 21st, 2016.
I believe so, based on the timestamp.
And the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
Correct.
And the same for this page, the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her on May 21st.
Yes.
When you saw Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke about that, how long were you with her? Do you recall?
Don't recall. I would assume, based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Okay. Did you go inside her house, or were you outside the door?
From what I recall, I was inside
Okay.
the penthouse, yes.
By the way, when you saw Amber on December 17th, was she wearing makeup or not? Do you recall?
Makeup
don't
questions.
Yeah, I don't recall.
All right, thank you. Before we get to the next witness, could I have counsel approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Judge asks for approach. Okay, I hadn't really heard that before.
Yep. Let me get some super chats here.
That was rough, but there was a bombshell in there that you pointed out, which is shrooms and MDMA with a strange guy at home. That's not a good look.
I do agree.
They're
actually,
all cheaters. They were cheating. They cheated to get to each other. And would you believe cheaters gonna cheat? What are the odds? They cheated to get with you. Now they're cheating on you. Shocked Pikachu face.
shocked Pikachu face. Oh man. Yeah, right. It's
So plaintiff
interesting
46
stuff.
is in evidence. Your next witness?
But that goes to whether or not his accusations of infidelity were unfounded. That goes to his potential abuse. I think that there's
Michael Spindler.
All right, Mr. Spindler.
we've got some evidence here
Yes.
of him being justified. Michael Spindler.
And I saw some people wondering about why she was starting to say, I don't recall. And again, that was just going back to like healthcare liability. You don't recall anything you didn't document, except this lady remembered a lot that she didn't document, which was odd, but yeah.
Yep. So I wonder if he seems like he's probably going to be an expert on something. Hi, Ian.
Hey, as I mentioned, my laptop sucks, so.
Okay. I might turn this.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Oh,
Would you state your name
a
for
little
the
bit
record?
louder.
Michael Spindler. Where do you live? I live in the Los Angeles, California area. What's your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant.
What do you mean by forensic accountant?
Well, a forensic accountant does accounting work that is a bit more investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been a forensic
Sounds like
accountant
my
full-time
nightmare.
since 1990.
What'd you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years doing auditing of financial statements.
Can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I graduated in 1981 from the State University of New York at Albany with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a minor in economics.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B. Riley Advisory Services.
What's B. Riley Advisory Services?
It's a national forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic accounting, business valuations and appraisals, and bankruptcy and restructuring work.
How long have you been employed at B. Riley?
Since January of 2015.
What did you do for work prior to B. Riley?
Well, it's a long career, so I'll give you the highlights. I spent about 30 years with national accounting firms as partner at 2 different firms, and also was involved with a couple of forensic accounting boutique firms.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications?
I do.
What are they?
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses from 6 states: New York, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii. I'm also certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm accredited in business valuation and a certified anti-money laundering specialist.
Do you participate in any professional organizations?
I do.
What are those?
Well, I've had leadership positions in a couple of them. I'll mention the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter. It had 11,000 members at the time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board of directors, and also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly. About half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What's your typical role in those cases?
Typically, it can take a number of forms, but commonly I will testify with respect to damages.
Have you done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I've done work involving all the major film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
Your Honor, I'd like to proffer Mr. Spindler as an expert in forensic accounting.
All right, any objection?
No.
All right, so moved. Thank you.
What work did you do in this case?
Well, in this case, I was asked to take a look at issues with respect to lost earnings for Mr. Depp.
What in particular did you do?
I looked at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm, Ed White and Company. I looked at trial exhibits. I looked at deposition testimony. I looked at some trial testimony. And I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
What specific period did you analyze with respect to lost earnings?
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020.
What materials did you review?
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Any other materials?
Various deposition transcripts, trial testimony, contracts, etc.
What conclusions did you draw from your review?
I concluded that Mr. Depp suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are really two main components to that. The first relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film. So the loss related to the loss of that role in that franchise picture was $22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition, we looked at, yes?
Did you do anything else with respect to Pirates 6?
Well, we also calculated the net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Okay. And what did you base your analysis of Pirates 6 on?
Based on the testimony of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Okay. What else did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis that you did?
Well, the other main component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films, studio films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we looked at his bookings for the year 2017. And by bookings, I mean instances where Mr. Depp is hired for a project and he receives that first money related to that project in 2017. So, in other words, you've got a deal and cash has showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million. The main components of that, Mr. Wiggum testified to. We then looked at the period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings was $17.5 million in what is known as a typical year, a reasonable base year, at that rate, what would we have expected Mr. Depp to have earned from that period of October 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020? And we then compared that to his bookings, his actual bookings for that period of time.
Why did you use 2017 as a typical base year?
This at least has the potential.
Well, a couple
to
of
be much better
reasons.
for
First of
Dennison.
all, Mr. Wiggum testified that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. And it's also the most recent clean year that was experienced. In 2018, you had the publication of the op-ed. That didn't happen in 2017.
Okay. Did you do anything, did you prepare anything to assist the jury with respect to the analysis that you performed?
We did prepare a chart, yes.
This is good so far.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, yes, sir.
I think this is good so far. It's looking pretty logical, pretty reasonable. I think it's good. We'll see how it continues.
Thank you.
Hopefully this chart makes more sense than the one we saw yesterday.
Your Honor, I think this is Plaintiff Exhibit 1240. I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it with your permission to publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240?
Yeah, if Oima, if you can
All right,
also
demonstrative, well,
address the
do you have
2018
electronic copy
break
of it?
or after
Okay,
the post
that'd be fine.
2017 break and still say that was also normal and he would jump into work after a break like that and he would be fine under normal circumstances, then that would address that.
Who did this chart?
I, in combination with people working under my direction from my firm.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what you've done here?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So as we discussed previously, Mr. Depp lost the role in Pirates 6, and the effect of that was lost earnings of $22.5 million based on Mr. Wiggum's testimony. And then what we've shown here is the 10% agent commission. That
So
would
why
have been,
did you deduct 10%?
because that's the rate for Mr. Depp's agent. That's what his agent receives out of Mr. Depp's earnings.
Man, it'd be good to be an agent.
Project for Mr. Depp. So we deduct that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000, just 10% of $22.5 million. And the net effect of that, the amount that Mr. Depp would have received after deducting that fee would have been $20,250,000. And that's the first component of this.
What
Hey,
did you do
Rick is in the
terms
chat.
of the analysis of lost bookings for non-franchise films?
Okay, so that's the next section of the chart. And as I mentioned before, his 2017 bookings were about $17.5 million. So that rate of earnings over the period from mid-December through the end of October 2020, or mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020, would come to about $32.8, $32.9 million. That we then compared that to actual bookings during that period of time of mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020. That amount was $10,586,000. We deducted those bookings, the actual amounts, from what we would have expected to arrive at his lost bookings for non-franchise activity, and that comes to about $22.3 million. And once again, we've deducted the 10% agent's commission. So the net effect, the lost earnings to Mr. Depp after that agent's fee for non-pirate films comes to about $20 million.
What does the figure at the bottom corner of the chart, the $40,318 and $40,318,237, what does that represent?
Well, that's your grand total. That's the sum of those two components for total lost earnings of $40.3 million.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine.
First time with
Jury
actual
should-
firm
jury should-
numbers.
Jury
And
should
that's
totally be able to follow
quick
this.
and clean.
But I disagree with Rick because he says that caps it at 40 million. That's not taking into account emotional harm.
Right. It's also
morning,
not
Mr.
taking
Spindler.
forward
Good morning.
into account any future losses that aren't contemplated
So
here.
this
Exactly.
lawsuit
Can be
isn't
factored
the
in.
first time you've worked with Johnny Depp, is it?
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work. Yes.
And so in this second go round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you. Is that right?
This
That's
is
the
always
amount
the
that my
approach.
firm
is
bills. I do not receive.
You're getting the big dollars. You're
Now,
biased.
the subject matter of your opinion testimony in this case is the economic damages that Mr. Depp has allegedly suffered as a result of Ms. Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert relating to economic damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified to, but I've done that work before.
And you understand that this case is about only whether Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed constitutes defamation of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Ms. Heard has ever said or done, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And to be clear, you were testifying only as to alleged damages, right?
Correct.
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony on whether those specific damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming for the purposes of your report that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So you're therefore not looking into whether
It's because it's a legal conclusion.
anything
You
else
can't-
that's happened with Mr. Depp's life or career could have caused him economic damages, correct?
It's still going to be effective with the jury.
I believe that's
Yeah.
generally correct. Yes.
So you're not looking at whether the article published in the UK in June 2018 calling Mr. Depp a wife beater caused him the damages, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the lawsuit that he brought in the UK against the publisher of that article caused him those damages, right?
Correct.
You're not looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use have caused him the damages you're discussing, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused.
I want to see redirect talking about causation.
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand. I just want to make clear what you didn't look at, what you're not opining on. And so to round that out, you're not considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether that may have caused some damages. That's not part of your opinion, correct?
Well, since we were taking a look at lost bookings using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations that way.
And we'll get to those calculations in a minute because I'm going to put up the chart that you put in your expert report. But first I want to talk about Pirate 6 because that's basically the two components of your damages is Pirate 6 and then this non-franchise lost bookings, right?
Correct.
So for Pirate 6 specifically, you assume that he would have made $22.5 million on Pirate 6, right?
Correct.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract that Mr. Depp had for Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
Because no contract exists, to your knowledge, correct?
So far as I know, I've not seen one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration the press articles that came out prior to the op-ed that suggested that Disney had made a decision not to cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether Pirate 6 will ever be made, right?
I wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney has decided one way or the other whether Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is ever made, correct?
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that he would not.
Okay. And you have, if Disney decided that he wouldn't be in it, you have no idea when they decided that, correct?
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication of the op-ed.
What public announcement are you talking about?
I believe there was an interview of Mr. Bailey that was published several days after.
Oh, okay. Well, that interview of Mr. Bailey didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked at the article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirate 6?
Have you looked at that
article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you didn't take into account Mr. Depp's statement that he wouldn't do Pirate 6 for $300 million and a million alpacas, correct?
That sounded like hyperbole to me. I didn't take that very seriously. It sounded like somebody who was a bit hurt or in pain
So
as a result of the loss of the role.
So if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirate 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirate 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not lost for that reason, if it's lost for some other independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment. You claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually, we'll look at the chart here. $20 million, about $20 million after agent fees.
Correct.
Okay. And to reach that number, you looked at what his historical earnings records showed, right?
Correct.
And you got that information from Ed White's office?
Yes.
And you assumed that the information you got from Ed White's office was accurate, right?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up the chart that's in this expert report? Your Honor, this is, or Mr. Spindler, I'd like you to take a look at this and confirm for the court that this is the chart that's in your expert report, if you would.
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
All right.
So, Mr. Spindler, this chart shows Mr. Depp's earnings by year based on the information that you received from Ed White, correct?
Correct.
From 2009 to 2020.
Yes.
And it shows that from about 2009 to 2019, and I didn't add these up visually, but from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459 million. Correct?
Correct.
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
Yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
I do. Yes.
And then the third highest year was 2014, right?
Yes.
Shade
I'll tell
under
you
60
what, I'm not
million.
sure I would introduce this chart. That
And
sure
you'd
looks
agree
like
that
you
Yeah,
got pretty
it's-
hard in 2018.
2010 to
It's still
2020, his
2017
annual
still
income on
fits within that
average
range
was
from those earlier
decreasing.
years, and everything else falls way outside it. So this actually
Yes,
helps.
but you have to take a look at the
Johnny's
components
telling.
of this.
Right.
And
And in
as
2000, that I was just
Still
wanted
doesn't
to get
separate
your,
from the
your
sun
agreement
stuff,
that
but
from
yeah,
2010 to
it looks like he got hit
2020,
hard.
his annual income was
Yeah.
decreasing. Now, in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016, correct?
On an overall basis, yes.
And in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2018, correct?
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019, he earned an almost identical amount, correct?
Yes,
And
just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise earnings because when I looked at your chart that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a single lost business opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed?
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify a
calculation.
single television, just if you could just answer my questions, yes or no, as best you can, please. You can't identify a single television project that Mr. Depp allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a single advertising campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls.
so
that we
it's
did not
fair to
receive.
say that for the lost opportunities that you can't name, you're assuming, as with Pirate 6, that those opportunities were lost because of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned something interesting in your direct and in your report. You say that you used 2017 as the base year to calculate what you claim Mr. Depp's should have earned in 2019 and 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at this because 2017, he made that much, correct? About 45 million or so?
Yes.
But in 2016, he made just a shade over 20, correct?
Correct.
2018, he made a shade under 20, right?
Yes.
Same with 2019, right?
Correct.
And then 2020, he actually made more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016 and made about, what, 22, 23 million or so? Is that right?
Getting that pandemic.
Right. But as I
Right.
indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind it.
Right. So you said, there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the most recent, that 2017, I want to explore why you relied on that. Now, first of all, you said that you relied on Jack Wiggum's testimony that
Don't let him answer too much,
2017 was
Alicia.
a reasonable
That's what
year
he's
to
doing.
use, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Despite the fact that 2017, he made more than twice as much as he's made in any year over the last 5 years, correct?
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this- you
look
said that
at
the most
their,
recent-
if I can
No.
finish
You
this
answered
thought.
my question. No, well, I want to get to your thoughts because you said that one of the reasons you used 2017 was because it was, you said, I wrote it down, the most recent clean year, right?
Correct.
And then I think you explained, you said because the op-ed was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018.
Which is a
correct?
great point.
Yes.
But
So
yes.
the first, if 2017 was clean, then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they, sir?
If I may explain, Mr. Wiggum testified that for the first half of 2018, Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time. Also, he chose to go touring in the summer with his band, and then he did a film towards the end of 2018. With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018, that would have impacted the prospects for that film that was done in 2018. So he chose to do just the one film in 2018. And then the impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense of what his earnings should have been, because he didn't have the chance to earn box office bonuses or
Okay,
profit participations.
Well,
so that's why 2017 is a much, much better year to use.
Look at Johnny's
than
attorney. He's
2018.
literally
let's
chomping at the
break
bit.
Let's break that down. I think let's
It's a
break
solid
that down
answer.
a little bit. You said that 2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true that there were other reasons why 2018 wasn't clean? For example, the June or the April 2018 article by
It's a
Dan
style
Luton
point,
calling
but he's
Mr.
doing
Depp a
well
wife
in
beater,
cross.
correct?
This is actually an effective cross
That
examination.
did occur that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed
You're
in
both
the
doing
UK
well. It's kind of fun to watch him
against
spar.
the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not cast him in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm sorry, what effect would that have had?
Well, it came before the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why.
an article
Those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr. Depp. That would also keep 2018 from being what you would call a clean year, correct?
I've described the reasons why I believe 2018 was not a clean year.
Okay. Now, you're aware, as we talked about, that Amber's op-ed wasn't published till December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2017 as a result of the op-ed. Fair?
Fair.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so in calculating your damages, you didn't use 2016, you didn't use 2018, but you chose to use 2017, correct?
Yes,
And
for very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Correct. And that's
Nothing
just
further.
based
Thank
on
you, sir.
earnings.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. You explained 2018. Why didn't she use 2016?
Well, first of all, 2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr. Wiggum indicated that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. He had a studio film, he had a independent film, he had an endorsement deal. 2016 is further back in time. As I understand it, his earnings capacity for that year would have been just about the same or even higher than 2017, because there was an endorsement deal that Mr. Depp passed on that would have been worth a lot of money, according to Ms. Jacobs. So 2017 made the most sense.
Oh, so he actually even brought his numbers down a little bit by focusing on 2017 instead of 2016.
Oh,
Good
he
point.
absolutely did. Most
Because it
recent to
doesn't
the
make
2018
sense. It's,
scenario is by far the
correct
clearest
approach
answer
to
for
take. You're
this
taking
kind
a
of
look
analysis.
at what
Yep,
Mr. Depp
agreed.
would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're analyzing following the op-ed from December of 2018 through October of 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further
It's very simple.
All right, thank
It's
you. Is
very
this witness
simple.
subject to recall?
Great. This was a great witness for
All
Johnny.
right. Sir, since you're
especially-
subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since you are giving expert testimony, you're free to stay into the courtroom, okay? Sir, thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you, everyone.
watch your step there.
That point at the end about the fact
right.
that he could have looked at 2016
rest this case.
All right.
Ooh,
plaintiff
plaintiff
rests.
Okay.
case.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess. It may be
Excellent.
A little longer because I have a few issues to take up with the attorneys, but then we'll proceed after
Probably that
okay?
motion to
So
dismiss
please
that
do not
everybody's
talk about
worried
the
about.
case. We cannot do any
Yeah,
outside
it's
okay?
it's a non
That's a
thing.
nothing burger. nothing burger. Okay, so what do we think about
I liked
this?
it. Well, it was the first time we got hard numbers for anything, so that was nice.
Wasn't that nice? Yeah, that's the first thing I chatted. I was watching in the background. I was listening to you all while I was trying to do my merger agreement.
Yeah.
But it was nice to hear $40 million. And the only reason I said that it might act as a cap is because you've hung a lampshade and put a neon sign on the number 40 million. And yes, you can explain emotional damages. You can do other things. But you have, as your last witness, resting your case, said 40 million will be cool. We'd go for 40.
I think Johnny would be cool with 40 too, to be quite honest.
But I mean, like, I think you highlight it. Like that's really our ask if you were sitting at the negotiating table.
Yeah.
So I think that the fact that they were talking about 40 million here, limiting that to the economic damages of the actual contracts that he did versus what he could have done, that's fine. They probably, I would expect there to be some kind of discussion about the fact that there is also emotional harm that should be taken into account as well. That could get him to the 50 million pretty easily.
Well, and I like that there was stuff outside of Pirates. So you did have another 20 because Pirates is still this kind of weird thing that they're arguing about inside the Magic blog posts and things like that. So at least even if you drop Pirates, you say, you know what, that guy actually told a nice story about just averaging out. This is what I expected from the beginning. Averaging out, hey, this is what he earned. This is kind of how it looked going forward. And he missed out on this kind of stuff. And it's $20 million. I thought Rottenborn did a good job saying, well, that's based on nothing but this kind of analytic analysis, which is true. He tried to say that. Yep, that's what I was hired for. But I think that's very effective. To me, again, sitting in the jury, I look at that and say, yeah, we all intuitively know Johnny Depp was doing more work. He's now doing less. Show me some averages. Show me some math. We can round around some fuzzy numbers. And at bare minimum, even if I agree with Rottenborn on Pirates, I can look at that and say, all right, $20 million.
I have two thoughts. First of all, I thought it was a good strengthening aspect of the case in response, well, not necessarily in response, but to augment Q Guy, who continues to be an embarrassment. But I thought this guy did a much better job of justifying his numbers and justifying his choices. The weak spots, to the extent they existed, were much less, and I really liked it. Now, the one thing that sort of confuses me and sort of the timing of everything is the nurse's testimony about being issued at this time. It doesn't make any sense because we had a whole bunch of witnesses on damages, right? We had a bunch of witnesses. We have the I invented everything. I'm the marketing guy. I did the George Foreman grill. We had Q Guy. We had the other guy on damages. Now we have this guy on damages. And in the middle of this damages, portion of the testimony, we're going back to the idea of the physical harm or lack thereof, which was earlier in the case, right? Why bring it up now? I don't get it.
Unless they're just trying to bookend it with like, hey, I didn't see anything to remind you.
I guess maybe that's what they're going with. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Do you think that deposition could have been fought over more and was just getting kicked to, third Friday? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it could also be that that they just couldn't agree on the portions of the deposition to include until more recently. I mean,
that's what I mean.
That's another possibility, perhaps. By the way, guys, I always love to remind folks on these recesses that the folks that are joining us to give their commentary throughout the day are linked in the description below. You can link over to their YouTube channels if they have one. And if they don't have one, usually some kind of a Twitter profile or Instagram profile. So if you are enjoying this kind of content and you want to support the live stream, there are multiple ways that you can do it. One is, of course, hitting the like button on this video because it spreads to the
1,200
YouTube
subs
algorithm. What's that?
I need 1,200 subs today. Push me over
1,200
60,000.
subs to what? To 50K, 60K? 60K, that's right. Of course, you're way past it.
So I need 1,200 of you to go over to my channel and click the subscribe button. Thanks.
It's not like there's anything serious going on that you might want to hang out with Kurt to talk about. I mean,
there's nothing
very
informative. Kurt,
Yes.
I think both all of your channels are very informative from a non-legal perspective. It's like digestible, which I appreciate.
Excellent.
Yes. And
If you don't want to hang
Kurt
out on
with-
Twitter anymore this week because hey, things are going down, hang out
things
with
are
Kurt.
heating up.
Yeah.
So, but if you want to understand what is going on with that kind of stuff and to understand the legal side of it, just to get context for it, Kurt does a phenomenal job on things going on out of the Supreme Court. We've talked multiple times about how Kurt likes to talk about the Supreme Court. We're not going to get into details on this stream.
Totally
but,
nothing happening there.
No.
Yeah.
Of course,
No,
of
no.
course. But he does a phenomenal job. So be sure to go over there, check it out, watch his stuff, like his stuff. He is basically our go-to SCOTUS guy. So go check him out there. Go, of course, and visit Nurse Liz. Of course, she has been coming in and helping to guide us with her nursing expertise and helping in so many great ways. Talking about nurses testifying and kind of things that they are concerned about that we wouldn't have otherwise known about. And she does a phenomenal job explaining various injuries. She's talked a lot about this case on her channel as well. So be sure to check her out and go to Rick Hogue. Are you at 70K yet, Rick?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. You're very close if I'm not mistaken.
I'm running around this morning. No, I think I'm at 67 and change. 67.
All right. So let's get Kurt to 60K. Let's get Rick to 70K. Let's do it. Let's do this all together. That's the best. That's one of the best ways.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, we do have to say that now, right? So everybody,
yes.
it's time for the 7th inning stretch. It's 11:30 a.m. here on the East Coast.
Finger
We've gone
up.
to a longer lunch break. We've got
And down on the like
5,000
button.
likes, but we've got 25,000 people watching. So even if you hate watching this because you hate, well, let's go with me. Put a like down for Alita, who has to put up with me because she's got 5.3 thousand likes, and we can get that number up to 10,000. So we can get that to 10,000 here on this break. If you're enjoying this stream, Alita's putting in all this work. I have no idea when she finished yesterday's update because of when we finished just the super chats from yesterday. So I know that's pending, but she's doing all of these every day. So please do put in those likes. Please put in those subscribes. She has gotten into this habit this week of pitching us before herself. And I got to tell you, as somebody that came in about 10 seconds ago, that makes me feel uncomfortable. So please help me.
I second that motion.
Help me fix my discomfort by, instead of liking and subscribing to Virtual Legality and me, which is appreciated, liking and subscribing to Alita and Legalbytes instead.
Thank you. But the two are not mutually exclusive, so you can still very much rather than
You only get
instead.
Like the Highlander, one subscribe.
There can only be one subscription. No, of course, because the more that you show these kinds of engagements, the like button is the easiest way to do it. It does tell the YouTube algorithm that you want to see this kind of content, that you're engaging with it. Engaging with the chat too is another way to do it, but hitting that like button is super important because then the YouTube algorithm understands that there are people that are watching it, people that are engaging with it, and then it pushes it out to more people to say, hey, are other people also interested in this?
The bot is ruthless.
I did two Supreme
inscrutable.
Court decisions last night. I did two Supreme Court decisions. I had the one scheduled that I was going to do with the Boston flag flying case.
I don't know if there
9-0
wasn't a second decision released though. I don't.
That's fair. It's not that's a good point. Two items of note at the Supreme Court last night.
Two items of note.
So if you're interested,
DMs are a
one of which
disaster.
was a 9-0 decision by the U.S. Supreme Court. The other one, we don't know what the vote is yet.
What?
It could be a 9-0 decision.
There's no
No
vote.
idea. Well,
Probably
it could be-
not, is my guess.
I mean, probably
My
not,
timeline
but,
is a literal
at least,
disaster. I'm not
Probably
even
not.
turning on that app for at least a week.
Yeah, but we discussed both on my channel. So if you're interested in Supreme Court analysis, go over to my channel, and I discussed both cases for like 2 hours each.
I loved your intro on this because you can't ask questions like that. We're trying not to dive into that. There's other places to chat about super serious things at the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Maybe during
sure.
lunch break, I'll do a stream and see if there's
Yeah,
any
you can just
Q&A.
pop over.
I'll do a Q&A stream on
Get your
during
vent on
lunch-
over
during
at
the
Kurt's
lunch break.
stream. Yeah, I love it.
Exactly. So, okay. I'm showing all of these as they are coming up. And then we've got some other ones to talk about. Other super chats that have been saved. So let's get some questions in here, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's see this one. Archmage Raven says, if you would be in the jury and heard the recording of Amber Heard saying, see if the jury believes you, wouldn't you feel like she deserves to be found guilty because she admitted to manipulating JD and you?
Yes.
I mean, I would feel like, oh, like she's also going to try to gaslight me. I would be prepared for that. That would be conditioning for me.
My immediate instinct is immediately, don't tell me what I can't do. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why that audio hit me so hard. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
And this is all of us reacting as humans and not even necessarily as professionals.
They didn't completely beat humanity out of us when we became lawyers.
We are not full robots.
It was a 3-year process.
Did you watch where they switched the audio of who is it?
No, I need to watch it. I need to watch it.
That was very compelling. I was like, oh, like
maybe we could watch it together during a break because that sounds like a lot of fun.
It makes you look at it in a very different way where you're like,
what
oh,
is
this
switched?
is not.
They do the transcript, but they just switch the genders.
Flipped it. So woman, what's her name? She's on here all the time. She's great.
Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, she reads Johnny's part, and then she had a man read Amber's part. So you can hear, like, when you hear it in a different way,
that sounds like an awesome thing. I'd love to listen to.
Yep.
They did a great job.
Exactly. I think maybe not on one of the breaks here because I'm trying to utilize these breaks to get to the
so you don't have to go through 8,000 super chats at the end of the day.
But,
whatever time we ended.
But I think that we can probably get a link into the description and maybe into the chat so that people can go and check that out because that is so compelling. I love those kind of projects where people swap genders, swap other kinds of things to see like how much of our opinions of this are informed by our biases, right? Because everyone has the ability to maybe set aside their biases, but we're not necessarily always aware of them. So anyhow, next one, Samantha S says, question, if Amber Heard claims to cover bruises with makeup, could stylist Samantha M testify that it is easier to create bruises with makeup than to cover them? Could be. Yeah. I think that's possible.
I have very rarely seen people be able to cover up bruises successfully. They'll put, I know she's an actress, so she has all of that, but I have not really ever seen people be able to do that very successfully.
Yeah. Nia Miller says, question, why do expert witnesses exist for each side? Why not one neutral court expert? Who is the jury supposed to believe? Well, think about it this way. Lawyers will take a look at one set of facts. You've got a panel of lawyers here that takes a look at one set of facts that is being presented to us, and we oftentimes will disagree based on what we see. That's just our professional opinions. Not always. Oftentimes we also agree, but sometimes we disagree. Same thing happens with any kind of professionals in any kind of industry. So you can find different experts that are very, very expert that will just come to different conclusions based on their own analysis. So, I can't say that we could find one neutral person in any kind of a case because number one, how do you find that person? Number two, who determines that person's neutrality? That's why it's much easier to just have both sides pick their best expert witness to testify to the facts based on their own analysis that supports their case and allow them to kind of duke it out and let the jury figure out where things fall between the two. Manasseh David says, should Depp have started with a criminal case?
It's not really
not up to him.
Up to him.
Yeah. He could have pressed charges, but it's up to a prosecutor to determine whether or not those are taken up.
Yeah. At some point we have to do a video about pressing charges.
Yeah.
That would be very helpful.
Pressing charges isn't really a thing.
It's not real.
Yeah. Yep. Kiwi Bloke says, yesterday I found Jack Nicholson's testimony to be quite effective when in the context that he put the op-ed as Hollywood being challenged directly. Yes, I agree. That was the most effective part of yesterday, in my personal opinion, was that he said, ignore all of the other noise around you. Ignore all this other stuff about the sun, about makingthemagic.com or behindmagic.com.
It's inside, not behind, not making, inside.
I don't want to be inside the magic. That sounds scary.
It's important to hit these blog names properly.
Sorry, but maybe that's an indication of like that kind of supports his case, right? That kind of supports his point that like Hollywood doesn't care about these other blog posts and these other websites because all they care about is a select few of publications. So that for me was absolutely very compelling and very, very helpful. Paul Poco says, question, to support JD, everyone should do a marathon of Pirates of the Caribbean movies on Disney Plus to send Disney Corp a message tonight.
I would imagine these movies are getting some additional play comparative to the norm.
I was going to say that, that actually would be something that they would be able to collect metrics on, and they would definitely notice. They for sure would notice, like, movies that we have featuring Johnny Depp are getting some traction. People are going back and watching his old stuff that they haven't looked at in a long time. Maybe this means a renewed interest in him.
I'm not sure that I have the same view of sending Disney a message as clicking on their stuff and supporting their web services, but fair enough.
Yeah.
First of all, if you're
it makes you feel
Disney
like you
Plus,
can do
why?
something.
But,
I hear that, nurse.
Yeah. People always like feeling like there's something that they can do to support a situation, when, especially in a case like this, where it's like, we have no hands on this process, right? We can watch, we can comment, we can, like, for us, like, we can give our commentary so that people can understand, but like, that's the most that we can do. We can't influence this process, nor do we want to.
I mean, Alita, that you already changed the Heard defense team's approach to their case representation, right? So, I mean, you're underselling
if on the back end that we find out that we actually did, I don't know how
this panel pushed hard for a doctor before Heard. I mean, we did last week.
You know what this panel hasn't considered is that one key scene in Pirates 3 that really just blows open this case completely. I don't know why we're not talking about it.
We should all watch it together. Yeah. No. Oh, and by the way, folks, and if you're going to get sick of talking to me talking about this, we're at 7.1 thousand likes. I know we can get to 10,000. I don't want to have to tell you this again. We can do this together.
Stretch your arm out.
Actually, as I implore people to like, I should click this little up thumb button.
I don't want to like Legalbytes.
That's right. Well, I mean, we do accept your dislike buttons as well. So if you hate me, YouTube still enjoys that, but we prefer the likes. So
you can also
get it up to 10,000. And I promise to stop asking you for more likes and otherwise interrupting this wonderful discussion of what you actually care about. Thank you.
And also, you can also do it multiple times. Just make sure it's an odd number of times. So preferably.
I like that.
Shindig Eat says, didn't we cover most of Johnny's recordings that Amber Heard has when he was on the stand? I think so. I'm not actually sure if there are any more recordings, but that at least will be admissible anyhow.
Well, they admitted the whole 2.5 hours of their personal recordings.
That's true.
So, at some point, maybe later after the trial, I want to do my homework and see what else might have been buried in there. But so the jury could get access to like a huge amount of recordings that weren't otherwise played for them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could be. Simon Tupper says, Amber Heard's problem is that the Johnny Depp brand is a good product. People are ready for a redemption story. Sadly, the Amber Heard brand is bland. I think based on the polling that Nate was talking about earlier, I think that there are quite a few people that are ready for a redemption story for him. Especially if things continue to look as they've looked for him out of this case. Bika says, is it possible evidence, audio and video is shown during Amber Heard's time that JD's team is not aware of or not prepared for? A damning clip of JD? No.
I hope not.
Nope. That'd
be a hell of an objection.
Yeah, no, because all of that has to have been disclosed to the other side before this trial. They make disclosures for all of the evidence that they have that they intend to use. So I've linked in the description below the witness list. They have to disclose all of their witnesses ahead of time. They also have to disclose their evidence list or their exhibit list as well. Exhibits are all of the evidence they intend to use at trial. Doesn't mean that they're going to use all of that evidence at trial, but those are the ones that they have reserved the right to use at least. So all of that has to be disclosed to the other side so that they can properly prepare their case. It's just in the interest of justice. It's the way that the American judicial system works. Unless there is something that comes up that neither party knew about, Milani makeup might be something that could potentially come up in that it was a surprise to both sides that they can use and pounce on. Or if there's something that came up that they can use more likely as rebuttal evidence or evidence used to impeach a witness. So Milani makeup is one of those things that could potentially be used to impeach her. Alex the Bird says, Muffin Channel. Also, if Amber Heard is witness, how can she look at outside of info, aka fire PR team, knowing there is bad headlines, info about the trial? It's because she is a party. She's not just a regular witness. She is also one of the parties. She's part of the legal team. So she and Johnny Depp are both allowed to look out at the headlines and see what's going on. The question is whether or not they want to. And so she also might have other people that are telling her, hey, things look bad out there. Maybe you shouldn't look at it, but we're looking at it, and this is what should happen. There's also that possibility. Gromax says, did you see Objection, hearsay, song, and video? No, but I saw some people chattering about it, so I probably should check it out. It sounds interesting. Natalie says, do you think the over-technical aspect of last expert will be lost on the jury? May have been a loss for legal, but does it make sense to them? And this was before we got started today with the testimony. So I believe we're talking about the Q score guy. It could very well be. It could be that's what has happened
on his
here.
claims. And in addition, the court may
And here we
not
go. We're back.
draw inferences from the evidence that defy logic and common sense. That's the Austin versus Shoney's case.
Oh, so we are at the
254,
motion to
Virginia
dismiss now.
134. So the issue here, Your Honor, is a couple fold, and I'll take the statements, well, two of them in one category and one of them in the other category. But I think we're all clear that the sole issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising from the 2018 op-ed and the 2018 op-ed alone. And to establish that, Mr. Depp has to prove the following elements. He has to prove that the publication of the op-ed and that it was written by Ms. Heard. He has to prove that the statements in the op-ed were both false and defamatory. So falsity, and that they contained a sufficient defamatory sting. And he has to show that the statements were made with the requisite intent. In this case, actual malice on the part of Amber Heard. I'll save that argument till the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first two at this point. And because it seems like plaintiff is proceeding under a theory of defamation by implication, under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning. Designed and intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first two elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence. And to satisfy the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof that he must prove by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with that malice. So just want to talk about the two statements on domestic abuse in the op-ed. And Your Honor's well aware of the ample Virginia case law talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole. You have to view words in context. So these are the statements that read, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And then the other statement that says, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, those statements are entirely opinion, except for, according to Mr. Depp, the discussion of domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and the statement in the second sentence that Mr. Depp was a man accused of abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now, the evidence adduced thus far, Your Honor, shows that Mr. Depp can't sustain a claim on these for two reasons. First of all, the statements are true on their face. I don't think that there's any dispute about that, and that's been the subject of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber. Now, there's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence that he physically abused Amber, but we acknowledge that there's a dispute in this case on that. But what there isn't a dispute in this case is non-physical abuse. Both Mr. Depp and his expert Shannon Curry have testified that abuse may come in many forms. It may be physical, certainly, but it may also be verbal, maybe emotional, maybe psychological. You'll recall Mr. Depp even kind of setting the baseline for what abuse was when he talked about the non-physical abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of his mother. He said it was worse than the beatings. And the example he gave was that his mom used to call him One Eye as an example. because he had
You
a
people
lazy
should
eye
pay
as
us for
a
these
child.
opinions,
That
'cause
was
he-
something
I
that
could- I
Mr.
wrote
Depp
this for
himself
him.
said was abuse. His mom calling him one eye. So we setting aside the evidence of physical abuse in this case, which is already overwhelming. Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record of non-physical abuse by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There's evidence in the record of recordings, messages, including messages written in blood with his finger, blood and paint, vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements. There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio of him calling Miss Heard. Like
Guys, just so you know, the jury is not here for this. This is just in front of the judge. This is an argument on law.
And so she wanted to be cut. So this is just an argument straight for the judge, not for the jury. Mouth of the plaintiff in this case that constitutes non-physical abuse of Ms. Heard. Again, under the standards set forth by his expert and the plaintiff himself. Those
And the
are far
counter to
worse
this, of course,
than his mother calling
is that the
him
jury
one eye when he
is
was a
entitled
child.
to
In
determine
addition
whether
to
that
Your
is
Honor,
abuse.
There's Travis McGivern's testimony from yesterday, in
that's
which he
where the judge is
testified that
likely
at a
to wind up.
minimum, on the night of March
But he's
23rd,
making it a
2015,
matter of
both
law.
parties were
That's a
being
matter of
verbally
law.
abusive to each other.
They've already given up the abuses.
Mr.
He is.
McGivern also testified about Mr. Depp,
Wendy's
quote,
Cafe, this is
rearranging her
routine.
closet,
Every
throwing
single
racks of
trial
clothing
goes through this
down
this
onto the floor
process,
and throwing
whether
at least
regardless
one
of whether
rack
it's
down
civil
the
or criminal.
stairs. Now, in
Every
California,
single
property damage
trial
alone
goes
can be
through
a
this
basis for
process
getting
at this point in the trial.
a temporary
It's routine.
restraining order under California law.
This is
So
likely to
further
be
evidence
denied
of
too, so
non-physical
people
abuse or
don't have too much
non-physical
hope if
toward
you're
Ms.
an Amber
Heard.
Heard fan.
You saw the cupboards in the Sweets or Kitchen video. And then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified that she believed that the parties engaged in mutual abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence we haven't gotten to put on our case yet. And to the extent this case proceeds, and that will start now, but this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff controls the playing field of what evidence has come in, and he can't overcome that. In this case, Your Honor, if Mr.
He's making
Depp
his arguments, but
abused
he's
Ms.
gonna lose.
Heard physically, verbally, emotionally, or psychologically,
He's making the
even
argument
one time,
I would make this argument.
then
Even
she
though I know
wins
it's a loser,
on those
I would
claims.
make this argument.
Then she
Right.
wins. It's that simple. And the evidence is overwhelming and undisputed in the ways that I've just described that he did. So for that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken.
Nate,
And I'll
unmute
just
yourself real
cite the
quick so I
Union of
can
Needle
adjust your
Trades
audio.
versus Jones case. This is 268 Virginia
Oh, cool.
512.
Got it.
That states if the plaintiff does not establish the falsity of the statement by a preponderance of the evidence in his case in chief, he
Okay,
has
might be
not
better.
met his threshold burden.
Turned you up a little bit.
And the trial court should
Cool,
strike the
thanks.
evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline
I think they
containing the
got a
phrase
shot
sexual
at getting it
violence.
dismissed.
That should be stricken for a couple
They
reasons.
got a shot. He's
First,
making
Your
a
Honor,
very
the
good
evidence
argument.
has established that Ms. Heard didn't
I don't
write
think
the
they do.
headline. Mr.
The
Doherty
judge
from
could
the
dismiss it
ACLU,
right now, but
that's
it's
the
not
only
gonna
evidence
happen.
that's come in
Nah,
this
it's
case
it's
thus
probably
far.
not going to happen.
Plaintiffs
not gonna
control the
happen.
evidence.
Well, I understand, but there's also a stipulation that Ms. Heard would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their case. In your case, right? I'm not.
And that's
correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I
She's-
agree. And
she's
that's
saying
the
both
difference
sides
that I'm not
agreed that
arguing.
this
I'm
is not all the
arguing that
testimony.
The court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to say to testify about the headline.
But
That-
assume part of that would be that they would, that what they, I guess they intend to get from Ms. Heard is that she either wrote it or republished it.
Yeah, what happened the next
Mhm.
day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So
Yep.
she
Yeah.
adopted the title and her name was on the article which contained the
Yep.
title.
And Mr. Rottenborn, the
This is
only
a
reason.
problem
I'm
with
sorry
these type of
to
stipulations.
interrupt
fine.
you,
Of
the
course.
only, because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a stipulation that they're
there's
still
still-
going to get more
yes.
evidence in on that particular
The
issue.
judge is
I
right.
think, and I'm happy to
Yep.
hand the court the transcript of the
Cheryl, this is
April
all
8th hearing,
routine.
because one of the
It's not
things
because
that
they think
we're
they're going
not
to lose. This
arguing
happens in
today
every
is
case.
that because they
Yeah.
haven't put in evidence of the, I think it was a tweet.
This
but
is bog
Mr. Chu
standard.
says it was Instagram. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, that because there
It
was.
was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published
Okay.
the day before in the Washington Post.
All right. So,
So they're saying
what I'm
the
not arguing
re-publication.
today is that
The
because they
re-publication
haven't
is-
gotten
Rob
that
Morton
tweet
called
into
it.
evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted
Yeah,
that.
Rob called it.
that
Rob damn
we're
sure
entitled
called it
to-
yesterday.
to
They
summary
stipulated
judgment
to
at
it.
this
Yep.
point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discuss on April 8th, and I'm happy to hand
Yes,
the
the
transcript
judge
up,
will
Your Honor. And
rule
we
as
actually
soon as
never,
she's
it
heard
wasn't
from
a
both sides.
stipulation. It was simply an agreement that they didn't need to
His
call
first
her in
argument
their
is his
case
best
right,
argument.
to
This
make
one is
that
this one's
point.
soft.
And then Ms. Bredehoft said, we'd have to agree on the language.
Well,
of
he's
any
saving
stipulation.
actual
They haven't
malice,
proposed
so that'll
anything to
probably be
us and
pretty
haven't gotten
strong
back to
too,
us.
I
So
would say.
I think that that's only relevant. We're not basing
As
our
soon as the judge
request
interjected with
for-
what she
for
did,
motion to strike
that
here
brought me to
Yeah.
100%.
on
She's not
misheard
gonna
not having
she's not gonna
testified to
sustain the
sending
motion.
that tweet.
It's
If
like
you're
the only
saying
the
for the
other
motion to strike,
yeah.
the only evidence before the court is that the Washington Post wrote that title.
Correct, and that's very different from what happened the next day. There's the stipulation
Phil.
didn't go
That's
toward
very
who
kind of
wrote
you.
the title. That was never part of anything.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's
I agree with you. If
undisputed,
the
and
judge
Ms. Heard
thinks there's a
testified that she
stipulation
didn't
for
write the
another
title.
evidence for
Well,
the
I
plaintiff's
understand
side,
that,
then
but
this
I
isn't even
think
really
that-
an appropriate time.
The only
for
alternative is the
this
judge
motion.
says,
But
okay, there's no
I think the
stipulation.
issue
I'll
is
authorize
whether
them
it
to
was
reopen their case to
republication.
present it. Which
Well,
way
and
do you want it?
I'll get to
Yeah.
that next.
Right, I know, but
We still have to call
problem is,
Amber as
how
a
do I do a
hostile
motion to
witness.
strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication
You can't
isn't.
strike it.
So the evidence that's before you.
So what's
is
going
that
on
the
is that
Washington
this
Post
issue she
wrote the
can't strike
headline, or
because
that
there's
Ms.
not
Heard
all the
didn't.
evidence is not in.
And that's the only evidence, and that's
Right.
not going to change. The tweet, which was
You
the
can't-
only subject.
can't
of
She
the
doesn't know that. She
discussion
can't know
at the
that.
conference, where there was
Yeah,
no
yeah.
stipulation. It was just an agreement that we're
They
not
should
gonna
let
base
this
a
one
motion
go and
strike
just go to
on
the
them
actual
not
malice.
introducing
Mhm.
evidence of the tweet.
No.
That was what it was. I'm happy to hand the transcript up. if
But
Your Honor would like to see
Alita's
that.
right. They've lost
But
all of this
that
because the
isn't
judge is sitting there
actionable
saying,
because
well,
under
the
the
plaintiffs still
Lakova
have the
versus
right
Halper
for
case,
Amber, or they would have
995
called her
F3rd
because you
134,
promised that they would.
retweeting
they
a
would
link
call her.
doesn't constitute republication.
But that's
Now,
that's
that case
issue
still
Well, it
dependent.
does
comes
if
down
you
to-
add
The
something
first
to it. I
issue,
just don't know the
they don't need
evidence.
Amber.
Your Honor,
The
very
second issue, they
quickly,
need
it's a
Amber.
judicial
That's the
admission. They
difference.
admitted
So she could
in
still
Ms.
dismiss it on
Heard's
the first issue,
answer,
which I don't
she
think is
admitted
I
likely.
don't
to
think
the
she
tweet.
can because
So
Amber
that
could have proof of
establishes
abuse
that
that they
she
can use.
adopted
They pushed Amber to the other
op-ed
side of
in
the
its
courtroom.
entirety, and it was discussed. We talked about judicial admissions. One was
Yes,
the op-ed
Johnny's team
itself.
rested their case.
The second, and this is reflected.
Your
in the
Honor, if I could
transcript.
finish my argument, I mean,
I
I would
understand.
appreciate.
You're
I
finished.
can't wait
This is what
for
I'd be
both
saying
sides.
right
I-
now. You're done.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No.
So, and again, we can look at the transcript.
You understand my concern.
I do
though.
understand your concern, and I guess what I'm saying is that there's two levels. One is there's no dispute, and there's not going to be a dispute that she did not write the headline. So then you look at is the tweet actionable? And the argument here is that as a matter of law, retweeting something isn't actionable. And so, as under the Lakova case, 995 F3rd 134, and that case dealt with hyperlinks and how those aren't actionable. But to be very clear, nothing that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was discussed at that pretrial conference was in any way relating to any stipulation about who wrote the headline. It was simply that they need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she sent a certain tweet. And that tweet's not in evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence for you to strike this claim on that basis. So even assuming that the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp, again, Mr. Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this.
Yes, he can.
Third, Your Honor, he can't prove
He
that
most
Ms.
definitely
Heard
can.
acted with actual
But he has to make the
malice.
argument. But
Mr. Depp hasn't
can.
introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now, again, this is a heightened burden of proof. He has to show actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review.
But if she's lying
First
about
Amendment
the
issues, but the
then
same
you have
holds true
actual
for Your
malice. So I
Honor
think
here.
this is an uphill
Here, he hasn't
battle,
introduced, Mr. Depp hasn't introduced any evidence, and there can't be a reasonable inference drawn that would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in, and Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed, which was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record. And on that evidence, there cannot be a conclusion that Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary particularly
I
when you
think he's
consider
wrong
the
on this
heightened
one.
burden of proof.
Yeah, I think
Nah.
he's wrong on this one.
Nah.
So
They've
reviewing
shown
the
enough for
op-ed
the
as a
jury
whole,
to conclude that.
with the court
You're
acting
wrong.
in
Yeah,
its
he's wrong.
appropriate
He's wrong.
function as a gatekeeper of the First
He has to make
Amendment,
the argument, but
we
I'm
ask
just telling people
that the court strike
not
plaintiff's
to worry
you're
about
right.
it.
and
I'm agreeing
award
with you
summary
100%.
judgment to Ms. Heard,
Yeah.
either in whole or in part. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp. It's just still morning.
Now he's responding.
Your
He
Honor,
gets
if
to
I
rebut
may
the argument.
approach.
All right.
I think their best argument is the first argument, though, because how do you prove those things false? I think that's where, if they're going to win, that's where they win.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that ties into actual malice, right? I mean,
and he
what was
wasn't-
I've just handed to
And to
Mr.
clarify,
Rottenborn and Your
he
Honor
wasn't
an
talking back to the
opposition that
judge.
we
This is one of
prepared
those where
before
you
we
can
had
go
the
back and
benefit
forth
of
with the judge
seeing
and make your argument
Ms.
and respond
Heard's,
to them.
affirmative
It's not in
motion
front of
to
the jury,
strike that I
so
think we've
you get a little more
anticipated,
latitude to make your
the
argument
arguments
more
made, such as they
more
are.
strongly. Yeah. And
The
more
court
importantly.
should deny defendant Amber Heard's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him.
Whoa.
She's the abuser in this courtroom.
Ooh.
Where did that
Your
come
Honor,
from?
going back to
First
the
time we got an
standard,
emotional bench, you.
as Your Honor is
This
well
is because
aware,
he
in
knows who
considering a
he's
motion to
doing this
strike,
for the PR.
the trial court must view the evidence and all
And the jury's
reasonable
not there.
inferences drawn from the evidence in light
That was
of
his
the
whole
most-
Phoenix Wright
in the
point.
light most favorable to the plaintiff. Any reasonable doubt as to whether the plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor and the motion to strike denied, unquote. And that's the Boeing case, I believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to, 243 Virginia 81 at 81, 1992. Quote, the weight and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that which it does not. It is also within the exclusive province of the jury to draw any reasonable inferences from the evidence before it, citing Rate versus Minix, 275 Virginia 579 at 585. In deference and respect to the court's time, Mr. Depp incorporates by reference the legal analysis set forth in the court's opinion letter dated March 27th, 2020, overruling Ms. Heard's demurrer to the 3 defamatory statements at issue. And that letter opinion is attached as Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled its proper gatekeeping role that Mr. Rottenborn referred to. As a threshold matter, the elements of a defamation claim are the following: publication of an actionable statement with the requisite intent, citing the Shaker versus Bonfalt case, 290 Virginia 81 at 91. As to damages, they are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and rape constitute defamation per se, citing the Tronfield case, 272 Virginia 709 713, a 2006 case. As the court noted at page 3 of its opinion letter, typically an editorial or op-ed column is ordinarily not actionable because it appears in a place devoted to or in a manner usually thought of as representing personal viewpoints. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case. And a statement expressing a defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar, 290 Virginia at 172. Accordingly, in order to render words defamatory and actionable, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but may be made indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory. Carwile 196 Virginia at 7. And based on the authority and reasoning set forth in pages 4 through 8 of the opinion letter, the 3 statements at issue are actionable under a theory of defamation by implication. Mr. Depp established in his case in chief that Ms. Heard, in fact, made all three of the defamatory statements at issue. As the court admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018. And let's take the three statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement number one, Amber Heard, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." Per page 6 of the opinion letter, the first statement could reasonably convey the alleged defamatory meaning, i.e. that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, to its readers without extending the words beyond their ordinary and common acceptation. See Pendleton 290, Virginia at 172, also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair inference in Mr. Depp's favor, this statement could reasonably imply that the sexual violence Ms. Heard spoke up against was in fact perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and documents proving that Ms. Heard was implying that he committed sexual violence against her. Mr. Depp himself testified to that, as did his sister, Christy Dombrowski. Mr. Depp's former agent, Christian Carino, testified that, as did his current agent, Jack Wiggum. But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was the testimony of the ACLU's Terrence Doherty, a lawyer nonetheless. Mr. Doherty testified.
He should know better. He should know better because he's a lawyer.
An officer.
That when when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they stated, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations."
Bang.
Mr. Doherty also testified that everybody understood, as Ms. Heard and the ACLU clearly intended, that this statement and the other two statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, "This is an article that was in USA Today and specifically ties Amber's statement in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp." And when Jessica White, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, "So much for not mentioning JD," when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that, as Ms. Heard clearly intended,
Ben Chu is
referred
killing
to
it,
Mr.
baby.
Depp.
He's doing a really good
Which
job.
makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began.
I honestly didn't know he had this
that
gear.
she didn't mention Mr. Depp all the more outrageous. Your Honor, there is Ms. Schulman, also of the ACLU, acknowledged that Ms. Heard's op-ed referred to Mr. Depp. So it's very clear.
I think he's talking about an
that
issue
the
that he's already won. He's got to talk
and
about
Ms. Heard
the
intended-
truthfulness of the statement.
That was the
'cause
whole
that's where I
purpose
think
of
their
this.
best argument
So
is.
that they could get interest in this and it would coincide with the premiere of Aquaman, because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard. Mr. Doherty also testified that Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU. And then they helped her lie about it. And it's one thing, Your Honor, for her to stiff the ACLU, which frankly played a reprehensible role in this case. It's quite another for her to fail
Children's
to honor
Hospital.
her obligation to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with
Yup.
sick and dying children.
Yep.
And that she failed to do as well. And as Your Honor has mentioned,
This is going to be a great
Exactly what I would
too.
do.
the fact that
Sick
she
and
put her
dying
name on that
children.
article
It's like a
means that
closing
she is
statement
responsible
preview.
for all of those statements, which she specifically adopted later. And I'll go through the other two statements quickly, Your Honor.
Well, can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
For the one online.
he's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully
Okay.
disagree, Your Honor.
All right.
What the only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title. That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, "Oh, maybe
you can get there."
ACLU is a co-conspirator.
That's not the end
You
of
can
the
get
story.
there.
All she has done is
He's
create
right,
an
actually.
issue
Oh, yeah.
of material-
On
an
its
issue
face, it
of
looks like
fact
Amber Heard wrote that
as to
headline. On
whether
its face.
she wrote the title or not.
So
But
you're saying just having that exhibit in evidence is enough?
absolutely, absolutely, Your Honor, her name is on the article.
It's a good argument, man.
What does an average reader expect?
It is.
So
It
that
is.
alone is sufficient to beat a motion to strike. If they want to come back later and say, "Gee, she didn't write the title," as if that were a defense, I hope they make that argument. I hope they make that argument. If it's about as credible as her argument that
Go
I
ahead,
wasn't
Ben.
referring
Ben is
to
chopping them up.
Johnny Depp. She didn't have to.
Chop, chop, chop,
And
chop,
the
chop, chop, chop.
testimony of Terrence Doherty was very clear that when they took out the references to Johnny Depp, no one was interested in this article anymore.
Preach it.
So she said, "Put it back in.
Slay.
Put it
He
back
did.
in."
That's how it
Make
went.
Oh, he's coming out with go ahead and do it and see who
Otherwise,
believes you.
He couldn't say it anymore.
Nice one.
He would be back in Teenage Vogue, which is the other publication that was considering publishing it, because no one was interested in what she had to say, unless she was defaming Mr. Depp. But if I could go to the second statement, I'll try to be quick, Your Honor.
Trying to get all these
God
super chats that
damn.
are coming in to
2
throw
years
up on the
ago,
screen.
I became a public
Chat is
figure
flying.
representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp, not just because she spoke out
Echo?
against alleged abuse. This inference can be drawn
Echo
without
from the
extending the language beyond its ordinary common acceptation, citing Carlisle 196, Virginia at 8. Your Honor, quote, "To constitute a publication, it is not necessary that the contents of the writing should be made known to the public generally. It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person," unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158, Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex-parte TRO that she obtained on May 27th, 2016.
Bogus.
And it was interesting that Mr. Depp's own lawyer said that she wasn't even provided notice. So Ms. Heard made
She did say that.
very sure that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex-parte TRO. And Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO, and was heading to Europe for several weeks. So she knew she didn't need any protection from him. This was just a scam for her to get the $7 million in the divorce settlement that she said she gave to the ACLU. She swore she gave to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and she pocketed it.
I have to think, Ben, she was in chat now.
Mr. Depp,
I don't know.
Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Carino, Mr. Wiggum, and the inimitable Mr. Doherty of the ACLU, which lent
Inimitable.
its once
Love it.
respected
Word of the day.
name to
Great
Ms.
one.
Heard's
Great word there.
defamation. So while Ms. Heard
Amber's
may have
looking through
avoided
his
any
soul.
direct mention of Mr. Depp's name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, "It is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed if it is in fact defamatory," citing Carlisle. Well, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear.
She might
as the
be.
court has previously
Probably with an expert first.
My
ruled.
goodness.
Not law of the case, but as the court has.
In my opinion, you don't need this tone for the judge. This is for Heard.
Opinion letter.
He's
Yeah, I
he's
think
heard
so.
some
Let's
stuff
move to
at
the
Amber Heard
falsity of
directly.
Ms. Heard's ever evolving and ever
But look how
escalating
she's the only one on
change
that side
of
looking at him. She's
IPV and sexual assault.
And then she's looking up at the
Mr.
judge. and
Depp's
seeing what
sworn
she's looking-
denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike. But there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief. 3 police officers, actually 4, but the 3 who
I now have no
testified
idea
already,
how Ben
Officer
Chu might
Sines,
cross-examine
Hadley,
Amber
Gatlin,
Heard.
testified unequivocally
Her team
that
looks
Ms.
so
Heard did
uncomfortable.
not have a mark on her
Like
on the evening of May 21,
plotting their next
2016.
careers.
And I could go through, I'll just go through very quickly. Officer Haddon, strike that. Officer Melissa Science on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her as a victim of domestic abuse. The next day, Officer Melissa Science. Okay, at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard? Officer Science, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Science, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Science, correct. Question, okay, and was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony
This is all still
was
fighting
the same,
physical, though.
and he had the body cam.
Yeah, he's not talking
Officer
about the
Haddon's testimony
emotional
was
abuse.
the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Boerum, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belied Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse.
That's a little bit of a weaker argument.
Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified that they
Romero,
saw Ms.
with
Heard
rolled R's.
repeatedly and in the clear light.
Oh, Ben Chu's on
between
fire.
May 21, 2020.
He's rolling
R's
which
everywhere.
is the
He's
last
making-
time
he's making his money right now.
Mr. Depp saw her before leaving on the Hollywood Vampires.
He's on a
tour.
roll,
The
if you
next
will.
time he was to see her was when Miss Heard
Sorry,
begged
I'll see
him
myself
to
out.
come see
I loved
her
it.
in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic.
I think this is a live
abuse
motion to
victim.
dismiss, though. I think it's live. I don't
So
think it's an easy.
we have
it's an
Isaac
easy
Baruch
loss.
and Mr. Romero
I think they will
saying
lose,
that
but I
they
think
saw
they got a
Miss
shot.
Heard repeatedly in the interval of time between May 21 and May 27th, when she obtained the farce ex parte TRO, and they saw no marks on her face and no swelling. Two witnesses, Mr. Baruch and Brandon Patterson, saw the video of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney pantomiming the fake punch after this alleged incident of abuse. Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, and several other witnesses, including Dr. David Kipper, saw no violence by Mr. Depp and no injuries to Ms. Heard. Indeed, witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on
Go ahead,
Mr.
bitch.
We've got our fancy word of the day.
We have
Recidivist
the
and inimitable
testimony
from Mr.
of
Chu.
The harrowing testimony
He's machine gunning
of
her down.
Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall,
Folks, you're
when
not
he
gonna wanna
was
miss
hiding in
closing
the
statement day,
bathroom
I'll tell you
after
that.
escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him. We have the incident of December 15, 2015, when Ms. Heard threw punches at him wildly at the back and side of his head. Mr. Depp testified that he ducked and covered to protect his face. Eventually, he turned around to grab her and stop her arms from flailing. December 15 in the Bahamas,
talking about physical
during
abuse.
an
He hasn't hit
argument,
the
Ms. Heard
emotional
grabbed a
abuse piece,
can
though.
of
That's
mineral
what
spirits
they
and
put at
threw it
issue.
at Mr. Depp's face, striking him
To me,
in
they
the
just need a
forehead
couple
bridge,
sentences.
nose area,
It's,
and the jury
it should be
saw
for the jury to determine
photograph
whether a
of
verbal
the
discussion
the
rises to
bridge
the
on
level of
the
abuse.
bruise of his nose.
I think that's where he wants to go, but
We
he's got to at
have
least mention
testimony
that,
from
though.
Mr. And by the way, Tara Roberts, who is the manager of the island, confirmed that the incident with the mineral spirits. You have Mr. Depp's testimony of what happened on April 22nd, 2016. And we've heard testimony today from Erin Boerum Falati that Mr. Depp was very responsive, was
Save
very
this one.
sociable, was not in any way inebriated that day when Miss Heard says he was, and she attacked him that night as well. And I'm getting to the end of this, Your Honor.
No, he knows how to turn it on when it's appropriate.
We have We have Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him, she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern that on February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw and hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull and then sucker punched him with a closed fist. Finally, we have the rather stunning testimony of Ben King, quite a credible witness who accompanied Ms. Heard on the flight back from Australia, where Ms. Heard admits to him in a rhetorical question, quote, "Did you ever totally lose it on someone you love?" Which was, we would respectfully submit, an admission of her severing the top or the tip of Mr. Depp's finger. Finally, Your Honor, statement number 3, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse." Again, quoting very briefly from page 7 of the court's opinion letter, quote, "Drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it." Your Honor, again, we have multiple testimony from multiple people, including Jack Wiggum and all the others mentioned, that this was a reference to that. Your Honor, again, the lies that have already been exposed that Ms. Heard has told about the charitable contributions, the incidents in this case, and again, I'll just cite a couple of more, the testimony of Isaac Baruch, when Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and Mr. Baruch was asked, did she say anything in response? And Mr. Baruch testified, yeah. In response to that, she, meaning Ms. Heard, looks at me and said, "I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this." And that's what she said. Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left on the marital bed after her 30th birthday party. And it was quite telling that she admitted to Starling Jenkins, a former United States Marine, that this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it to Mr. Jenkins. Per Tronfield, as cited earlier, Mr. Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6 and another $20 million on others. We've had the testimony. So we had Mr. Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways Mr. Depp would have made income. We have Richard Marx's testimony, Douglas Banya's testimony, and the testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses, which would include, her trying to create an issue of fact on the title, can support a motion to strike, as to which she bears the burden of proof of her affirmative defenses. Quote, "Whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike." 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lakova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer, though again, the admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lakova case at 995 F3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully
Good job,
request
associate.
that the court deny the motion to strike
On that Post-it note.
in full, and let's hear from Ms. Hurd. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus
Just
on
like
what
I
our
said.
specific arguments are for the motion
That
to
was
strike.
for
Your
the
Honor.
public.
Mr. Chu spent almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Hurd hasn't even put on her case. And I can tell you she's
all the
not
more
the
reason
abuser.
for her
And
to
if
have
the
a
case
chance to
moves
put on her
forward,
case.
she and her witnesses
not
will
if they've
put
already
on
shown that
even
she
more
was
evidence
abused.
of the physical
That's what
abuse.
he's
Yeah, I don't
talking
think
about.
at the
I
hands
don't
of
think
Mr.
Ben Chu
Depp.
really
But
addressed
that's
the
not the basis
emotional
for our motion right now, Your
psychological
Honor.
abuse concept.
He talks about how Mr.
Yeah.
Depp had
I
a
think
sworn
he's
denial,
vulnerable.
and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her, but again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse by
And
his
he just
definition,
didn't dispute
by
it,
his
too. He
standards,
just
by
didn't
the
dispute it.
standards of his
That is a
expert.
fact for the jury
There
to
is
determine.
no dispute that Mr.
Maybe?
Depp
No, maybe.
abused
If he doesn't
Amber,
put
and therefore,
anything
if
to
he did it
dispute,
even
there is
one
no
time,
fact.
I do
there's
think,
no
Alita, that that's
dispute
what will ultimately
that
happen
even
here. The
under
judge will say,
their
well, the
theory
jury
of
can
the
decide
case,
whether there was abuse or
the
not.
implication
Right.
that they want the
This
jury
is a
to draw
definition
from
that
the
the
going to
jury
the
needs
jury.
to
I'm
figure
not
out.
arguing for the purposes of today, because under the legal standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste the court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Hurd, and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny, Mr. Chu, we played
The first two
2 or
statements
3
were
hours
true.
of an ACLU deposition.
Yeah,
Now he
that's
says,
what he
well,
meant to say.
that wasn't our witness. It was
They
his
were
witness,
true.
Your Honor. He
Don't
just
get that
spent 10
word
minutes
wrong.
talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on it. They could have called Ms. Hurd for that because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Hurd will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But
That's not
they've
evidence
had
at this point.
3 weeks to put on their case, Your Honor. They've controlled the playing field of evidence. There is no
Rottenborn's giving
dispute
her a shot, though,
that Ms.
for a
Hurd
dismissal.
did not write that headline.
Yeah, it's still going to be denied.
No dispute. Simply saying, well, her
Yeah, I
name is
would deny
attached to it. That can't overcome the
There are
testimony
absolutely facts
of
in dispute here.
the ACLU. They call
Reasonable
them
ways that the jury can find
co-conspirator.
one way or
Of course,
another.
Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take
Not
up
if
any
the
more of the
tweet
court's time
republishes
addressing
it. I mean,
portions
like,
of Mr.
that's
Depp-
where
Mr.
you're-
Yeah, I think
Mr.
the-
Chu's
Right,
argument that
exactly.
don't go to
There's a
mental
legitimate
health
question as to
assumption,
whether or not
unless
that's
Your Honor has any
republishing
specific
by
questions, but I
her.
want to be respectful.
All right, thank you, sir.
Agreed.
All right. For this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made
So
by
maybe the first one's going to
defendant,
get struck.
that the statements were about
Maybe.
the plaintiff.
If
that
that
the statement
happens,
was
then she wins.
published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3. The motion to strike as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement. because if
Okay.
it's not a stipulation, I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Heard is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't rule on that statement whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication.
You can't
or
stipulate
something.
around
I don't
this.
know
Come
because
on.
I haven't seen it yet. So as to the motion to strike on statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement because ruling on it now, it would be premature because I just don't have that
2 and
evidence.
3, she's back.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right.
Almost
Since it's
entirely denied.
12:30, you want to just take lunch?
Yeah.
Go ahead and let the jurors go to lunch and come back at 1:30. Does that sound okay?
They're happy, boy. They're like, yeah, we won this one, Johnny. That was a little tough. Rottenborn, I think, has a good argument though.
All right. Do you want to do it now?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
sure.
and that under advisement will go
All
away
right.
as soon as the tweet is mentioned, which will happen in Amber Heard's testimony.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can you
I
explain
think-
what that means when we actually get to lunch?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, that's now actually. So we can just say it when she says I'm taking it under advisement, it means I understand all the arguments. I'm looking at all of the arguments, and I have not yet made a decision. I will make a decision at some point.
Yeah, she's literally
she can
sitting
make
there
it
as
literally
the court.
whenever?
She doesn't have the tweet in front of her, so she can't actually weigh it. But she knows there's a stipulation that says the tweet will come in on the defense's side. So effectively, what she said is, I have to wait until I see it to say it's okay. So it's to me, it's a total win for Johnny's team.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because as soon as she sees it, then it's like, okay, the jury could go one way or another on this.
It's denied.
And if there's any scintilla, she said it's a scintilla of a possibility that the jury could look at this and say that then she's not going to take it away from the jury. Then it's American judges notoriously want the jury to make the decisions whenever there's any small fraction of a possibility that they could rule on it one way or another.
But it's under advisement because she's not looking at it right now. So if she got to 3 weeks from now and somehow the parties forgot about it, she would say, oh, okay, well then one is out because you never did the tweet thing. You never did the republishing thing. You don't have any evidence there. And then they'll look at 2 and 3. But that's not going to happen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. This is another reason why I love having non-lawyers on our panel from time to time, so that it can remind us to explain some things that we understand that people in the chat might not.
We have so many cool words of the day, though. We got scintilla, inimitable, recidivist.
Fantastic.
And we got Ben Chu at seemingly at least 90% full power for this fully operational battle station. I am so pumped for closing
fully
statement.
operational like the Death Star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
he
getting
made some
popcorn
great
for closing statements. I'm just popping it. That's going to be crazy. Get excited, people.
He
And by
won-
the
he-
way,
he won it.
before we get into the substance here, we got 9.6 thousand likes. I'm not even asking you to like Alita here today. If you liked that speech by Ben Chu, you're not getting drama like that anywhere on television. All right. You're not getting it on cable. You're not getting it on HBO. That was freaking crazy. And I know you liked it. So hit the like button.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you, Rick.
crazy.
That was insane. That was insane. Chandra's Concept says, if I was on the jury, I would conclude that the relationship was not healthy, but was JD the primary aggressor and abuser over AH? I would say no. I think AH is the primary aggressor, and in publishing misleading statements has harmed JD's career. And
10,000. Thanks, folks. You get 4 hours free from any future PBS sponsored times from me. 4 hours starting now.
4 hours
The
from
one thing
now.
with this comment is not they don't have to prove who was the primary aggressor. They just have to prove there's abuse in any form. So, and let's go to the extreme. She beat Johnny 99 times, and Johnny just did it to her once. She still wins, unfortunately, because that would be, making the statement true that she was abused.
On the
and
law,
blah, blah,
she
blah.
wins. On the
Yeah,
law,
that's what
she
I'm saying.
wins. But if they are thinking emotionally like humans often do, they could be thinking just like that super chat says. They could say, I don't really care, what the 4 corners of this law specifically says. I'm not ruling in her favor because it's all her fault anyway. It's all like she's the one that was creating the violence and then trying to blame him for it when she's the one that's creating it in the first place. So
and it's all facts and circumstances based, right? So I mean, it's easy for us to say, well, if it's abuse here and it's abuse here, you can both be abusers. But a lot of people come into these chats and say, well, if it's responsive, if it's standing up for oneself and doing these kinds of various things, then you might be able to say that's not quote unquote abuse for purposes of the defamation claim. And that's entirely different from Amber Heard does one thing in 2013 and then Johnny Depp does another thing in 2015. where you have a huge separation of time where you have different facts and circumstances. So, I mean, I think I would have loved to have seen Ben Chu, who I guess just wasn't ready for the emotional psychological argument, have a paragraph that said bare minimum, and on any claims that there are other forms of abuse that don't even rise to that level. Of course, reasonable minds can differ. He doesn't have to say that. Of course, you don't have to say the phrases, but it's up to the jury. Like, I think he ran a risk, and I think it was unintentional, where Rottenborn comes up and says they didn't talk about what we talked about for 10 minutes at all. And they didn't.
But I think the judge was more or less dialed in, because the judge, from their opinion, kind of let it go, and so she really can't go. It's like, you're saying I'm wrong. But I do think, though, Rottenborn, like, no matter what happens in this trial, I think on appeal they have a very, very, very solid appeal, because you have to admit the evidence that they have produced have opened up this abuse to be a lot of different things. But I agree with this judge. I think this judge needs to let this go to the jury, because this is now a question for the jury, a fact, whether this is abuse or not, or they count it to be abuse.
And here's Rob, by the way, is his super chat. I just want to direct your attention to it. He says Rottenborn has to be happy with his argument. He made enough of an argument to get at least part of this taken under advisement, and that is indicating, I mean, because he's coming at this from the perspective that it is so rare to get any of these acceptable at all by the judge. Any motion to dismiss at this stage, in order for it to be even considered under advisement, could be seen as a win for his side, because it's like it's just so rare to get anything.
Yeah, but it also sounded like a complete bullshit stipulation trap move to me. If you're going to stipulate to bringing in the tweet on my side and then say they didn't bring in a tweet, Your Honor, it's like, screw you, bud.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. So, okay. Give me once. I'm still trying to get. I apologize if I've missed any, guys. I've been trying to keep up with this very heated chat throughout those arguments, and I'm sorry also if I brought some brought some multiple times at the same time, and
I also have to say too, I'm very happy with the level of lawyering today. Like, both sides put out really decent arguments and made a really good show of it. So, no matter which side you're clearing for, you got to admit, both sides actually came with their A game today.
I'm a Rottenborn fan for the most part. He steps over the line some places. I don't love that. I think he's a good attorney, and I think for the most part, some of the emotionality or things we see in chat are coming from the fact that he's a good attorney that might otherwise be coming at the opposite end of the court case that you might otherwise like. But I think he's solid.
I think that if people, if he were representing Johnny Depp and doing the same thing, I think people would like him.
I tend to.
He doesn't have a lot to work with.
Ben Chu's amazing though, and I am honestly, I might
I'm
have
a Ben
Chu
Chu
She
fan.
was good, yeah.
So
she was good.
I'm a big fan of Ben Chu. I thought that was interesting to see him pull out the emotional arguments like he did, to show some emotion with that. And remember, this is not in the presence of the jury, so it's not like he's being dramatic for the jury. He's maybe being dramatic for the PR campaign and for the media, but not for the jury. But expect that to come out at closing argument. Expect him to keep that in reserve, to keep cool and calm and collected, so that, because think about it, it's like I think Ian Runkle said this before, that he said when you are on cross-examination, you can ramp up into aggression, into loud noises, but it's so hard to ramp it back down. So if he keep in the same vein, if Ben Chu keeps calm throughout this trial, throughout all of his direct and cross-examinations of the witnesses here, he keeps everything very level-headed. Just imagine what that looks like when this guy that has been kept super calm, super collected, and level-headed, then comes in closing and makes a very passionate argument in closing. Like, that is going to be so much more effective than the guy that's been screaming and shouting the whole time.
Yeah.
Because that happened for us today. That was a goddamn lightning strike. When he first points his finger and raises his voice, I'm like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
And in terms of public opinion, I mean, people are going to be able to grab those sound bites that he put in a pretty bow and react to it all over the internet.
100%.
Wow.
100%. And Rottenborn even tried to call him out for it, but it was like,
He
okay.
did, yeah.
Rottenborn has a tendency to sound petulant.
Yeah.
Which I think is one of his problems. It's like, I'm not going to waste the court's time. It's all right, dude. You've
I'm not
wasted
going to waste
enough
the
of our
court's time,
for
but I'm going
prior
to take
4
some more
weeks.
time of the court to argue this thing. I'm not going to, but it's not wasting it. It's not wasting it because I think that it's fine.
That's right. If it's me, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the whole, I'm going to let you finish, but the whole Kanye argument.
Kanye in?
Yes. Kurt, how was that? Did you catch those arguments?
I did catch the arguments. I didn't hear the epic conclusion, which I assume was a lot of no.
It was a lot of no, and then one
yeah.
taken under advisement, which is probably going to turn into a no.
Yep.
Almost definitely is going to turn into a no.
But it's still a show. It's quite the show.
It was. Give him the old razzle dazzle, right? Just like
It
in
was.
Chicago.
It was totally the razzle dazzle.
Give him the old razzle dazzle.
Razzle dazzle. How can they see with sequins in their eyes?
I'm sorry, you've just been claimed by
I love it.
the makers of both the play and the movie. And Richard
I'm
Gere.
not
He's
even
come
sure
in.
if they're
I'm sorry.
allowed to do interlocutory appeals, but I think Rottenborn's argument about the truthfulness of the statement, I think it's enough to take a shot at an interlocutory. Just be like, okay, we've been denied. Let's just take a shot, even though it may not go anywhere. But it's just like, can they prove these statements false? You're really, if you're really that incensed on not having her take the stand,
there's no interlocutory. It's no, just no.
You think it's automatically denied, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I
on
would
a
take my
sufficiency
shot.
of the evidence claim. Come on, in the middle of the trial, no way.
To me,
I would say
she's
she's just literally
allowed.
But she's just
And
denied the motion. So I would say, but it depends. You have to have a good enough reason. I don't think they would be granted, but I would take a shot though. Why not?
Let me just
We don't have to lose.
interject, and you guys can continue talking. I just want to address the super chat. There is a link in the description below to that video. It says Colonel Kurtz, and then there's a description or a description of the video, and then a link to it, so you guys can check that out. Okay, continue.
You reminds me of Norrington.
But now since we're actually going to the second part, it's interesting because I think Amber Heard's going to blow up on the stand.
You think so?
Everything that we've been seeing, it's just she had the domestic DV with the ex-girlfriend. The way she's been portrayed. If everything that they've been saying to her is an accurate representation, and looked at her the video when she was in the deposition, it just doesn't look like she's going to be able to hold up under pressure. This is probably going to be the best acting job she's going to have to do, because she looks like somebody you can really get under her skin. I don't know if I just got that feeling from everything I've seen so far.
Could be. So Kurt has thoughts on the Supreme Court.
And you can check him out.
He's
at
got
Kurt's
a video.
channel.
Yes.
Yeah, which is only
A very good video too last
a
night.
few subscriptions
Thank you,
away
appreciate
from
it.
60,000, I think.
Yep. So if you guys want to see more on that, we're not going to talk about it on this stream today, but be sure to go over to Kurt's channel to talk about it. He gives a really great explanation of the whole thing. I'm still getting caught up here from the chat that's been on fire throughout this whole thing. And then I'll get some super chat questions here that we can hopefully address, because we got a lot of questions from folks. And almost we are getting close. But yeah, I think that was fantastic. Yeah. So you guys, so Nate thinks that she's going to melt down. What do you guys think? Rick?
I would have
Her-
said no until this afternoon. I will say her head was turning so often and so fast with what Ben Chu was doing. I think that there's a chance. Of course, as you said, it's more useful for him to bring the thunder and lightning in closing statements. I don't know whether he plans to use apparently the full Ben Chu on Amber or not, because we've already talked at length that you have to be very cautious with presentation and optics of what that's going to look like depending on what she's doing. So I just don't know. I think if you pressed her, she might, but she also might not. And if you press her and she doesn't, you could lose a lot of momentum. So I think it's more likely than I thought when I woke up this morning.
I think just in like talking with different people, I've seen more people get very defensive when they're not telling the truth, because they feel like they have to almost like oversell what they're saying. So I could see if they pushed her and she felt like they were disagreeing with her, then she would kind of go over her threshold of being able to hold it in.
And you heard, I think people in the chat, and I think you said, Alita, that speech was for the public. And I think that's probably right. I had said,
And maybe also for Amber.
That's what I said
For
while I
her
was
on
streaming
that.
is when he was getting all those reactions from her, I'm like, well, this is to put her on tilt. This is at least be worried about what could be coming for you. because this is what I can do. You know, I mean, like you don't want to be on the other side of that. I don't want to be on the other side of that. I'm 20 years in practice. I'm like, okay, cool, cool, bro.
But she knows she's going to go up there to the stand with him acting like that. I know she's probably concerned. I would be concerned.
At least put the fear of God in her, right? I'm not even sure that she does that. Just have her thinking about it.
Yep. I definitely agree. Yep. I think that at the very least, this puts him in her head. Colonel Kurtz, do we know when Amber is going to testify? I just got online. She's going to be either next or right after an expert witness. It looks like reportedly it's going to be an expert witness now. But yeah, I think getting into her head is one benefit of having her see that.
And she was definitely looking for connection, like this comments. Like she was looking at them and then back up at the judge. Like
she was
what
the
do people
only
think
head
of this?
moving in that camera.
Oh,
I mean, like it was the only one.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right.
Yep. So, all right, let's get some questions here. Gustavo Guevara says, don't you think JD's team is going for a defamation per se based on statements which prejudice such person in his or her profession or trade? And that is what he argued today. He said, we don't even have to show damages. And yet we have. This is a defamation per se case.
And he actually said crime, not just profession or trade. He talked about one of the most heinous crimes a man or woman can be accused of.
Yep, exactly. Johannes Podler says, sorry, kind of off topic, but no recap today. We have a recap. There's a link in the pinned comment in the chat today. So it'll get replaced as soon as we've got some more testimony coming in. But it was a little late. And just so you guys know, there are some audio issues on it. I had so many tech issues on this one. And that's one of the reasons why it's so late. I had internet issues. I had power issues. You name it, it happened.
The power issues happened again after last night. I'm sorry.
All kinds of stuff. So hopefully that's the last of it. But yeah, if anybody was here with me and Rick after everything going through super chats, there was a moment where my power went out and I got kicked out of StreamYard. And luckily Rick was here to keep things afloat.
Oh yes, that was fun.
Oh
She says moment. Felt like about a year and a half.
You were on there really late last night. Like, really late.
Yeah, we got off just after 12 hours, right? So,
yeah. So, okay. M. Swartz says, do you think the jury noticed JD's ratings more volatile after he hooked up with Amber, despite lawyers concentrating on just 2 years? Am I wrong on what I saw? A lot of people noticed that. The jury probably will too. And that's why it's that expert testimony was not particularly helpful for his side. It may not even be damaging though, because they may look at that and be like, it doesn't hurt him. It doesn't help him. So just toss it out. Who cares? When there's other stuff that they can look at.
$40 million guy was the right guy. If you believe all this went down this way, it's at least $40 million.
Yeah,
$40 million guy, Richard Marks. He was great, showing this is what Hollywood cares about. Doesn't matter what the general public cares about. This is what Hollywood cares about.
If you believe Johnny was defamed, put some zeros on it.
That's it.
Yep. Yeah. Katie Grabham says, do you think the constant reading of salacious headlines on Cross that weren't related to, or actually relevant to the actual witness testimony will be a turnoff for the jury? Maybe. Could be.
Yeah. You never know. That's the problem. You never know what the jury is focusing on, right? We are pondering all these different things, but it could be something somebody wore, like that informs their decision. So it's just one of those things.
Mr. Bites is killing my flower game, by the way. I got to tell you, Mr. Bites, you're making trouble for me. I want you to know that in Hogue House, sincerely.
And we've got some croissants and some other stuff. Oh, and a bowl, a bowl. Oh, no, Andy, that's not for you. So over there. Anyhow, but yes, thank you. Very sweet, very sweet. He knows I need the coffee today, so. And the flowers are helpful. He understands all the stuff that was going on while trying to get the recap and everything else going today. So, yes. Okay. Anyhow,
well, you're doing a great job. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're doing great.
Thank you so much. Next one, Robert Jones says, I see that Amber's team are trying to shift the conversation to her abuse, but what does this imply for her future? I read somewhere that her losing would have other legal implications. Is this true? I mean, there's people have talked about the possibility of perjury, right? They could absolutely look into that to see if there's any way that they could bring some perjury charges. But I mean, for us so far, we've basically said that we don't see that really going anywhere in actuality, right? So I mean, but other than that, I don't know about other legal implications. It's mostly that she loses this case.
It's rare that in a trial, especially a he said she said trial, where somebody loses and it's just so rare because inevitably the premise of this trial is somebody's got to be lying, right? So
it seems like
it's to the point where you can prove it, and I don't think anybody's going to go down for perjury for this.
Yeah.
Well, if they could somehow get to the place where Amber Heard absolutely faked May 21st, I don't know how you recover from that on everything else, regardless of what we think about all the details.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And we're a long way towards that already.
We got a lot of testimony on it.
With the testimony out there.
Yep. Pretty Pink Flowers or Pink Pretty Flowers says, ex journo here, and this case is fascinating in terms of proving defamation. Do you think this case could influence opinion pieces in the future?
Much will be written. Will it be useful? I don't know.
Well,
That's a good way to put
I
it.
think the facts of this case, I think, lined up for Johnny so perfectly. The ACLU just essentially admitting that this was a hit piece to get Johnny, and they were selling it as a hit piece and stuff like that. 99% of the time, if you just have that article, you're not going to be able to get in front of a court for defamation. But I think they had all this background information. We made it very clear this article was meant to defame Johnny. And with that, this makes this case a little unique in that situation. I don't know if other people...
Well, I thought it was great that he
like
leapt on that one piece of testimony we had that was when we softened it, it wasn't good enough. And we gotta put the Johnny stuff back in. And he was at half volume or a little closer to full volume when he did that. And it's like, it's such a good piece of testimony that regardless of whether or not that's actually legally sufficient, it makes it look like co-conspirators, which is what the phrase he used. It makes it look bad.
Exactly. Samuel Cox says, as a prospective law student, what should I be paying attention to / learning from this
There's a
case?
lot to learn from this case on legal levels, on practical levels, on good trial tactics, bad trial tactics, good impeachment, bad impeachment, good direct, good cross, bad cross. There's a lot to learn.
What year are you in your law school? If you're a 1L, I'm telling you, look at defamation, look at the elements of defamation, and go look at the jury instructions that list out the elements of defamation in, I like to call it human language, not the legal language. You should do things like that, because when you then take your torts class or you start looking at defamation cases, then you're going to start saying, oh, guess what? Here are the elements, and it give you that familiarity. Also look at defamation per se, the different types of defamation. That's one thing that this will give you. So, yeah. As a law student, it all depends on where you're at. First year, technical.
Yeah,
I mean,
technical, exactly.
if you're just a prospective law student, though, and you're not in law school, but you're thinking about going to law school, this could also help inform you as to whether or not you would want to be a trial lawyer. Maybe you would want to try out appellate law. Maybe you're listening to what the transactional Hollywood expert was talking about.
The $975 an hour. Saying, hey, that sounds pretty good to me.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
like there are various ways that you can view the legal industry through the lens of this case to see, like, there's maybe some stuff that would be interesting for me to practice. And I think that if you are a prospective law student and you're thinking about going into law, I would really recommend taking some time to figure out what would I want to do as a practicing lawyer, because that I think is one of the most helpful things that you can do to sort of focus yourself during law school to figure out, like, how to best achieve the best results in law school, as well as having that goal of what you might want to do. Don't have to have it figured out ahead of time, but just, having some ideas, and so that you can explore those through the process of law school, through the courses you take, through the internships you take, that kind of thing.
And as ever, probably the most important part of any trial is the part you don't see, which is the paperwork, which is the prep, which is the discovery, which we've seen some of that in terms of depositions. But, every episode of Law and Order is like, they committed the crime. 5 seconds later, we're in court. Yeah, not so much with that. Most of law, in fact, most criminal law, most civil law doesn't go to court at all. It settles out before that at some point. So the motion practice and motions in limine and all that stuff in terms of the paperwork, although it's not as sexy, is as important, if not more important, than the trial itself.
Yeah, think about it. Like 99% of what you're seeing, of what you see in court, that's just like the 1%.
Yep.
Everything else is on paper. That's why the judge said, I read it all last night. I read all that stuff. What you're seeing is just the tip of the spear.
Like in criminal cases in the federal system, they settle out 92% of the time. So, it's like, it doesn't,
Yep. June says, I read that Amber Heard's team will file a motion to toss strike the case today. Could you explain that? So as we were talking about before, and as we just saw not long ago, there was, of course, a motion to strike. This is absolutely routine in every single trial. As soon as the plaintiff side or the prosecution, if it's a criminal case, as soon as they rest their case in chief, the defense comes up and says, Your Honor, they have the burden to prove every single element of their case. They have not put enough evidence for XYZ elements. And so because of the fact that there is no evidence on the record as to whatever elements that they are supposed to prove, therefore their case should be struck, or this particular claim should be struck. They can do it by claim. They can do it the entire case. And so that's absolutely routine. And really what it is it seems to us, it seems boring and routine, but if it wasn't routine, then you could run the risk of having plaintiffs run their cases all the way until the very end of trial and have stuff be put in front of a jury where they haven't put enough evidence in front of them. But because they know that that's coming up, the plaintiff side absolutely knows. They're like, okay, we've got to have evidence for XYZ, ABC. And so they line up their evidence. And sometimes you have a case where they haven't necessarily met every single element. I heard, I think it was,
Did she freeze or did I freeze?
I think so.
No, I think she's gone. This happened last night.
Well, don't
Sorry, I'm trying
worry.
to
We
sneak
are
in lunch
still
here.
here, and we are going to keep. I think Kurt's frozen too. Is
The
Kurt frozen?
takeover we've been waiting for.
No,
Oh,
that's
Kurt's
just
not
Kurt.
frozen.
He's not frozen.
Kurt, look
That's how he
frozen.
rolls.
I'm not
Kurt, you're
frozen.
fooling me. You're looking like a frozen man.
Sometimes I just don't react because I don't have things to say, and my body is just standing still, and like,
Well,
I
you
don't
know what?
know
I'll
what
say
I don't know what to tell you.
the case I think Alita, well, I'm hoping she was going to say, was Rittenhouse. This same thing happened in the Rittenhouse case when it came to the gun charge. At the end of the trial, the prosecutor put no evidence about whether the gun was illegal, the barrel length, and so forth and so forth. So since there was no evidence to show that he had maybe broke this particular law, then the judge said, okay, what we're going to do is dismiss this charge because you haven't provided any evidence for this particular.
She'll be back.
So that's what this is about. But but today, because we all agreed earlier that motion was going to be dismissed. 99.999% of the time they're going to be dismissed, no matter how good they are. But I still think they still have a fighting chance. But that motion, it was destined to fail.
Apparently it was a joke that went over my head. So sorry, Chad, I missed the joke.
Oh, she got back in.
Oh, you're back.
We're so happy.
Once again, was it? Were you guys celebrating that you were taking?
No, not at all.
No. We were
This is not a hostile takeover.
Finished answering the question.
We thought Kurt was frozen. He was so still.
No, I don't bet you guys, or I don't blame you guys, I should say.
I explained it with the Rittenhouse. I explained this one with the Rittenhouse trial with the gun charge, how the gun charge was thrown out because they didn't provide the evidence the gun was illegal. So blah blah blah.
Yes, exactly. And let me see if I maybe have missed some super chats here from being collected. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So anyhow, okay. So I guess we've covered that one then.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're going to put on, because like we've all said, they've got to introduce Amber in a way that softens her, because right now putting her on first is just putting her into the fire. I think by putting this person on, letting them soften the ground a little bit, then put Amber on, let her be a sympathetic victim. But I think Ben Chu, you could tell by that thing, he's already knows exactly what questions he wants to ask her and in the way he wants to ask it. And that, I think, is what he was saying today. He's up there and she's looking back and he's like, we're going to be talking about cops. We're going to be talking about bruises. We're going to be talking about poo on the bed. That's what we're going to be talking about. And she's
I hope they raise the issue. She didn't raise the headline. Right, the headline. Yeah, I hope they raise that issue. I was like, damn, boy.
Ask her.
Damn, boy.
And she's looking like this. Scared to death. then she was always Adam. But the one thing I'll take away, and I think we all missed it too, after the judge denied it, if you looked at Benchu and Johnny, that was like the most emotion you saw from both of them. They were hugging. They were like, because I think they really thought there was a chance that this could be granted. So surviving this motion to dismiss, they were extremely happy because the second part of this is going to happen. Amber's got to get her ass up there on the stand and tell those lies and convince people that those lies are true. That's what Johnny's most happy about, and that's why we're going to be here, baby, watching it all for you.
That's right. They looked thrilled when that happened. 100%.
Oh yeah.
They did. They absolutely did. Let me see what's going on here. I may have lost some saved super chats here when I got kicked out. This happened yesterday, which was really, really annoying. How many? Hey, let me see.
Yes, Amber for sure is testifying. Somebody just asked real quick. Amber for sure is going to.
Has anybody
She's going to
been
testify
here
for
with
sure.
Alita from moment one?
From moment one?
No, I think Kurt, you.
Yeah, I was here
no,
before the
because you
stream
left
started.
for a little while.
Close enough.
Oh,
yeah,
Kurt,
but
you were here for the whole
popped
stream,
out and
but-
came back in.
Oh, you're
How many
right.
super chats do you guys see starred?
I see 37.
I have 108.
Okay.
I've
How
got
about you, Rick?
100. So nurses.
I have 67.
Okay.
So I think it depends on what time we
No.
come in.
So there's there's 154. I only saved 106, which means I lost a bunch of saved super chats.
You
Okay,
get
but
kicked out.
then I'm gonna
Oh no,
have
you know
some
you can
help.
get them back. You can get them back.
How?
But you can't get them back on StreamYard. You can get them back from YouTube Studio.
Yeah,
you can go to the back end of
that's where I
YouTube.
can see.
Yeah.
But I've also got a co-pilot access that I've
Oh.
given to my
right, we had-
my editor. So he that's how I know there's 154. So
Good.
so we'll if he can show the next one. Well, not this one. I'll say when to get the next one, and then hopefully we'll get caught up at some point. So let's work our way through these, and maybe we can get caught up to 106. Kitsune says, don't they have to worry about all the other stuff because Amber is countersuing? I mean so Amber's side has to worry about their countersuit. She has to meet all of her elements of her claims in her countersuit. That's kind of separate from the arguments as to why Johnny Depp's claim also should fail. I don't know, Kurt, do you have anything else on top of this or no? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So let's get the next super chat. All righty. Gabriella Flutterman says, any thoughts regarding Amber firing her PR team? It indicates that she's not liking how things are looking right now. That's basically it. Next one. Fernando Costa says, will Rotten object to a question he asked to Amber?
Yeah. Of the many sins from the Amber Heard team, the objecting to yourself thing is something that could really happen to anybody.
It can
I
happen
mean,
to anybody.
I'm going to cut him a lot of slack. I mean, the objecting to yourself thing is kind of funny, but it's a kind of thing. I'm going to be much more harsh about the many impeachments that went nowhere, the cross examinations that went nowhere, rather than, oh, I slipped up and accidentally objected to myself. I mean,
He
it's
said
not
the
really
wrong
the
word. He's
it's
supposed to
really
say strike
notable
versus objection.
Yeah.
That's what happened, people.
It's a
When-
slip
when
of the
you s-
tongue.
Yeah,
you know,
he said the wrong word.
Yeah, agreed.
He was supposed to say strike, but he said object.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next one. Shindig Eat says, oops, I didn't get my full super chat in. Haven't we heard most / if not all recordings of Johnny already? How can they say verbal abuse? I mean, that's why the argument by Ben Chu is that this should be an argument, or this should be left for the jury to decide. It's a jury question. And that's what we've been saying this whole time. Even when we've been saying, oh, this is damaging to his case, this is damaging to Amber's case. At the end of the day, you know, we're not concluding what the jury is going to show here. We are saying what the jury might see. Next one. Enraged Bacon says, don't you think that when the witness continually says, show me the article and we can talk about it, then Amber's lawyer keeps moving on, turns off the jury? Could be. They may be saying, hey, you're being unfair to this witness. Like, how can you expect them to talk about something that they don't have in front of them? That's a reasonable conclusion. Next one. Lord Voldemort 09 Stein says, is the fact that Amber Heard fired her PR team proof she's watching things related to the case? Does that mean she can no longer be a witness? Nope, because she is a party to the case. She's part of the legal team. So she can read stuff. Satu says, what would cause an impeachment? Not sure what would allow a person to be impeached. How extreme of a difference in statement is needed? Well, they can try to get away with impeaching someone that has just sort of like loosely moved away from their prior statement. And but the problem with that is if the jury notices that they said the same thing, then that only confirms that they were being consistent. So it's a question of whether or not their judgment call of whether to impeach this witness is effective.
Mm-hmm.
Next one. Big Mama Books NRR says, I've heard the AH team is looking to toss the case. What is going to happen should they move forward with this? So like we said before, this is a totally routine thing. And as we saw, they were unsuccessful so far. And in 2 of the 3, the judge ruled that the motion was denied, meaning that statements 2 and 3 are continuing on as Johnny's case. And as for number 1, she's taking under advisement, which means she hasn't decided yet because she doesn't have enough in front of her to make a decision. And she'll make that decision as soon as she has the tweet in front of her. And all of us have said that we anticipate she's going to deny it as soon as she sees it, because that's enough evidence for the jury to determine, whether or not they agree with either side as to how that evidence fits into the trial. Next one. Gromax says, thoughts on new Eve B tactic, stories from others. I am not sure I have heard about this. I haven't had a chance to really look at Twitter much in the last 36 or 48 hours. So I don't know. Have you guys heard anything about this? No? Okay. Next one. Babylonia Rising says, I understand the legal perspective that everyone deserves a lawyer, but what rationale animates PR firms who take money from obvious winners like Amber Heard? Pure capitalism, or is there a similar philosophy?
The money's always a good reason.
Money's always a good reason, but they also might be thinking, hey, everybody deserves to have their voice heard in the media. That's another perspective. They might have a similar reasoning, but just applying it to their voice in the media and in the public discourse. Next one. Kate says, dangers of arguing mutual abuse to other DV victims. Yeah, I mean, this idea of mutual abuse is definitely controversial. I know a lot of people have a lot of opinions on it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not necessarily a strong legal point unless we have an actual definition in front of us. And that's one of the difficulties of this particular case that we've talked about, is that this isn't a criminal case for domestic violence, because if it were, we would have a very specific, concrete definition of what is and is not DV. That the jury would be working off of, but we're kind of leaving it up to them to figure out what the definition is, which is completely different. We have all of that predefined for them.
And I would say that the jury, I don't know what voir dire did, but it probably shouldn't be populated with DV victims.
Yes, exactly. Louise Hatter says, I'm interested to hear if you guys have any predictions on how Amber Heard will perform on the stand.
It's going to be entertaining.
It is going to be very entertaining. We're definitely going to have our eyes glued, are we not? For sure. Lady Monda Green says, what are the chances that Amber suffers some kind of medical emergency to get out of testifying? Nope. Doubt it. Highly doubt it. Heather the Blair Witch says, hey, great work so far. Love the guests. Do you ever do this for past famous cases? I love to hear your thoughts when Juan Martinez owned Jodi Arias experts. Interesting. That's an interesting thought. Maybe I'll make a poll to see if people would like to see a reaction stream to prior cases or something. Maybe we'll see. I hadn't really thought about that, but maybe if there's enough interest on it, then that would be worthwhile doing. Alrighty. Jake says, Jake 123, how often do juries return unexpected verdicts?
Frequently.
Very often. Juries are notoriously unpredictable.
Kim Potter, that's the one that we were all shocked at, right? We're like, this is obvious. Oh, it's not so obvious to us.
Yep. All right. JP says, if it's about statute of limitations, why choose Virginia over Wisconsin, which has a 3-year statute of defamation cases? So it's because of the fact that in order for the case to be brought properly in a certain space, it has to meet certain jurisdictional requirements. You can't just make it.
There's no basis to sue in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well, this is my little law school thing, but it's so generally to hear a case, the court has to have 2 types of jurisdiction. It has to have subject matter jurisdiction over the subject matter, and then it has to have jurisdiction over the person, which is known as personal jurisdiction. So here, the court here had jurisdiction over the subject matter, which was the op-ed, because it was actually written in Virginia, and then Johnny had to somehow what is it? He had to serve Amber in a way which gave the Virginia court subject matter over her. So generally, if this is just a law school question, you need two types of jurisdiction generally: jurisdiction over the subject matter and jurisdiction over the defendant. That's how you get that's how the court can hear it. In
personal
Wisconsin,
jurisdiction here
wouldn't have had
isn't hard because the court is basing it on the fact the publication happened in Virginia. That means the tort happened in Virginia. And if you have a specific tort that the person commits within the jurisdiction, that'll give you a jurisdiction all day long. So
and Wisconsin doesn't have.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Have any of those facts.
What did you do in Wisconsin?
And so that court doesn't have jurisdiction over anything.
Yeah, but here the Washington Post is headquartered in Virginia, and that's the basis of this lawsuit. Is that op-ed? So that's why Virginia. Next one, Jessica Mari says, if neither side wins, will that clear JD's name too?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by clears JD's name. I don't know. Depending on what you mean by it, I'm not sure that even Johnny Depp winning necessarily clears his name. It depends on people's perceptions of things and how people will react to it. So I don't know that you can forecast that.
Exactly. Next one. Betty Hayes says, didn't judge want televised to stave off the crowd? Yes, because there was a lot of interest coming in for this trial. The people they anticipated a lot of people would want to come in and see it in person, and so they decided that was probably the best way to reduce the crowds. And I believe they were absolutely 100% correct. Next one. Ronnie P says, was the Q rating fiasco yesterday damaging for JD? It really depends on how the jury saw it. Number one, were they paying attention, or did their eyes glaze over at all the data talk that they had, the techno babble? That's always a possibility. Number two, looking at it, I think it was more than anything for me. I see it as a missed opportunity for Johnny. They used their time to put on this witness that didn't move the needle for him. Maybe it could be interpreted in some ways as being against him, but that is not entirely clear. He didn't even, in my opinion, his explanations were not that great one way or another. So it just wasn't helpful to his case. Was the most frustrating thing for me. Next one. Natasha Berner says, OMG, you said my last name right. Thank you for discussing. It was wonderful. Was wondering if it had to do with the news headlines today. That may have been about the PR firm. I can't remember what your initial tweet was for. I'm so sorry. Next one. Jen Bellotti says, question, I am the clerk of court in my county. We do not give the parties a specific amount of time to present their case. So I'm confused as to that practice here.
Different courts do it differently.
Yeah. Different courts do it differently. And this also may have been a concern because it's a high profile case. So because she knew that this particular case was A, high profile, B, very complex, and was already going to be taking a lot of time. And so the judge also may have decided that this is just a rule in her courtroom too, to say, this is how we're going to do it to make sure that we manage this effectively. And so it doesn't run off the rails. Next one. Classic Pod says, Uncivil Law, is there any chance you could do a read-through stream of the UK verdict? You are LawTube's expert for brain explosions when there's BS.
I may very well.
You do good reactions to things.
Yes, you do. Don Fanning says, NDA from JD and AH. Why didn't she get penalized for that disclosure?
Johnny Depp didn't sue her for the contract breach is the easy answer. NDA is a contract. You will have to sue for breach of contract. He didn't sue for breach of contract. End of analysis.
Yeah.
As I tell clients, it's words on a page unless you're willing to back them up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also I know that there was another portion of that. Yeah, no, that's the best explanation. It's just he decided not to sue. And then there's a statute of limitations on top of that. So he can't sue now for it. Jay Watt says, can you stream be in 1080p? We are limited by StreamYard on that front as well. I think maybe YouTube as well. I'm not really sure. It probably reduces quality as you get streams within streams too. So doing the best we can.
Yeah.
Moving forward, says, just a hypothesis query. If Amber lied either in America or the UK, what can happen to her? And seeing as it's such a public case, will anything be done? Again, only if she has lied. I mean, she loses the case. That's there might be some perjury charges, possibly, maybe, but she loses the case is what I see. Ashley Harrison, my concern is how this is going to affect the most damaging part of this is for women who claim DV in the future. Will they be forced to meet some insane evidence requirement? I don't think so. I mean, because number one, keep in mind, this is not a DV case. This is a defamation case where we are talking about DV accusations. So it's like a trial within a trial, and then the trialception part is we're not using the same jury instructions that a normal DV case would use to define a lot of these terms. So I would not be too concerned about what this means for future DV survivors that want to bring claims, because that is going to be different standards in different states, and it's going to be different standards no matter what from this case, because it's not exactly a DV case.
I disagree a little bit, because I think there could be a chilling effect where
Fair.
you can have someone who's like, hey, I'm like Amber, he's done this stuff to me, but the cops came and they didn't see anything, or this, so it could give that chilling effect. I don't believe it will, but I can see the argument on the other side that something like this would let victims who don't have concrete evidence, because these are intimate relationship things that happen behind the closed doors. If you don't have that knockdown evidence, it could make you less likely to come forward. So,
yeah,
Well, it's very
that's
public.
true. That's true. That's a fair point. I think that's the one thing that I could see this maybe having that kind of an impact. But on the other hand, I know a lot of DV survivors are looking at this as Johnny Depp has been chilled by this whole process, and he's the one that's fighting for his right to bring his claims. So, could also be the other way around. Cajun Horror Talk says, would it be better for JD's team to put AH on the stand for direct, or should they wait for cross exam? Well, we know now that they are going to wait. Oops, sorry. We now know that they are going to be waiting to bring her on the stand during her case in chief, and that was a result of a stipulation by the parties. So we found that out during the argument to dismiss it. So, yep.
But that almost burnt them, though, because like the judge said, she was like, how can we make these decisions on this MTD when all their evidence is not in, because you guys stipulated that they would put on Amber, because they could have put Amber on her case. So it almost came to bite them in the behind. Well, it did for the first one, but they're going to lose that one anyway.
It did. Yeah, no, I mean, that's where you reflect on whether or not you should ever make those kinds of agreements. But yeah, I mean, it was a BS argument. And then the judge saw right through it. I mean, she was sitting there saying, you can't tell them that they can't ask about this and then say they didn't ask about this.
Yeah.
It was so disingenuous. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Misty Clark says, can you agree Data Guy and Hollywood Guy both showed damages? Hollywood canceled him, and data shows people did view him less favorably. Lay people probably searching about the op-ed just didn't know how to search other than his name.
$40 million guy was my favorite. But you know what was the best part of their strategy there? Is that they basically had like 3 or 4 different avenues with which a reasonable person can get to damages, right?
That's
you
true.
have Hollywood Guy doing his Hollywood thing. You got Q-Score Guy doing his Q-Score thing. I'm not convinced. Emily Baker was. And then you've got the guy that I like, which is interpolating averages and saying, this is what we would have expected to see. And I go, yep, that's exactly right. That is exactly what I would want to see for that evidence. And that's me. So what they clearly did is said, what are the 3 or 4 ways that people might want to see this? And they put them all up.
Yeah. And I'm
and
going to put, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, and just the plain fact of the matter. Regular people out there every day, I don't think there's any real, they didn't really put out any concrete evidence. They just had to put enough on where the jury can say, obviously he was damaged by this. Obviously his reputation was harmed, right? It's not, the big show is for us, but I think you just really just needed one of those people to do it. But the fact that you took a whole bunch of different lines does make sense.
That's true. That's true. You can fit different people's preferences for how they want to see that kind of a harm. June says, my super chat was deleted. I'm sorry. That was some of these are getting deleted, unfortunately. It's my question about videos and audios without that person's permission. Isn't it illegal? If so, why use them in court?
Depending on the issue.
Yeah, so here they stipulated so long as it's Johnny and Amber and only them, then it can come in. But if there's anybody else involved, there's no consent for the recording, and so therefore it can't be brought in. Next one. My coon dog can hunt says, is it just me, or instead of looking vulnerable, comes off as being the man in the relationship, which is the opposite of her claims? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we've been a little critical of her dress and her hair and makeup and stuff, is that she's been looking a little severe. I think that is true.
I really don't want to place man and woman in specific spots of the opposite of the claims of DV. So I'm a bit uncomfortable with that.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good
That's a
point.
good
Good
point.
point as well. But I understand the meaning of
Traditional,
of being yes, traditional, and the idea of showing vulnerability versus strength in a relationship. That's how I read that.
Oh, can I take a timeout to say uncivil law? Congratulations for 60,000.
Hey,
Boom,
60K.
baby, boom.
Does it? It's not showing that on my back end.
Well, in the chat, they're screaming out 60K on civil law.
Okay,
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Maybe they're gaslighting you, Kurt.
They're gaslighting me.
Maybe. Weren't you at like 59.9 or something?
59.4, I thought is what I saw last time, but let me check.
I think you're up low. Let's check it out.
It says 59.5 in YouTube.
Oh man.
I got
almost there.
59.6.
Almost
All right.
there. Let's get him there. Let's get him there today.
Maybe chat was doing it so then we would talk about it. And then
We are talking about it. Chatception. Good job.
Yes,
That's right.
Well, if another 490 of you go over to my channel and subscribe, we can have a party.
Are there 400 people here? Are there 400 Americans, patriots in the chat? We just need 400, right?
Hey, there's American patriots and other people that want to know about American law.
I don't know if there's any patriots in the chat.
No, we've got a lot of international folks too that might want to know about how the American Supreme Court works. Why not?
But I mean by patriots,
my channel runs
world
more
patriots.
international than American, so I don't know about
That's
everybody
mine
else's
does,
channels.
too.
That has always surprised me.
Next one. Julie Dam says, can JD's team change lawyers on Amber's cross or direct? Why can't other lawyers object on the same team? I bench you nudging other lawyers to object.
It's just a common rule of most clerks, of most courts. It's like one attorney per witness.
I was really fond of asked and answered. Oh, sorry.
Well, you'll find this roulette in the local rules. Like for us, all right, when you litigate here in New York, you have the court's rules, and then you have the local rules, but then you have the judge's rules. So you have like three, and before you go into that court, you got to check all three. So generally, we all know the state's rules. Then you got to go to the local court rules, and then that last one about the judge's specific rules. Generally, in there, you'll find only one objecting attorney per witness. So it's like it goes down to those levels. And it's funny because you'll see a lot of attorneys go into the court and not know about the judge-specific rules, and they don't get caught up like that. So that's generally the way it works.
Yep. All right, next one. 65CJ5 says, can JD's team ask Amber why she's such a floozy? I don't think that's going to go over very well for them, though. I think leave that question for the mind of the jury. Next one.
Objection badgering on that one. Yeah, no.
Caitlin C says, does AH take the stand today? It looks like probably tomorrow. NL says, to negate the effect of AH team bringing up the UK trial, isn't it enough to introduce to evidence the response why the US court granted JD this trial? Maybe it's a lot of law talk though. So there's not even a guarantee that they're going to understand the legal reasons for why it's different, or there's also not a guarantee that they'll accept those reasons. Even if they do understand it, they may say, well, I don't really care. This has already been litigated to some extent, and they found otherwise. And I think that's weight in Amber Heard's favor. So there's just a lot of risks here involved in talking about the UK trial. Next one. Rebecca Smale says, couldn't Amber's lawyers just ask two simple questions? Did you name Johnny, and could you have been referring to another relationship and it be done?
No,
that's not enough. Matthias Cicero says,
you want to ask. Those are questions you don't want to ask, because that gives her an out to say that wasn't Johnny. So you don't want to ask those questions.
Yeah, exactly. Because you know that she's not gonna answer against her own interest, right? She's gonna answer according to what she's kind of like forced to answer based on how she's already previously testified, as well as what a reasonable person couldn't wriggle out of. That's why you break those big questions down into segments that she can't wiggle out of. Matthias Cicero says, can Amber Heard go to jail if it's shown that she lied under oath?
Theoretically, yes, but practically, no.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, that's on the books. Yeah. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, next one. Monique Siddle says, can they object in a video depo? Yes, but they still have to testify. They still have to continue their testimony if there is an objection. And so what you do is when that video deposition is being introduced as testimony for the court in trial, what they do is they take out segments of it and introduce it in that way, in that form.
You got to hear a couple of those survive. Some of the edits were a little not scalpel-like while we watched some of those videos. There were some objections that popped in.
Mm-hmm. Next one. Monica says, will the jury be sequestered next week when there's no court? Seems like a super long time to have to avoid all mention of the trial. Nope, probably not. My guess is no.
Just follow the
Not
rules,
until at least
Bruce.
jury deliberation is my guess. Unless some serious things start to happen and they realize, no, we need to sequester them, but probably not. Sailing East says, as an aside, why is JD suing in Virginia? Because the Washington Post is headquartered there, and that is where the issue, the controversy arose out of that article. Courtney Grice says, love from Australia. I spend 12 hours each day watching the replays. Is this witness for Amber? I wish I could engage more, but with the time difference. Well, thank you so much for watching anyway. I mean, these streams are very long. I really appreciate you watching. Which witness was this? I don't know exactly how many hours ago this was, but maybe the video deposition. It was the video deposition is what I've settled on. It's a witness for both. They both have things that they want to get in through that witness. Boryana Gorgieva says, does it affect the jury negatively if only AH's witnesses magically don't recall anything negatively about AH? What is the purpose of such a witness where for the most part, they don't contribute much? You're probably referring to Nurse Boerum. Basically, her testimony was there for her notes. That's what she was there to provide was her notes throughout time, because she basically testified that I have no reason to believe that those notes would be inaccurate or misleading in any way. If there was something that I didn't note down, it probably didn't happen, or I determined that it wasn't credible or it wasn't important. So you can kind of decide that from there based on from JD's perspective, there was a lot there where she was talking to her about some injuries, and she doesn't note that she actually observed some injuries. So there was some important detail probably for JD's team there. Jessica Haskett says, why is there an expert witness who seemingly knows nothing? Is this normal? Also, thank you all for the dedication and work. Thank you so much for watching. So basically, even though you have a professional on there that is testifying, they're not necessarily an expert witness. They're testifying as a layperson, because if you notice, Nurse Boerum was testifying kind of like the police officers to what she saw, heard, felt, thought at the time. What her impressions were at the time, but not her opinions about the overall data or information of the case. So she has to be, even though she's testifying as a nurse who observes certain things, in order for her to be qualified as an expert, she has to have certain foundational questions for her to be able to be qualified as an expert. Emma Lucy says, is it possible that a judge might be more lenient toward the less experienced legal team in the name of justice and a fair trial?
I think both these teams are pretty experienced.
Both of these are very experienced.
They are both very experienced.
Yeah.
I will say on that note, there is I have seen where you have one party is represented by legal counsel and the other party is representing themselves. The court will often give some leeway to the person that is representing themselves, because the courts will also understand that they don't necessarily have the ability to manage the legal process. There's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through in order to litigate a case on your own. Judges understand that. So, but that doesn't mean that they will be biased one way or another, but they might give some extra space for the party that doesn't have legal representation at all. But where you have one side that has representation, but it's not necessarily the most experienced, judge is going to say, hey, you took on this case, and you should be able to litigate it. Cha Gonzalez says, will the jury be able to review just the bits read by the lawyers or all of her notes? I think all of the notes are coming in as evidence. That's my impression.
I think so.
Negi132 says, is this a good witness for Johnny? They don't seem to be getting much out of her. Do they just want her drug abuse and jealousy out there? Well, those were certainly helpful. Those were certainly helpful for Johnny's case. But I think also they wanted to get the entirety of those notes in. 65 CJ5 says, question, can JD's team ask if she pooped while on the bed or elsewhere and carried it there?
Yes.
They could.
It's possible getting the specifics out there could make her seem even zanier.
Yeah. Wendy's Cafe says, what, if anything, will the judge do after finding out that Amber Heard was reading the bad press she was receiving when firing her PR team?
That's totally allowed.
Yeah, she's a party. She's allowed.
Yeah. Yvonne Clark says, this lawyer missed a career in doing go to sleep audios. Man, so boring. This could have negative impact on testimony for jury. Thanks for the great coverage. As I've said before, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, did it really make a sound? If evidence comes out and the jury is asleep, is it actually on the record? Erin O'Hurley says, hi from Australia. Hard to catch you guys with the time difference. Hogue, the evidence of abuse by AH is clearly apparent now, but how strong is it to tie back to the Washington Post op-ed?
Well, the Amber Heard abuse is still kind of tangential to the case at hand, right? Because we're talking about whether Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard. And certainly it's useful to show Amber Heard as an abuser herself, whether to characterize it as retaliatory, defensive, non-abuse on Johnny's part, and to frame the article differently. I still think that's not the legal question. That's not what the jury is actually going to be looking at in terms of the jury instructions. So how strong is Amber Heard's behavior to tie back to the Washington Post op-ed? I think that's the biggest problem spot that the whole case has, is that Sun trial happens right on the back of that op-ed. And I think Rottenborn did a great job pointing out in the damages, even though I thought he did a great job, that if you're talking about 2018, that's a really small bar, but this op-ed came out in the middle of December. Are you really attributing that small bar to our op-ed? Is worthwhile. So I think Johnny Depp had a good case, had a strong case, had a better case than I would have anticipated, knowing nothing about it sitting down on day one. But I think that Amber Heard's team has some stuff to deploy, and it'll be interesting to see if they do.
Yeah. And let me get this one next before we get the next one in the lineup. Emily Williams, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. If JD loses this case, do you think some of his credibility has been restored? What are your thoughts? You guys are awesome. Thanks for everything. I think there's a possibility. Yeah, there absolutely is a possibility because he's managed to get his story out there where he previously could not.
I think he's done that for me, period. Just sitting here at this point in the trial, I think that at bare minimum, this was a much more complicated setup than I had been led to believe in the headlines and just like the ephemera that I had seen over the last few years. So that's been very effective for me personally in terms of this was a lot different than what it was portrayed to be, period.
Yep, exactly. Next one. Paul P says, harder to cross-ex if witness stands by notes. Maybe.
It says what
maybe
it says.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next one. I am Shout says, question, can't the tech guy be used for the purpose of saying companies are listening to him using analytics to say JD should not be used?
He didn't testify to like advising the rest of the industry.
He did say that he often uses this to analyze for people's sponsorships and things like that to evaluate celebrities and athletes and that kind of thing. So maybe, but I don't know.
He didn't tie that up enough for me.
Yeah, agreed. Next one. Cameron White says, were they alluding to the fact that the cyst removal could have caused the redness in the photos? This is from Nurse Boerum's testimony.
They say the cord is back. Is that true?
Nope.
Okay.
The only thing that I would think could cause bruising similar to what she had in the photos would be like if you had like filler or something, because that's not even where you would put Botox. And if you had a cyst removed, your eyes are super sensitive and they're very wimpy. And so if you injure part of them, they're all going to get very puffy. The skin is going to bruise all over. So if they were having a cyst removed, I mean, you would just have pretty extensive bruising, and hers looked like a very linear little like line, not I had cyst removed. And then you would have upper eyelid involvement. Like that would just be odd.
Perfect. Okay. Loretta Blatz, can JD sue Miss Heard for breaking the NDA and also sue the ACLU?
Anybody can sue anyone.
Well, anyone can sue anyone, but so the NDA is outside of the statute of limitations at this point, and then otherwise the ACLU also outside of the statute of limitations.
And there would be,
as
and the
definition
cause
is
of action
concerned.
against ACLU doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
It doesn't exist.
Agreed. The Four Stooges says, question, why include the Q-score testimony when this analysis is so much better? Yeah, talking about today's not. Yeah, agreed.
I really do think they were trying to hit different people that could possibly look at damages in different ways and just hit them all. I really do think that was the strategy.
Yep, exactly. Hopper says, would they hold it against you if you testified without charging a fee? No, I think that would actually be better for a lot of these because
I wonder. Okay, so you waived your fee because you're so in bed with Johnny Depp. No, I mean, like, I maybe.
Perhaps.
Well, you ordinarily make $900 an hour for this. Why are you giving this to this team for free? I mean, I don't know.
Nah, yeah. Either way, that's why for me personally, like the fee question is always so like, whatever.
My favorite answer to that was, I think it was it Richards? No, I'm reversing it. Marks. Who said something along the lines of, "Yeah, but I make a lot more.
I make a lot more in my regular practice.
Other things than this."
and you kind of believe it based on his foundation that he provided. Exactly.
This is a
Soleil
lark.
Maria. Yeah. Soleil Mario 6 says both cheeks seem bruised. A TikTok gives a theory that these bruises are from Botox/fillers. Her cheekbones were fuller and chubbier. If true, can JD's team use this against AH? Well, this is a great question for Nurse Liz.
I mean, I would definitely, if I was them, ask her, do you get filler? Do you get Botox? Like, I think that's totally fair.
At the very least, you can ask it. And even if she says no, it puts that thought into the mind of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Next one. Natalie says, why is this from yes or no? Finally, her lawyers objected to AH answering that way in OG deposition in 2016.
Oh, well, that might be deposition versus testimony.
Yeah. There is a difference between putting a witness onto a deposition. You're just trying to get all the information possible. And
we can complain about Rottenborn and his team and how they might look to a jury, but him stepping over that witness to just say yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. To me, that's what you have to do if they're trying to go around you.
Yes, agreed. That is basically what you have to do. Erin Vetas says, question, Rottenborn's cross style sounds like he thinks people are too stupid to understand the witness. Is that really an effective style? I mean, tone can make a difference. Tone can really, really grate on the jury. So could be, but I do think that he is also, from a lawyer's perspective, he's doing an effective cross-examination. And sometimes you need to be tough with that witness to say, yes or no only. Let's move on. I'm just going to talk over you so that no one can hear the rest of your answer once I hear yes or no. Next one. Danny Z says, is there any reason why they wouldn't have had Neumeister, the metadata expert, testify? He was on the witness list. I figured he would be crucial.
Return volley?
I don't know. Maybe on rebuttal. You know what? Actually, that makes sense. Maybe he's going to be for rebuttal, because if they do try to include photo evidence of Amber that she's tried to provide, then they can come back and say, oh yeah, all of those photos that you just saw that she provided showing her injuries, here's all the problems with them. That would be a pretty solid mic drop, if you ask me. And Rick, how many super chats do you see starred on the side?
Oh, that's a great question. I have 193.
I see 163. Okay, so I'm still a little behind.
Yeah, just check again in 40 or so.
Also, I've been told we should have everyone like everything. They called it Hogan. So,
Hogan. No, see, I promised 4.5 hours. See, I was gonna say, Nurse Liz, I'm looking at the like button. Is there anything that anybody should do with respect to it? So you already did it.
I think we can all just take a moment and stretch. We can lift our arms up, and if your finger happens to fall on the thumbs up button, perfect.
It's the best way to stretch. Are you sitting and watching 12 hours of a court stream with us? Then you should stretch out your fingers.
Court is not back, you guys. I can show you that court is not back. Here we are. See, not quite back yet. Boom. But yes. Thank you guys. Thank you. Please do like the stream. It does help us to compete with some of those court TV, law and crime network kind of folks.
The YouTube gods really like it.
They do.
They like
They
to
absolutely
be praised.
do.
The
So
robots.
if you want more people to see this kind of content, if you think that this commentary would be helpful to more people to see for this kind of a case, liking the video definitely helps put it in front of more people. Alrighty.
Tells the Google that people like you might like it.
Exactly. Babylonia Rising says, what does Heard's first witness tell us about her case once defense begins? As attorneys, what does witness choice in opposing counsel tell you about their temperature and case?
I think it's really easy to read too much into that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I said right when we were talking about this a week ago, I would put a doctor in between Curry and Heard, because right now in my head is Dr. Curry telling me what Amber Heard is like in terms of exaggerations and manipulation and that kind of thing. So I would want some other expert that I could reasonably look at the credentials of and say, okay, well, at bare minimum, we have a battle of the experts here, and you're not just reading everything that Heard says in reasonably the worst possible light. So if they do that, if they put a doctor up, I don't pretend they watched this stream and looked at what I said or Alita said or Nate said or anybody else. But it makes sense to me that you would want to put a doctor in between Curry and Heard.
Exactly. Wendy's Cafe says, can they also add legal fees to that?
I don't know what the question is, but I will say yes. No.
So probably talking about the damages calculation. So we have to look at the complaint again to see what they have asked for. My guess is they asked for compensatory damages and all costs. I don't think that they can add attorney's fees unless there's a specific reason. So a motion for sanctions, you can ask for attorney's fees. That's one example. But for a normal case, generally speaking, you don't get your attorney's fees paid for. But some costs you might be able to. Probably not, though. Next one.
It varies by jurisdiction, doesn't it? Aren't there some that have different rules? I'm not a litigator on this, so my understanding was there are some.
Yeah, I think it varies by jurisdiction, but I think it also varies by whether we're talking about a cause of action, like the lawsuit overall, or a specific kind of claim or motion that they're filing. There are specific motions that you can ask.
And for contract breaches, you can write that in. I mean, I do that for a living. So you can say, if we're in a breach case and I win, I get attorney's fees.
Yeah, exactly. Righty. Let me get this one first before we go to the next one. Oh, actually, we'll read this one and then I'll do another one. My coon dog Ken Hunt says, "What would it look like if JD wins and AH fails to pay like she did with the charities? Would she face contempt of court or possibly face jail time?" Well, we've talked a lot about this. They could try for all kinds of things. They could try for if she owns a house. I don't think she owns a house because she tried to get his penthouses, but he could put a lien on that. He could get wage garnishment for her future projects. There are lots of things that he can try to do.
It's funny, but it to me, depending on how it all goes and depending on what Johnny actually wants and needs, I could totally see a PR or crisis management firm advising him to magnanimously waive some or all of the damages that are owed to him, and forgive and whatnot, because it's such a good look for what is happening here. I could totally see that if he doesn't actually care about the money and really just wants that W.
Yeah, exactly. So Sandy Kai says, "Hi, not sure if my super chat was deleted. Shouldn't gross earnings be accounted for in the P50M? Expenses such as commission, taxes, and etc. are accounted after income is earned. What do you guys think? Learning so much from you guys from the Philippines." You mean
no? It's got to be compensation for him. The damage guy did the right thing, pulling the agents out and pulling the withholdings out and things like that. It's got to be money that would have come to Johnny.
Yeah, agreed. Alrighty, Sarah Zeladon says, "Why not put the forensic accountant right after the Hollywood expert? Would have been so much stronger, right?"
I like it as the mic drop. Yeah. I think if you're putting on this panoply of damage options, I think he was the best and he was the last. So I think their team agrees.
Panoply. I love it. But yes, I agree. Next one. DeWitt Kutzi maybe?
Nice.
says, why did they only focus the defamation on the op-ed? Was it not possible to take everything Amber alleged since 2016 into account? As far as damages are concerned, they've got to go from the op-ed, because that's the thing that harmed him. The lie goes back prior to 2018. It goes back all the way. Oh, and now the court is back. So now I will be sharing this. Do you guys hear it?
Yes. Oh, you have another?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Welcome to the show, folks.
Here we
All
go.
right, thank you. And you want to?
All
Her
right.
biggest starring role ever.
So yeah, so they can take in 2016 all the way up to 2013, Hoag's favorite year, into account.
I'm ready for more
but,
2013 now that we've flipped the courtroom. All right, let's do it.
Yep. And but that's as far as the actual harms or the allegations are concerned for the lie, but not as far as the damages are concerned. Next one.
Okay, so that's what Vasquez, is that Chu and Elaine all up there?
Looks like it. Yeah, looks like it.
Okay.
Spicy says, is there any chance of future penal repercussions on AH for perjury and or DV? Why is the statute of limitations so short on DV? It's not so short on DV. It's 1 year. I don't know exactly what it is for DV. It's probably 2 or 3 years usually for that kind of a case. It's a little bit longer, but for defamation, it's 1 year. What's that?
But I think we looked at evidence 1 in Virginia, but no,
okay.
You're right. We looked up defamation, didn't we?
Yeah, defamation is 1 year.
But we wouldn't be looking at
usually
Virginia
for
for domestic violence.
Yeah.
That would be California, right? Probably,
because that's where that all happened mostly. Sergio Gogorin. Oh, Nurse Liz. As to witness statements and evidence of injuries, how do you find this as to expert versus evidence? I think that's expert.
Experience versus evidence, maybe.
Oh yeah.
That's witnessing. I mean, it doesn't look to me like she got punched in the face. Anyone I've ever seen that got punched or was hit, what she has going on looks nothing like anything I've seen there. But it's always hard. Like, you can't definitively say that, because someone's always going to be like, well, I've seen it one time where this happened.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes it hard. But it's nothing like I have ever seen in terms of an injury, especially around an eye that bruises really bad and gets swollen very easily. They're very dramatic eyeballs. And that does not look like a dramatic injury.
Yeah.
Looks like California took their DV from 3 to 5.
That makes sense. They extended a lot of their criminal statute of limitations recently. Duchilo says, hi from France. The best would be if JD announced that he would donate the money he gets from the trial to charity. His popularity would explode. It absolutely would. You better believe it would. And all to the
he should
Children's
donate to the
Hospital of Los
ACLU
Angeles.
just in spite. Yeah. In Children's Hospital.
Yeah, exactly. Brian Miller says, Hoag Law, are you from Michigan or just go to school there?
I went to Michigan Law School. I'm from Michigan. I love my state, and I opened my practice here. So I did a lot of work in Ann Arbor around the university.
Oh,
I lived in Ann Arbor. I went to Michigan, and I love my state.
I heard you. Thank you.
Not Michigan
I heard
State.
you.
Just to be clear.
I just wanted to clarify. I went to Michigan State.
No, you can. Sorry, you can keep that here.
I have plenty of clients and friends that are Sparties, and I love their campus. So.
And then that too. I'll keep that. Yeah.
But I did live in Ann Arbor for a long time, and that was very fun.
Ann Arbor's a great
sorry,
town.
I'm running out of space on my desk, and Mr. Bites is being very generous by supplying me with food and whatnot.
Mr. Bites, could you send some flowers to me or foodstuffs at some point during the trial? I'd really appreciate
Mr. Bites,
it.
yeah. Oh, he just walked out. He didn't hear you, but he'll hear you when he watches on the screen. Alyssa Rose says, if Amber does lose this, couldn't she appeal the verdict? Couldn't the appeal make all this pointless?
Possible.
Kurt, you're best on appeals here.
Yeah, I mean, well, all appeals to the extent that they reverse trial decisions. I mean, they always make the trial decision pointless because the trial court was wrong. That's kind of the point of appeals, to correct errors. Can they appeal? I think there's some possibilities, because the appellate court could construe that whatever domestic abuse can mean ultimately, like its range, at least what the scope of its range would be a question of law. So I guess it's possible that they say the court that they went too far and they're beyond whatever definition would be proper. So there's a possibility.
All right. And then we'll do one more probably.
And I don't have a Mr. Bite, so I'm going to go find food on my own.
Rachel Chen. All right, I'll see you. Rachel Chen says, Court
Okay,
of Public
hang on.
Opinion.
All right, we ready for the
one Court of Fairfax County Circuit. Insufficient evidence to support the plaintiff if I were a betting person.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. All right. I guess let's see if we can do one more. Jury's coming in. One more. Julia Dalton says, and there's still Paul Bettany and an MD and a few other people who haven't testified. Will they come up in the rebuttal? Paul Bettany's supposed to come up on rebuttal. MDs, possibly, not sure. But I do know about Paul Bettany. One more. Let's see if we can do one more. Denise Protonova says, who even believes they would have dropped Johnny before the op-ed? Pirate 6 was in the talks in 2016, and without Johnny, it is yet to be filmed in 2022. Rick, how many super chats do you see starred at this point?
Yes, I have 203.
Oh, dang it. Still behind. Okay.
I can look at times. My first one here is 11:38. I don't know what you might have missed, but if you have a first time that's different, I can maybe tell you.
No.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right,
Okay.
be seated. All right, the
Alrighty.
plaintiff has rested.
Yeah, we can
case.
hide this one.
Your witness,
Your Honor, I'd like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the stand.
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes. Referenced directly by Dr. Curry. Welcome to the Battle of the Experts, folks.
Yep.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law.
Oh, was that Dawn? I thought it was Don.
I thought it was DON,
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
but I may have been. Oh, I guess DAWN.
Maybe it is DON. Maybe she's a mafia boss.
Could be.
Well,
Will you
could be
please state
Danella
your
or
name?
something.
Dawn Hughes. And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical psychologist?
Sure. So a clinical psychologist is somebody who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be a major psychiatric disorder, and it could be problems in living. Clinical psychologists also participate in training, in education, and in research ventures.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic psychologist is someone who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologists to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education, please, for us.
So I received my bachelor degree in psychology from Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. I then received my master's degree and my PhD from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida. I then had to complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the Substance Abuse Treatment Unit and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program there.
Please describe your training and experience in psychology and trauma.
So my experience in trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence mostly in individual therapy, but we did run some groups there as well. After that practicum experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly This was Florida, so they're much older adults. So we saw a lot of Vietnam era veterans and actually World War II veterans in that program, and a few of veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also a treatment program that was housed within that same community mental health center. And we saw individuals, both men and women, who were coming for treatment to deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a child. After that, I completed my internship when I was at Yale at the substance abuse program, because we know there's a high concordance, a high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a group, a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts, who also had either domestic violence or childhood abuse histories. So we did a dual substance abuse harm reduction model with the healing from the traumatic effects of the violence that they experienced. On my postdoctoral fellowship, I was in the anxiety and traumatic stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged, and things of that nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization, who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private practice in Manhattan, and I also have a faculty
she's local to
position
me.
at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on the voluntary faculty, which means you don't get paid, but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think for the past 7-8 years, the ethics seminar to the interns, and also participate in other didactics that they have. I'm also called upon to sort of troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or full-blood clinicians, might have if there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation. I get consulted to do that. And then most recently, I was part of our program's COVID response team, where in pretty much March, April, May, June, July 2020, where New York City was the epicenter, we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
What does your independent practice entail?
So my independent practice is predominantly, I say 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy. I do have a percentage of individuals who do not have a trauma history, and that's usually the anxiety disorders that I see. They may have panic disorder or generalized anxiety disorder or other difficulties in just relational difficulties or problems in living. The second big part of what I do is this, forensic psychology, like I am doing here today. I evaluate individuals who were involved in legal matters. I consult with prosecutors and district attorneys and U.S. attorneys on their cases, and just something that has to do with the legal system. And then the other smaller percentage is the engagement in professional activities in the profession.
Do you have any areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
And what is interpersonal violence?
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for when one person does something violent or abusive toward another. And that includes domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, physical assault. All of those type of behaviors we understand as interpersonal violence.
We saw this
And then the
framed out in the
traumatic
cross-ex of
stress
Dr.
is
Curry, by the way.
consequence of
They
that.
called
What
out that she
happens to
doesn't have this
individuals
expertise.
when they experience these sort of life-altering events, these really adverse life events? Traumatic stress is one of the outgrowths and the psychological consequences that people have when they've been exposed to these type of traumas.
So intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault are major areas of your focus of practice?
That's
Would that be fair
correct.
to say?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll just move on. What types of patients do you treat in your private office?
So I treat adults mostly, men and women in my practice. I sometimes will treat late adolescents, 17 or 18. They'll come to me usually after a rape or sexual assault, and I'll treat them in short-term treatment. But mostly adults who are, have sustained some kind of traumatic event in their lives.
Approximately how many victims of interpersonal violence have you examined or personally interviewed over the course of your career?
Hundreds upon hundreds.
And how many years have you been practicing?
Well, I started practicing in graduate school in 1992, and I was licensed in 1996, so 25, 30 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Please describe to the jury what board certification means and what you are certified in.
Board certification is the highest degree of postdoctoral certification that a psychologist can obtain. And
Curry's not even board certified, right?
Psychology.
Correct.
And that
That's
means
why it was
that I
brought
have
up.
just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut. And then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service. But over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have. Rape and sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessment of risk or violence?
Yes, I co-authored a book chapter entitled, this is a Structured Clinical Assessment of Risk and Violence.
Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at legal conferences for attorneys, for mental health professionals, on understanding trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like, of understanding the difficulties that a rape victim might have to come into court to testify, and training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it, all of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
Yes, I have. I was invited by the Judicial Conference to be part of the training curriculum to train our New York State Supreme Court justices on issues of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress. Some of the things that I've just been talking to you here about how to understand what happens in those situations, how to understand the myths and misconceptions that may abound in these situations, and how you can sort of more accurately understand what a victim is talking to you about and telling you when they come into your courtroom.
Have you given any presentations to judicial symposiums on domestic violence?
Yes, I've also been contacted by, sometimes judges will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics. And I was, asked to come to presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation. And I think that was invited by one of the judges of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title of is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence. And my topic was to talk about the complexities of that issue and what does that look like and how can we differentiate if both people are fighting. How do we know that this is intimate partner violence? So what does the research tell us about that? How do we understand that, and how can we really accurately assess that? And that was sort of the bulk of what that training was about.
What professional organizations do you belong to?
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in DC. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of American Psychological Association. So I belong to the Division of Trauma Psychology. I belong to the Division of Psychology and the Law, the Division of Psychologists in Private Practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which, as the name says, it's an international society where we are interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians, to really understand and further our awareness about trauma and traumatic stress. I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders of Association of America. I'm a fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology. I don't know if I'm forgetting any.
Okay. Are any of these specific to interpersonal violence or trauma?
Well, clearly the trauma division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. And then also the Anxiety Disorders of Association continues to talk about trauma because prior to this new DSM-5, PTSD was originally categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders organizations who talk about PTSD and trauma.
This all goes to foundation for her as an expert.
Leadership roles in these organizations.
Yes, I am currently the president-elect of the Trauma Division of the American Psychological Association. That is an elected position. You have to be elected by our membership. And now I serve as with the presidential trio. So there's three of us. You serve with the immediate past president, the current president, and the president-elect. So it's a 3-year term. And what we try to do is continue to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology and also interface with the larger American Psychological Association organization to continue to disseminate best practices and have just a voice for trauma psychology with our larger body and policy making. I've been involved in the Trauma Psychology Executive Board since its inception. I was a founding member of that division. I served as a membership chair, a program chair, an awards chair. I was the APA Council of Representatives, which means I was also elected to serve a 3-year term and sit on the governance board of APA, representing the Division of Trauma Psychology. So I've been very actively involved in the trauma division.
And what is the Division of Trauma Psychology?
So the Division of Trauma Psychology are psychologists who come together, who want to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology. We want to make sure that we have our finger on the pulse of research and evidence-based interventions for people who are struggling with traumatic events that have happened to them.
Okay. Have you served in leadership positions of other professional organizations?
Yes, I was. There's a New York City-based organization. It's called the Women's Mental Health Consortium, and that's also an interdisciplinary organization. It's psychology, psychiatry, nursing, social work, and this was formed in order to give women sort of a referral base and more information about mostly like reproductive psychiatry. We know that certain difficulties and psychological difficulties that you have can erupt when you're pregnant or postpartum. So we wanted to have a number of resources available to women in the New York City area. I was a membership chair there for a number of years, and then I was the president of that organization, I think 2009 to 2017. I don't have my CV, but I think that's about right.
Why is participation in professional organizations important in your field?
Well, it's important to me because I do believe very much in service. I do believe very much in giving back. I do believe that it's important as a psychologist who believes strongly in trauma psychology and helping people that I can be part of a voice at the table, part of that push to get policy and understanding, especially with the insurance companies, to make sure that people are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Yes, I do. Typically multiple times a year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're hearing and what's working and what's not working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work that I do.
Have you ever been qualified to testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then, about 50 times.
And how often in that 50 times has the specialty been in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Many.
Okay. Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
Frequently.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
All right, any objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic psychology.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
Forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, please tell the jury what domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language, domestic violence and interpersonal violence. And for purposes here, these are the same thing. So intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an intimate relationship. It constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors, and that can be physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional abuse, stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse. The abusive behaviors occur over time, not all at once, and they're also interspersed with very normal times, times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extricate herself from that situation and from that relationship.
And what would you say is the overarching dynamic of these relationships?
So the overarching dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over most things that the couple or that the victim does or does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What is physical violence?
So physical violence is when one person uses their body against the body of another with the intent to cause injury or harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning multiple types of physicality in one instance, throw, slam into a wall, push into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act as well.
Does size and strength matter between the parties?
Yes, very much so. This is very well documented in the literature about violence and abuse in relationships, and that's just physics. That's just proportional force. That if a 185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman, that's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185-pound man. And it's just about proportional force and the size and strength differential. And that is why specifically, if you look at wrestling or boxing, they match weight classes. And they do that for a reason, because they know that it's not fair if somebody is bigger and stronger than the other. So it's certainly not the only factor, but it is a factor that one has to consider if a relationship is violent.
What is psychological aggression?
So psychological aggression is threats and the imposition of threats with the intent to control someone's behavior. So it's doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants. Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation, slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth, cursing, screaming, sort of these high emotional balance type of activities that can cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated. And then if there has been an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said, okay, I not only have the ability to use violence against you, I also have the willingness to do it. The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience. They mean more because you know what could be coming down the pike.
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse functions to denigrate a person's sense of self-worth and their self-perception. It's about name calling, being very mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive, racial slurs, all types of behaviors to really make a person feel less than they actually should.
And what is sexual abuse?
So sexual abuse in an intimate relationship functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply in the psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do something sexual against your will when you did not want to. It can be forced sex, either forced vaginal, oral, anal sex, and be forced to engage in any other type of sexual act that you may not want to do. And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot of psychologically coercive tactics that are used that many times when violence has already been established in the relationship, the victim often feels that she can't say no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation, for saying no to those acts. So sexual abuse, does happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
Is digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Leading.
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play in sexual abuse?
If it is non-consensual, then it is abusive.
What, if any, penetration of inanimate objects into the vagina plays a role in sexual abuse?
Again, the operative word is consent.
What the hell is digital penetration?
Fingers.
Oh, all right.
Is there a distinct?
I'm like, what do they put the computer in there? What the hell's going on?
Not really. Sexual violence is.
Oh, she said digital. She did digital.
Overarching umbrella that we in the psychological and psychiatric communities talk about. So if we are looking at our diagnostic and statistical manual and say, what are the traumas that could cause PTSD, it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual assault, it can be sexual abuse in an intimate relationship. So it's really just an overarching term that we use in the field.
What are
So I'm sorry. So it doesn't mean, I think people often mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you or someone's hitting you or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could
Hey, Lita,
happen,
can you adjust
but
my
that
mic?
term
My
does
mic
not
seems to be
require
loud.
that, nor does it mean
Yeah,
that.
keep yourself unmuted,
What are
and then I'll
stalking
adjust.
or surveillance
Give me
behavior?
1 second here.
So stalking and surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who use
That should be
violent
better.
behaviors in an intimate relationship. What they do is they allow the woman to know that wherever she is, wherever she goes, he's going to know. I'm going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, track you on Find My iPhone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails, really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life in a very objectionable way. Sometimes there's the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at this time, but you came in the door this time. Like all of the sort of constant questioning and interrogation about an individual's whereabouts.
What about economic abuse? What is that?
So economic abuse is
Economic
a way
abuse?
to, again, continue to maintain control over your intimate partner. Sometimes it's withholding information about the finances, of not letting you have access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking
Whoa.
account or,
All right.
Apple Pay on your phone, then you're rendered usually much more economically dependent on your partner, and that limits tangible options for you. For individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner refuses to share any information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have money, but I don't have any decision making in our family money. I don't have any idea of what we're doing in our family vis-a-vis our finances. So it's a way of definitely keeping that very separate and not in a consensual. Some couples make that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone. And that's why it's very important to do a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
After a sexual assault in an intimate relationship, how might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens, especially when it's your husband or your boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with. The problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress in the victim.
What, if any, role can shame or humiliation play in this coercive dynamic?
So that's one of the emotions that the victim is usually trying to suppress and compartmentalize and avoid and put away. One of the most frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships, especially ones where sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat, and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
What about intimidation? What role does intimidation play in the coercive control dynamic?
And intimidation is one of the huge
She's just looking
factors that
directly
we
at the
see in
jury.
coercive control. Again, the
This is a
goal
professional
to
witness,
get your
just like the
partner
other
to
one
do
was.
what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use violence and other sexual violence and physical violence, slamming your hand on the table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify her behavior quicker, and he might not need to use physical violence because he's already established that that fear is there.
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered intimidating behavior?
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating behavior.
What, if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
So emotional abuse and degradation, as I stated before, functions to decrease your sense of self-worth. It decreases your sense of agency. It makes you feel bad about yourself. And when you feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that you come sometimes to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid.
Maybe
and it
somebody calls me
interferes
old
with
man
that
all the
ability to
time.
problem solve and figure out, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so repetitive.
What role does surveillance as a means of control play in that dynamic?
So surveillance.
Objection leading.
I don't think that's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So surveillance functions to let the victim know wherever you are, there I am. So it makes her feel not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to restrict her movement. Her movement is not hers alone. It usually increases hypervigilance. It increases fear. It increases the need for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go back and prove it to your partner, because you know that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this pattern has been established, show receipts, show me your iPhone. Where were you? What's your Google location at? Those are some types of surveillance behaviors that puts the victim very much on edge and increases that level of anxiety and trepidation.
What role does possessive jealousy play in these relationships?
So possessive jealousy is a very difficult dynamic in intimate partner violence. It's very common in situations of coercive control. It's rooted in possession, that the gentleman feels that he can possess her and that he can have her whenever he wants. It's very possessive dynamic. But the accusations, the problem is when you make the accusations, the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in this dynamic where she's trying to prove, I didn't do what you said, this didn't happen. And then unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the man is not taking the no for an answer, because this is a perseverative obsessive pattern that's very difficult to penetrate, that often these type of conversations lend themselves to physical and sexual violence.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
No, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. We don't, a woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up and sexually assaulting her and calling her names and doing all that. She gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships, for love, for companionship, for kindness, for a future. But then slowly, all of these behaviors start to take form. And I always say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room. And then before you know it, you're suffocating.
So And that brings me to my next question. What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Yeah, I'll figure this out some way. What role
Objections
does
threw her
love
all
and
off.
normalcy play in
Keep
these
objecting,
dynamics
you'll
you've
throw
been
her off.
describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
She's
Thank
struggling.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships that, you know, when you are in a lull and the violence is not happening, you're back to sort of the loving man that you wanted, the person who you wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very difficult for the victim of the abuse to sort of extricate herself from that relationship, and for her to even believe, frankly, I mean, that takes a lot of time to even believe that she can and that she should.
And what, if any, role does that dynamic you've described have in the victim thinking they can fix the problem?
So what do we know from the research? The research with working with battered men who come into treatment is that the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all those things don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it, and yet she can't. But she's the one who's then rendered sort of helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is failing.
I think the gendering
What
makes
is the
sense for what
cycle
she
of
was hired
violence?
to do, but it is jarring
So the cycle
coming
of
off of
violence
Johnny's
is one
case.
way to describe this domestic violence pattern. Typically what we see, and the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the blow up where the violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs. Then we come to the contrition phase. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do it again. The promises for change. And then we sort of slide into the calm phase where, you know, this isn't going to happen again. I'm back to stable ground. I'm going to live in this
The big
place,
problem they
this
have
sort
is,
of
can you not
honeymoon
see
place.
all of the Amber
You know,
Heard
the problem
evidence
in the
we've got
calm
that
phase is
lines
we
up
often
exactly
see
with this?
I was
the
going to say,
rationalizations,
best
the
cross-examination,
justifications for the behavior.
line
It's
this
not
up with
like
everything that Amber Heard has
typically
done.
the man is taking full
Yes,
responsibility for
yes.
what he did, but
That's
it's
exactly what
calm
I was thinking
because
about.
there's
Crossing is
no,
going to be a
you know,
gem.
violence and no sort of tension.
It's
at
going to
that
be
moment.
fireworks, I think.
And then it recurs.
Only you got to say
And then
is
it
this
recurs.
is this abuse, right?
So
Just
you're
literally
stuck in this
laying it
vicious
up. When she
cycle
did this,
of
is this
trying to
abuse? When she
figure
did this,
out
that's
how
it.
can I be with this man who hurts me, and yet I love him so much.
And what, if anything, does the term
I would also
love
call her out on
bomb
her.
mean?
He is the abuser. She
So
is
the
the
love
victim.
bombing
Like
is
he could be a
it's more
victim
of the
too, right?
colloquial term for the younger folks here, but you know, where you shower someone with affection and love, you know, in this contrition and calm phase where, you know, you're everything about you is special. You're the best thing in the world. I'm never going to do anything to hurt you again. I would never let anyone hurt you. And it could be sending flowers and buying
taking off
gifts or going
boots.
on
Who knows
trips
what
or
you're
your
doing?
favorite restaurants.
If
And
I was
that
Johnny
is, you
Depp's
know, a
counsel,
way
you got
of
to give me a condom
the
because I'm
man is
excited
trying
to
to
cross
make
this
those
woman. It's
amends,
crazy.
and then it gets the woman hooked.
too
So they
far,
get
Nate.
hooked on the kindness. They get hooked
Yeah,
on
no,
the
it's
love.
just she's
They don't
just
get
going.
hooked on
She's
the
just
abuse.
giving
I've
everything
never
that
met
she
one
wants
woman in the
to.
hundreds and hundreds that I've
She thinks she's helping
evaluated
Amber, but she's
who
hurting
was
her
not
horribly
concerned
bad.
about the violence. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
If they line her
So-
testimony up with things that Amber Heard has done, and then Amber goes on the stand
in
right
your
afterwards,
experience with these
bad news bears for Amber
dynamics
Heard.
that you've
It wasn't
described,
people calling me
does
old
the
man.
victim
There's
ever
testimony
yell
that she
at
called
her
Johnny
partner?
Depp old man.
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the
I
research
know I'm
that
an old
women
man.
use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also be afraid, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can absolutely, as human beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once. People do often say to me, oh, she would never yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her. And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice.
I
The
wish I could
problem
course
is
this
there's a
doctor
classic
so
double
bad.
bind.
Oh
The
my God, it
violence
would
has
be
been
horrible.
so normalized in the relationship now. She gets hit if she does yell. She gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and they will fight back, even though the risk of violence is there. So it
you
doesn't
can
mean
reverse
that
every
she's
sentence.
not afraid and that she's not concerned about the
That's
violence.
the
And
great
it
thing
doesn't
about this
mean she doesn't
testimony. You can
also
just literally
use
reverse every sentence.
placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
Does in the cases that you have and in your experience, does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No, I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence happens, in the privacy of your own home. So
I would actually
sometimes
try to
we
get in
see
her
the remnants
prior
of it,
abuse
the
to
after
her other
effects,
spouse.
or
That's how I would
victims
try to get
talk
into
to their
this
friends or
doctor.
family about it.
She's giving
But
an
very
opinion.
rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening? What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it, that it could be happening? And what happens is we know that it's very difficult for people to stand up and say something. It's very difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community. It becomes very difficult to go up against that, to go up against the sort of the head honcho of the community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on, either the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew. But the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people are quiet and they don't say anything. And then other people are very, it's a very worrisome dynamic. They don't want to put their foot out there if they're wrong and maybe I didn't see it right or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trashed room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. It's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out. I'm not going to get in the middle. So those are dynamics that happen.
She let her hand loose a little bit there by
Motion to
saying
strike.
Johnny and Amber.
Motion to strike.
We identified 2 names in the answer.
See?
Overruled.
Thank you.
They overruled it, but she definitely shaded it.
What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships. That's when a couple gets out of hand. They may push, shove, slap, yell, say some things that they don't want. And it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like, male and female, are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are, other situations where we don't have gender symmetry. And what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
Do women use violence in relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5 decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or sometimes violence that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on. But mostly that when the partner begins to become violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
It's pretty
what,
useful
if any,
to
effect
Johnny.
does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
Absolutely. Certainly, we know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and think, oh, only the woman is the victim and only the man is the perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know that the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety of types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case. That said, we do know that there still are differences. In a heterosexual couple, in a male-female dyad, the research still is clear that there are differences. Men still perpetrate more severe acts of violence. Women are still more likely to be injured. They are much more likely to suffer sexual violence at the hands of their partner. They're more likely to be intimidated, afraid, and they're much more likely to be killed. So we know that those differences exist, but we do examine, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
So how are you able to determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say no, who makes the decisions, what are the consequences if you don't follow the decisions of your partner? Is there sexual violence? Is there intimidation and fear? Are there statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence? So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship and really find out what's going on.
Does alcohol and substance use cause people to be violent?
No, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking, the physical violence goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs and alcohol and he's not violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the surveillance, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the psychological abuse, those usually persist. But the alcohol can just throw lighter fluid on a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationships?
Yes, there is.
Please tell me about it. What does it say?
So there's been a lot of research to talk about what do women do. That's the question that everyone wants to know. Why doesn't she just leave? And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave? We actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So sort of three main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things that she does. Call the police, participate in prosecution of your partner, go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women can use. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies. And the personal strategies are really talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. You know, trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, you know, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is that a common response?
It's not a common response. Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. You know, using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
This is Amber's witness.
If police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecutions?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since I've been doing this work. I'm actually frequently called by the prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern because the victim won't come in and testify. So dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know and what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call, they're very specifically trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The chances are there have been more severe episodes before you get this call. So you can't go on the scene and think that this is the first episode of violence. And that's why a thorough assessment is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on the scene. So usually that episode that calls the police is just meant to stop that incident in that moment, to get a sense of safety. But most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Why do women in violent relationships stay in the relationship when the man's hurting them?
I mean, they stay for all the reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man they decided to marry and had hope and promises for their future. So there's a lot of sort of love and attachment is why they're connected to their partner. Some people stay because they have economic reasons and they don't have tangible resources to leave. Some people have children in common and they don't want to deprive their children of a father. So some people fear retaliation. If I leave, I'm going to get seriously hurt. And frankly, the statistics bear it out. The most dangerous time for a woman is when she's leaving that relationship. Her likelihood of being killed grows substantially at that moment. So leaving sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a multitude of factors of why a woman decides to stay in the relationship. And again, as I said previously, it doesn't mean she's unconcerned about the violence. It's just she hasn't figured out a way out yet.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play in that?
that's, probably the biggest one, is that you have this, we talked about that trauma bond that has developed, that psychological attachment to your partner. You don't want to leave him. You've connected with him on so many other levels that giving that up just feels like a threat to your integrity. You're just sort of, and a threat to his, because you're just so intertwined and attached.
What, if any, role does hope and optimism play?
Hope and optimism are really what keeps victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them going from one episode to the next, to get up the next day and maybe he's not going to drink today. Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing to hope that some type of change is coming down the pike.
Now, you mentioned lethality a little earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So lethality is means death, means fatality, and we have very well validated instruments and data that looks at what factors happen in a relationship where a woman ends up dead. And we do that through looking retrospectively, saying, here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide. And let's see what factors were there so that we can work at preventing it. It's very methodologically sound over different case control designs over multiple cities, used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that tell us that somebody is in a very dangerous situation. So some of the factors are an increase of frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous. When we hear that and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present, then we are moving out of situational couple violence.
What, if any, role does destroying property?
And destroying property, destruction of property, personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
Objection compound.
Psychological and traumatic effects are kind of interchangeable.
I'll sustain the objection.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders, sometimes with suicidality. We see anxiety and anxiety disorders, a lot of stress. We see post-traumatic stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse disorders. We see trust difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal relationships. As a result, we see a lot of shame and humiliation. We see anger and rage, a whole sleep disruption, a whole host of difficult psychological consequences having sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does low self-esteem play?
Well, low self-esteem is a very common after effect, and that, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for you to climb your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation, so it's a DYS, dysregulation, is when you sort of don't feel that you have control of your emotions. You feel like you're fluctuating, from one to the one to the next. It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, can happen in short moments that, it's really because your central nervous system is so out of haywire from being exposed to so many traumatic events that you may feel things deeply and with a short trigger and in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a particular way victims of intimate partner violence remember the violence they endured?
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call dissociative amnesia, where because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked or it can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure. But most of the times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for the victim to lose discrete details of a particular incident. They may not retain the memory for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia. That just might mean to forgetting because you have so many chronic events that have happened to you.
Are there common myths or misperceptions about domestic violence?
There are. I hope I've dispelled some of them here already, but I mean, the myths, certainly are that women are meek, are passive, are, just sitting there and letting the abuse happen, that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some
I
old
honestly
ones,
think
that they
that
like
line
the
is useful to
violence, they're
Johnny.
not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left. If it was really bad, she really would have told the police. All of those myths and misconceptions that just don't comport with the research.
Are there also myths about trauma survivors, how trauma survivors present?
Yes, there are. And what we say is, how lay people think someone who suffered a traumatic event is supposed to act. So in the immediate aftermath of a trauma, people think, oh, they should be hysterical and abreacting and emotional all over the place. And that's typically not the first reaction of a trauma survivor. The first reaction is, suppression, emotional numbing, emotional constriction. How do I get through this? Women who are beaten, they get up the next morning, they get their kids dressed, they get them to school, they go to work, they do a presentation in their office, they go on with life. The most normal thing that a person does who've experienced trauma is to get up and try to be normal. They're striving for that all the time. So sometimes if you see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions. We say this in the field of clinical psychology all the time. The inside doesn't match the outside. What you're seeing on the outside may not match what's going on for the person inside, because they have to be so controlled, because the fear is that if I let out a little of this emotion, I'm not going to be able to put the floodgates back on. It's just going to be too overwhelming. And that's true for people who are involved in litigation, and also true for my private patients who are, even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and smile and laugh and things like that?
Yeah,
Action compound.
Sustain.
What, if any, please describe some of the ways that a victim can hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy, the appearance of competency, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not normal and that they're not competent, but it doesn't give you a bird's eye into their inner experience. And that's what we do in the rooms of therapy, where we really help people deal with that they keep to themselves. But yes, someone can be smiling and happy. It doesn't mean that they're not suffering inside.
Is there a single profile that fits all women in domestic violence situations?
No.
Is there a single profile of a man who perpetrates intimate partner violence?
No.
Your Honor, I'm at a point of moving to a new topic area. I don't know what Your Honor wants to do, because I know we switched the lunch route. I'm perfectly happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Okay.
Well, defense is going to be fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You mean cross-examination?
No, I mean the whole defense.
Oh, yeah. In her case in chief, yeah. Yep.
So she denied the motion for directed finding, I assume?
As to 2 and 3, and then took under advisement for number 1, waiting to get the
All right,
evidence
Dr.
in
Hughes,
on
since you are
the text
testifying, please
message.
not discuss your testimony.
And she's probably going
including
to
the
deny it
attorneys at
then.
this point, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back at 3:15 then, okay?
I was
Thank
wondering
you.
why it flipped so fast. I was watching a bit of that.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they didn't call Amber Heard. I still think it's an atrocious mistake.
Oh no, they had a stipulation to it. They stipulated before trial that they would call her on that because they would call her. But the good part about that them stipulating to that is that they're part of their motion to dismiss. They had to kind of set aside because part of the plaintiff's case in chief was calling Amber Heard. They had planned to call Amber Heard, but since they stipulated, the judge said, well, we can't resolve this first issue because some of the evidence that they need to resolve it, Amber's going to give. So that's the reason why Amber wasn't called.
So it was worked out in conjunction with other things.
Yes,
correct.
So.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. If it was just a strategic choice, it was the wrong one. But if you're doing it for other reasons, it's part of a deal. Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
that's what you got to do.
And it's also good because if calling her as a hostile witness, the rules would be a little bit different. But being able to cross her just as a regular witness makes it easier for them too. So I think it kind of like we would just rather be able to cross her outright than call her the adverse.
I sat through this whole witness and thought, how much better would this be if it was in light of her just being hammered on examination, and then they try to bring out this froofy witness full of misandry and spill this nonsense. I think it would really have shaded that and made it look even worse than it did.
Can I play devil's advocate, Mike?
Yeah.
Then again, they could totally do the same thing by lining up everything that we have heard about Amber Heard so far, according to what this witness is testifying to, and say, isn't it true that this would fall into what you said about X? This would fall into what you said about X, Y, Z.
Absolutely.
You go down the list and you talk about how you apply everything that Amber Heard has been testified to having done so far.
Presents are important. This kind of shit is important. Right. She gave him a goddamn knife, people. Do we remember all of this? I mean, this is terrible. If I'm on the defense side, and I'm trying to listen. I try to keep an open mind. And she just starts saying this stuff. And we just got all of Johnny Depp's entire case. You cannot help but go, all right, separate out your she's and men and women, which I do think is jarring coming off of Johnny Depp's case. But just separate that out and then just put Amber in the man's shoes for whatever she describes. Yeah. We have ample evidence on every damn thing she says.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep. I think you guys are all right. It's going that direction on cross. You're going to say everything that you're accusing Johnny of, Amber's guilty of, and that's what we're dealing with.
Thank you for helping dispel mutual abuse and explaining how retaliation in a situational environment might work if you are being abused. So thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and apply that to Johnny's actions. And if they can dismantle her properly with that, then that completely gets rid of everything that we said about her reframing the picture for Amber to testify.
Well, this is the wrong. Yeah, I said a doctor was necessary, but do we know if she even reviewed Johnny and Amber's case? Because right now all we've got is statistics, and apparently I hate that evidence.
Well, she's foundation. She's laying the foundation for her opinion. So she's saying this, trying to give. I think she actually is Amber Heard's treating doctor.
Okay.
Also.
Okay, because I so far.
She treats her too because if she's forensic, usually forensics don't.
Well, she was admitted as an expert.
But if she's treating a patient.
She said that she does also have a clinical practice. I think I remember Dr. Curry referring to this witness also as being one of Amber's actual treating doctors.
Okay, that might be.
I think she said that about Cohen.
Yeah, I think Cohen. I don't think she. I don't think this one's
Hughes,
because usually forensics.
I may have been mistaken then.
Yeah, because forensics usually can't treat the person
Hughes,
you're about to evaluate for forensics.
As trying to get out in front of, right? The very first thing Curry does in the middle of her testimony, start talking about effectively the bullshit Hughes is going to tell you. And then she goes and says that. And then she talks about, I think, two other psychologists, Cohen and another that I can't remember for Heard. But I'm not sure because the objection for mentioning Johnny and Amber and admitting her as an expert, I'm thinking, I wonder if she's just statistics. I wonder if she's just experts in this. And it's such bullshit. Can you imagine coming into a murder trial and being like, well, he's the guy that did it because most murderers are white and balding and between 30 and 40. It's like, are you shitting me?
She's not connecting it, but she might. But she so far
she hasn't done it yet. She hasn't done it yet. Yeah. Well, I think it's unfair to characterize it in that extreme because again, if just with an expert testimony, you lay out your qualifications, lay out the studies, lay out what you're trying to spell,
totally fine.
And then you apply it to the facts of this case. And so we haven't seen how she's trying to apply it yet. Yeah. But I definitely understand. 15 minutes for the jury to kind of ponder. But I think also too, I think this expert unfortunately kind of exposed her hand a little bit with that naming Johnny and Amber, and she exposed herself with the gendering of her opinion.
Agreed.
She's the victim. She's this. He's this. Instead of saying, and I remember Curry was saying, the victim, the perpetrator, where she was really trying to, lay down that foundation in the jury's mind. Think of he as the abuser, she as the victim. So then when she starts tying things together, you're thinking he's the abuser, she's the victim. But
Which
also, I gotta agree with which yeah, I do. Well, if you're giving a biased opinion, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with both you guys in the sense of cross-examination should, because they've already got this witness's testimony, they've already got her, so they should already have the cross ready. The cross-examination literally should be going step by step with all the stuff that she was doing to Johnny, and then asking her opinion on everything. When she did this and threw the bottle and shoved his finger, would that be considered abuse? She'd say, there we go on. Well, what about this time? What about this time? What about when she did? And then just lay it all out. And then she becomes almost irrational if she says that she's not the abuser.
Talk about
Because
the
you
boots.
just lay
Talk about the
everything out.
knife.
That's when
Talk
you
about the I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry audio. Talk about everything that you mentioned. It's all lined up.
Yeah, and especially
she's
if he
giving
can,
them beautiful
if on cross he can show the exact process, like follow the process that she talked about of how these things end up working out, and line that up directly with things that Amber has done.
What
And
I really hate
also
about this
say,
testimony.
we give shit to Elaine a lot. Elaine is doing a very, very, very nice direct examination. She's gotten flustered a couple of times, but on cross, she's horrible. But on direct, I think she's doing a good job of trying. And you could tell even those little stupid objections get to her. But she's even killed, and she's not as aggressive as she usually is. But you would expect that because it's her own witness. So.
It's her own witness. So yeah, so she probably is going to be better overall on direct examinations than on cross examinations. That's kind of my guess based on her style and what we've seen so far. I could be wrong on that. Maybe I'm giving her too much credit, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of these chats that are coming up. I mean, that's what I really hated about the testimony. I'm fortunate enough to be in a fantastic relationship, and we're coming up on our 15th anniversary. But God forbid that I wasn't.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, no, well, that wasn't the point. But yes, that was just my foundation. But God forbid I wasn't. You get that testimony, and you just try to put yourself in someone's shoes that's getting abused as a male, and you hear this kind of stuff that's coming out in big sections of basically the power differential. She says it doesn't, but it really is implied, makes it impossible in certain ways in her mind, and how you might otherwise present these problems to her. And it's just, it's so self-evidently frustrating. And I try to keep an open mind on this stuff. And I can just envision someone trying to report a female abusing them in a loving relationship or in an intimate relationship,
doctor.
And getting absolutely stymied by that kind of analysis. And it's
Yes,
frustrating.
I mean,
I'm not gonna
especially because
lie.
it's like I expect on cross examination they're going to go into, okay, well, what about if a woman is smaller than a man, but the woman is using objects, she's throwing a Red Bull can that cause harm? How about pots and pans and vases? How about this? How about that?
We have an audio.
Can that would that equalize the size differential in your opinion between the two? Use of objects between the two. Could a smaller woman possibly be seen as the abuser if she's using, for example, those kinds of objects?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and if it's about control, as you say, and all these various things, I mean, is the effect that, is it that critical? I'm personally bothered by many aspects of that treatment because the analysis is so generic anyway. And I'm looking forward to her applying it because I want to give her the chance.
Generic is not the right word. This is horribly tainted. I'm talking about it because you can obviously see this witness's biases toward women and toward the movement, just from her testemony. But
I want to see women get redressed too. I mean, that's the problem with all of this. Is it's like I understand that there are big situational problems and that she's taking care of them, and I respect that. But applying it to every circumstance, it seems like the outliers aren't allowed in that worldview, right? Let's say Johnny and Amber is just a really oddball relationship. You still got to analyze it for what it is. And God,
her analysis starts with the supposition that the guy's the unabuser. Period. End of statement. And it's clear by her testimony. That's step one. Man's abusive.
Where there is a heterosexual relationship, because she did specify, she did say eventually you can have women on women abuse, but when there's a heterosexual relationship, it is the man is the abuser and the woman is the abused. That is how she's characterizing it. Sorry, go ahead. I totally interrupted you.
Right.
Continue, because I'm trying to catch super chats.
How do they do on the? I saw some of the arguments. What I saw, they both sides seem to be doing well, but I just caught glimpses of the argument.
Oh, you're talking about the motion to dismiss?
Yeah, it was fun.
It got spicy. It got spicy. Ben Chu really pulled out the emotions in that one, which was unexpected. But
right.
he turned out to be a pretty good grandstander in that. But basically, as soon as I heard the judge say, "Well, you guys stipulated to the fact that Miss Heard was going to be testifying, after in your case in chief." As soon as she said that, I was like, "Nah, yeah, she's gonna deny it. She's gonna deny it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are issues of fact. It's got to go to the jury. Yeah, you think about this. We all sat around here for 3 weeks, and literally a judge doesn't want to be in that position. And then even if they were, it's like, why didn't you do this before the trial started? Then grant that motion to dismiss before we do this.
Right. No, that's what I was saying. Yeah, to me, there's a decent case for Rottenborn to make there about the statements and everything else. But if it were decent enough, it would have been kicked out before we got here.
Yeah.
For this judge. So I don't think it changed anything from what the plaintiffs
presented. They put enough facts in play that you can find for Johnny Depp, and that's it. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. Oh, but also there have been some super chats that I've seen come up about people review bombing her. I don't agree with that at all. I want to say, like, the attorneys involved, the witnesses involved. I've heard of cases where people have gone to witnesses' homes and like spread blood on their door and things like that. In some of these cases, don't ever do any of that. Don't dox people. Don't review bomb. Please, just let this case play out as it is. I know people feel very passionately about cases like these, and people want to feel like they are doing something that matters and that has some kind of an impact. That is not the right way to do it. That is my opinion on it, and that's the way.
I do want to mention though, this witness, to me, is she's trying to do one of two things. She's trying to kind of knock what Curry said, but she's trying to also build up this dynamic that there's really almost nothing Amber can do. She's trying to say there's almost nothing Amber could do to abuse Johnny. First, she put up the body dynamics, right? 180-pound guy, 115-pound woman. That's kind of what Amber was saying. Then she's also trying to add another layer to it where Amber can abuse Johnny because it was kind of retaliatory, where Johnny couldn't. Like she's the way she's kind of laid it all out. It was almost seeming like we should expect Johnny to do these things because he's a man and he's abusive. And in response, Amber's hitting and her yelling and screaming, as she said, is okay because she's the victim. And that's the part that I kind of automatically saw. And I was like, well, then that's not the case, because if the genders were switching, it wouldn't be that way. But she's been trying to feed it to us that way. Amber's the victim, Johnny's the abuser, and this is the way I want you to excuse what she's done and accept what he's done.
I noticed that too. She's setting up excuses because she's seen the testimony. She knows knows there's bad facts. So the rule here is men are accountable for their behavior, and women's behavior, if it's bad, is excusable. The end. That's
essentially what she's saying.
And basically, and her as an expert, the problem with that is it sounds like she is using the conclusion first. She's starting with the conclusion and finding facts to support it, which is not what any kind of a professional witness, what any kind of an expert is supposed to be doing. So if it's sounding like that, then that's definitely looking like some biased testimony there.
And let's also give her props though. She's expanded the definition of abuse to virtually anything right now, right? How expansive is abuse in this woman's vocabulary? She's like, this type of abuse, that type of abuse. Hey, you don't have any money, and I'm not going to give it to you. You've been abused. So, I'm like, my kid, she's like, Daddy, I'm like, yeah, if I can't yell at you a little bit, because if I do, it's abusive. Every single thing is abusive. So that, but again, will the jury buy her expanded definition of the word abuse? I didn't buy it, so I don't know if the jury will, though. Especially from a New Yorker in Virginia, it's even harder. So
Yeah, I wasn't buying it. but it doesn't matter. It depends on this jury in Fairfax.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think they'll be a little less likely to buy the whole if you say rough things to you. And it was just so beautiful. Like if Johnny says something rough, it's abuse. If Amber says something rough, it's trying to get
Being
her
a victim.
power back. I was like, what the hell? Like that doesn't work that way. But she said it. she's making those excuses. So.
Yep. Sandy Kai, thank you so much for the super chat. Very, very generous of you for that amount. Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's presupposing the conclusion and fitting the facts. That's the part that's really bothering me. And doing that along gender lines. That's really what she's sounding like. And then she goes and says, oh, but men can be victims too. But it just sounds like she's just tossing that out just so that she doesn't sound biased. And I know a lot of people are reacting to this, and it's not just men that are being reactive to it. There's a lot of women who I'm seeing these super chats from a lot of women that are pretty upset about this, about this testimony here. So yeah.
Yeah, this wasn't for us. This was, again, she's laying out a lot of the things, but this is still like horrible. I honestly, I expected more from this witness, and if Amber's going to go up behind her, if this witness is killed on cross, this is going to make it even worse for Amber, to be honest with you, because if the cross-examination is the way I would have done it, I would have made Amber, I would have gone through all that stuff, made her look like that.
You ready for the jury?
Yes. Amber looks like the abuser, so this may not work out for them.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, I was expecting a doctor to rehabilitate Amber's overall kind of mental thesis from Dr. Curry, not this generalized stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I almost forgot. I gotta go pro Amber. I'm pro Amber, so I gotta take all that bad stuff I said about the doctor. The doctor's right. Go Amber.
Faith, we are calling it like we see it.
I do my best.
In real time. If information comes in that changes our opinion, we'll change it on a dime.
This doctor has lost credibility with me. But I'm not on the jury. But for me,
hey, quartering in the house. Welcome.
Quartering.
Thanks for the super chat.
This isn't the show, people. Tomorrow, Amber Heard is probably going to be on the stand.
Be seated.
That's the show.
Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic psychological evaluation of Amber Heard? And please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Well, all right then.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay. A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives.
I wish we could stop it and say,
well
poll in the chat.
Do
you think this doctor's going to say
how
Amber
she
has
approached the
PTSD?
test? Is she
One
defensive?
for yes,
Is she malingering?
no.
Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating?
I think
It gives
she's
me
been paid to say she has
indications
PTSD.
about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case. And then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, do you, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I would be called to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021 and
approach. Okay.
Every time I think I'm getting close to caught up, something happens and people react.
You know what they're gonna say? You know, we might as well just had whatever Dr. Curry said. She's gonna say she's all wrong, and this is the reason why. That's what I expect. That's what
Well, that's the most likely, isn't it?
TLDR.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is, I mean, they are, of course, this expert is not going to be neutral. She's going to be pro Amber. That's why they put her on is to put her side of the case on. So
That's actually why the gendering is so weird, because I do think that you want to do that. You want to subtly implant things in the jury's mind. But that was so strong. I listened to this next part and say, well, I think I know where we're going to come at this from.
Yeah.
Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness.
What did you call her?
Dr. Curry.
Hughes, were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. Maybe that's the confusion.
I'm concerned
Huh.
with my
Cruz.
cheat
Well, that's
sheet
funny.
of the dates that I saw
Freudian
Ms. Heard
slip.
so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay. And do you want to see that? Okay. Should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he
Maybe,
want to?
would you like to look at it now or before cross?
It's just a post-it.
Okay, before cross.
Okay,
All right,
that's
that's
fine.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Please continue. I think you were telling us when you saw Ms. Heard.
Sure. So there were 4 dates in person in New York City for a total of about 21 and a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021 over Zoom for 3 hours, and then December 27th, 2021 for 4 hours over Zoom.
And what did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Heard, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, you know, where they have worked, where they have lived, just get a full sense of their sort of being before the incident for which they're talking about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
And what was the other main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically. And it was my determination that they did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
Here we go, chat.
I
Are you right?
diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder. Of course.
Oh!
And what if the etiology was associated with
right,
post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the
One
etiology
for day?
is the
Good
cause
morning.
in order to have to meet criteria for post-traumatic stress
Boom,
disorder. You have to
baby.
have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what was related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Now, let's first go back to the forensic evaluation. You mentioned you reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right, if you want to approach.
You could get
Johnny's
a
team
doctor to
has to
say
clear
whatever
that.
you
There you go,
want.
Nate.
You
Lauracle
could get a
right here.
You could get a doctor to say whatever you want. It's just what price are you willing to pay?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's my problem with it in a defamation case context, right? How do you get to actual malice if you can get people to say that you were abused? Like, even if it's not, I mean, if you've got a professional up there saying that she's abused, you still.
But she doesn't know. She's saying that the basis for that is her self-reporting she was abused. This is all circular. All of it.
I'm with you. I sincerely am with you. I'm saying in terms of getting to a lie. I mean, we don't know what her own treating psychologists are telling her at the time.
The standard cross. Would it change your opinion if your basis was this incident, this incident, and this incident? Would it change your opinion if those incidents didn't happen?
Yep.
And they have to say yes.
Consider this, or did you
Or
consider
destroy
that?
themselves and say no.
Yes. Well, I do agree with Hogue in a sense of actual malice, but this has turned into a battle of the experts, and that would be a jury question. Which expert do you believe? Because that's essentially what you're saying. So you may not have actual malice just on its face, but I think you have enough here to say if you believe Curry, you got actual malice. If you believe her, you don't.
But let's say that we get to a treating psychologist and there's an interaction that actually says that they're reaffirming to Amber Heard that she was abused in that context. I mean, we're talking about whether or not she deliberately lied in a publication that she made. I mean, I know we don't treat it as a defamation case, but that's the kind of thing that can muddy those waters even more.
Agreed.
The fact that they called her first shows weakness to me too, because if I'm defending this case, I want to establish the abuse first. So when she renders this opinion, everyone right here, everyone on the jury is probably thinking like me. Yeah, that's great. But it all is premised on believing Amber Heard, and we haven't crossed that bridge yet.
I agree with you. To some extent, it's devil's advocacy, but I do hear that. And I say battle of the experts is really weird in a defamation context because if you've got plausibility, you win. I mean, you win a defense of defamation, right? So.
I mean, another aspect of the PTSD is what is her PTSD from? Is it from her childhood or is it from something more recent? I would expect her to go into more detail about that, but it'll be interesting to see if they can pick that apart as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Dr. Curry, if
Dr.
you,
Curry
I mean,
again.
Dr. Hughes, I don't know.
Again?
Dr. Hughes.
Oh, shit.
I think it's the confusion of having her in the courtroom.
Sure it is.
Dr.
I don't
Hughes.
know.
yeah, sure.
Her in the courtroom.
If
She's got
you need to
Dr. Curry
consult
on the
your
brain right
notes
now.
to answer
She's living rent
something,
free in
let
her
us
brain.
know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents, 80 pages of notes,
But you
and 12
can-
psychological testings to.
You can reference your notes.
She was
just don't
upset.
read from them, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. So please
Ben,
tell
she
us
was
what
animated
documents
today.
you
He's like,
reviewed.
"What's going
Please
on?"
tell the jury.
He's still got the adrenaline.
Okay, so I
pumping.
reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony in this
Johnny's gotta
case,
put a
her
better poker face
deposition
on
or
it.
her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing for Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case, in the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen. Yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person. Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting, what was she saying about the relationship to her therapist.
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult her
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
Did you ask the judge?
If she's asking me a question,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna
you're,
answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
That is like, I'm not allowed.
Objection,
What?
Your Honor.
Curry is there to be recalled. True. That's why she's there watching. So she can comment on it.
Yeah, and
later.
Curry's probably going to tear up her report or her analysis. That's the way it goes.
She already threw a few early volleys.
Mm-hmm.
She threw some bombs. These are like massive
did.
bombs, but they don't ring true to me though. Like they ring manufactured. Like if I can tell what you're going to say before you say it, that meant that, like everybody in the chat knew, the jury knew, we all knew what she was going to say. That doesn't seem I didn't, and it's the exact opposite with Curry. I felt like I didn't know what she was going to say. This one, kind of knew.
Yeah.
What she's saying so far, she doesn't have much basis, though. She's saying, I have the deposition transcripts and the video that we all saw of him assaulting cabinets.
Didn't she say she did a 21-hour set of forensic interviews?
Okay. So, in other words, the entire source is Amber, as usual.
I mean,
They better
Not good for her.
corroborating
Yeah.
evidence.
But that's But that's the same thing with Curry, though. You can make the same argument with Curry.
Oh, and Curry said that she listened to everybody, though.
So she treated with
29
Dr.
hour,
Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Miss Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Mackenzie,
Okay,
not yet.
thank you.
Not yet.
And so and I guess you got ahead of me there. So you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mindy
And
Zormond,
you
I
also
think so.
spoke with
I think she will be.
Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were
2019
in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And you are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago.
Yes, I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you,
Overruled out loud.
can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read, that you're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
So I can look and just look up, and that's refreshing my recollection. Okay.
All right, if we could approach for a moment.
Yep.
Why are you looking so irritated at the jury there? That's interesting.
Ooh.
No, but it's a little silly, this refresh, because
It is,
but
but
it's
But she's a
silly
professional
objection,
witness.
But it exposed her for the crank that she is.
yeah. that's a good
Yeah,
point.
she's
It
a professional
needed
witness,
her.
and she's been very, very smooth up to now. So having that crankiness come in, I don't like it. She's been doing very well with being looking professional, even though the words that she's been saying, a lot of gendered words, a lot of stereotypical content that it sounds like. But you know, otherwise her presence has been good for the jury up until that point, which a lay witness can get away with that because they're like, I'm not familiar with this. That's weird. But
she said she's done this before, right? She said she's been a
she's
witness
done this
before. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But the thing is,
She
it
should
may
be
play
familiar.
differently with it may play differently with a jury though, because they might say that is ridiculous, right? She's got to look it and look up it and remember it for that 5 seconds. Like, you know, sometimes it's just like I'm saying some people could respond to that positively. It's like, yeah.
Well, she seemed to be sharing eyes with the jury, so I mean, I assume she's connecting with somebody.
Yeah, well, when Johnny pulled that stuff, it was charming and everybody
Yes, I
liked
can.
it. She just fell on her
I
face.
administered the personality assessment inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the trauma symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale. And then I also did the life events checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced. And we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you.
You could have.
Were there any
they could've
tests you
got around this
administered
by
to Amber
making it
Heard that were
demonstrative.
designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false projection of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests, had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to is it's called ATR. It's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
Then why do they have it?
You want to approach?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Always
Good
a
question.
question.
All those tests are nonsense. I see it every day with Waddell signs for like orthopedic pain and that kind of thing. All these things are subjective and they depend on the treater, which is exactly what you're seeing in the testimony. But I can't tell you how unimpressed I am with that, with her saying she's valid.
Well, I assume that they're going to discuss whether or not the instruction manual to that test is allowed to be referenced, right? Is that what that was?
Assuming so, but it was brought up under direct.
So that is a very
game.
inaccurate way to describe that scale and that test. And so the ATR scale on this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales. So you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactics scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
To refresh
my recollection, just a glance so
Yes,
I can
you may
be
do that.
clear with the jury.
She does seem ill-prepared.
Yeah.
She's also very defensive.
She's very defensive.
And she's also, if the other
So
expert gets to
what
come back, she's going to get hammered.
overall gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Miss Heard, and then also what Miss Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And
From
what-
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please continue.
So what these tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. There was violence more on the mild level perpetrated by Miss Heard
That would be interesting.
toward Mr. Depp, with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Miss Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out. We're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Miss Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Miss Heard, what she was subjected to, and then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none.
Okay, it'll be
And
after
then
Amber's
the
case.
other, on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that
Diva.
were related to severity in violent relationships, and a risk factor when we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, Foundation.
Yeah, Foundation is all
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
None of this is evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Overruled.
The obsessive jealousy,
She was told by
the
Amber Heard,
control
pull it out across.
aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
I'm going into the
So did
past.
the
I'm
results
trying
of
to
the
see if I can get that other
psychological tests
DV
you
that Amber was
administered
involved
to
in.
Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Lola, I
Sure.
don't know.
So there were four
Sorry.
tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, two of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, two of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD, and that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms, and in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category.
We heard the 19 out of 20.
That I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in the what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma. And
Anyone
also
else
in the
see her red nail
physiological
polish and think of that
hyperactivity,
tissue
the
with the red nail polish on it? I keep,
hypervigilance, the startle response. So
it
on the
keeps coming to my
PCL,
mind.
she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, you know, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood.
But we know
and
she
her
brought up
thoughts.
nightmares before her
And her
relationship with
total
Johnny.
score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
Good question.
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically abused by her father.
So let's talk about PTSD
She saw
from
her
that.
father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, knotted out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems. But that did not work.
Did you review Dr. Curry's CAPS-5 that she administered to Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS-5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to administer it and then some of the coding. Ms. Heard on that CAPS-5 to Dr. Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse by Mr. Depp, but somehow that was not coded as such.
And did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI-2 that she administered on Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because this profile is a normal profile. There are no clinical scores elevated above 65, which is 1.5 standard deviations of the mean, which is what we use to determine clinical significance. And if none of those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now, remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales are elevated, it just doesn't give us rich information to make those determinations. The one scale which is accurate that was elevated was one that measures defensive responding, sort of a protective responding, an unwillingness to admit minor faults. That was elevated, and that was true. But the result of that is you have a defensive profile. You have somebody who's not giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low. So there's no way you can take that MMPI and then say it meets, it's consistent with borderline personality disorder. You just don't have the symptom expression on it in order to do that.
And that's my next question here. What, if any, diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard based on your testing?
I did not make a personality disorder of Ms. Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a personality disorder requires a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts. Two keywords: pervasive pattern, variety of contexts.
We got that.
That means if her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is only occurring in the relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and we don't have evidence of it after, it is not.
All right. What our approach?
Did she open up the door for evidence of it before?
Yeah.
Because I might bring in a certain punching case.
She's exposed herself badly. I don't know if they're going to call a doctor to refute this, but
yeah, sometimes if you overuse an expert, you can definitely open the door to more testimony, to more rebuttal testimony than what you anticipated. And Amber's big vulnerability is, when it comes to violence, is her bad history. So if there's a way to show, to bring in, to show that she has opened the door for her prior bad acts, her prior violent acts.
Mm-hmm.
Sure sounded like if there's no history of it before. I mean, I don't know how else to read that.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's now forms the basis of her opinion, and it's open season.
Yep. Because then you can ask her, did your opinion, what else did you use for the basis of your opinion? Did you use, for example,
exactly
her prior relationships before Johnny Depp?
The old Sun Trial article backdoor, right? I'm learning some of this stuff.
Yep. So we will see. We will see.
And she just starts with the presumption that she didn't exhibit this pattern of behavior. I've seen it from the trial. I don't think she's good, but I don't know. It might be selling to the jury.
It might be. I mean, that's worth noting. Or it might be neutralizing. It might be Curry and Hughes. They said exactly the opposite. And the jury isn't in a position to, look at 14 tests and be like, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought she froze. She blinked, but I thought she froze for a second.
I know I'm repeating some of these super chats. It's because I'm really hoping that I'm not missing any. I apologize, guys, if somebody sent one up and I haven't thrown it up here.
Just double up. It's 2-for-1 value here on the Legalbytes channel. Get it while it's hot. 2-for-1.
Oh, jeez. Every time you say that, I can see out of the corner of my eye the chat just flies up, and I'm like, ah. I know I'm falling behind. Oh man. I would totally get some questions, super chats. But hey guys, if you haven't already, liking the stream is super helpful.
It is.
Because then we can get even more folks in here. We've got over 35,000 people in here. That is incredible. How many more people can we fit in this space?
We got an Amber Heard testimony coming up. You don't want to miss that one. Seats are limited, so get in while you can.
Get in while you can by liking the video. YouTube will put it in front of you again, and it'll also put it in front of more other people.
Is she starting today?
It doesn't look like
we're
it.
almost,
It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, we've got 1 more hour for the day. We still have to do cross examinations of this witness. I anticipate it's going to take a while.
It looks like tomorrow's the day. If she really is after this.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't be in first thing in the morning.
Darn
I
you!
was
And
early
your
the
legal
last 2
career.
days, but both of those started off with something kind of hot. I'm like, no.
This is a heck of a sidebar.
It really is. It must be about opening the door. It's got to be.
You think so? But why would he have to ask that right now?
Maybe to make sure that she sees it and is fresh in her mind when she makes the decision, so that it's not tomorrow.
Okay, to
or
flag
later on.
it. To say that's going to give me
hey,
the
by
right
the way,
to ask about the punching.
What she just said opens the door. I intend to cross-examine on it.
And they're fighting about it.
Probably.
That would make sense because that's what I thought when she said that. I was like, oh, that's the whole history. That is every bit of her history just popped in.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know if they were necessarily prepared for that. I mean, you can anticipate some things, but I wouldn't have anticipated that they would be that stupid. So now you gotta rifle through and find a bunch of prior bad acts to hit her with.
I mean, even still though, you put up an expert, and it's kind of fair game to say, did you look at all of her relationships, all of her romantic relationships, all of her familial relationships? What did you look at? How complete is your analysis?
I'm back, by the way. I was under the banner here, and I couldn't help noticing that apparently Amber Heard has never exhibited any of these things in prior relationships. What an interesting detail. I wonder if that will come up in any way.
That is probably what the sidebar is about.
If they're in fist fight mode at the sidebar, the cameras are refusing to show us. I assume Elaine's throwing some haymakers. I don't know.
We've got some boxing gloves here right now.
Yeah, no, I think we all heard that at the same time, and then the sidebar started, and it's long.
Yep.
Where's Amp? Oh, she's just at council table.
No evidence of it, which presumably means she'd considered it or not. Either way, it's like, well, did you consider this? If yes, great. If not, you're incompetent, and I also get to mention it. So, Fan.
What do you mean by considered it, Kurt?
Oh, like she just says there's no evidence of it in past relationships. So it's like at least hypothetically possible she never even looked about past relationships at all. She has no idea. So she's I have no evidence because it didn't even occur to me to consider it, even though I'm looking for pattern. Why would I look at past relationships?
I don't know why you'd stumble into that sentence if you know these little bits of Amber's history.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like either A, she didn't look into it and she's a complete incompetent because she's looking for pattern but didn't bother to look for pattern, or she did look into it and we can talk about it. In either way, we get to embarrass her and bring it in. It's great.
That's exactly what I was saying, that either way, the fact that she says that she's looking at her entire history is then you can ask on cross-examination just how much of her history is the complete history according to you.
You sure you don't want to dismiss the jury for the day and hash this out in chambers or something, because it looks like we're going to be here a while.
Well,
I thought the same thing when she gave the relative levels of violence. She cites a bunch of things that I haven't seen so far in this trial. I guess they haven't had their case yet, and she just glosses over and says, "Oh well, whatever she did is lighter, like severing his finger, for instance." She doesn't mention that. I would hammer her senseless. I'd say you are sitting here leaning for her in every conceivable way as you do this, and you're biased, and it's obvious.
So Aquarius wants to know what opening meaning opening the door means.
Yeah.
Can one of you guys?
So there's certain things you can't bring in unless the other side brings it in first, right? You can't raise the issue unless they bring in the issue. It all goes down to this prejudicial evidence. We've talked about this, right? So you can't bring in prior bad acts to prove the current act. So Johnny Depp's team can't bring it in to show, well, she did a lot of bad things in the past. It must be true she did it bad now. But now Amber Heard has apparently made it an issue. She's made it an issue. So she's like, well, I never did anything bad in the past. How interesting, because now I get to impeach that statement and show the truth or falsity of that because you opened your mouth. Thanks so much that I get to now bring in all this stuff to impeach you with. And also, by the way, tell the jury about. It's great.
Exactly.
So that's what it means.
Exactly. Also, Liz Davis, thank you so much for this very, very generous super chat.
Very generous.
Thank you.
Oh, apparently my mic is super, super loud and I'm yelling at the chat or something, which, you know, it's StreamYards, so
Everybody comes in hot when they first join the channel again, so it's all
It does.
fun.
Yeah,
I was just excited like you guys were, so I'm just pumped full of energy.
I'm just pumped that I heard it in real time, and I was like, "That's a cross thing."
I noticed.
Right there.
I noticed you do it. It's like
That's a
I
cross
noticed you
thing,
say it's like,
Mama.
did that open the door? I heard that from Richard Hogue first.
Yeah,
Credit where credit's
it's
due.
like, wait. She said a thing that yeah. I just hadn't expected them to start this right this second on this fight.
No,
so
I don't. Okay, apparently we're done with the caucus.
Okay.
Let's see if the questions might change a little bit because perhaps the judge told her bad news.
Yeah, he gave her heads up at least, right? Because she could try to, I don't know, rehabilitate.
Try to undo a little bit of this in the front end.
Just opened.
Dr. Hughes, what, if anything, did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnoses of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say about diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders?
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Interesting. These other
Thank you.
people, no diagnosis.
Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence were reported to you?
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated. He pushed her, he shoved her, he slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her, he slammed her into the wall, he pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And what type of injuries did Amber Heard report to you?
It's like she hasn't looked at
reported
these reports
mostly,
in years.
bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
David Case, correct.
What type of coercive control was reported or did you find?
Leading.
Sustained. What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the course of control that was determined in this relationship,
That,
I
if
found
any,
to
really
be
makes a difference, huh?
there were many, many instances where Mr. Depp tried to control how Ms. Heard went about her career. He didn't want her to show nudity. He didn't want her to show boob. He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition. He'd rather she not work. He called, the ambition as something as a negative thing. It made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about scripts or talk about movie roles because he persistently put those down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't necessarily support her work.
Walk me back. Did this psychologist say boob and
well
then
is that
TNA?
he called almost every
Yes.
actor that she
Neither
had
boob
to
nor
work
tit.
with, males and females. So no
But not
matter
just
what
nudity
show
or
she was
clinical-
filming or
fair enough.
shooting,
Whatever.
he would call the leading actor. He would call the director. He would tell you, I got eyes down there. I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be an actress in these films or productions because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her for doing something or for not doing something. When she was filming and he was in the same town,
So
she feared that
she
he would
says
show
the
up on
director
the
said
set.
that Johnny
And,
said.
to know what her calls
This is
she said
hard.
she was filming that day.
What was
She,
reported to you?
even told her assistant, don't give it to him. Don't let him see it so that he won't show up. And sometimes he did. So it was very trepidatious for her and very anxiety provoking
Oh,
that he
come on.
continued to do
This
this.
makes all the hearsay rules seem
He
somewhat
tried to control what
superfluous.
she wore. When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore. and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass, and she had to sort of go in and put on what she said, mom jeans, so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing, and continue to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her
Meanwhile,
be
she's
very
cheating
sort of restrictive and try
constantly.
to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him, because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures with Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted
He was
her
upset
to,
at the affair, so
there was
that's
some
obsessive
interference
control.
with the family,
Noted.
with her sister, when some things were leaked, he was obsessed, believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was, and then alienate herself from her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you, your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and what he wanted to do.
Putting it.
I'm
Ghosting
aware
and
that there
withdrawing
is,
your affection.
testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Miss Heard knew he was always going to come back, and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
And what is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
The effect was drastic. She talked to me that she, her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here. There's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress,
because she was guilty of it.
Try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant, and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology.
Hypervigilant, maybe a guilty conscience.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber. And that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he,
Which happened to be
on
correct.
that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine, thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body. And the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victim telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Please.
Sure. So
vague.
I want
So,
examples.
for example, the Boston plane incident, I think
Yes.
without looking, I know
Hit
May
me.
24th, 2014. This is the incident where Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Miss Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane. To the front of the plane because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident. After the incident, Miss Heard told her friend Io, she told her friend Savannah, she told her friend Rocky. Miss Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home.
Well, the first one
So
was
she
she
went
told as
to a
well.
hotel because when Johnny
Amber
was in
Heard
these
told me many
states, he
things.
would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase And he
And
talks
that's the
about
data?
that was the roxycodone before he detoxed. He was still in that high substance abuse phase, that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe. There was a text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
All right. You want to first?
Yeah, I think he said something along the lines of, "What the hell are we doing here?"
This is like, this expert is like, okay, so my consultation was just listening to what Amber said and writing
And
it
believing
down.
her at face value.
And writing it down. And I went with the hashtag believe all women approach. And I didn't really review anything else, but
I can't remember the test I administered.
I
but
can't remember the
sure
test
as
I
shit have
administered.
this speech down.
Did I talk
Yeah.
to Amber Heard? I'm not sure. Let me check my notes.
Pamela, by the way, to answer the super chat, yes, she is an expert witness, so she's allowed to watch all of the testimony. That's why Dr. Curry is allowed to be in the trial right now. She's also allowed to watch everything. So expert witnesses are allowed to see the testimony of everybody else. In fact, they usually do, because they use all of that information to support their opinion.
Well, and let's take a step back, because, to the extent that these stories are true, just, benefit of the doubt, a lot of this stuff is horrible sounding. But we do need data. We just heard 3 weeks of, we heard at least, 2 or 3 witnesses talk about that plane flight and attest that there was no way that he could have done that in the way that it was constructed. So if you're putting all that together as you listen to this, the data is she told her psychologist, she told her friends, and that's what we got. This is a heck of a way to tell a narrative.
That was therapeutic for me, because I was listening to that, and you guys basically just expressed what I was thinking, and it was just like nice to just hear. I'm like, am I crazy or something?
Also, he might have been a little jealous and even controlling when she was having relationships with other men while they were married.
Which is verifiable.
I mean,
all this comes from her mouth. It's her credibility, and her credibility sucks. She just got caught lying about donations. She's got a bad track record on a lot of stuff. So I don't know if they have something else coming up down the pike, and that could change my mind. But if you're gonna spin your whole case
this
on
is how you're
Amber Heard
starting,
you got a problem.
You remember how our collective consensus was it was a bad idea for Amber Heard because we need someone to warm her up? I think the collective consensus was now wrong. I think Amber Heard should have started. It can't possibly be any worse.
Yeah.
Because compare this to Johnny Depp's warm up, right? With all of his witnesses. Those were all individuals that saw things themselves, and they testified to what they saw. They didn't testify to what Johnny Depp told them about anything.
Yeah,
so
I was thinking while we were listening to this, we needed the equivalent of Johnny Depp's sister. Again, it's just so jarring. It's so jarring to go from Johnny Depp's case to like everything you just heard is lies, except that we've started to build an image of some of this stuff, and it's like, well, that doesn't check out, and that doesn't ring right. And once you start thinking that way, it's like, well, that doesn't work either, and that doesn't work, and why should I believe now this screed? And you're barely. I mean, if I don't know the rules of the court enough to do this, but she's saying she reported to me so infrequently when she goes into like the present tense of what she's testifying to, it bugs me, because it really is. This is what I was told. This is what she reported, and then 16 paragraphs that's all in the present tense. And I go, well, it's easy to get lost in that, remembering that this is what Amber Heard told you, because she sounds like a witness. Well, and then he did this, and then this happened to her, and all this stuff. And it's like, well,
she's sounding a lot like she's testifying.
Here's where we need Spidey, the guy, because here's what I'm telling you. My vibe machine, Spidey gives a nice justification for it. But my vibe machine is just feeling how uncomfortable this expert is. She does not like the testimony she has to give. She does not feel that it's good. She does not feel like she's going to be received well. That's the overwhelming vibe I get. But I would like to hear the body language expert say that more eloquently.
Yeah, for sure.
I think she
also,
got
I love how Court
after
TV is
long
focusing
sidebar.
on Court TV's reporter in red. Isn't that funny? When they were she used to be the green dress lady, now she's red dress lady. That's the Court TV reporter that they're like, hey, by the way, this is our person. Sorry, I just noticed that. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I don't.
Longest sidebars ever.
They are long.
They are really getting into something here, which of course, we're speculating as to what that's about. We have a feeling, we have a sense, but not entirely sure.
I just don't know if I don't know if it's the natural way he walks, but it always looks like Johnny Depp's attorney just won.
Dr. Hughes,
maybe that's how
let's
you do
go
it.
past that text and talk about.
Always make the jury think that you won.
Go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr. Depp apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp
It was
said
reported
in
to me
his
that.
UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control
Whoa.
and engaged in bad
Multiple
behavior. He
levels of
texted his
hearsay.
friend Patty Smith
How does that have
a very
anything to do?
similar type
Amber
of text
told
about
me
how
that Paul
drunk and out
Bettany
of
told
control he
her.
was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
We are hearsay inception levels deep,
What did
man.
we
We
do?
are. I don't even know how many levels of hearsay we're deep.
Sustain. I'll sustain the objection.
Yes,
Next question.
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can
Oh, good.
remember
You
at
sure you
this
don't
point.
have a rumor from a guy who told a girl in a bar, who told the waitress?
The only thing
Or a
he needed
friend
to
of the
talk about was the
hairdresser.
Boston flight. The only thing was the
What
Boston
if
flight.
any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain
want
to
that
the
in there?
jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive, the name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with
Severing a
women when
finger.
there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now,
That's big.
does that make Amber
They're all
Heard a
admissions.
perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical for a forensic psychologist. When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not
Objection,
wanting to
Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Ms. Heard starts going to Al-Anon at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's fallen madly in love with. There were reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012. with no indication of
2013.
why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he
I
would get
object to this
more
entire
angry
witness's
at her
testimony at
and
this
blame
point.
her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did.
Which
Early
one?
on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
That's what's usually
Okay.
true, right?
You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
And you also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cowan, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cowan, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cowan's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Dr. Connell Cowan was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cowan. They did, both of them, both therapists understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cowan provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. And that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in
wasn't in the
understanding
form of a
intimate
question.
partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Miss Heard. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Miss Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her in addition to calling Connell Cohen and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me and he pushed me and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor.
What should I
Hearsay.
do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right. What were your, what conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion,
Redacted.
this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
Interesting.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating. And he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130.
I would have
She was
thought that was
taking
for Aquaman.
significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses
Just
did,
literally clutch at your pearls at this point.
Bonnie Jacobs made about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Cowan Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence, that there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection,
So
Your
all-
Honor. Can I be heard?
Who are we describing again?
Yeah, exactly. Are we talking about Amber's substance abuse or Johnny's here?
The obfuscation, the hiding, the fear.
Her substance
Who are we
abuse
talking about?
is in the record. Oh.
Well, so step one across has to be you are only getting this from Amber Heard, right? I mean, like
Yeah,
step
who else
one.
did you talk to for this?
Well,
Anyone?
and even then,
Bueller?
what they got their information from was Amber Heard. I mean,
This
like,
is just Amber Heard testifying. It's just, I'd object. This entire witness is
Yes,
improper.
Everything is premised on her credibility, which, like I said earlier, sucks.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I keep trying to do bias checks, but I find myself continuing to say, I don't believe you. I mean, I don't feel like I have enough to go on to believe you. And then I say, all right, you're going to talk to me about data points. Fantastic. You don't remember any of the data points you just said that established this stuff, except for 2014, which is the one incident where I think Johnny Depp has put in like a bunch of people to say that this can't have happened that way.
She's spending a lot of time too talking about Johnny Depp's, supposed paranoia, and I whoever it was on your panel, I was just listening to it earlier, who kept saying because she was cheating on him, because it's true. I mean, and the thing is, like we like the Johnny Depp side has already pointed out that she was cheating on him with multiple people, including James Franco. So I understand that doesn't excuse controlling behavior if that were the case. But again, like it's not compelling to focus on that. It reminds the jury, I think, that this woman was repeatedly cheating on him and using him.
Well, I think they could bring it if they wanted to.
When he cheated on her, it was bad, very, very bad. But when she cheated on him and Johnny Depp took exception to it, it was controlling and envious, because what husband would be controlling and envious of his wife sleeping with other men?
I think you can bring in the punching incident with her former spouse. I think you could bring in Elon or James or
But
whatever.
she admitted all that. She said Amber told me that she did all these things.
Yeah.
Which is like horrible for them.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of
The
the
op-ed
promises
was not
to
about
change
sobriety.
and
It
the
was that he
promises
was
to get
using
better.
her.
So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very
Like when you do
similar.
MDMA
The
and
difficulty in this
Mhm.
relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why
And why is
didn't
a
Amber
picture of
Heard
Amber?
leave the relationship sooner?
Because
I
she
mean,
was
you
the
know
abuser.
her.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
What do you, have you formed
Outside the scope of her expertise.
based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard? What is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
Yep.
Yep.
It clearly is not. I mean,
It clearly
in
is.
the disclosure. Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
How do I point to somewhere where it doesn't say it?
Point to where you say it is.
And all this testimony assumes facts, not in evidence, from the get.
Back to the sidebar.
Back to the
Back
sidebar.
to the sidebar.
Well, I think that about wrap it up for the day.
Which is
Time
what
to
you should call
mosey
your
along.
alcoholic establishment right across from the court.
Oh man.
I love it what she's describing. And these are things that people with the substance abuse do. People with the substance abuse. People who
Yeah.
consume a lot of alcohol with the
Right.
Yeah.
substance abuse.
So here's a question. So I may have missed it, but did this witness say that Amber told her that she had cheated on Johnny? Did I miss that, or is that something that did I misunderstand what somebody said?
No. She didn't say that she didn't admit cheating, but she did admit that she admitted that Amber told her that she punched him and that she threw something at him and
Yeah.
that she did a bunch of things she was embarrassed of.
I think they're bringing in high-profile mail from some of the notes yesterday.
We had some
Yeah,
earlier
okay,
witnesses
okay.
testify too that
Yeah, 'cause I did
that
see that.
sorry, that she had brought in someone, right? Was it Elon
now,
or Franco?
Yeah, we've
you
seen that.
indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion?
Looks like he won that objection, by the way.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled out.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics
It literally
in
was
this
asked and
relationship,
answered. I guess if
looking
you
at
spread
not
it out
just
far enough.
the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Nonsense.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result.
Rob is really upset, guys.
Emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Walton.
You can only go
correct?
cross
That
just
is
to
correct.
eviscerate it.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
Just
Overruled out loud. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the
Sure, why
dates and
not?
my
Nailed it.
recollection so
Sure.
I can be
See what
clear?
the notes say.
Yeah,
Since I
don't read
couldn't
them.
put it in, this might be the fastest way. Your Honor.
I would object every time she opened her mouth for a minute.
I'm sorry. Yes. you
Okay.
can-
I'd like to
yes.
just cross-examine the paper.
So
at this
there were
point.
3 statements on
paper knows
April
more.
8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020
Jack,
that I
come on, please.
queried her about and asked her about. The one that what
2020?
happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms
Agree
and
with the super chat.
PTSD,
I
we say
agree.
that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And having to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that
From
time
reporting.
become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts,
Damages on
more
her
nightmares,
counterclaim.
more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
What's the objection?
I think she's going to the, to.
Oh, I'll look at the objection.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And she's done, by my estimation, in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of would just, everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right.
Okay, great.
Ladies,
Best
so I
direct
think,
ever.
This is a good time.
Round
to
of
go ahead
applause.
and, break for
Wrap
the
up
day.
for the
We
day.
have cross-examination and
This
reject
is,
tomorrow
I
of
believe,
this
whatever
witness.
Amber tells me.
So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in the morning.
Was it that bad?
Thank you.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
was
Pretty bad.
brutal.
I mean, it seemed bad to a layperson, but I always wonder, as lawyers, what do you think?
I mean, we could talk about it when we get fully on break, but I try to keep an open mind.
Tomorrow
I don't know what to do with any of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her. and
We can
review
get copies
overnight.
of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it. So make sure you get copies of it so she can keep her originals.
Can I get copies
Yes,
of her
thank you.
transcripts so I
All right.
can remember how screwed she is?
Okay, well, no, we're not.
We got to
talking
study
right now.
that all
Course
night.
session. Thank you.
Crush
All right.
session.
So anything else then? So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., correct? All right, thank you.
One of the things this timing did is it sure as heck looks like Amber Heard going over the break. If she's
Which
up
is
next,
interesting
it looks like she'd be cut off for a week plus.
from her attorneys. That's very, very
I
interesting.
mean, you can't bring Amber Heard in after this. You gotta have some buffer for the psychiatrist who was supposed to be the buffer herself.
We'll see.
I mean, how?
Do you think anybody's buying this? Like, I just like
Well, look,
nothing
say this.
is persuasive about this witness to me at all. But
Let me
is
say this,
that
Mike.
just me?
So to me, from my perspective, I want to make sure that I'm trying to give credence to what could be legitimate things that happened that sound awful and horrible. And so I'm trying to sit here and say, okay, Johnny gave his case. This is Amber's case. Let's hear what you've got. But it's just reports from Amber Heard. And it's just reports from Amber Heard that go against a number of aspects of what we just heard. No pun intended. So you have to kind of put some understanding of what we just got in our last 3+ weeks of testimony and explain how all of
Con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar esto.
No, this guy's got it right here. You should all listen. But no, so I that's why I'm struggling with it, because I want to at least say, okay, what does this look like if this is true? And the one thing I will tell you, just kind of intuitively, not legally, just as a person, is I must believe Johnny more than I thought I did, because as it's coming in, I'm like, That doesn't make sense. That doesn't check out. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not
And
buying any of it.
That just goes to where I was thinking of the veracity of the facts that have been presented so far. So it might be that just strategy wise, this was just a slamming into a wall, like switching from Johnny's case to this is like I have too much cognitive dissonance, and maybe you should have had whatever the equivalent of Johnny's sister is to humanize Amber Heard and then get into some more of this, which is more accusatory. I don't know.
I could buy any of this, but here's my problem with it. They come out with this, and she just assumes a bunch of facts, not in evidence, that Johnny did all these horrible things that nobody's testified to yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if those are true, if you can bring out credible witnesses to say, yeah, he did this and everything, fine, I agree with you. But if you had that, why don't you start with it?
Well, because you knew you were going to lay out a narrative map. Right. I mean, like, let's again, benefit of the doubt. Devil's advocate.
That's what opening's for.
Yeah, but if you can get this lady in there to just isolate a whole story, a whole framework, whether you think it's the Princess Bride and she's reading you from a fictional novel or not, you can at least set the story parameters, right?
Yeah.
So this witness is going to be followed by 3 different eyewitnesses who are all going to testify about the things they saw and witnessed to bring veracity to this.
The problem is, any eyewitnesses that Amber Heard could bring up, they have extensive credibility problems. For instance, her sister Whitney has been one of her staunchest, probably her staunchest defender, testified for her in the UK trial. But there's a lot of problems with Whitney. I mean, for instance, there was leaked footage from a reality show that Whitney was on where Whitney was all bruised up and everybody was laughing about how Amber beat her up. And so anyway,
expect that to come in.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you all though, like what should this type of witness have done? I think we all agree that she bombed. What would have been effective?
First thing I want to say is when we said start with an expert witness, this is not what we were talking about.
It wasn't what I anticipated. No. I was expecting rehabilitation. I was expecting kind of the middle section of the, she's not borderline personality disorder. She doesn't exaggerate. Just general, you can believe Amber Heard. Like what's most important, and it's self-evident from what we just heard, is you have to get the jury to a place where they could say, maybe I can believe Amber Heard. Because where we left off is, she's not very trustworthy. And then you say an entire 2-hour sequence of witness testimony that is, well, this is what Amber Heard said. And I'm like, you haven't gotten me back to I should believe her. And it's all not working with the evidence I have.
In order to reframe the narrative, they needed to use some kind of substance that's not Amber Heard. Like in order to reframe it for her, like give her a new platform for her to step out onto, you have to give that through someone else's evidence, through someone else that they saw that they testified to.
You need corroboration. Plain and simple. You need corroborating evidence.
Exactly.
Johnny had it. Johnny's psychiatrist talked about Johnny's psychiatrist talked about the reports he read. He's like, oh, I read, or she read, I'm sorry, the reports she read about, the medical testimony and different reports and different things she considered, and also spent time with Johnny. It's like, what did you consider? It's like just a bunch of people who, it's just all a chain of one big telephone game of hearsay. It's like,
Remind me, did she say that she also talked to Johnny or no?
And I don't think so.
I don't believe I heard Johnny. It was
today,
her,
the witness today.
I don't believe so.
It was her, the psychological reports, the friends, the mom. I think those were all of the corroborating interviews, but I could be wrong because she had to stop and start because she couldn't remember what she did.
Yeah, credible corroboration, not your close friend, not the hangers on that are leeching off you to survive and get a free penthouse. No, not them. An actual bystander in the street, a videotape from an elevator that shows something, a police officer that doesn't have a dog in the fight, something objective.
Well, and the things that they brought up, right? You got Australia. I mean, this is an outlandish claim. And we know we have witness testimony that, yes, is maybe under Johnny Depp's overall pay and things, but we have a bunch of people saying they didn't see anything on Amber from the immediate aftermath of Australia. And I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. What I needed there was the one sequence of events maybe that you could find that looked like Johnny was telling a falsehood and that Amber was maybe more right. So I could at least framework that out. And from where I'm sitting, I'm like, if you don't have that, then you don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't just like I don't know, just try to backdoor. Reframing the narrative doesn't work when you're trying to just backdoor Amber through someone else who's only basing their testimony off of Amber. You know, like it's
Yes.
not an effective way of reframing.
It just all goes back to Amber. There's nothing else.
Exactly.
Is this
All
a
roads,
bad
all,
sign?
all roads lead
We
to
didn't
Amber.
have anything else.
Is this a bad sign that they don't like? Is this the best they've got? I mean, why?
They've got nothing.
wondering.
They don't have
No.
anything. They've got nothing.
Amber, if she's believable, is the best they got. But I think there's
Yeah.
reason to doubt that.
Oh, Amber Heard's definitely going to come and rescue this party. That's definitely a thing that's going to happen.
I'm just saying, if it were to exist, it would be a believable Amber Heard. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Okay.
I do have. So I have one question or one thing to think about. You know, I remember many years ago when Sarah Palin was the vice presidential candidate, and she had been such a disaster in these different interviews that everyone expected when the vice presidential debates rolled around that it was going to be the most embarrassing thing ever. And because the expectations were so low, she was actually kind of okay for that. I'm wondering, do you think there's any chance that we are underestimating Amber Heard, that she really could come in with a good performance?
Absolutely. There's totally a possibility.
She has to present sincerity.
I just think if you knew that or something, you would start with her then. This is your opportunity as an attorney. This is your opportunity in your case. This your first witness. This is going to make a big impression, and this witness sucks. And that's what you chose, and it's a hired gun who's naturally biased. So even if they're really good, like I've got a bunch of expert witnesses that are really good for various purposes, I wouldn't lead with them because I hired them.
Yeah,
they can help bolster a case, but they can't carry it.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. So it just projects massive weakness to me.
Agreed. Okay.
Just as an aside, before we get more deeply into the details, we have two big announcements here. Thanks to you, chat, we've got Uncivil Law hitting 60,000 subscribers behind the scenes. And I'm also informed by chat that Emily Baker hit 250. So we got a lot of good stuff happening in the LawTube environment. Thank you so much for liking, subscribing, remembering to do so, like now, for instance, which would always be helpful.
So that makes me half an Alita and a quarter of an Emily.
Well, that's how we roll, Kurt. It's all right. We're bringing it.
Well, I
appreciate all the support. I really do.
No, this has been great. This has been great for all of us. And I've noticed I get more subscribers when I've been on here too. I appreciate you having a non-lawyer on here. I saw somebody in the chat yesterday. It was like, stop. They said, stop Kurtz. I'm only here for the lawyers. So
no, it's
nobody ever.
It's perfect because it reminds us to unlawyer brain ourselves. You know, when you have a question and you're like, I don't understand what this is, or like, what is that? It is perfect for us because then it gives us a chance to like, oh, okay, let's explain this because other people have the same question. And sometimes, you know, people seeing it in a super chat or in the chat can be difficult because things are flying so fast that it's helpful to have it in the conversation itself too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So,
and
that's
done a fantastic job continuing to bring in guests of different persuasion, skill sets, and fandoms, to be quite frank. That's why you should like and subscribe, is because she's got all these wonderful guests. And where can you get that anywhere else? Don't know.
Oh, thank you.
The only thing with Kurtz is it's going to take me a little while to get used to the name, because every time I hear it, I think they're talking about me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
They think you're talking about what?
I think they're talking about me.
That's Kurt.
My name's Kurt.
Oh, you know what? I had the same thing earlier when she was talking to Kurt. And I was like, wait, is that for me? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a silly name. You know, when I started my channel, I didn't think that it would probably do very well. And so that's my favorite movie, Apocalypse Now. But now that I have a few followers, it's a little bit strange. The other day, my mom said, are you going to change that weird name?
Well, you got a limited window, you know, if you get too popular.
That's true. I hope, from your lips to God's ears, right?
Absolutely.
Holy cow. Yako Hidenhaimo, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Very kind of you.
What does that mean?
Wow.
200 euro? That's
yeah,
nice.
Wapatayat? Is that a ya or a ja?
It's something positive, I'm thinking.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
200 euros associated with it. We'll take
holy
it.
Cow. Thank you.
Euros.
Very, very kind of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay.
I love Virginia's for lovers as the profile image for this particular case.
Yes, Virginia's for lovers. Lots of love for Kurt. I love it. So that witness was interesting to say the least, right?
Well, this is a bad break for them too, though, because I do think they opened the door. I do think they had a big sidebar about it. I do think the judge very, very tactfully said, "You are screwed. The door is open." And then they break for the night so that they can go and dig dirt for the next 12 hours and hammer her senseless tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it sure looked like they opened the door in Amber Heard's entire history.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She said, "Well, yeah, I consider all the factors, and she has no prior history to this." Are you kidding me?
Welcome to the show.
Let's talk about that, shall we? Oh boy.
Is that not something that that Amber's attorneys would have warned her about? Like, if you say this, it's going to open the door to bad things we don't want.
Two things, maybe not, but even if they did, witnesses are stupid. Yeah, they're incredibly stupid, and experts are even stupider than your average witnesses because they think they know something, which they do in their little area, but they don't know anything about law. So it's always a danger. I've had them burn me.
Good job, Jacko.
All right.
I'm sorry. This is video game humor. You want me to take this one, Alita, or are you going to answer that?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I know this is a noted supporter of Virtual Legality. Has supported me forever and ever and ever, and I say thank you to that. Is this the court equivalent of using a support class as a tank? Is video game terminology, because of course video games have different classes that you can have, and the tank is the one that takes all the damage. And the recommendation here, my question is, did you send a weakling to go try to take all the damage for you?
That's interesting.
Maybe.
I don't think that's smart.
I would have thought they would have wanted to start on a stronger footing.
No, they are living in the past. They're living at the height of I'm telling you where they are. They're living at the height of the Me Too movement. They think it's 2018 and the whole world is just going to stand up and applaud this crap. The world has gone past that and has gotten cynical on it. It's just, these are the facts. They're not in touch with reality, and they thought this was really slick, and it was horrible.
How about Virginia?
That's the law talk
different in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And Nina Nana, yes, Dr. Curry was in the courtroom, and it was actually hilariously throwing off Elaine Bredehoft a few times. She referred to Dr. Hughes as Dr. Curry a couple times. She's like, she's here in the courtroom. That's why.
I wanted to laugh, but I've done it.
Yeah.
I have done it.
So, and just a reminder once again, that if you guys have not already and you want to support seeing these kinds of panels and whatnot, support this whole community of folks. You know, we like to cross over onto each other's channels all the time. Right now, folks are being hosted on my channel, but I like to go on other people's channels as well. So subscribe to all the other folks that are on here.
Speaking of which, I've gotten that in my comment section. They say, you got to have a lead on. I'm like, yeah, I probably will someday. But you know what? She's got something going on right now.
Are you busy tomorrow? Well, she's not busy next week. You got that going for you.
Next week, I will be filling some time now that we won't be having court. But yeah, I'm sure we'll find plenty to talk about. Yeah, we're having a bye week.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is Heard could go across the week spectrum
10
if
days.
she were next.
Not being able to talk to her.
She might crack.
Why?
Crack with that.
They said the judge is at a conference. Is that what
there's the judicial conference. So
who cares?
Well, apparently this judge does. They're not in court.
Oh, that is unbelievable. You're gonna hold all those jurors?
Yeah.
For an extra week.
I really like this judge, but that's insane. I don't care about your conference. Finish your trial.
Since I don't know the answer, why don't you help us out? What's a judicial conference?
It's a conference where they learn about updates in the law and stuff.
Okay, it's a literal conference. I thought it might be a term of art.
No, it's a bunch of judges going and saying, okay, here's all the new stuff that happened in Virginia, and if someone jaywalks, well, we've turned that into a misdemeanor or some damn thing. That's all it
Mike's
is.
in fine form today.
Well, I got a break in between. I had to do some work.
Good.
Also, Marcos D, thank you so much for the very generous super chat as well. Dr. Hughes testified that Amber Heard suffers from trauma. Also, that Dr. Curry's use of what's PC tile score?
Yeah, Marcos. Seriously,
percentile.
I think you need to check out Law Talk with Mike. I mean, if you're dropping those kinds of super chats,
those are
in ART is not valid because ATR is validated only for people suffering from trauma. So Dr. Curry's use of the 98th percentile was valid if Amber Heard suffers from trauma.
That's good.
Interesting. Thank you.
Maybe this is the jurors going.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
I don't think the 98th percentile not being a valid score was the most pertinent detail the jury remembered of the day.
Well, it's weird, right? Because even if it's skewed, it's like, well, all right, what is your skew of that bell curve? 98 still seems pretty high, right?
It does.
It's really bad bell curve, really bad.
Yes. Okay. So, Kurt, what did the star chats say for you, or Rick? What did the star chats say?
257.
Okay, so I'm about 20 behind you.
We'll get there.
So
that's
okay,
right. 257 super chats, folks.
It's a lot.
Fantastic.
This is
problem.
more than we have.
We've cleared 12 hours now, 3 out of the last 4 days. So we'll see.
Yes,
I do eventually have to write my agreement again today.
So I'll start going through here, and then we'll the ones that I am missing we'll get from my editor that's backstage. We'll eventually get through those. So I apologize if yours are earlier in the lineup and we get to them later. Trying to get to all of them. We will get to all of them. I promise.
You guys are just so darn generous. You're breaking YouTube for Alita and Legalbytes, which is
I know.
fantastic. If there's
I
anything
know.
that needs to be broken, it's YouTube. So you guys are doing your part.
It really is interesting, though, how many people have tuned in and are fascinated by this case. I mean, it reminds me of just a little bit of the craziness surrounding the OJ case, but that was obviously a lot bigger in scope. But I mean, this really, I think that everyone who does videos about this case has seen an uptick in traffic. And certainly I know you have on your channel a lot. So it's really, a lot of people are really fascinated. It's interesting how the mainstream media were so slow on this, so slow.
Yeah. Nikki O'Neill says, were they expecting to rest after the Q guy, but he was such a disaster they had to show a deposition to buy time to get another expert witness today? No, they ended up having a fantastic expert witness afterwards. So
That's a
no,
funny
I
conspiracy
think
theory.
What's that?
Throw up the nurse.
Bore everyone to death so that they magically forget. Mikkel Nino says the nurse talked about a cyst removal on her eyelid. I'm sure that will come up later as an injury picture Amber Heard tried to claim was from JD. Could be. RH says, does Nurse Liz have an opinion about the medical professionals and the passion and energy for their work? She has said that she's got some reservations about the concierge folks here.
I believe it.
Because she's referred to that kind of care as the Wild West, because there's no insurance involved, so very little oversight for a lot of those folks in comparison to other areas of treatment. Random SUCC says, was in a psychiatry lecture. What did I miss? Catch the recap. I will have a recap for this hopefully before tomorrow. If it's like normal, it's before tomorrow starts, before tomorrow's live stream starts. So yeah, catch the recap. For crying out loud, I sent this last night, but the stream cut off before you saw it. How do you think things will end before the 10-day trial pause with a JD Cross or an Amber Heard side questioning? Well, it's looking a lot like she's going to have her time on the stand, and she's going to be hanging out there for 10 days without her counsel.
If we assume that Amber Heard's testimony is roughly the same length as Johnny, then she might not even be done with her direct when we cross over.
Wait. There's a 10-day break and then they're resuming?
So it's Thursday to Monday with the intervening week missed.
Yeah.
I don't know if he froze or if he just literally. I'm
not following. That's not 10 days. Like next week off and then you start again, or
Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Sunday
Monday,
is
Tuesday,
3
Wednesday,
days.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's 10 days.
Yep.
So what are they doing with the jurors? I mean, they're not
sequestered. They're going to be just going home.
They go home, hang out.
DC,
Okay, so they're all going to be on. They're all going to be on Legalbytes and Law Talk with Mike, figuring all this stuff out.
Oh no, hopefully not.
I have an open invitation to all the jurors. They're welcome on my channel anytime.
Kurt,
no,
he doesn't. Kurt is joking.
No.
Since I'm licensed in Virginia, that should go over super well.
Yes,
yeah.
Joking. Satire. Dear Virginia
Danny
Ethics
Caruso.
Board.
Danny Caruso says Instagram pro JD page has clips of AH lawyer passing notes to her PR guy seated in the back. Is that allowed? I don't know if technically if the PR team is considered part of the legal team.
Is her PR guy in the court?
I had assumed before, I had assumed wrongfully before that Eve Barlow must have been part of the legal team, and it turns out she wasn't. So I don't know if the PR team is going to be considered part of the legal team. If not, then that's a big issue. And I would anticipate that someone's going to point it out. What do you think?
I don't see it as a problem.
No? Okay.
I don't know what the rules are.
Dr. Kartofelsalat says, does Hoag's threat to keep interrupting to ask us for likes constitute a settlement demand or blackmail?
Neither. No, I have a full legal right to ask you for likes and subscribe. So all I said is I will waive that right if you give me the likes and subscribe. It's all good.
JJ Breck says, could someone go do a GoFundMe campaign and ask for donations of $1 per person for JD instead of supporting Disney?
I mean, I think JD's going to do all right.
Yeah, he'll be okay after this, I think.
I think so. Yeah. CRB says, can Amber Heard be jailed for assault and abuse because of this case? Statute of limitations says probably not. Laura X says, does the judge give a yes, no, or statement answer? I'm not sure what this is referring to. I do not know.
Every time our witness this afternoon asked the judge if she could read her notes. That was an interesting interaction.
That was interesting. Brianna says, keep going with verbal abuse is abuse, but didn't mention in their opening.
I know it's a long time ago, but did they?
Has all physical and sexual. Why are they trying to add it in now?
Because it's useful to them.
It is
because
useful.
Because they can't prove physical abuse. That plain and simple.
Yeah. And the problem with that is if Johnny Depp's lawyers notice that, they can totally point it out in their closing to say, hey, they're changing their strategy on us because the facts don't support what they tried to say in the beginning.
Absolutely moving the goalposts because they don't have the goods.
Yep. E. Wood says, so did they stipulate that JD wouldn't call AH during their case in chief? If
Sounds
so,
like it.
how could the court grant the motion to dismiss?
Exactly so.
That's basically what the judge said.
That is what she said. As soon as she said that, I was like, done. Margaret M. Wang says, can AHPR talk to the court photographer and AH team? Court photographer, sure. AH team, probably. Not entirely certain on that, though. I might want to double check that. Peter Fasano says, this won't work, right? She won't throw this out.
Throw this out. That's got to be motion to dismiss.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Correct. She did not throw it out. Zicky's 101. If AH fabricated any part of the statements of abuse in the op-ed, could she reasonably be found guilty?
Well, she's not charged with a crime.
Yeah. She's not charged with a crime.
Comments are a little loose with guilty, you know.
But if she's found to have lied in the statements, she could be found liable, but there's other elements that they still have to show as well for that. All righty, next one. Michael Newhouse says, or Michelle, maybe Michelle.
Yeah.
Newhouse. Sorry. Can judge make AH pay off her donation?
Not in this cause of action, though.
Yeah, not in this one.
No.
Grifton Wow says, you think this is partially to shake her before she takes the stand? Do lawyers coach defendants to try to kill opposing counsel with their eyes?
I do think that motion to dismiss from Ben Shue was to put the fear of God in Amber Heard. I certainly do.
Yeah, I think so too.
Wait. The motion to dismiss from Ben Shue.
His
response.
Did you not see it?
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, you want to write all the other. I was going to say he should absolutely move for a directed verdict at the close of the defendant's case on the counterclaim, but we're not there. It doesn't make sense. They haven't presented their evidence.
I apologize. Yes, I meant just his response to the request.
Yep. Resin Art by Lillian says, doesn't AH want 100 million? How does she want it to
professional
those numbers? Greeting from
justify,
Germany.
Presumably. Good luck.
Okay.
I don't know.
Greeting from Germany. Y'all do a fantastic job. Thank you.
I don't know how she's going to justify that number.
She's going to need to show some kind of justification for it. She
would have to show that her career is diminished to the tune of $100 million, and she's never made anywhere near it. So yes, and damages, she'd have an issue on top of liability.
And one of the primary arguments against her right now is exaggeration. And she asked for $100 million.
Yeah.
Yep.
100 million.
$100 million. Okay, so would you rather, so for the poll results, would you rather have Rob report in person on direct or cross? 72% said cross, 28% said direct. And then on the other one says, what day do you think Amber will take the stand? Day 14, which is tomorrow. 53% said day 15, 30%, and then 9 and 8% going further. So, so people want him to report on cross-examination. Okay. All right. Misty Clark says Hollywood guy mentioned of certain publications ties to ACLU wanting certain publications for most impact, right? I found it compelling. Panel slots. I absolutely found it compelling. I did as well. Yep. H Pack fan says given motion is rarely granted, should pros give insight into game plan of addressing defense witnesses or preview of closing statements?
I mean, they did. Benchu did give a look-see as to what they were planning.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
whether
First
or
of
not
all,
they should.
that's not giving away any state secrets. If you're involved in the trial, you know what's coming down. Number one. Number two, you have to preserve your appealable issues. If you don't move for a directed finding, you can't appeal the verdict. So it's a major problem, and it's literally malpractice not to do it. It truly is.
Exactly. Diego de la Vega says, why is this trial in Virginia? Shouldn't it be in California? It's because the op-ed that is the basis of this lawsuit is from the Washington Post, which is headquartered in Northern Virginia. That's why. That's a legal reason why. Robert Jones says, what happens if JD wins and is awarded $50 million, but AH doesn't have the $50 million to give him? Too bad, so sad. He can try wage garnishment. He can try, seizing her assets.
Go to her house, take her stuff.
Yep. There are things you can try, but he may not be successful if she literally has nothing, and he may be okay with that.
Yeah,
Lori. Yeah, Lori says, could JD bring in the fact that AH fired her PR team as a way to sway public opinion in her favor?
I don't know what the probative value of that is.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't seem particularly relevant to this case.
Well, it's crushing her in the court of public opinion, but in actual court, you can't bring it in.
Right. Ladybug 82SW says, could you break down what the counts are and what the judge just did? So
yeah,
it was the three statements that Johnny alleges are defamatory from Amber's Washington Post op-ed. So statements 1, 2, and 3. Statement 1 is the title. Statements 2 and 3 are from the body of it. And so basically what happened was Amber's team was trying to say, Your Honor, based on the evidence that has been presented by the plaintiff in his case in chief, there's not enough for them to secure a win for them by the jury. So therefore, they should be dismissed. And he made all the best arguments that he possibly could, just like any lawyer reasonably would in his position representing Amber. And the judge said, too bad, so sad. 2 and 3 are staying. Your motion is denied as to those two. And as to number 1, I'm going to make a decision later when I see more evidence about that title coming in through her tweet.
I'm waiting for someone to say tweet, and then that's also in.
And then she says, okay, too bad, so sad. Jury gets to decide this. That's what I'm waiting for. Yep. Garcian Charles says, how is it possible to hit someone, abuse him, and make it legally abuse not to respond and defend ourselves? Yeah, I think that's a bit more of a hypothetical question. Sober Story says, even if he did abuse her once, isn't it still misleading if she was also abusive, if not more? That's not exactly the case here, because all they have to show for defamation is if he abused her once. That's once is enough for her case. But the thing is, if they got into verbal arguments, if they got into intense verbal arguments, is that abuse? Is the question. That's really the question that the jury is going to have here. Is what constitutes abuse?
Yeah, once you concede this quote unquote abuse at the top of your question, Johnny's lost. The jury is going to get to determine all of these facts that all of these super chats are asking about retaliation and commensurate levels of whatever. That's almost all going to go to the jury.
Yeah, exactly. Grifton Wow says, is there any argument to have a woman question Amber Heard because of the topic of abuse?
Sure.
Yeah.
There's an argument.
Yeah, there is. It could look softer. It could look optics wise. It might be better, but it depends on the vibe, how well they can do, how intense they are. Yeah. LS says, if her claims are tied to the TRO, doesn't it make her claims necessarily of physical nature and not emotional? I am really enjoying the panel points of view. Thank you. So if the claims are tied to the TRO, doesn't it make her claims necessarily physical in nature? Not necessarily.
Yeah, I was saying maybe in California, mere words are enough because it's La La Land. I don't know.
Well, she shows up with bruises according to the story, right? I mean,
Yeah,
whether or not they're real
that.
or not, she shows up with bruises.
She does. So, I mean, if she can show physical, then yeah, his case is sunk. But she's also got some allegations about verbal and emotional. Alexandra Fonseca says, do you think GA guy wasn't there to support JD, but to tear down Amber Heard? I'm not sure who GA guy is, but to tear down Amber Heard rag, collect apart, and make rotten. Actually say there is no... What does SIG stand for? I'm sorry, I'm struggling with this one.
Signature.
Also, JD council brief redirect looks like conference. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand this one.
I can't parse it.
After 8 hours, I'm sorry. Katie says, "Is this the defecation trial of the century or what?"
Puns.
A lot of puns. Cruel Noodle says maybe all the notes she took during the trial was to be more prepared for her turn on bar. Could be. Maybe she's writing and rewriting what she's going to say. Megaseth says, I'm pro JD. How do we respond if AH was truly abused?
Right. See, I mean, like, yes, I totally understand that being a concern.
If she was abused and they can show it, then we say, okay, fine. And he loses. That's it.
Yeah.
We're gonna support it. We just go, all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Chelsea D says redirect after arrests. When are J witnesses recalled? After Amber rests. So that's he gets to have his rebuttal witnesses after Amber Heard rests her case.
It's like a witness, but bigger.
Yeah. Alien 005 says Amber Heard has personality / mood disorder. I think it's DO.
Yeah, I think
Would
it's
/
disorder.
Okay. Would / could they medicate for impulsivity prior to taking the stand? Otherwise, high stress would amp up symptoms. They could possibly, but that runs the risk of making her look strange if she's reacting to medication. If she's looking a little loopy, that could make her look off, and that jury may have questions. Sir Ellis says, I think Gordon's show and makeup artist will be used probably for Amber Heard on cross-examination. I would anticipate it. Martina Pegorin says, if JD hit AH once out because he snapped after a repeated abuse, can it be considered a form of self-defense and not abuse? Like for homicide, I killed him because I was scared due to their abuse. Those concepts of self-defense, the jury understands that because that's kind of human nature is to understand those concepts, right? So yeah, absolutely. The jury may see it that way. It could be. Wendy's Cafe says, why does the judge keep allowing AH's team to backdoor the UK trial? Again, this morning they did it and she sat mute, making her appear biased to them. No, it's not biased. Because the thing is when they testify to knowing about the environment of publications and articles about Johnny Depp throughout a period of time, it lends itself naturally to whether or not they also saw the Sun article. And if they did, then you're allowed to ask them about it because these are experts. Experts are the easiest way to open the door for this kind of stuff, which is another reason why maybe this particular expert was not a good idea before Amber, because now they're able to open the door for all kinds of questions about Amber's past because of the stuff that's come out on Cross today.
We think.
Possibly. Depending on what those sidebars were about, right? Amy Horrell says 8 men, 3 women jury. I would think they'd want more women. Thoughts? Maybe not.
It's going to be extremely damaging if the ex-wife, I believe, if that comes in that she was arrested for punching her ex-wife. I mean, that's
sure
going to be
looks
really
like
bad,
it could.
right?
It sure looks like it could.
Yeah.
And you never know with jurors. You think that, but like I'll tell you what, women are the toughest judges of other women too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if someone's kind of abrasive like Amber, that's fine. I mean, if they identify with her and feel for her, that okay, then sure they'd be more sympathetic. But I don't think that's what she's going to get here.
Yeah, and I think that might be what the super chat is aimed at. Is this idea in particular that maybe it would be better for Johnny. Maybe, possibly. Anita says, now the main reason is verbal abuse. What happened to the liquor bottle and physical abuse? Well, now we've gotten that. We've gotten a little bit of that in now. Yeah. Mildly Sober says, "Missed this morning. Anything important happened? You're
When
going to
did you
need to catch
join?
the recap."
Nah.
Yep. Okay. Whoops. We're acting like a mob with pitchforks, apparently. Supposedly.
I try to
Okay.
avoid that.
I know. Yeah. Try to.
And if I'm going to have a pitchfork, I'm going to have a torch too. I mean, we have to at least.
It's like we can't
full-
win. When we criticize Johnny Depp's witness because we think it's a disaster, we're accused of being Amber Heard shills and criticize
tell
his
you what,
witness.
I was missing Q score guy there this afternoon. I would
Yeah.
like to have him back.
Well,
Yep.
I bet you.
Can't win.
I bet we're going to hear several questions tomorrow about Marilyn Manson, who's been a nice little boogeyman in this trial. And, I cover the Marilyn Manson case a lot on my channel. And it's interesting, Hogue, you brought up earlier that the statute of limitations for domestic violence had been extended in California. Well, actually, it was Evan Rachel Wood who spearheaded that, the Phoenix Act. And so anyway, I know we're not here to talk about Manson, but after this trial is over, that's a whole can of worms that I and a lot of other people believe is a hoax. It kind of makes this look like child's play, actually.
It would be, I'm very interested in talking about that case a bit more. I've talked about it a little bit as well. And I know you've definitely talked about that a lot, and it's coming up a lot in this case, which makes the crossover very interesting between the two, for sure.
I think your boogeyman description is exactly right. From what we've gotten so far in facts, it's just Marilyn Manson popping up on CrossX. So I'll be interested to see what they got.
Yeah. Ashley Harrison says, "You guys still been keeping up with the headlines from major media. Do you think the coverage is better or has changed course?"
God,
What do
I
you
haven't
guys think?
checked in a while.
Couple days. I haven't checked in a few days either.
It's changed course. It's come around our way of thinking.
I will say, go ahead.
I don't look that, but I actually heard it from other people. Are like, oh, they were over here, and now they're kind of agreeing with us. I'm like, well,
for the
I haven't
most
even
part,
listened to them.
for the most part, I do think that it has changed. Or well, I'll say this: there's still some holdouts like Piers Morgan and Dan Wooten. The original the reporter for the
That
Sun
doesn't
that wrote
surprise
that
me.
story.
Dan Wooten.
Yeah, and I think that it's still hard for a number of people. We are getting to be post Me Too, but I do think that it is hard for a number of people still to really wrap their minds around this kind of hoax.
Did I miss a memo? Did I miss a memo?
I just like to check the post because that one's always fun.
When did Johnny Depp say that?
That's the psychologist.
This is the psychologist
who was just
testified to
reciting.
this.
Oh, okay.
This is exactly what we mean by what she was saying was hearsay, but the court doesn't treat it as hearsay, even though everybody else hears it as hearsay.
Yeah, well, it is interesting, right? Because that headline suggests like the psychologist was in the room.
Yep.
And that's not even what she attested to. So
some of the headlines have not been kind, but there have been a lot of bad headlines for Amber Heard in this, and so I can't think that she's not pleased with her coverage. Obviously, she just fired her PR team. So
And I will say this: so there was a big stir the other day about Drew Barrymore and her show completely mocking the two of them for this whole case and just lampooning the both of them in this entire lawsuit as if everything is just a hilarious farce. And they got called out by a lot of people. She's since then issued an apology talking about it. So there is that. So maybe there is a little bit of a change of tide happening, at least in some circles. HS says, "Which lawyer would you want to cross-examine AH?" I still think Ben Chu.
I do too. I think he's got excellent control over his emotionality. So I'd put him in.
Agreed. Satwick Santra says, "Does she have money to pay $50 million if she loses? She have to auction her dump."
Do that kind of accounting. Yeah.
Yeah, they could take everything from her if she doesn't have it. Miss S. Gent, maybe Sergeant, maybe. If you're AH, do you call her? Can she be called by JD? She could have been called by JD, but they had stipulated previously to have her come up in her case in chief. Debbie 101 says they need to ask AH if she has Botox that caused the bruises JD paid for. Even if she answers no, that at the very least puts that question into the mind of the jury. It's true. Sudar Dunmez says, "Do you think AH is as crazy as the character from Gone Girl?" I I still haven't seen Gone Girl or read the book, but one of these weekends I need to watch it probably because so many people have been referencing
The answer,
it.
by the way, is no, Alita. Gone Girl murders people.
There you go. Mohammed Huraib says, Boston Legal or Suits or other, your favorite. My favorite is Legally Blonde, or actually My Cousin Vinny. But I do love Legally Blonde.
Wow.
Because I'm basic.
This was limited to TV shows. Objection outside the scope of the question.
There was other opens the door.
Oh boy. All right. I don't know. That's 2 TV shows as examples, then other TV shows. I guess. Alita,
0
it's your
TV
channel.
shows for me. I've never liked a single legal TV show I've ever come across.
Boston Legal is good. Suits is horrible.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever. I used to watch Law and Order. I mean,
I'm still an OG Law and Order fan.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Law and Order is pretty good.
I still rewatch Law and Order sometimes.
Okay.
Before it was doing, the dragged from the headline stuff. Law and Order was good.
Yeah.
I like the Ellen McBeal.
What's that?
I like the Ellen McBeal.
Oh, I never saw that. That was a little.
It used to make me laugh.
That's the best. Just go on. Thanks, Mike.
Suits put me off in episode 1 because of the patent issue, because that would never happen. So I was out immediately just because of me.
Yeah,
just
I saw
because of
one
me.
episode, I'm like, too far. I can't deal with it.
No, couldn't do
This
it.
this is me watching Succession.
No Tax Good Tax says, why hasn't JD's team tried to say yelling back after months and years of abuse is not abuse and does a disservice to real victims of abuse? It seems easy. That will probably be reserved for closing argument. Expect to see all kinds of arguments like that from them at that time.
I think you could argue our most recent psychologist just made that case for JD, so it'll be interesting.
Well, yeah, we'll see if that comes up on cross-examination. That'll be very interesting. Bearded Heretic says, which legal team would you rather be on? Johnny's. It's just the overall vibe. The overall vibe just seems more like
I do kind of like being in the negative position. So my initial impulse is Amber Heard's team, just because it's a harder position, and I kind of like that.
I want to learn at the foot of Ben Chu.
That's fair.
I want to hang with Ben.
Yes, and I feel like you would actually learn in that environment because of how much they're sharing the wealth for all of the
little
the
huddles. Have you seen the little huddles?
Yes, they're a team.
That team is a team.
They're like all like with their hand in the middle, go team go, like they probably have their own like motto, and they've got secret handshakes.
Ben Chu, senior partner, international superstar, actually saying I'm sorry for recommending the objection he did. I know plenty of senior partners that have been in my life that would not have offered I'm sorry at all.
Yes, that's such a good point. It definitely feels like people. It's funny when you're in law school and you're interviewing for different firms, or even after law school, you'll hear this term that a lot of law firms try to throw at new prospective hires, where they say we are a collegiate environment, meaning like we are all friends, we are all exactly, like we're all a team together. And then you realize most people are just using that term, and maybe like in Princess Bride, you keep using that word. I don't think you understand what that means.
Yeah.
Because there are many firms that they say that they are, but they are not actually. But this
Everything
one feels like
every summer associate thing is a lie. I'm sorry to tell you this, 2 L's, but it's a lie. And most of the things you'll hear in either on-campus interviews or in later on interviews, if you've done a clerkship or something else, also lies. Doesn't mean the practice doesn't have great stuff in it for you, but everybody's just trying to woo you.
Yeah. But like looking at their vibe, I feel like that is actually a pretty good place to work. Like they probably actually enjoy their work.
It's Brown Rudnick. I can tell you, I've had friends work at Brown, and it's all siloed. The legal practice, we have firms, but it really depends on who your senior partner is, what team you're on, what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Will AH's legal fees be paid by JD if she wins? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think they can ask for legal fees. I will double check, but I don't think so. Emma Truchen says, I'm just getting on. Could you do a quick recap? You're going to have to wait for the recap video. Sorry.
I like that answer.
Jackson Berg, it's convenient because there's going to be one. Jackson Berg says, after the trial is finished and whatever is decided by the jury, how often is it that members of the jury feel bad about their decision or have regrets, and how does that play out?
Sometimes particularly death penalty cases.
Oh, sure.
You occasionally see it.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's hard to guess.
Yeah. Is it true?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Is it true that Elaine McMuffin almost quit over the makeup lie? I have no idea. I have no direct line of communication to either legal team.
Oh, that'd be another thing I'd hit her with on cross. I would pull out one of those little compacts and ask Amber, did you ever use this makeup? This particular brand, I'm asking you, did you ever use this? And then she's, you got to say no. And then say, then later I can tell the jury, why are we hearing about this crap?
Yep. Exactly. Tammy on the Run says, if Amber is found guilty of lying, can Disney sue her for making them falsely firing JD and ruining the movie? No.
I mean, there's might be some
they made
some sort of hyper-technical tortious interference claim there, maybe.
Yeah, but they're the ones that made the decision. You know what I mean?
False pretenses. I'm stretching.
I guess theoretically a lawsuit could be filed, but I don't see it winning.
No.
June says, isn't it illegal to record video/audio without that person's permission? If so, why did the court allow videos and audio without JD's permission? Because they have stipulated to allow everything that is Johnny and Amber being recorded so long as it's only Johnny and Amber. That's the simplest answer.
And it's not illegal everywhere. In some states, in many states, it's legal. So it depends where you are also.
Yeah. Apparently in Virginia, it's a single party state. So they would have been able to get away with it there. Lisa says, Amber Heard's attorney promised that their testimony would prove sexual and physical violence. Does that make a difference in this case about defining abuse?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
if they can't prove what they said they're going to prove, that's always a problem.
Yep, it is indeed. KO says, could you see this case being referenced Deputy Heard in future male victim, female abuser TV cases?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I could.
Not so much legally, but just culturally.
Yeah. My says, will this trial end up being a landmark case in U.S. law for defamation? What makes a landmark case?
Unlikely.
Well, it's not going to be the kind of case that is that sets some sort of court precedent or case law precedent, because this is in the trial court. So when you've got multiple levels of hierarchy in the United States, usually there's the trial court level, appellate level, and Supreme Court level. Each state has a Supreme Court, and then there's also a federal Supreme Court. That's the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. So in the state system, you've got the Virginia Supreme Court is at the top. So when we are talking about what kind of cases set precedent, so this is in Virginia. This would only be impacting Virginia law to begin with. But even still, because it's at the trial court level, it's not binding on any other court. It's just it could influence them based on, okay, well, this court found this way, but no other court in Virginia or anywhere else would be required to follow that as court precedent. Grifton Wow says, worry over optics of man asking woman about DV. That could be. That would be a reason why they would want to have Camille Vasquez do it, or someone else, or one of the other female attorneys on the team. But if he's soft enough, he could. I could see him getting through it softly enough. Yeah, I could see it happening.
I could do it. You have to calibrate appropriately, but you hammer her for her lie. You're not there to get out domestic violence discussions. You're cross-examining her. You're saying things that she's lied about or things that she's done wrong.
Yeah.
You're not having a hold hands session about her claims. You're saying those don't exist.
Yeah. MGTOW Michigander says, would you agree that all of Amber's facial expressions in the courtroom are fake? Not all of them. I think some of them are probably sincere.
Yeah, the word all also know. Yeah.
Yeah. Bibbs 93 says
she comes across fake, but not every moment of her life.
Exactly. Yeah, I would agree with that. Bibbs 93 says AH was sending notes to PR guy. What do you think they say? Help.
Oh no.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
No.
I have no idea. Take some photos, please. I don't know. Warren Lee says, on your day 11, at almost 8 hours, judge tells JD and AH no talking to press or social media. Wouldn't firing and hiring PR firm incur some type of general reprimand? I don't remember her saying. I don't think she said that. Did she say that to the parties? She says that to the jury every single
Said that
day.
to the jury every day. That's
The only time that she said that to Johnny was when he was on the stand, and then he was going to be resuming the stand the next day. So yeah, I don't think that is the case here. Jacomine says, hello from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Love your channel. Thank you for breaking it down for us. Hey, thank you. What would be your one strategy if you were AH's legal team? What would be your strategy with her? I mean, try to make abuse look as general as possible so that you can get Johnny on basically anything, so that anything he looks like looks abusive, because then you kill his defamation claim.
Yeah, muddy the waters.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, another very generous super chat. Thank you, Yako Hidinaimo. I've seen a movie called Freedom. Is this a genocide? I don't know which movie you are referring to. But that is interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Kate Monster says, question for Nurse Liz. What does your shirt say? I'm sorry, I didn't get this in front of her. I don't know what her shirt said. Maybe I can email her about that. Ben, the LP student, says, I believe JD has won the trial of public opinion. Thoughts, Rick? Sorry about the shocking of the IFRAC thing yesterday. I felt bad.
I recognize this chatter because he did add the F.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Issue, facts, rule, application, conclusion.
You don't have to feel bad. That's like my CLE. People are moving on, adding extra letters. I don't know.
I called it inflation.
Yes, it's Iraq inflation.
Yeah, exactly. We did Iraq.
I always thought the F was basically in the I, but what are we going to do? So no, I believe JD's won the trial of public opinion as well. Like I said, my image of what this was has changed significantly after hearing his case in chief, regardless of whether he wins. So that's not going to go away.
Yeah. Farmhand Tom has a few remaining bottles of Amber's odor eliminating spray available. Search Farmhand Tom eliminates odors from pets and people on the carpet, car, and even bed linens. Interesting. Awesome. I'm not an affiliate link. So cool. Thanks for the super chat. Karen Martin says, the article states 2 years ago, meaning the TRO is based on physical violence. So can they really argue that the op-ed was about verbal or emotional abuse?
Once you drag in implication, I feel you got to take the good and the bad together. So it's abuse of all kinds against that is an accusation against Johnny Depp.
Yep. Agreed. Kill a Gamer 001 says, do you guys have believe AH will use her mental illness symptoms as an excuse to get leniency for her abuse of JD? Maybe
not anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah. I would have thought before today, actually, that she would get some leniency, but
they gave her. They had their experts say zeros on all the pertinent scores and not diagnosed with hardly anything except PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So next one is Joanna Calafatis. Sorry. Why would JD yelling or hitting in defense after being abused invalidate his case? Seems like when women need to be perfect victims to be believed.
Well, I mean, exactly so to some degree. This is part and parcel of the problem, right? I mean, it may not be fair in some ways, but this is one of the things that jurors looking for. And sometimes because women are not perfect victims, as they say, that they may not become credible because Johnny Depp isn't a perfect victim. He may not come off credible because people suck and they're human beings, and they will look at the situation and be like, well, if I were abused, I wouldn't do that. And of course they're wrong. It's the same problem.
Yep. Bethany Elizabeth Sykes says, do you think this could considerably help male DV victims in both the court and in broader society in the future? I think more so in society. I think bringing this issue to light. I think so. I think absolutely. A
lot of guys have been through similar things, and they don't have the money or the resources, the profile for anybody to know or care about it.
Yeah. Exactly. Wendy's Cafe, I disagree as well. I believe that it's going to make it even more difficult for real victims to come forward. It's why I said a couple days ago that false accusers should be given prison time for lying about it. So Nate was saying that it could have a chilling effect on some real victims because of the fact that Amber Heard has been allegedly lying about this. If it shows that she is in fact lying about it, It could have a chilling effect on real victims, which is unfortunate if true. And yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Melanie W says, curious, if JD's team had put AH on the stand as their witness, would she also have officially counted as a hostile witness for her team?
Yep. Oh yeah, she's the definition of hostile witness.
Yep, absolutely. Next one, Emma Truchan says, I've been absolutely pounding sweet tea every day of this trial. Feel like I'm classically conditioning myself. Awesome. Use the Force 1977. Are we going to see the forensic photographer? Maybe as a rebuttal witness. Could be. Mr. Team Beatty, thank you. Lord Voldemort 09 Stein says, why do they only mention women suffering DV with the mention of Me Too movement in this case when men suffer DV just as much? I don't know about just as much. The statistics, I think, are like a third of DV cases are men, but that's still a significant number. Not to minimize that. But yeah, I think that's one of the criticisms of the Me Too movement is that there are a lot of men who have suffered that are just getting completely forgotten and laid by the side. I Recreate Life says, what are the best and worst outcomes for either side? Best is they win.
I win.
Worst is they
and I
lose.
Yeah. I have to pay money. I receive money. There you go.
Yeah. And then they lose all career prospects for the rest of their lives, get canceled forever. That would be the worst, I think. Sheldon Aldridge says, question, since Ms. Heard has shown to be lying about the abuse, how does this affect her in the long run? Do you think this case is an eye-opener to society as a whole? I think for a lot of people it is an eye-opener.
I hope so.
For sure. This opens up a lot of questions about how much we, the saying of listen and believe. Maybe it should be listen and investigate. Yeah.
I gotta scoot. Thank you.
All righty. Thanks so much
I'll
for
see you
joining.
tomorrow at some point.
See ya. All righty. And you guys also, if you need to leave at some point, let me know. Hopefully
I'm
I won't
giving
have
it
any
10 more
power
mumpkins
issues.
till I fade completely out.
Okay. Sounds good.
10 more minutes? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm like, how much energy do I have left? I'm like, I've given myself 10 more minutes.
I'll pick
Sounds
some
good.
number of remaining super chats to we'll see.
Bethany Elizabeth Sykes, super chat got deleted. Do you think this will considerably help male DV? Oh, no, we did get that one. It just didn't get discussed yet. Okay, Amanda G, can the ACLU file a lawsuit against AH for the lies? I don't think so.
No, probably
not. Kate says, kudos on civil law. Great breakdown of SCOTUS Lake.
Thank you.
I've heard this
Cruel
so many times. I have to check it out, Kurt.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Ralph,
pretty good. Went through it in a pretty thorough detail, trying to dissect what parts of it I thought were good, what part were weak, and just try to do what I normally do.
hey,
Spidey's
Spidey,
here.
people have been asking for you. They've been asking
Really?
for you this
Sorry,
this
I'm
whole
so
like
sorry,
last
guys.
week.
How's
Welcome
everyone
back.
doing? You all look wonderful. I apologize thoroughly. I'm in the middle of a lecture tour. I'm literally back for a day and I leave tomorrow morning again. So it's been crazy. But yeah, I got some comments, people saying, go to Legalbytes right now.
Yeah,
Wow.
Let's do it. Let's talk about it.
I have no idea what's going on. Do I need to go back?
Yeah,
and
man.
watch?
There's been some good physicality in this trial with the witness. There's been a lot of physicality from that. There's been good physicality from the lawyers because there was a huge bench conference because it appears the witness opened the door to Johnny Depp's lawyers now being able to ask about Amber Heard's prior violence against prior partners. And so there was a huge caucus at the table. And we were all doing our amateur reading as we were looking at them. And we're like, well, we think this is the issue. And we think Johnny Depp won it based on their various body language. So it was entertaining.
Find that. But you know, my master Hogue is here. So I feel like, because I mean, you're like every now and then when you pop in those body language signals, I'm like, well,
I don't know about that. I think Kurt said it right. When we're looking, there were a number of long sidebars, and I was trying to decide whether it was Johnny Depp's attorney, who is one of their ringer guys. He was one of the guys that was brought in a couple of weeks ago. It's just his shtick, where when he leaves the sidebar, he just looks like he won, and he walks like the cock of the walk back to the table, or whether he's really winning all those. So I did want to know that. The other one that you should check out, Spidey, is we got a lot of good Amber Heard emoting stuff today from when her psychologist was putting forth this litany of accusations.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go back. Do you have like more or less timestamps that I can go to, or like?
No, we did.
So
We're not that sophisticated.
Yeah, the psychologist is talking all for the end of like the last hour of the testimony when you're getting
the
a lot of these
psychologist's
reactions.
tone and body language is just also throughout. Just like, I can't be even bothered to be here. I can't believe you have the audacity to question me. It's like, I can't believe you, from her own side, by the way. She's being questioned by her own side. It's like, I can't believe you have the audacity to ask me questions. And she has to constantly refer to her own notes. She doesn't know anything. She can't remember anything. She has to read it from her notes. It's amazing.
Some of my followers did write to me and said that she is swimming in what we call convincing or resume statements, which is things we say to build our character. You know, like, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about or that makes sense, but you got to see the resume statements on this person. A lot of times when someone's guilty of something and they're asked something, interrogation, they might build character before giving the answer to come off as. So you know what? Let me do my thing.
Yeah, the end of the court day on this stream is going to be about eight and a half hours.
Our collective conclusion was the first witness for Amber Heard sucks.
Yep.
Who was it?
It was the psychologist for Amber Heard.
Oh,
seven
expert
and a
witness.
half hours.
Hey, Rahel Halimariam, there are a lot of super chats in the backlog, so that probably has been saved. So I will get to them, you know, at some point. Some of them for some reason get unsaved for me, but I've got somebody backstage that sees all of them. So for whatever reason, when I got kicked out, it happened. I hate that it does that, but
we're trying to keep them.
Yes.
We are.
Yes.
Have you guys seen the meme yet? Like the ultimate meme about this whole trial that will end all memes?
No.
No? Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull it
I've
up.
not seen anything that I would describe that way. So
this is just game freaking over for me. Like we all, you know, we could just stop. We did it. I got to find it. Give me 1 sec. I'm really building it up and I don't even have it. 1 sec. Here it is. Hold on. Okay, this is it. This is the meme. Like, it's game over. Here, can you blow up my screen so everyone can see this?
You can make him a solo.
Alita, can you make me
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Put this away. Oh, not me. Not me. I need to put you.
You guys on the side. But yeah, and then click the one and then drag me to where you want.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Ready?
Sophisticated.
I hope you guys are super excited.
Oh yeah, I have seen that one.
Nice.
It's game over. That's it.
I like it.
Nothing will top this.
I like it.
I'm gonna do a deep dive. BRB.
Okay.
All right. Fun.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Oh, we're in completely different. All right.
Okay. Negi 132 says, would a lawyer ever count on getting a jury nullification for their client to win? If you're unwilling to open that can of worms, that's fine.
No, of course not.
Yeah, no, you want to win on the merits. That's what you want to do. Mr. Tim Beatty says, wasn't there for the date of damages check box? I'm not sure I understand this question. Do you guys?
Wasn't
my brain fog
there? Wasn't the question there? Whatever was asked, to set the date for the damages to be evaluated. And the answer is I don't know, but I do know $40 million guy did good.
Yeah, he did. He did really good. KO says those whining about panel taking over wits lawyers are notorious chatterboxes. It's not going to stop. There are many other streams you can go to.
Talking over witnesses. We do our best.
Yeah. Harshith Varma says, if you were on AH's team, what would you do differently despite knowing that you have evidence and inferences stacked against you?
I don't know.
Maybe not have the attitude that they have. That's a starter. I would not be as aggressive. I would be chill. I would be cool and calm and collected, because that completely negates the vibe that that Johnny's team is trying to show about Amber Heard. That's my first thing that I would do. But I have a different style anyway. That's more my style generally. So maybe that's just my bias.
Yeah, I just don't know what they've got. It's so hard to say. So I think that psychologist is wrong if you're coming right off of Johnny Depp's case and you think that Amber Heard has a tendency to exaggerate. So to me, you had to disarm that somehow. And I don't know what your other witnesses are. Ask again at the end of the trial. I'll tell you who I would have started with.
Good question or good answer. Jake and Bake 420 says,
Ouch.
could they have her defecate in a cup for no?
That is hilarious. Points to you, sir.
Melody Crocker says, is Spidey going to join while AH testifies? That's a good question for Spidey here.
We don't know. It
I don't
sounds
know if
like
he hears
he's
us.
lecturing. I think he turns us off by sound. So we can just
could
say
be.
whatever we want about him right now.
We
Yes.
could.
Hello and welcome.
Hey, sorry.
Hey, that's me.
Oh, I'm doing this. Sorry. Is Spidey going to join? I'm trying so hard. I'm literally, again, I said like I'm leaving tomorrow morning back on my tour, and I'm booked for the next 4 days. But like it's weird. Like sometimes it's just the morning, so it's just the afternoon. Oh, guys, I swear I'm going to try my best. And I'm not covering this case this week because I don't know if you guys know about Megan Thee Stallion on Gayle King talking about her story. I'm doing that because I got bombarded with requests. But next week I'm going to be covering Amber Heard when I have some time to sit. When we get all her testimony and stuff, I'm going to sit down, really do a deep dive when I have a minute. So I'll be a little late to the party, but guys, I'll be trying to check in as much as I can. And I love
do you know, Spidey, we don't have trial next week?
Oh, there's no trial next week?
No.
Yes.
Trial next week.
So she's probably gonna, if she takes the stand on Wednesday, that means she's continuing into week 5, which
Yeah.
is like 2 weeks from now. So
But you
will
might have time to analyze her separately over that week. I mean,
The judge wants to go to a powwow with the other judges and not do her job for a week.
That's awesome. Yay,
Yeah.
judge. Okay, so that's great. So because no, that's good. So I'll be so does that mean that her testimony will be split in two weeks apart?
Yeah.
Right now we
that's-
think
yeah,
so.
that's,
That's good for me because it means I'll be around a little more. Hang out with you guys.
Yeah, that's good for all of us.
All right, I'm going to submerge back into this.
Okay, sounds good. Patriot here, Chrissy Kimbrell. Okay.
That's when Nate was calling for subscriptions from Patriots.
I know. I was like, there's a lot of international people here too. Andrew Nichols, U.S. law is very important to us internationals. The U.S. strongly, at least, influences laws worldwide. Example, drug laws around the globe.
Yeah.
Very good point. Very good point. Ash Inali says, love how international the chat is. Love from UK.
Absolutely.
Zion Cypher says, you can click drag the closed captions to move them.
Can you?
I was going to say, can you?
If you can, then that solves a huge thing for me.
We'll check on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna test that out. So yeah, that would be great. Would she automatically lose if they find she lied? Not automatically. They still have to prove multiple elements in addition to her lying for a defamation case.
I'd say real close. If you
Yes,
actually have
yes.
the intentionality of a lie, it's real close.
It's the stronger they find that she lied and intentionally so, the stronger it is that they will get that across the finish line. Is what I would say. Pinky 88 will going first hurt JD, Amber Heard second being fresh in mind. No, because he also has the benefit of rebuttal witnesses. Paul Bettany is supposed to be a rebuttal witness, as is I think Dr. Curry, maybe some others. So I think there were a few that were floating around there as potential rebuttal witnesses. EMSA says, why are some of JD's witnesses subject to recall when they have rested their case? What does this mean? Sorry, silly question. It's not a silly question. It's because he has a chance to have some rebuttal witnesses as well. So just like I mentioned just now. Ladida says predictions on AH on stand through Thursday to leave jury with her testimony on their mind over
It's a
court.
risky
Great.
move because if it's not great, they leave a bad taste in the jury's mouth for an entire week.
It's quite the little minefield, right? It's quite the minefield for Amber Heard's team to have to be like, what are we going to end with?
It's a high risk maneuver. If I don't think I'd do it. I'd wait till they came back and do it on that Monday. I can't imagine doing it with hanging it over.
Yeah. I couldn't either. Carol X, if other people are redacted or cut from audio, why were Paul Bettany's phone messages shown? How did they find out about those? Well, because audio is different than a hearsay issue. With text messages, you don't have an unlawful recording of someone. You just have a copy of somebody's document, a written statement. It's different. It's a different analysis and a different issue. Morgan Lee, nurse notes confirming it was Amber vomiting. LOL. Yep. Kaya K, is there no court at all next week? None. Martina Pegorin says, even if it was proved that JD hit AH once, couldn't it be considered self-defense? Potentially. Like if someone hurt their abuser because they're scared, as a juror, I'd think, well, she was the abuser. He snapped once.
Yeah,
Possible.
exactly. The question is, couldn't it be considered? And yes, that is exact. It could be considered by the jury to be exactly that. I made this point before. Like we have extreme impossibilities when we're interpreting a term like domestic abuse. Like on the one extreme end, maybe mere words, mere insults are domestic abuse, and maybe Johnny Depp already conceded the game as to that aspect in his own testimony. But on the other extreme hand, maybe even if he was physically abusive on some occasions, maybe that's not domestic abuse because of other factors. It's a question of fact for the jury. What does that term imply? What does it suggest? You know, this is where things get complicated in the real world.
Agreed. Amy Llewellyn, can we have a YouTube party at the end of this? I think that sounds fun. I like that. TT Western says from Australia, hi, Amber is being looked at for perjury on the unaware of bringing undeclared dogs into the country. If deemed Amber was committing perjury here, can it be used in the Australian case? I don't
think
know.
that would be a
Australian
perjury
law.
issue, would it? I mean, I can't imagine that you have to make that under the penalty of perjury in Australia. That seems unlikely.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the Australian legal issue
Yeah.
enough. I mean, other than a general understanding of the fact that it's an illegal importation of dogs. That's pretty much
Yeah.
all I really know on that specific issue. George SEK, SEK is the currency. Never mind. Hey, love the show. Do you think that JD's team will debunk the photos of Amber being bruised using Meta? You guys rock. If so, it'll be on rebuttal. It would be a crazy mic drop, though. It really would to have that at the very end. J. Patrick says, my work bestie and I have listened religiously for the past 2 weeks, so we feel confident in our legal abilities. Don't even need to go to law school. Nate, when are you seeing MOM? Sorry, Nate's not here, but I appreciate this. Isabella says, can a witness pop in that isn't on the list?
On rebuttal.
They have reserved the right to call someone as a rebuttal witness, but that's about it. In order for it to be a rebuttal witness, Amber's team has to have opened the door for certain testimony through something that she's volunteered, and vice versa. If Johnny has opened the door to something, Amber Heard could call some kind of a witness that's technically not on the list for rebuttal as well in her case in chief. Kissa, thank you for these lives from all of you from Finland. Thank you. M. Bailey says, Elaine's opening included very specific violent acts JD allegedly committed. Do you have to prove these, and how can they? They made promises. They made promises, right? So the jury is not going to look very kindly on the defense's case if they find that if they have overpromised and undersold. So I think they really kind of have to, as a practical matter. All right. Spiddly says, what's up with the tween goth look? Did AH land a role in Vampire Academy and Beachy substitute teacher number 2? Funny. Emily Williams, thank you so much for this. If JD loses this case, do you think some of his credibility has been restored? What are your thoughts? You guys are awesome. Thanks for everything. I think that's the perception, at least of those of us on the panel, for sure. Whether it's the community at large, we'll have to see. But I think there's definitely a possibility of that. Lindsay Ante says, how should JD's team address the false cheating allegation thing? JD equals jealous spouse without bringing in Elon and Franco. Predictions on how it plays out. They can still refer to Elon and James Franco. They already have, at least Elon Musk, through Isaac Baruch. They can also show some of the video footage of the security cameras in the building, which they've brought in, but they haven't addressed. They brought in through the building manager. So they can maybe bring it up to Amber to be like, hey, who's this? What was Elon doing in here with you? And why was he sneaking in through the side entrance? Sean Curran, thank you. Newt says, UK viewer here, been watching live since week 2. Thanks for doing this. Almost 3 a.m. when the stream closed out last night, but stayed until the end. Thank you. Reagan Weatherford, does Virginia have privileged information laws? Privileged information laws. If you're talking about recording laws, it is a one-party state. Only one party needs to consent to a secret recording, so to speak.
Could be marriage, could be doctors. But
Oh,
all came in for waivers or adverse parties or all sorts of other stuff.
Yes. True. Yes. So there are ways of keeping information privileged for sure. Actually, we got this one. Britt Cormier, thank you so much. I need this judge and lawyers in this trial to shift their schedules. I have to be in the office every Tuesday for meetings. They need to stop having great drama on my one day in the office. LawTube, do your thing and get them to shift their schedules.
We'll do our best.
Sorry. That's why there's a replay. A Potato says, would defense admitting AH unwell plus truly believes the claims / has a distorted reality get around some of the elements? Is that still knowingly false? I mean, they would try to argue that. That's what they would try to argue.
I thought that was a direction they might go.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it, right?
It does not.
At this point. Yep. Thank you. Brad says, any chance they decide not to call AH at all?
Now, Alita, I have a question on this. Maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. So they've stipulated that they're going to call Amber Heard so that they can so that the plaintiffs can get the tweet in. That was an agreement that they had. Let's say they just say they're not going to.
Nope.
Okay, so
I don't think the judge is going to allow that, because the judge will say, wait a minute, they rested their case in chief with the agreement that they were going to have a chance to talk to her in your case in chief.
Okay, so the court can force it. So no second guessing anymore.
I think so. I think the court can enforce the stipulation because both sides have agreed to it, and it's a file. It's ostensibly a filing in court. So
I would assume the same, but I wanted to hear it from somebody who has been in court more regularly than me.
Yeah. I can't imagine. I mean, for the same reason why the judge would say, no, you can't dismiss the case on account of not hearing from Amber Heard yet because you stipulated to it. So you can't. It's a kind of like an estoppel type of argument to say, like, they relied on this to their detriment, and now you're going to try to pull the rug out from under them because of that. Yeah. No, that's interest of fairness. Can't do that.
That's one thing I really appreciated from the judge today is you can actually see, if you're in chat, that the judge has to exert judgment, right? We've got all these rules and things, and maybe by technically, if you're reading it like computer code, then Rottenborn and team successfully convinced them to throw away one of their case counts, but the judge says, no, you can't do that. That is what you just said, equity, interest of fairness.
Yeah. EDA says, was it feasible to not broadcast this trial? Our toxic culture is like a vulture looking at this trial. I truly hope she won't commit suicide. I mean, I hope both sides are mentally healthy throughout this. I think that the amount of public interest in the court, I think it was a good idea to broadcast it personally, because there was so much interest that they would have completely overwhelmed the courthouse with all of the people that wanted to go and actually see it for themselves. So I stand by that decision. I think it was a fantastic decision, not just because, personally I wanted to live stream it, but because I had a personal interest in finding out for myself what this was without the filter of the media. Because we've seen the headlines, right?
Yeah, and I don't think coverage fundamentally changes without the cameras. You just go through extra filters, and then you get less and less resolution for what's actually happening. So it's an ugly case. I said that the moment I heard opening statements. So I get where you're coming from, but I do think that more transparency is better.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Spidey.
So, hi. I'm watching the psychologist testimony. I have some notes here. It's long, and I'm trying to figure out where the important stuff is. It's really hard to do that, but I do want to give some real-time commentary.
Sure.
Or late, belated. First of all, the reason I was laughing earlier, someone said in the comments, looks like I'm having a good time. I saw someone in the comments refer to the psychologist as Dr. Karen, which is like, in my head, I was like, that's such a great title, because like she's such a Karen. She's like, it's almost like she's Amber Heard as a psychologist. You know what I mean? So I have a different nickname for her. It's the anti-Isaac, like the bizarro Isaac. Like, as likable as Isaac was, she's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And instantly likable. Isaac took the stand and everyone instantly liked him. And it's because he was an empathetic listener, and he engaged. And when they were asking questions, he leaned in because he cared. She kind of has this stoic face. You guys nailed what you said earlier, all of you. Like, there's a lot of contemptuous kind of, when she's asked to confirm, like, is that correct? There's almost like inaudible, like very Amber Heardy. But here's the thing, I think, that is part of the reason that it feels like she's of no use, or that we're not getting the full truth, is her excessive use of what we call exclusions or exclusion qualifiers, which are words that give us half or partial truths. So if you tell me something like, did you steal money from your uncle, like from my uncle? And I go, I didn't exactly steal it. Like I'm trying to tell you, suggesting, well, it's kind of a confession. So in the span of like a couple of minutes that I was gone, I wrote down the exclusions that she said. Here's what they are. Specifically, exactly, I don't recall seeing that in our first meeting. I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. A vague sense, I don't remember specifically, but I have a general recollection. Vague, general, can't provide you with specifics. Specifically, general sense, don't remember specifics, a vague memory of this, and so on and so on and so on. So and I get it. It's probably like she doesn't want to incriminate herself, so she doesn't want to say anything that's incorrect. You guys would be able to comment on that. But when somebody feels the need to specify that much, like I don't specifically remember that. I don't exactly remember that. I have a vague sense. It's like, what is your testimony even worth? We're just getting little bits and pieces of things. So I think is that part of the reason you guys were like, what is this?
Well, I'm actually interested in it because I think she certainly puts off a negative vibe, and I'd love to understand that better, because my instant reaction is this doesn't match with what we just heard for the last 3 weeks, and I'm reacting negatively to something about her demeanor. But I will.
By the way, am I talking about the nurse? Because some people in the comments are saying, is this the nurse I'm looking at or the psychologist?
Is she in real life or is she a video?
Video.
Ah, that's the nurse.
Oh, so everything I just said was pertaining to the nurse.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So that's the top of the court day.
Right. Okay. So you guys wanted me to
disregard everything I just said. I was listening to that. I wasn't looking at that.
Okay. So it's funny because when you guys said the psychologist, I assume this is her because you guys said she has a bit of a like, what am I even doing here vibe? And this lady kind of puts that off as well. We see some contempt when the questions are coming out. A lot of exclusions. So okay, let me jump in and go look at the psychologist now. So
yeah, she's blonde and she's in real life, so she's the last witness of the day.
Yeah, she's got like pearls.
Okay, so that's why you guys were looking at me like, who is he talking about? Are these?
Well, you're trying to do it on the fly.
By the way, is this nurse a witness for Amber?
Both. I think Alita's decided that depositions are for both. I think she's right.
Yeah.
I can't see this. I can't see this being an excellent testimony in favor of Amber. Okay, BRB.
Yeah. All right. Let's get some more questions here. Sean Curran says, is there a limit to how long a person can be deposed for? I noticed that many of the video depots lasted multiple hours. Yeah, usually there's a limit. It's like a day or two, maybe depending on how important the witness is to the case in chief. If it's one of the star witnesses or one of the parties, it could be several days. It kind of depends on the state that we're operating in as well. They all have specific rules by jurisdiction. 1337 Kiko says shrooms ecstasy with high profile male. Damn, thoughts? Yeah, it certainly looks a little sus.
We'd like
looks
to
a
hear
little sus.
more.
Yeah. Yep. Dana Wilson says, could she have her cyst injected with Kenalog? I'm not sure what Kenalog is. Do you know? No?
No, don't look at me.
Cool.
No,
Okay.
I'm hiding. No, I don't know what. I have no idea what that is.
Sure. Maybe we should ask Nurse Liz. Wendy's Cafe says, didn't Rob say yesterday the AH had cheek implants? I think he said that the structure of her cheeks is potentially problematic because of the fact that she has such shadowing on her cheeks. I don't know if he said that.
I did notice that straight up today. I was like, that.
I've been noticing that since day one.
That kind of looks like bruising.
I've been pointing that out since day one. I feel like I'm like, but I felt like people thought that I was maybe being petty when I pointed that out. So maybe I only did that like once or twice at the beginning, but I was like, maybe I'll.
It's so hard to say. I am sitting here trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I'm looking at that going, I could see Elaine saying, isn't that a bruise? Because like, that's just the way it looks. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's something that the jury, I'm sure, is watching her day in and day out, seeing how she does her makeup. her makeup comes up on a daily basis. So why wouldn't they be looking at her and saying, how are you doing your makeup? It's just a natural question. Question, does it normally take this long? Which aspect? I'm not sure. Sure. Let's go with yes. Dustin Schneider, Data Guy, said his results were based off the term Johnny Depp. Wouldn't the results be skewed down since the name was never written in the op-ed? That's an important point. I wish that would have been brought up. Ronnie P says, are bad words to AH from JD enough to prove abuse? It's context. It's all contextual. It's going to be the whole body of facts altogether. HMK says, will they ask Amber Heard about her appearance in a Dutch TV show telling the $7 million was donated to ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles? I anticipate yes. It's going to be fire when they do. And Alice says, maybe deleted question. To negate the effect of UK trial being mentioned, isn't it enough to point to the response why US court granted JD this trial? I don't know if it's enough. It's an incredibly complicated strategic series of questions to figure out how to work around the fact that the jury now knows about that other lawsuit. So I don't know. Sandy Kai says, hi, not sure if my super chat was deleted. Question, shouldn't gross earnings be accounted for in the P50M expenses such as commission? Oh, we did cover this one before.
Yes. Right to pull out the money that doesn't get all the way to Johnny. Yep.
Yes. Cody Chesser says, win or not, has JD made a good enough case to justify studios rehiring him, or is the water still too murky for them to show support? I don't know enough about the studios to know what satisfies them.
May run a major motion picture house.
I know.
So
despite our appearances.
I tend to think that the studios have made certain indications that they're ready to hire Johnny Depp back if he can get above whatever threshold they've set for him. But I would suspect a paper that says W on it would be enough.
Yeah, I would say so too. Cha Gonzalez says about the cyst. If it refers to another photo from December 2015, I think, where she has a tiny bruise in the corner of her eye, not the May 21st photos. Okay. Kate says, a question for Hogue. Couldn't doc between Curry and AH open cross-X to remind the jury of BPD and HPD symptoms? It's been a minute since Curry's testimony. Thanks, everyone.
I think the question is, would the doctor potentially be a bad idea because you're reminding of the exaggeration? I do actually think Elaine winds up posing one of the questions in a way that I wouldn't have done, where it just highlights what borderline personality disorder was said to do by Dr. Curry. So I think that is potentially an issue. But I would also offer that this particular witness has had other issues that obviously came to the fore.
Yeah. Mark McCann says, how would it happen if a witness refused to allow the lawyer to talk over them? Does the judge step in? They all back down, but not sure I could. Yeah. Judge is going to say, okay, you need to wait for a question.
You've seen once Rottenborn, I think it was Rottenborn. It could have been Baby Rottenborn, essentially say your honor when the witness wasn't listening to them. And you saw, I mean, we don't get to see it, but you heard the judge say, please just answer the questions.
Yeah. Rihanna Adams says, has everyone liked and subbed? I'm coming for a job, Hogue. There you go.
The more the merrier on subscription and like land. Absolutely.
Let's get all the hype here. Ern says, AH suddenly can't switch up and claim verbal and emotional abuse, right? She'd look inconsistent since she's testified to physical abuse. She has to get physical abuse in as evidence, even if it's not the best evidence, at least something, because otherwise it's a completely empty promise from the opening statement.
Yeah. Although I think that Rottenborn said the right thing today, which is, well, we didn't know what they were going to testify to, and they've opened the door to all these different kinds of abuses. I mean, it was their testimony.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, this is for Spidey here.
Okay.
Approximately 225.13 for historic that opened the door for prior relationships.
Oh,
so if Spidey's listening,
the problem is that's minus 225 from when that chat was made, right?
Oh gosh. Well, it's a very recent one, so probably about 225 from now. So, yeah. Just showing some of these so that I don't have to save them. The ones that are not questions.
We'll keep the other folks in.
That's
interesting. This lady's doing great. That's interesting.
Okay. Well, maybe.
I try to keep an open mind.
Yeah. Exactly. SoCal Sex says, do you think they could shake AH by pointing out that her celebrity had nothing to do with the ACLU choice? It was all about JD's celebrity.
Everybody's got their ideas for how to put Amber Heard on tilt. I don't know how it's going to go down if they get there.
Possible. Yeah. K. Marie says, is AH still the defendant even while addressing her countersuit? Yes, she's called the defendant and the counter plaintiff. So if they were, it's a lot easier to just refer to her as the defendant, because counter plaintiff is just a lot longer. Can sound like gobbledygook. Alicia Pace, how long do you think each side's closing argument will be? Seems like a lot of information to piece together in a summary.
A few hours.
Closing is going to be long. Remember how long opening statements were? It's going to be long.
I'm fired up for it now.
I am too. I'm so excited, especially after seeing Ben Chu.
I had no idea motion to dismiss was going to be a fireworks show. So that was the fake out. That was the pre-show. Get excited for the end of May, folks.
Yeah. Eric Clark says they gave JD's expert crap for not being board certified. She can't be either, as she's not an MD either, right? Well, she did say she's board certified.
She did. They must certify psychologists for some purpose.
Yeah. Raw Zero Sugar says, why not fight accusation of verbal abuse? Have expert expand the definition to include context, patterns, and power dynamics. Yelling doesn't guarantee verbal abuse.
I agree with that, but
yeah,
we're down to talking about jury context.
Yeah. Pascal Roma says, how could AH win? # you continue to read them correctly. Expanding the definition of abuse is how she can win. Kai says, Dr. Curry is subject to recall. Will they? I think so.
She was sitting there for a reason. There's no question.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty strong chance that she's going to be recalled. Ragin says, is this expert the kind that is allowed to say they don't believe Amber when she said something to her in private? Can she say, I think Amber lied? Sure, but she probably wouldn't be testifying for Amber Heard if she thought that Amber was lying to her.
Well, remember, there was an important bit of Curry's testimony that said effectively that her treating psychologists, on which some of this was based, we got a lot of long descriptions of what were in those psychologist notes, are not supposed to be evaluating that kind of level of statement. They're supposed to treat it all as essentially accurate so they can treat whatever is happening on you know what? I'm just completely distracted by Nate showing the gun.
I'm sorry. I saw my mitts. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't saying anything specifically exciting there. It's all good. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing well. My girl Amber Heard is doing so well in her trial. We're so happy for her.
Your
right?
girl.
We're so happy for her. Yo,
I want to see
that expert. I'm going to say one thing. We're talking about being red pill. That expert had me screaming in the car. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. How is this expert? Number one, hearsay for experts. I always had a problem with the hearsay rule with experts. But God, I'm about to say the word. How much hearsay you're gonna be? You know, she told me this. She told me this. She told me. She said this. And then, no. And then you leave it all right. You say all that stuff, and then it's all of these unsubstantiated claims. He grabbed her by the vagina and pulled
that in present tense. Yeah.
And all because Amber said it. Now I'm going to say it, and I'm gonna offend people about this, but I am so riled up where I wish I could cross-examine this doctor so bad. Like I would fly down in tomorrow if they said, Nate, can you do it? Stay up all night and cross-examine the crap out of this doctor.
This just in.
Oh my God.
Submitted for Nate.
Yes. Oh my God. You don't know. We would take like maybe weeks for this. I'd be going because she left so much open. So you're also
Nate, I'm in first. I don't even need the Pro Hoc Vice. I'm already admitted. I can fly there. I'm ready to go. Don't need Pro Hoc Vice.
Listen,
I'm ready to go.
At this point, it's almost like she's literally just saying, which is all right. Two things. Number one, I'm calling her the believe all women doctor, no matter what they say. Right? No matter what they say, just believe them. Fine. But all of the incidents that we have any third party confirmation that could have happened, We don't have any of that, right? The black eye with the cops, this. Everybody says it didn't happen the way she happened. So this doctor disregards all of that counter evidence and it just comes up and says, I believe Amber, right? The believe all women. Don't believe the cops. Don't believe the photos. Don't believe any of this stuff. Just believe what she says.
Don't believe your own eyes.
Don't believe any of that shit.
That's going to be in cross-examination. In closing. Okay, if Johnny's lawyers are watching, here is some recommendations for closing argument. Have them say, make the buzzword that the theme of the closing argument say, don't believe your eyes. This is what they want you to say is don't believe your eyes. This is what Amber's side is saying is don't believe your eyes. Believe her, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe this guy, believe her. Don't believe that guy, believe her. Don't believe the cops, believe her.
She's the one telling the truth. But that's the way I would cross-examine this witness like a freaking surgeon. First, we'd start nice and slow. Then we'd go right into okay, this is abuse. This is abuse. Then we give examples. Then we give examples of Amber's abuse. Then we're going to go right into it. And one thing that she kicked the door open for, which I'm hoping, if Johnny's Depp team, please put me on screen. Johnny Depp's team, if you're lawyers, she's opened the door like a maniac, right? She's opened the door to Amber's prior DV issue.
Nate, you'd be proud of us. We called it real time. We talked about it.
That door was
the door opening,
kicked open like a kick it open.
By the way, Alita, if we're going to use eyes, I think we have to work in heard. It's got to be something like believe what you see, not what was heard.
Oh, so good.
Oh, believe. But if you're crossing, some of my first questions are, well, listen, you said that these people would have a history of it. You said that they've experienced it before. You said that abusers generally abused in the past, right? Boom, bring it right in. Now Amber's abused. And at the end of my final question is, based on everything, because I would lay out everything, all the abuse, all the cutting the finger off, this, all the fact that she punched him in the face, right, in front of all the witnesses. And I would say, so at the end of the day, do you consider Amber Heard an abuser? That's a yes or no question. And I don't think she can answer that, because she knows if she answers that, she's killed her case. But that's the payoff question. Under everything you've just told us, is Amber Heard an abuser? Punched him in the face, cut off his finger, did this, did that, shit in his bed, all that stuff, and said he was cheating. That means she's an abuser. And I know she can't answer that question. She's going, no, is she an abuser? But again, we'll see. But I'm hoping Johnny Depp's team, I'm assuming they're prepared for it. I'm assuming Chew is going to be chewing her up. But this was so, did you feel like, I felt ill? I felt upset listening to her.
Yes.
It was like horrible shit.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. Did people in the chat feel that way? Like, she made me physically ill. This is why the Me Too movement has its detractors, because she was essentially believe Amber no matter what. That's what that was. This was believe Amber. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I'm telling you, believe her no matter what the hell she says, no matter what evidence they have against her. Believe her, because she is a woman.
Over your own eyes. Believe her over this witness. Believe her over that witness. Believe her over that witness. Her entire case is based off of only her testimony. That's all she's got is her own word. So she wants you to believe her over all of this evidence that we have brought in, all the corroborating witnesses, all of the experts, all of the folks that, okay, sure, are working for Johnny, and the folks that are not working for Johnny, the folks that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. They have no axe to grind. They have no dog in this fight.
They don't even know who these people are.
They expect you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to believe her over all of that.
You see, I got my girl practicing. She's practicing law right now.
I love it.
You're like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yo, that I'm talking about. I've never seen such a horror. That's why it almost makes the field of psychology look like stupidity, because you really are telling me as a forensic psychologist, right? I have a psychology degree. But you're telling me as a forensic psychologist who is supposed to investigate, whether these things happen or whether this person has that you're just going to ignore all counter evidence to the claims and just say she's telling the truth. That's lunacy. That's not psychology. But it is what it is.
Yep.
I'm sorry. We were going
I love
crazy.
it.
We were going
I love
crazy.
it.
But
No,
hold
that's
on.
great.
I got to go back though, because I know the chat. Me and the chat, we have a relationship. Amber Heard, baby. Amber. I can't even say the goddamn things out my mouth because I'm so upset.
Nate,
Team Heard.
I want you to have a giant poster of Mira on the back wall
in the background.
the next time you appear. Just a giant Mira.
Yeah, you're
No, I'm
DC
before
Universe
I came,
fan.
I was like, I'm Team Johnny. Now I'm 100% Team Johnny. Yeah. I'm a DC Universe fan. I got the picture up here. DC picture.
Yeah, exactly. So get a big poster of Mira to be behind you.
Forget
we'll
that.
get
I'm
Mark
gonna
to
burn
get the
down the house.
drive-in
You're no longer going to be
poster
the
of
heel.
Nicolas Cage and Amber Heard.
I suppose I could be the heel. I'll just be Team Amber and just be the heel of the chat. That'll be fun.
I want to be Team Amber because these people hate gets engagement, but
Yeah.
They're making it hard for me to be Team Amber, baby. They're making it hard to be Team Amber.
Yeah.
I swear, I mean, you can hear me on the live stream. I'm trying to say, all right, it's Amber Heard's case. Let's listen to it. And that witness did not work for me.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Nate.
Hey, Spidey.
Yo, what's going on, Spidey?
Listen, you guys did such a great job. Like, I was watching the Psychologist and some of the things you guys are bringing up. It's really well said. The pronouns are for me the big thing. Like when she's talking about an abuser-victim relationship, it's him, him for the abuser, and then her for the victim. And Nate said it, Hogue said it, Kurt said, you all said it. Kurt said it, Alita said it, that all it would take is for the cross to bring up one example of where Amber did what he's claiming is abuse and say, well, wouldn't you say that falls under your description of abuse? And her whole thing falls apart. So that's exciting. Let me talk about something that wasn't brought up. So a lot of the time when we do, whether it's an interrogation or an interviewing or in general, when we read people, before we even look at the baseline, before we even look at the clusters that distinguish from that person's behavior, we look at the person's needs, because in the way that we express ourselves, the way we hold ourselves together, the way we speak, we communicate our subconscious needs, what we're looking for from other people. This isn't my own research. I've talked about Chase Hughes before. He's one of the biggest influences on my career. The guy spent 20 years researching body language in the military and has the best system that I've seen for sort of identifying those needs. And in his system,
is he the one that you just did a collab with?
Yes.
On a late night with what's his
John
name?
Oliver. Yeah.
John Oliver. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just wanted to.
That's exactly Chase. Yeah. We did a video, if you guys want to see it, just this past weekend where, John Oliver did a really great piece about interrogation, and he had some criticisms, but also some things that were very valid.
I thought it was good too.
What's that?
I really did. I thought the video about interrogation was really good, because I preach it on my channel all the time. Don't talk to the police. Please just say, I want a lawyer. I want to remain silent.
I mean,
just that.
100%.
Only that. It's so simple, and you won't have these problems.
Yeah.
On my own channel yesterday, I was reviewing a habeas petition from a woman who's on death row for the murder of her own child, which is questionable, but she confessed. And I mean, I was discussing this on my channel. I'm like, juries eat that shit up.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone's asking in the comments if it's Chase from the behavior panel. It is Chase Hughes. And he spent years studying false confessions and how they happen. And yeah, what Kurt is saying is 100%. When you show a jury a confession and evidence and they don't agree, science shows that most people will go for the confession. And the reason for that is they look at evidence and go, well, that could be tampered with, but I would never admit to something like this. So that's the bias that causes that. So we looked at that video. I think the John Oliver piece is good when it comes to confession. There's a couple of misconceptions with the body language stuff that they took isolated clips and misinterpreted them. So we just clarified a couple of things, listed some studies that prove otherwise. But besides that, I think it's a great video. You guys should go check it out. Anyways, according to Chase, this woman, if we use his rating system, her two primary needs are significance and intelligence. And the way we know that is the following: significance, because if we look at just the way she presents herself, she's got the big, pearl necklace and the big fat pearls on the bracelet. I am a woman of significance. This is what she's screaming. When we look at intelligence, it's in her tonality. Her body is turned to the jury almost entirely the entire time. And the tone is a lecture, isn't it? Like a lot of what she's saying isn't so much like answering the questions as much like lecturing the jury about what she does and what psychology is and what this means and what that means. So a lot of this intelligence stuff. She also very often after her answer, before turning back to the lawyer for the next question, goes beyond that and looks at Amber and her team to check in with them. Like, how's this going? Am I doing this right? So that kind of slips up to me her intention for being here. She's trying to mold the truth to fit the narrative that would best serve them. That's why we're getting these confirmation glances. But what happens with significance intelligence types is that they also have a very, very active ego. I would know because I am one. So like when we want to stand out, especially with information, when that gets countered or questioned, that ego gets really, really activated. There's a couple of bits where we're seeing that.
You can see
This
that
woman
with
does
her.
not like to be questioned whatsoever.
Which is not good for an expert witness because you're going to get questioned up and down.
But that's it's funny because I noticed that like when the whole exchange happened, when they were talking about you can't read it, and then they were like, well, objection, and then she got all upset. It was interesting because I was thinking that the right questions posed to this woman in the right cadence could really just set her off. Because as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, she's someone who doesn't like the BS, who likes to be comfortable, and pushing her around. If you can get an expert all riled up, that's going to be great for Team Depp. But
so Cross hasn't started on her, right?
Yeah, this is only direct. But what I'm saying is that it's a good indication for Cross that you know that you can get under her skin in this environment.
They finished direct today.
Yeah.
They finished direct. So that means tomorrow we're starting Cross, which means that the lawyers for Johnny Depp have 12 hours to study, ask questions. I mean, they're going to have a fun night tonight.
Oh, they know they already if they don't know already what their course was going to be for this doctor.
With all respect, I'm not sure they could have predicted this.
They can still fine tune. They can still fine tune with the ways she's opened the door.
Oh yeah,
it was such a disaster show. Who could predict that?
The door opening was that's true. Go ahead, Spidey. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, not at all. Not at all. Thank you. This is so valuable for me too, because again, you guys were here all day. I'm just looking at bits and trying to throw in my 2 cents here. If I was in any way involved with this, and sometimes they bring in guys like me for trial consulting, and I don't think our place in a trial is to tell a lawyer what to do, because you guys have so much more education when it comes to that than this. But the one thing I would say to Cross, to Johnny Depp's team, is trigger her need for intelligence and significance. And you can easily do that just by questioning her credentials. Notice that when she glows when she's talking about herself. When she was asked about her credentials, instead of going, it's this, she uses terminology like, that is the highest degree you can get in psychology. I did all this time. I did all these things. Like, very often she goes, instead of saying, here's what I did, she goes, I did all these things that you layman would not understand. That's the undertone. So I would say to the Cross, trigger that. Like just have a bit of an undertone in your questioning of like, are you sure you did this the right way? And you are going to see emotions come out of her. She's going to get sloppy. She's going to get vicious. So I would actually like to poke at that a little bit. Like when the reason we study this is because we want to know in interrogation or an interview what appeals to this person and how do you hit them like right where it hurts. So it's someone like her. If I was in an interview room and I wanted to get information out of her, I would say something along the lines of, no one in the world would know this better than you, so I need you to help me understand. So that kind of language really opens them up. But then if you say something like, I'm not so sure about that. How sure are you? Because I think that's incorrect. Oh my God, that's going to get her on tilt. So I'm really excited to see the Cross on this. That's what I'm getting.
Can I ask just a quick question? When again, this was 15 years ago or something. I was in law enforcement, so I took the interview and interrogation course. One thing they used to teach us, but those things changed so dramatically. Just so everybody knows, those things, the whole process could have changed in the past 15 years. We know more today. But back then, what they used to teach us is that let's say if you have a doctor, if you have somebody who is of low stature in the community, you would try to pump up their esteem. Like you would call, hey, professor, just to make them, or call them Mr., or give them some title to make them feel more important. But with doctors and professionals, they told us to do the exact opposite. Like I wouldn't call her doctor. I'd be like Jane and let her say, no, I'm doctor. And then you'd make those mistakes purposefully just to frustrate professionals. Is that kind of what they still are they still doing that, or how's that work? I'm sorry.
So yes, first of all, hi Edith. Thank you for joining us here. I'm so glad you found Legalbytes. I love when we all send each other some fans and back and forth, and everyone's part of this family.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, Nate, absolutely. It depends what you want to get out of the person. So it depends if you want to flatter them because you need information, or if you want to put them on tilt so they start rambling. Usually my vibe is I don't want to be confrontational at all. So if I notice this need for significance, I'm going to start by feeding it. And if I want to get the person on tilt, then I'm going to step away from feeding that. Chase Hughes once again says, to a certain degree, if you analyze the brain, we're all drug addicts. There's these things called neuropeptides. And the more you feed what you want, what you crave, the more your brain adapts to needing that. So somebody who wants attention is going to need that fix. So if I go into an interrogation room and I want to open this person up, I'm going to start by calling them doctor, see how that goes. But if it shifts the dynamic, or if I see that it's shifting the dynamic to where they feel superior to me in that interaction, I'm going to step away from that to level the playing field. But you have to be careful because that might put them on tilt and demand that respect, and it might close them up. It's a case by case. We play around with it. I don't think there's necessarily a right answer, but it's definitely an interesting dynamic to play around with. But I could see why
I'll be right back. I've got to step out for just a second.
I mean, I could just tell you what puts me on tilt. I know what puts me on tilt. I don't know if anyone else knows about this.
Strippers and cocaine.
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about me, but
no,
sorry.
Yeah. Spidey, what puts you on tilt?
That's a really good question. What puts me on tilt? I think it would be the same for a lot of us, because obviously we all chose to be, YouTubers. We all made a choice to broadcast what we do to a wide range of people. So obviously we like that significance. We like that sort of seeking that sort of recognition. And we're all intelligence types. You guys chose law. You all speak very eloquently. So I think it's very similar. I think we would all get tilted if our stature or our information is questioned.
Yeah, I personally would lean much more on information.
Yeah,
I like getting information out there. I could do without some of the YouTube stuff. Sometimes there's too much recognition in your DMs or what have you.
I could definitely see that, Hogue. I could definitely see you being a lot more intelligence need than significance need. How about you, Kurt?
I'm debating whether or not to tell you.
It's a vulnerability. You open yourself up to a Spidey attack.
Yeah, Kurt and I were like Superman and Lex Luthor. I'm not sure who's who, but
Hey, Spidey, I hate being the person to ask you questions, but I'm so fascinated because you've done so much work with because a lot of your videos deal with Amber Heard.
Yeah.
How do you think she's going to do on Cross? They may have asked you already, but I just wanted to know how do you think she's going to do on Cross? What do you think is going to happen?
So I'm super excited because that's part of the reason. And Nate, we were talking about this. I'm not covering the case this weekend in my video because I want to talk about Megan Thee Stallion, because I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in her Gayle King interrogation. And Nate, I honestly can't wait to hear your thoughts on that, because I hope you're going to cover that case. And it comes
Megan Thee Stallion. Oh yeah, I got a video out on it.
Ooh, I'm going to go watch that. So excited. I just filmed mine. That's what I'm coming about. I'm going to come back to it next week. And the reason for that, or in 2 weeks, I guess, the reason for that is because I think despite everything that's going on now, there's some juicy details. When Amber Heard sits on that stand, I think we're all going to get content for decades to come. So
that, brother.
I'm excited, man. I think what's going to happen is, at first, I think she's going to be able to listen to her lawyers are going to give her a mountain of advice. And I think she's going to respect that in the beginning. But I think as the trial goes on, or as the questioning goes on, and a lot of the emotional stuff comes up, I'm curious to see how effectively she's going to be able to keep that front on. I think she's going to slip up, and we're going to see some beautiful little bits.
Sorry, I stepped out. Spidey, did you by any chance address this super chat that's showing up here?
The John Jay interview technique. I got to look that up. Let me see what, I don't even know. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't even know what that is, because Chase, John Jay.
John Jay was the first Supreme Court justice ever. Maybe that might be.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's a different John Jay.
Maybe it's a different John Jay.
Could be.
It seems to be a specific college interview question. No, this is a college. Can the commenter please specify what that is? Because there are different interviewing techniques. There's Reed. There's the closest thing to what I studied is called ACID, Assessment Criteria. You forget what it's called because you remember the acronym. You know what? I'm going to look it up before I embarrass myself. It's like I studied it. I can't even remember what the thing stands for. ACID.
And then there's this one about the psychologist's downward turned mouth. Is that of any significance?
Yeah, so it absolutely is. So the muscles of our face have muscle memory, and what we do most often is display it on our face. So happy people end up getting crow's feet over here, is what we call the little lines by the side of the eye. So very happy people, because when we smile, genuine smiles cause that. Grumpy people, skeptical people, big thinkers develop a lot of musculature here. Empathetic people up here. People who are often sad, grumpy, eventually the musculature of the face does form into a downward thing. So I would have to see pictures of her as a child to see if genetically that's the way her mouth was. But if that's not the case, then it could very well be that in time she's indicating that she does tend to be someone who's more sad than happy, because we actually develop that musculature.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And then here's this one too for you. Do you watch Jim Can't Swim?
I do not. What is that?
Spidey, you get the craziest questions. John
I know.
Drake thing, Jim Can't Swim. What the hell?
Here's another one. Here's another one for you. What do you have to say about AH's behavior during Ben Chu's closing argument? Just curious. I don't know if you've seen it.
That is a great question.
And I think by closing argument, they mean his argument against, in opposition of the motion to dismiss that was today during or right before the lunch break.
Right before the lunch break. Let me go back. I'll make that my next mission. So is that just before it was like hold on, let me see. Let me find this Ben
You're looking
Chu.
for Ben Chu standing at the podium with his finger pointed out and getting really passionate. But Amber Heard during this entire period is turning her head to look at him, and then what I think is the judge, and then back.
Is it this?
That's Rottenborn. So that's either before Ben Chu or after. He's up in both.
Ben Chu is the one who's sitting next to Johnny to his right. The
yes, big glasses. Big glasses.
Got it. I'll check that out in a sec. So what I was saying earlier is the ACID is called assessment criteria indicative of deception. It is the method that in tests has bolded the most results in difference between someone who's trained in this system and not. It can show a 25% increase in someone's capacity to detect deception. It's really, really cool. It's based entirely on the right line of questioning and looking for signs of stress rather than focusing on trying to spot deception, because we get biased when we try to spot deception. It's really cool.
And we've got this from a previous super chat said that it was a YouTube interrogation channel. And also Rob Morton says, send me things you'd want to know about jury during cross. I'm 95% committed to waking at the ass crack of dawn to be in the courtroom for AH's cross.
Oh, yeah.
You
hey,
guys
Rob, I might fly that in tomorrow to try to see if I can get a cross-examination there. That's how serious I am about it.
You guys send me those bits and I will do it. Thank you. That'll save me a lot of time. So yeah, I think it's going to be so interesting when she's on cross, because if it's anything like the deposition, that's going to be a disaster. Where'd Kurt go? Kurt?
He might still be there.
He may have stepped away for a minute.
I still want to know. I still want to know what, because Alita, when you were gone, we were talking about ways to put us on tilt. And Kurt asked me for mine, and I'd like to know his. I honestly think it's very similar to mine. I think we're more the same than we are alike. Or that we're more alike than we are different.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Let me go. I gotta go cook some food, yell at some kids, but it's not abuse. Whatever that doctor said about yelling at people, that is not abuse. Hey, come here.
I don't know. That sounds like coercive control. I don't know what to tell you.
Definitely. You know, the threat of withholding food.
Yeah, you can't eat.
That's
you can't eat till 12 o'clock.
manipulation.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's just like this. You know what the doctors before I leave them to characterize a testimony in literally one sentence. Believe everything Amber says, no matter what. That's it. That's it.
Maria, I'm sorry to report. I think lawyer is married. I think.
Oh yeah, I think he's married. Yeah,
I think so.
And thank you for all the marriage proposals too. It all depends. If you got over $10 million in the bank, we can talk. I've already told my wife. As long as if the amount is right, babe. If the amount is right, she can leave and I can leave. So you know what I'm saying. But I got to still watch the kids and all that stuff. But we said we can talk. We can talk. 10 million up. I'll see you
just setting later. The price, folks. Just setting the price.
See you, Nate. Let me get some more questions here while we're at it. Rotten Ronnie says, wouldn't AH have severe cuts on her face and body if JD had hit her, considering He has all those big heavy rings on his fingers. I would expect that to be some kind of a question on cross-examination. Yeah. Kai says, she seems qualified, but based on the chat alone, how do you think she will play out to the mostly male jury? She uses lots of gendered language, male and female. I think that we had some strong reactions from men and women today to her gendered language. Although, our chat also is pretty representative of people that are generally more in Johnny Depp's camp anyway to begin with. But still, I mean, and Rick, you were saying you were trying.
I am trying, because the one thing I will say on that question is that I would expect the witness for the Amber Heard team to lean in on subconscious pronoun usage, but it was so over the top. It's so every instance she's talking about people getting killed, and she says the woman. I mean, like it's so much of this throughout that, to me, the big problem there is it calls into question what you're about to say with respect to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, because it doesn't sound like you're terribly open-minded about that. And they tried to pre-rehabilitate, right? The reason Elaine says, well, could a man be abused, is not to help Johnny Depp. It's to try to say, well, you're coming at this pretty strong. You're about to say Amber Heard is abused. We want to make sure that the jury thinks that you're open to these possibilities. And I didn't believe it, right? We're evaluating the credibility of the people that are talking to us. And I didn't believe it at that point, because then she goes into a bunch more gendered language.
Yeah, she threw out a couple statements, but it sounded like for her, it was like the caveats were in same-sex couples, these are the exceptions. But when it was a heterosexual relationship, the man is the abuser and the woman is the victim.
Yeah, and to me, it really does call it into question when she starts talking about, well, they're different in sizes and they're different in things. It's like, we know this to be true. Everybody understands this. But it sounds right that at that point when she's testifying to that, it's a defensiveness. It's like, well, it takes a lot more for me to find that a man's an abuser. It's not an even playing field on that kind of thing.
Yeah.
A woman's an abuser.
Yeah. Kiwi Bloke, just so you know, if I pulled it very quickly after flashing it on there, it's because I realized it was a question to be saved. So I've got a whole queue of questions. So I'm sorry if it's going to be a bit longer before I get it up there. So yeah, no, I totally agree. She overused it. The way that I would have preferred to see it is if the genderization came from Elaine, because I would expect that from Elaine. But then if the responses from the expert were men and women, then that would have been a bit more acceptable.
Or neutral, right? The abused, the abuser, the victim.
Yes. Exactly. Rob Morton, Nate, book the flight and get Alita to send us some swag and we'll go together at Legalbytes Press Corp live advertising. Yes.
I got to tell you, if there's a row of just Legalbytes TV shirts on one of those,
that would be fantastic. That would be. I would love it. Yeah. Alaya says, Dr. Hughes said, dominant abuse is the intent to hurt, not the bigger person is automatically the abuser. Will jury notice the difference? I mean, she did say size matters. That was another problem that I had with it.
Well, she's trying to wheel around it, right? Like, it's like, well, that doesn't sound like you necessarily accept that. So it's really control. And it doesn't, to me, what I heard the most was men abusers.
Yeah, for sure. Kate says, can Mermaid's team really argue economic abuse? Like she was dependent on pirates' money. Also, she mentioned fat as abusive language. Who we heard say that? Yeah, we absolutely have. And the other part that I started to think about too was she lost a bunch of weight because of stress. And then I'm thinking, okay, but she also was training to be a superhero. And that involves oftentimes weight loss. That involves a very regimented kind of program.
You really have to dig into it, right? Because she was Mira in Justice League. I mean, you'd have to look at all the timelines and everything else.
Yeah, for sure. It's very sus. Carly says, is the jury equal in gender? I can imagine male jurors being triggered by her bias. I can imagine female jurors at the same time. It's not even. It's like 8-3 at this point, or 7-3 because one or two have been excused for one reason or another, like illness and that kind of thing. Ooh, I didn't put that.
Just saw something real cool in what you guys asked me to look at.
Oh yeah.
It's when Johnny's lawyer Chu, is that his name, Ben Chu?
Chu.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's talking about the things they have. Like, why does this kind of feel like a closing statement? Like what he's talking
Because
about?
Ben Chu decided to talk to the world.
This was more than just to the judge.
Yeah,
he was grandstanding.
Where he's like compounding all the things they
There's
have.
some point in the speech where the judge clearly gives him like a watch signal or something, because he just responds automatically with it's only going to be like a few more minutes, Judge.
Yeah. So he's talking to the judge. She's looking at him most of the time. It's actually quite impressive how much she's looking at him, because usually she looks at people that she considers important, and with everyone else, it's kind of these like kind of shifty eyes. So she's actually sitting there looking at him. I think she's quite interested. Like, okay, so what is he going to say here? What has he got on me? How is he going to really, cut deep with this? Every time he brings up a witness, like we have this person who said this, we have that person who said that, almost every time without fail, she turns and looks to the judge to see how that's landing with the judge.
That's what I thought was happening too.
Yeah, so that's confirmation glance. We often see, like, if there's two interrogators, when somebody says something to one interrogator that they really want to sell, we often see them like kind of turn and look at the other one to say, okay, how's this going? How's this landing? So every time he throws some now, she shifts to look at how that landed. Okay, assess that, come back. The moment he talks about her admission, this is beautiful. The moment he talks about her admission of damaging his finger, we instantly see confusion. Like, I don't remember admitting to that. Then she turns to her legal team to be like, what is he talking? Do they have that? What's going on here? And then we see something classic with her hand. She goes up to the neck like this. There's a bit of a rub here. Typically speaking, this is, I can't scientifically show you this. Science does indicate that liars touch their face more often, but that specific neck rubbing like this is typically what we call pacifying. It's a self-soothing gesture. Then her arm comes around and shoots right up to her shoulder here, which is a gesture she did exactly the same way during her deposition. It's this quick sort of shielding, defensive, blocking thing. I don't know if she uses adjusting the bra strap as an excuse for it to be there, but both times, deposition and here, the arm just, it's not a slow like adjustment. It's this shoots across and does almost the exact same gesture, which is consistent with a moment in her deposition where she felt like she was under attack. So I really do believe that when it comes to that finger, she thinks she's going to lose that. I think she feels, and again, this is mostly speculation, I think she feels that they've got her on that one. She feels very defensive about that. So she's looking around like, what is this? What do they have that I don't know about? Oh my God, the finger came up. I'm just seeing a lot of nervousness around this.
Interesting. Yeah, what's interesting about that to me is that I thought he stretched to get that admission, to state that was an admission. It was something about a statement about like hurting the ones you love. And I'm like, that's not an admission. It doesn't matter. It's just
no, I agree. And that's why I believe that's why her initial reaction was confusion, because she's like, wait, what admission? Like immediately we see this and she turns quite swiftly to her lawyers, like, what admission is he talking about? And then gets super defensive about it. Like, wait, is there something that I really hope. So I feel like she's panicking about the fact that I think first it's confusion. Like, what admission? But then she's getting defensive about it. So I do think that, listen, at this point, my opinion of that incident is that she definitely did throw that bottle, damage his finger. That's where I'm at on that personally.
I think it's convincing. And the interesting thing about the finger scenario is that they do appear to be diametrically opposed. It appears that somebody is lying about what happened in that room. So
yeah, there's the two are mutually exclusive.
Yeah. And I think that although there's some embellishment or some omission or something from his end, I believe that the truth, in my opinion, is closer to his version of it than her version of it. A lot of people have said, and I think it's a great point, even if he's the type of person, my pleasure, Parul, I hope I'm saying that right. Although self-damaging or hurting oneself is common in someone who's having some sort of crazy episode.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm trying to word this right. A musician's reflex is not going to be to hurt their hand, their finger,
I think that's fair. They presented that.
Music. What's that?
They presented that. I mean, that Johnny Depp says, I'm a guitarist. Why would I do that? So I mean, I think that's fair. I do want to hear her narrative. Since we haven't heard it.
100%. That's really great. But and I do want to see that. But in the moment that the finger specifically was brought up, there was this nervousness from her. She feels, I think, nervous about that. And I'd be curious with you, Hope, 100% to see what her narrative is. There's a lot of things I want to hear from her because I want to see if she's going to be on the defense or if she's going to present narratives that contradict his directly. I often look for that, because if you're on the defense and you're deflecting and all you're doing is poking holes in the other person's narrative, it's very different than if you're going, don't care what he said, here's what actually happened. So I'd love to see a bit of that from her. Don't think we're going to see much of it. I think we're going to see a lot more her attacking his narrative than presenting her own in a concise way.
It'll be interesting because you've watched the deposition, so you know better than I on this. But I think that their strongest chance of winning is an open and sincere seeming Amber Heard. But everybody that's watched anything else from her has told me that might not be a strong likelihood. So
it might not be an option.
When she gets emotional, she becomes messy, and I think that should be 100% his legal team's strategy, is to get her to places where she's going to start sort of that verbal diarrhea, sort of get her to that point, and truth comes out, because I think she has the strength capacity to stay composed until she gets emotionally, her emotions get engaged. All right, that's it for me, guys. It was great jumping in here for a bit, seeing you all. You guys,
thank you for coming by.
Thanks for doing it on the fly, Spidey. That's impressive, man.
Yeah, for sure.
For analyzing stuff on the fly, it's impressive.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. Like I said, I'm going to try my best to be around. But honestly, I'm so impressed by your guys's, the little interjections I was hearing throughout the trial. It seems like you guys are nailing this. And again, experience is worth a lot with what you guys do. So you see a lot of the stuff as well. So really great points you guys made. A lot of good stuff.
Thank
you. So I'm just here to be like, high five, you guys nailed this. Seal of approval.
We're having fun now. The defense side is going to be very fun, I think, for you especially, Spidey. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot. It's going to get so spicy. Everybody's going to get so animated about it, I think.
I am excited. All right, guys. Well, enjoy. I will see you guys sometime this week. It was a pleasure as always.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Spidey.
Of course.
All right, let's get some more questions here. Okay, we answered this one. Melissa Veneracion says, have you ever seen a hired expert whose findings are adverse to the hiring team's case? No, because typically they do a strong vetting process to ensure that they are going to testify well for them before they hire them.
Within ethical bounds. You interview very carefully.
Yes, exactly. Cleonic says, seems very misleading and unprofessional to assume a victim is a she. Is that objectionable? Unfair prejudice, maybe? No, but the jury is going to... the jury will probably take note of it. This is the kind of thing that will go to the bias that jury is always analyzing for bias and perception issues.
It came in so heavy. That's something that I don't generally notice. I don't think I was definitely noticing at the time. So
yeah. Green Owl says, do you think AH team will end direct with a bombshell on Thursday? So jury has 10 days to mull, plus her lawyers have time to coach her before cross. Good or bad tactic?
No,
How
I don't know.
Contact prevented and regulated?
It's a huge risk because whatever you got, you're stuck with for 10 days. That's a long time.
I might try to split a deposition across that window. Just say whatever.
I don't know, man.
Yep.
If I had the best witness ever, maybe with Amber Heard, I don't think I'd go there.
Yeah.
Now, Kurt, you said one thing that you wouldn't actually split her. So do you think that there's a chance because of this court schedule that they don't call Amber Heard in the next 2 days?
That's what I'd do. I'd wait till Monday.
All right.
Oh, all right.
Alita,
I thought the conversation was going to go a little longer.
Alita, we can rotate the question asking around.
Sure.
You're owed a dinner. Again, could you pronounce that name for me, Alita?
Yeah, Desislava Lordanova.
Question. Hi from Bulgaria.
Okay, go ahead.
You guys are awesome. Eat up, Alita. Love hearts. Sorry for my English. Is there investigators in law firms? And if so, why JD team didn't investigate if AH had Botox procedures in the days before?
I'm sure they did. At this point in the trial, I'm sure they've looked at all these possibilities. It may not have come up in the trial yet for a whole bunch of reasons, but yes, they have investigators. They've looked at this through every possible means. They've had depositions and everything else. So with a firm at this kind of caliber and this kind of time, yeah, I think that they know all these things. So the extent to which they use it or not is a judgment call, but yeah, I'm sure they know.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting if she did actually have a procedure that was close in time to what she's accusing Johnny of abusing her.
Okay.
Yep.
What's next? Question to the witness. As an expert, could you present any situation in which you believe a man would be a victim of IPV from his female partner?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was probably posed before we got Elaine trying to disarm that a little bit, before she asks, could a man be a victim, etc.
Yeah.
So I mean, they tried. I don't think it was successful.
No,
but
I mean, she has all kinds of exposure on cross, so I wouldn't worry about too much.
You can run through Johnny's entire case against half those sentences.
A little bit.
Yep, I think so. Next one.
This blind chick talks. Question. Does it seem like this expert psychiatrist could be blind to a male being a victim? Her pronoun choices characterize M as abuser, F as victim. And yeah.
Well, that was the zeitgeist, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, but maybe not today. So her choices are questionable. From Angela Romos, question, would an abuser typically move in families and friends of the victim, witnesses, and take care of them? I mean, honestly, I couldn't begin to speak about what's typical for an abuser. I have no clue. So,
yeah, I mean, I think the notion is he wouldn't do that. That's a nice guy type move, but I think it's easy to get blinded by, which side.
Maybe an abuser would do that out of some sense of trying to ingratiate people. I mean, I could see it hypothetically, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's all hypothetical.
I don't really know how abusers think.
I like this line of answering from Kurt. This is entirely fair. Pure Pimpinator, thank you for the €5 super chat. Question, would it be possible to ask her if she sees herself as a third wave feminist? Since most who do see themselves that way disregard male rights.
I wouldn't ask that, because then you have to get into this definition about what a third wave feminist is, which honestly she may not know, because I understand what you mean. I get it, but she may not. And even if she does get it, she can pretend to be ignorant, and then you're in a whole fight about it. So I wouldn't go down that road.
Yeah, you also run the risk of drawing political lines for the jury that you don't necessarily know exist.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah,
what's next? Question from Gabrielle with the 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Can you get Spideys to assess Amber Heard's reactions on this? Her persona seems very different compared to previously, since she's constantly scanning the room to see how this is being received. Somewhat
Gabrielle was
smug.
Nostradamus.
Yeah, we did ask him, didn't we? We covered it in advance. Yeah, and I think that was one of the really interesting parts about Ben
I think the takeaway is whatever they thought was going to happen was not what happened. So, yeah. This is on you, Ro.
Ted DeWitt, $5. Question, can JD lawyers call a rebuttal witness to rebut this expert? Dr. Curry's coming back, folks. If you like Dr. Curry the sequel, very likely to be seen later this month on Legalbytes.
Next question. Esther Dickerson, $4.99. Did this expert look at the Depo's testimonies, audio, and facts of the case? Not getting the sense she ever actually did. I'm kind of with you a little bit on this sense, because even if she did, she apparently hasn't looked at it in years, because she has no clue, and she has to go back to her notes for everything. Like she literally pulled it out of the file this morning. And
how didn't she pull it out of the file this morning? Like, I would say she didn't pull it out this morning. Just the lightest amount of homework.
I mean, it was pathetic for an expert. Sure, what they're paying.
She's getting paid. You think that Rottenborn and everybody else were the only ones that are going to ask about payment? Robert Williams with a $10 super chat question. Have you noticed prophetic career fact? Amber Heard's first public rule, "There Goes My Life," music video by Kenny Chesney. These are things I didn't know. "There goes my life. There goes my future. My everything. Kiss it all. Goodbye." I hope that was representative.
Fantastic reading. Chesney. Fantastic.
Perfect. Perfect reading. Perfect.
50 pounds from Michael Gaunt. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Missed most of today, but hearing bad things about Amber Heard's first witness. You've heard correctly. What did she say to open the door to Amber Heard's previous domestic violence? Well, what she said was she's never in past relationships or any subsequent ones done blah, blah, blah. So now we can get into all that.
I can't believe we actually got that. I can't believe it. Like I really thought that they were going to be more careful.
Unforced error. That is a blunder. Thanks again for all the work. Hogue has fast become my favorite commentator. Hogue kicks ass. Here's to Hogue. Hogue is the best. Please, everyone, remember to subscribe to Virtual Legality. He is the best at what he does, and he's
Yes.
awesome.
That's very nice of you, Kurt. Thank you.
Agreed.
All right. Okay. Dwani Prabhu.
It's Indian, I believe.
Thank you.
I don't
for
know what
the
the currency in
100
India is,
I
though.
think that is that rupees.
There you
Super
go.
Chat. Question. Firstly, subscribe, people. Very nice of you to say. As men on the Legalbytes panel, how do you feel this expert saying she constantly trying to know jury's thoughts? I think it's thoughts.
I don't know if that last spelling is very intentional. Because
Well, you got to watch that spelling. I know you got to watch that spelling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've talked about it, but it was noticeable to me, and I consider that to be a de minimis threshold because I'm generally not framing things out that way. So it was noticeable, and I do think, in particular, it was jarring because we just heard what I thought was a pretty successful case for 3 weeks about how Johnny may well be the abuse victim here, and just assuming that he's not didn't land right for me.
Amber Heard, Canadian $10.
Well, that's nice, you Amber.
Nice watch. I appreciate someone who appreciates the watch arts. Hit me up after I win this thing, and we can get away from all these haters. Also, love your style, your hairstyle, Alita. P.S. How do you think my little rotten baby bottom did today?
Was he
Not
out today?
Great.
Was Baby Rottenborn out today?
I didn't.
Well,
see
I
him
took
today.
that
It was
more as
all
an
Elaine.
interpretation of the entire case of the defense.
I
so
see. Okay.
That's the way
Got
I
it.
chose to parse that question.
Love it.
Sandman. I don't know what Ron is. I apologize. 25 Rons. Question. Should I leave my current partner and find someone who is similar in weight and height just to be future proof?
Sure.
Well, if you're going to come up against Dr. Hughes, it doesn't look like it could hurt. So
25 Canadian dollars from NM. Isn't the jury all male in this case anyway? Not yet. It's not. Although the ultimate jury that decides the case could be, because I'm not quite sure how they deal with the alternates, but that's another problem for another time. If yes, good luck making that line of defense work that men can only be abusers. Amber Lull. Well, I think as Richard and other people have noted that women can be quite harsh of other women, and it's been noted that female jury, if you have a true rape case, that it can be quite beneficial to have women jurors because it's more likely for women than men. It's at least the zeitgeist perception. So I don't know whether it's true or not, but I'll just tell you what the sort of the ether consensus is that women are more likely to think, well, it couldn't be me. I wouldn't do that, and blame the victim than men. So it's actually interesting on the dynamics.
Well, and I think if you're really parsing it, it's somewhat, we don't want women abusers, but it does somewhat take away agency as a concept from women, which I don't think is a great look.
Women have agency?
On either gender side. Yeah. You want the driver's seat back, Alita?
Sure. Rhiannon Adams says, could jurors look at abuse by type instead of as a whole category, aka separate physical from emotional, and decide op-ed alleged physical, not emotional? So AH team arguing broad abuse.
That is a possible interpretation. Yeah.
Yep.
Richard.
Oh, we don't have to all rotate.
I thought we were all on there.
No, I
now.
can take over for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
These people want to hear their questions asked in Alita's voice.
Sorry for screaming.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Wandering Jellyfish says, if a lawyer asks a compound or leading question and the other side doesn't object, can the judge say something, or is that purely on the lawyers? I mean, if it's really egregious, the judge can intervene, but for something like compound, I doubt that the judge would.
And you can see this judge is loath to put the court in the middle. She's very careful about not opining or yelling at the lawyers about things, and calls sidebars when she feels she needs to.
Mark says, can Cross-X ask her why she's choosing to gender her language? Would that highlight any sort of unprofessional bias that jurors might pick up? Yes. That is all appropriate for a cross-examination, and for that reason.
She's going to tell you the statistics. I mean, like she just did. Yeah, that's what she'll lean on.
I'm not 100% sure what the statistics are. I've even heard, and I'm not saying this is true, but I've even heard that men might be more victims than women on some sort of scale of this. And whatever the truth is, men are way underrepresented in official reports.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the reporting for men was way, way, way smaller.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you've got all of the same issues with reporting for victims across the board, or survivors across the board. And then on top of that, you have genderized stigma regarding masculinity, regarding, power dynamics, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if the reporting, if it was severely underreported, the men's cases. Audrey Janot says, why not turning a negative into a positive? We should donate to Children's Hospital in the name of Johnny instead of review bombing, don't you think?
I don't approve of review bombing.
I think we've been pretty adamant in this space that that's wrong.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Soaring Kite says, if Johnny loses, will he have to pay Amber?
Yes.
Not
So
just
long-
if he loses his case. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just
sure.
a loss. He actually
Yeah.
has to lose her counter case.
Yes. Yes, exactly. And well, it's actually two questions: is does he win, and number two, how much does he have to pay her? Those are two separate questions that they would have to answer. Baby Duteous, that's a funny name, says, wasn't the statute of limitations for DV lengthened due to efforts of Evan Rachel Wood and others? That's what Colonel Kurtz said. Started watching late today, hearing lunch chat.
We talked about it being extended in California. It's by jurisdiction.
Yep. Zoe's Movie Corner says, what if some of the jurors are survivors of DV and or SA? AH team has an expert on the stand telling them that men can't be abused. How is this good for them?
I got to believe they filtered direct touching of DV and SA cases from the jury, but I can't promise it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because the Ghislaine Maxwell juror, right?
Yeah.
That whole
That's
situation
true.
that came up. Christian Hagen Toldness says, can't PTSD be a reason for DA? Have seen several movies depicting DA caused by PTSD from war.
Sure.
Yeah. I could see that. I mean, there's also that the idea of cycles of abuse, right? That somebody who was abused as a child then becomes an abuser as an adult, and they abuse their children or abuse their spouse. It's a whole cycle that
it's a wild case because Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have so much similarity in various aspects of their background. Every time they try to lay something on the foot of one or the other, you can think about it the opposite way pretty easily.
Mm-hmm. Bunglebush says, why didn't JD team bring a producer of Pirates on to say why they were considering not hiring Depp for the movie? Why do you think they didn't? They probably couldn't subpoena Jerry Bruckheimer, is my guess.
They did their best, but I don't even think Bruckheimer would have committed. If you can imagine him sitting there to why they, we went in a different direction. I just don't think they'd commit to it.
Yeah. M. Reed says, can JD's team move to strike the earlier part of her testimony when given the she bias displayed and the use of names she employed at some point? They have to do it in the moment. If they don't object and move to strike immediately, they waive their right to object to a particular statement. So it's all in. And also, I don't think that there is any reason to strike that, because it shows bias and the jury's analyzing for bias anyhow. So better to have it in and have the jury be able to tell. Carly says, how can the expert judge JD when she never examined him? Is that even credible? Well, that's going to come up on cross.
She did offer some thoughts on Johnny Depp in an interesting way.
Yeah. I think she overplayed her hand in a few ways. That's one of them. David Vanderslice says, would it be allowed to consult Dr. Curry outside of rebuttal for the redirect, i.e. Dr. Curry passing a note with ask this question? I don't think that would be appropriate because she is a witness and not one of the parties.
That strikes me as wrong, but I can't promise it.
Yeah, that's going to be, and especially because she is a witness who is subject to recall. No, that's got to be a no. Luciana Soler says, she has more up-to-date testing administered, so the intent is to disqualify the previous expert on that. What would be your line of cross-examination to avoid a she said, he said? I mean, talking about the merits between the different types of testing, like if one is outdated, but you could also then argue, well, this one has also been around for longer. There's more data backing it up, even if there's this new kind of test. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head.
I don't know if you want to drag the jury into a test fight. I think you really want to focus on how applicable the things that she said are to Johnny Depp and the opposite of what she seems to be using it for. So I actually think she went too technical with her 12 tests that she can't remember administering, and then the 4 different names and everything else. I thought Dr. Curry did a lot better job.
The jury could latch onto that. Yeah. Aaron Harris says, question, how can she remember so much hearsay?
It's funny. She was best at just repeating the story.
Yeah. Mel B says, how much wine is in a megapint? Equals a liter. Hashtag justice for Johnny. A liter / a liter. I love it. Not a megapint, but a liter. I love it. Thank you, Mel B. M. Weeks says, Is using notes not permitted in court testimony? Special circumstances because expert witness. Why can Dr. Hughes use them and Dr. Curry was not able?
Yeah.
Technically, as an expert, you're able to refresh your recollection to do it. Use them to refresh it, but you can't just testify directly from it.
Which is why you get those exasperated objection. She's clearly reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharon Yavari says, how does this hold any weight? These are just claims by Amber to Dr. Hughes, and that's going to be used in closing argument by Johnny's team. Expect them to say their expert just regurgitated everything that Amber Heard said.
You're going to get
her
30
entire
questions.
case.
You're going to get 30 questions on cross that are, and where did this originate? And where did this originate? And where did this originate? So you didn't hear it from anyone that didn't hear it from Amber, did you? You didn't hear this from anyone that didn't hear it from Amber, did you? I mean, just repetition is the branding iron of knowledge.
All the way up and down from the lay witnesses to the experts to everyone that's supporting her case. It relies upon the
turtles all the way
foundation
down.
of Amber, and that is a correct
Nice
foundation,
skirts.
cannot
I use
sustain
that
any
all
weight.
the time. I love that
What's
one.
that?
It's turtles all the way down is one of my favorite rhetorical idioms.
Love it. Love it. Timothy Dorman says, so total recall of incidents and direct quotes, but not the tests she administered.
Right? I mean, that's the thing that's mind-blowing, right? You just have to remember the tests you administered and these various things. I got to refer to my notes on that. Like, this is what you did for this case.
Yeah. Yeah. Lisa Piazza says, are they not objecting to have more fuel for the cross? That could be. There could be some that they let in just so that they can pounce on it on cross-examination. Sometimes that's more advantageous, actually. Lord Luke M says, are they trying to bring all this reporting stuff out so Amber doesn't have to go through all this on direct? She's still going to have to go through it.
Yep.
She still has to testify for herself. Pascal Roma says, your answer earlier, how could AH's team win the case? Your lawyer opinion. # you continue to read them correctly.
I feel like we've discussed this to some degree. It goes a lot to spreading out the definition of what domestic abuse can be. To some degree, they've done that, and it becomes a question of what the jury thinks that can mean. That's how they can.
How
win.
much the jury buys it, and also even with that definition, if Johnny's behavior fits into that definition.
Yeah, well, and that's when you hit him with, you got the audio of him screaming, you got the video of him with the things, and then you just try to present that case that says, look, at bare minimum, Amber Heard wasn't intentional about this not being domestic abuse. How can you claim that?
Yeah. FLDB says, is this being dragged on to force cross tomorrow? Possibly. I mean, that's what's going on now.
What happened in reality, so who knows?
Ruby says, TW. What does TW mean?
Trigger warning.
Oh, trigger warning. I was SA and had to be surgically repaired and told not enough evidence to have legal ramifications. How does this qualify if no medical evidence? Ooh.
Well, I mean,
sorry.
It's the same fundamental problem, right? It's, can you prove it to a jury? And a jury wants to see evidence. And your testimony, like everyone's testimony, is evidence. And then you can attack someone's testimony because you're not the perfect witness. And we've seen this before. So it helps a lot if, like every witness, if you have external information. If you don't, it can be a problem in trying to prove your case. So, I mean, these are just the realities of life. And, because, I mean, ultimately, we want a jury system that presumes people innocent. Even in civil cases, there is the presumption that they're not liable. I mean, technically, the plaintiff has to prove it by preponderance. So at step 0, the defense is winning because that's the nature of the system. So it necessarily is incumbent on the person making the claims to be able to prove their case to the satisfaction of a jury within the standards that we have. And I don't know there's any possible alternative. So, that's just what we do.
Yeah. And I don't know that I realized. Oh, no,
go ahead.
We nailed that one. We nailed it. Hour 9:53, folks. I was going to say, I wasn't aware before today's motion to dismiss that there was actually a clear and convincing burden on the actual malice specifically. So that's, I mean, you're getting close to those higher burdens, and actual malice continues to be a really interesting question for me, because I am in a place where I think Amber Heard could believe she was domestically abused, and then where are we?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how you define domestic abuse.
And also, I just want to say for Ruby, my heart goes out to you for the experiences that you had. I mean, that must have been I mean, to say that was must have been traumatic is obviously a massive, massive understatement. And I really hope that since that experience, you've managed to find healing and peace, and that from that movement, that moment, from the damage that has been repaired, that hopefully you've been able to have much more. I should say, I wanted to say much more peace, but I already said that and being a little redundant. But basically, I hope your life has been much better since then. Ladybug 82SW says, if you were representing JD, what would you do when faced with his witness?
Have a party?
And his testimony?
I'd send Nate.
Get ready for cross.
I'll send Nate in on civil
Where do we
law. You
start?
said you wanted to go too, right? I'll send you both.
Have some
Have fun.
margaritas and then get serious.
Oh yeah. I would practice my cross-examination. Kate Monster says, why are they not objecting to this hearsay? Probably because they will pounce on it during cross-examination.
And they did object, and she let it in. They tried it like 2 or 3 times, and they're like, this judge is letting it all in.
Yep. Summer Bilal says, when she says Amber reported / said that Johnny said did X, why isn't that hearsay? Why aren't Johnny's
so
lawyers
many
objecting
levels
more?
of hearsay? So many levels.
Technically, it's expert reporting on reporting that she used to base her expert opinion on. I think that's technically how it's in, right?
Experts get much more latitude for what would normally be hearsay, because they're allowed to, for example, they're allowed to go through witness testimony. They're allowed to go through witness statements. Those all technically are hearsay, but they're allowed to analyze it so that they can use that as a basis of their expert opinion.
But your thought that it's crazy is accurate, questioner. It is crazy.
Yes. Because of the fact that it's like it almost in a way, especially with this witness, she was able to kind of like backdoor a lot of this hearsay into the case that otherwise wouldn't be possible. And I really think that she was really, I think, misusing her testimony by doing that.
I've been here an hour and a half longer than I planned to be.
I thought that you said you were getting off at 6.
I did. I said I have to bail out. I am tired and I gotta bail. But
thanks for hanging out. Thank you so much. And Rick, if you need to go too, you are more than welcome to go.
I always say the wrong time, but right this second I'm thinking 8 or 8:30 for me. So it's a half hour or an hour more.
Okay.
Good luck.
See you, Kurt.
I did 12 yesterday. 9:56 doesn't even intimidate me anymore.
It's funny how it just turns into like a quick marathon, right?
What are you gonna do?
Kathleen R says, didn't Erin testify to mandated reporting for health professionals? Did any of AH's therapists report? Yeah, she did, and none of them reported, is what we've heard so far. Question for the panel: in your experience, better here to object multiple times than to disrupt momentum, or let her go on and impeach her later? I think they tried to get her on momentum, but to disrupt the momentum. But then once that wasn't working, I feel like it's second best sometimes, or maybe sometimes better anyway, is to get her on cross.
He threw some hearsays and compounds at her. It was fun.
Yeah. Jeff Gardner says California changed SOL from 3 to 5 years from work by Evan Rachel Wood from abuse from Marilyn Manson. Why do they keep bringing him up at trial? Because he's the boogeyman, man.
He really
is. Why. He is the boogeyman. Thanks, J-Man Sucks. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you are wrong says, did they move the nurse up to today to counter the expert on the eating disorder?
Is there an expert on eating disorder?
Well, today the expert said that she didn't have an eating disorder.
Yes, I know that. Oh, that the nurse was set up to do that.
Could be. Maybe. Diana P says, is it better for the witnesses and experts to refer to the people they are supporting formally or familiarly? If I was a juror, I might feel a stronger connection if their first names were used. No, I think usually with a witness and with an expert, the default is to use their last name, because that is going to be more respectful. That's just usually the court environment. That's usually what it is.
Yeah, can you imagine calling the butler Ben?
No way. No way, not no how. Raquel says, is this bad given it's the last thing they hear today? Maybe. I don't know. Tomorrow's cross-examination first thing when they've got fresh brains. So
it's hard to know how they reacted to that. So yeah.
Johan Ryberg says, isn't it weird that if his drugs and alcohol with his personality is a horrific mix, then why has he never been accused by any other ever? Jury may have that same question.
Yeah, drug-fueled rage popped out at me. She used it like 3 times. And I was like,
yeah,
we really haven't seen evidence of that.
Yeah.
So
yep.
Interesting.
Yep. And this is for you, Rick. A new recent super chat. Want to make sure you see it before this goes.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm the future of court TV. I think he means you. I'm pretty sure my dad means you, Alita.
Well, but he says so proud of both of you. So I think he means you as well.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I appreciate that. I love the support from the Hogue family.
Well, he got me dinner tonight. He said he enjoyed us watching for many hours today, and he got us dinner. So
wonderful. Johan Ryberg says, "Isn't it weird?" Oh wait, we already got that. Jeff Gardner says, "Can you raise video above super chat so we can read CC?" Well, apparently we can move it. I'm gonna test that out for tomorrow. So that's gonna be great. JJ Breck, thank you. Sub to Hogan Civil Law just for them staying with Alita with the super chats at the end. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you.
This is a regular course for me now at this point. We'll see.
I know.
Y'all give her
I know
6,000 super chats.
Luce Renier Roux says, "Hi, French biter here." A French biter. I love that. I love that so much. In my understanding and witnessing of psychological abuse, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It didn't show in his past. Am I wrong? That is something that the jury will probably be considering. For sure. Yeah.
Vanessa would be interesting on that point, honestly.
For sure. Shadow 511 says, "Can Johnny's lawyers object to ridiculousness? They need
Objection,
to.
ridiculousness."
I read that Amber's sister's cousins told me a story once. FFS. Hi, CK. Love it. Isaac Bruch's wholesome gabagool art says, "Is tomorrow going to be a bloodbath on cross?" Oh, yes. I anticipate it will be. Amelie Dubrini says, "So you can push all the hearsay you want through an expert. How come each side managed to get away with more favorable outcomes with the judge? Good news, Depp side got the night to prep for cross." Fair point. Yvonne Clark says, "Does it make sense that Amber put sexual violence in an op-ed box?"
I don't think I understand.
Not sure. But that may have been more of a hypothetical question anyway. Yam4 says, Can Johnny's team use this expert's word saying victims trying to hide SA when in fact Amber's team was trying to dismiss it earlier today? They can't use the legal arguments that were made in for the motion to dismiss, because that was all outside of the presence of the jury, and there's a reason for that. So they can't bring that in to be brought in front of the jury. Yeah, so no, that would be a no. Brandon Matthew says, "Why does Dr. Curry seem less like a hired gun?"
See, you got to be careful with that, because Dr. Curry is a better witness that is more approachable and looks nicer and is more fluent with what she did in terms of testing.
But she's just as much a hired gun.
She is a hired gun.
She's just her language is more careful, so she comes across a little bit maybe a little bit less overtly biased,
which is important. You're going to have a battle of the experts. It seems like Dr. Curry has worked better for a lot of people, but they're both mercs.
Yep. Jacques Morrison says, "Could this expert be a PR stunt for new firm, i.e. sound bites for headlines just to salvage some of AH's public reputation before her testimony?" No, because this expert was designated a very long time ago, very, very long time ago, long before this PR firm was ever hired, which was like yesterday.
Yeah, I'm willing to grant that the way she was presented was PR oriented, but not because of a new firm. That's the actual legal strategy. We saw it in the New York Post headline that because of the way she's talking about all this stuff, it just pops out as psychologist at XYZ on Johnny Depp.
Chris Shaw says, since the doctor had to give her notes that she referenced to JD's team, if there are any inconsistencies in what she told the jury, could they strike to remove her as an expert? No.
I'd have to. What kind of inconsistencies are you imagining?
No, because you go through a whole foundational process in order to qualify her as an expert. So just because of the way that she's answering doesn't disqualify her as an expert. So really, what they'll do is just destroy her on cross-examination. Eric Clark says, didn't this witness couch everything as hearsay, where the other couched it as her direct observations and measurements? Didn't sound expert.
Yes, that was the difference.
Michael Thomas says, why didn't the defense ask JD about the specific allegations from AH? Seems like a huge oversight to not even ask, especially about the SA allegations. Didn't the defense
They didn't
ask?
raise any SA allegations.
Yeah.
with Johnny,
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
they?
When they were cross-examining Johnny Depp. Yeah. No, you're right. Absolutely. Yeah. I had the same question. It's
very
going to be,
interesting.
and I wonder if the jury's going to pick up on that too, to be like, oh, we're just now getting into the SA claim. Why not address that directly to him to see what he has to say about it? Like it just, to me, it shows weakness, because it means you don't know how he's going to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, it popped into existence basically 3.5 weeks after we started.
Mm-hmm. Mega says, where should we send our CV and headshots for Mike's in-camera review? P.S. Who else can't wait for Cross tomorrow? OMG. I'm
My
one of them.
goodness, Mike, you've got fans.
So many fans. Inokizo says, Dr. Curry can be recalled and she can be in the courtroom. She is an expert, so she is able to be in the courtroom and watch all the testimony. She can watch this live stream if she wants. Yeah, she can be recalled after Amber Heard's case in chief to rebut everything before that.
Staring right at Dr. Hughes for apparently all of that. Fun times.
Kelly, and she's living in Elaine's head rent free. How about that?
Yep. Oh God, it's Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry. Oh no, I did it again.
Kelly
It could
W
happen to
says,
anybody,
content-
by the way. It's
So
not
true.
It's
So true. So true. I mean, yeah, with all the mistakes that I make on this live stream alone, and that's not even a high stakes trial, right?
I was gonna say, I don't want anybody adding up the corrections necessary for all of these streams here in week 4.
Seriously. Kelly W says, content idea next week, mock trial of this trial with you all showing your legal wizardry. Show them how it's done.
No.
Oh, that'd be funny. Laura versus the Page says, significance to AH claiming to be traumatized by being called a liar over a headline that she is also claiming she is not responsible for.
It's arguing in the alternative. I can't.
Rob Morton says, Attorney Mike has an OnlyFans.
You might too, Rob. You look out. You and Peter and Mike.
Yeah. I think Rob needs to start a YouTube channel already. he's got the personality for it. I feel like he's there.
He's got some zingers at the end that make me laugh. I love it.
Yeah. So to fully answer this, I don't attach much significance to it. It's a claim that she's making. The jury's going to evaluate it based on the evidence. Wang Chuk says, might have already been asked, but if Depp wins this case, can he reappeal the UK ruling? So caveat, we're not UK attorneys, not licensed there, no idea how their laws really work on any granular level.
They have solicitors and barristers. That's as far as we go. I don't know.
If it's similar to the United States, then no. You can't just relitigate the same claim.
It's a completely different thing. I mean, I know they're related in our heads, and that makes sense, but that's just not how a court is likely to see it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gromax says YouTube is absolutely balanced with no exploits.
When I said YouTube deserves some breaking, yeah.
Yeah. Marion says, not a lawyer, but this witness described a typical, very sympathetic DV victim as she portrayed AH as one. How does the jury distinguish without benefit of what we know? Well, they do know all of everything that has come. I mean, think about this. The jury knows as much as Rick knows. He knew nothing going into this. So he's a pretty good barometer for what the jury might be thinking as far as the evidence that has come in at trial.
I'm taking him off when she is saying all those things about a victim, and I'm hearing gave him a knife. I'm hearing that all that stuff about the lawyers made me file it. And then I'm sorry. Like that's on audio. When she's describing, oh, well, then they'll do something bad and then they'll ask for contrition. I'm like, I mean, everything I have is based on what Johnny Depp presented, and I could match it up with what she was. So, I don't know where this is going to wind up, but have faith that the jurors can do that same thing. Definitely.
Yeah. Anita says, why didn't JD's team have Samantha McMillan testify, not seeing any bruises or split lip while testifying AH for SNL? I don't know.
When is Saturday Night Live? Is that the December incident?
Although it's not SNL, it was the James Corden show, but I think, yeah, that's what it is. And it may come up either. I wonder if Amber's going to try to bring up Samantha McMillan. I think Samantha McMillan is not the stylist. She's the makeup artist who testified to seeing bruises. There's another one that was, I think her name was Stephanie, or is Samantha? No, Samantha McMillan is the stylist. I'm sorry. Maybe as a rebuttal witness. Zori Imas says, I appreciate your commentaries. I do too talk about JD case, but my channel is in Spanish. It makes it a lot easier for me to understand the case and be able to provide an informed commentary to my followers. Awesome.
I love that.
Awesome.
I love
that
that
is
there's
so
international law tube.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you. That is so cool. So cool. I know that there's such an international appeal to this case, and I love that other languages are talking about it as well. That's so
I can't even roll my R's as well as Ben Chu.
Ben's Benedict says, Dr. Hughes' WebMD rating comment is flooded. Bad review for today. Wondering why. I don't like that. I don't like review bombing. I don't like that at all. And I don't condone that. Please don't do that, because as professionals, that would devastate me. If somebody did that to me, I would not want anybody else to do that to them just for doing their job.
Been the recipient. Very fun.
Yeah. It sucks. It sucks just because you're angry at a professional.
In case you're wondering about the seriousness there, I get dinged by Sony fans when I say something bad about Sony or in favor of Xbox or what have you. So, there's people are alike all over, no matter what you're interested in.
Yeah, for sure. Letting these come in so that I don't have to save them for later. Questcab says Amber Heard had more or less zero reaction when it was shouted out a bottle entered her V, but she has PTSD. I mean, with the caveat that some people can show emotional reaction differently, especially when they know that they're under the microscope. I don't know. I'm not an expert on PTSD. I don't know how that should look, according to someone's authentic experiences. So, for me personally, I'm wary of commenting on that.
Hard to evaluate.
Yeah. The Crazy Kitty, I love that name, says I'd be going crazy as juror not to research. I'm
so
sure.
Would I. It would be the worst for me. I always like to get all my material.
Know everything.
Yeah.
Jennifer Dinkle says, do you think that doctors' firsthand accounts of AH's DV will play into the defense's strategy, BPD diagnosis of fabrication and exaggeration for attention and or belief in a lie can convince one to believe it is true?
Yeah, but they can't go that far. If they get into belief in a lie can convince one that it's true, we got problems on that malice. We do.
I'm actually going to save this one. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't realize that there was a question at the end of it.
Did you add a muffin to your little emoji line?
Well, I tried to. There's no muffin, so it's a cupcake, but we're pretending it's a muffin.
Got it.
So yeah, that was this one. Wendy's Cafe says can't prove SA either. There's only AH's word for it that to that last expert witness. No doctor or medical practitioner has testified to any of those allegations. So true. There are no notes that have been gone over up to now. No one has testified to that before today's expert witness.
They do have a turtles problem. There's no question.
Aaron Larg says JD's legal team can pin the SA headline on AH now.
No.
Not yet. They need to talk about that tweet first, and that's going to come on her cross-examination. Peony Lover says, isn't it a bad idea for judge to take off so much time because jury has more opportunity to search for info and or watch YouTube? Seems very risky. IMHO.
My impression of the entire concept is that she feels she's committed to it in some way. I mean, she could be a speaker. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Catherine Vigil, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Wow. Says, thank you for getting me through a 1,000 piece puzzle. You all are great. Don't tell Nick I donated. Shh. It's just between us. No one else knows.
What was the puzzle about? Forget it. I love puzzles.
Oh, wait, this is another question. I'll save that one for, throw that in the queue. Okay. Yeah. So we answered this one. Renee B says Amber Heard recorded all of her marriage except for the times when JD allegedly abused her. Not buying it. Jury might be thinking the same way.
There are a lot of tapes.
Rockchild. Yeah. Rockchild of the 60s says, does EW doctor seem a little too emotionally invested? She might just be passionate, but others have commented the same about her being emotionally invested, I think.
Interesting.
There could be a an ideological thing that's coming in here too.
Yeah, maybe I'm just framing it differently. I didn't get emotionally invested. I got potentially invested might be a good word, but wanting this to come out a certain way, bias.
Yeah. Gwen VD says abuse with bottle with your bleeding finger. Oh yeah, because the
way that story was presented was that the Australian night at the same time. So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So how exactly does that fit with the timeline, and how would that even be feasible? Are valid questions.
The Australia stuff I thought was a car wreck because of everything we've heard. Like none of that matches up with what she's describing and what people say about what they saw in her the next day. It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, and there's another one with Rob Morton. Judicial conference mandated by Virginia Supreme Court. Even judges have bosses. Okay, thank you for that. And this is I think this is a PR stunt by Age to Team. Okay, which became a little nightmare.
Yeah, the parenthetical is correct. That was in a couple headlines.
Yeah. Okay. Grifton Wow says, what was with the last witness being approached by lawyers after? Looked irritated and threw papers down. Were her notes taken away? Oh, I actually missed that. I was trying to keep the super chats in tow. Did you notice that?
I noticed them approach. I didn't see a kind of angry response, so I can't attest to it. I can say certainly by the time she's getting to the end, she appeared flustered. She wasn't happy with what was happening with the notes and refreshing recollection. Then they ask for the notes. She clearly objects to the judge. It says essentially like, she's looking like, what am I going to do without my notes? That's when Elaine intervenes and says she's going to need her notes. That's when the judge says, we'll get a copy to you. And then like, there's clearly a certain amount of frustration, but I didn't see throwing down of papers or anything like that.
Yeah,
could have happened. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, for sure. Bernhard says, Amber Heard, most famous millennial who moved back in with her mom. Don't hate. I did that after law school because I needed to, studying for the bar exam and then looking for a job. So
I'm trying to think. I honestly, I think I studied for the bar at my parents' house. So I think I'll vouch for that.
Yep. So I will not judge on that one. Luffy Ace says, why was Dr. Hughes allowed to read from her notes? She was technically not supposed to. Yeah, exactly. Technically not, but she kind of just got away with it.
That's funny. I don't know how else you're going to do it. If I need to see a list of 12 tests, and it's like, I mean, it is just reading. So that's fine.
Yeah. Luffy Ace says, why was Dr. Hughes allowed to... Oh, sorry. Just kidding. I just read that one. A Jono says, it looks like the public has bombed Dr. Hughes' Google reviews page. Would this create any consequences?
Maybe for the fraudulent reviewers, don't do it.
Well, yeah, but like not for Johnny Depp's team. There's no way to really link that. Just like with the papers that were floating around outside of the courthouse. There's really no way to link that to Amber Heard's team. It just sucks. I hate to see all of it. Honestly, I don't like any of it. Miss Jessica Robbins says, is it bad that the jury are thinking about these serious accusations all night now with no cross to dispute? I don't think so. Because they're not going to make their conclusion tonight about the outcome of the case. If anything, if they are thinking that things are going one way right now, and then tomorrow they have a strong enough cross, it just blows their mind.
The only thing we got data on was Boston, and it didn't line up. I don't know. I can't promise things, but I can tell you I have lots of doubts about that testimony.
Sinaida S says, did we just identify Superwoman? She was demolished on a daily basis with 0 injuries and able to cover up with makeup. I mean, she is supposedly a superhero. Ben, the LP student, says, everything that lady said is BS. Predicted opening statement on cross tomorrow.
How do you present that as a question? Would you say everything you just said was lies?
Love it. Love it. We've got some My Cousin Vinny action in there. True 3 Affinity says, how does recall work, especially with experts like Curry? So after Amber Heard's case in chief is closed, then there's going to be an opportunity for Johnny to call any witnesses for recall in order to rebut Amber's case in chief. And the reason why they allow that is because the plaintiff goes first because he has the burden to prove his case. But that gives a little bit of a disadvantage because it means that there's anything that comes up from the defense case in chief, you can't respond to. So they're able to respond. They're able to respond to yours because they're able to see your whole case in chief, but then you can't really respond to them. So adding the rebuttal allows for the plaintiff to have a little bit of flexibility in responding to some of the stuff that the defense has put on. So that's why there's a rebuttal there. Jay Watt says, Hogue, I'm getting going you a very special shout out with a song I'm writing for LawTube. Uncivil. Oh my gosh. I got a line just for you and the ladies. Ooh.
Uncivil. All right, Uncivil.
Patricia Warmington says, do you think that AH having a baby will weigh on some of the jury's minds? I hope not, but just asking your team. I think less so than if it were a criminal case. If it were a criminal, I think that would be something that they would maybe think about.
Yeah, it hasn't come up at all yet. So we'll see what's
not yet. I fully expect it to come up on her direct examination. Definitely do. Dr. Kartoffel Salat says, just after end today, AHPR guy was with the lawyers being passed a yellow note, also was on phone in courtroom and getting talking to by court security. Interesting to hear if anything happens from that.
My God, can you imagine if there were a second kick out of the front row of Amber Heard's team?
That just, and that would be, and the irony of that is that would be a PR disaster.
That's true.
Since Rob still seems to be around, open to a date with me at the trial before it. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Hashtag shooting my shot.
You know what? I love this. Can I play matchmaker for them? Like, this would be awesome for Rob and for Mike.
You know, I tell you what, you've got a week break, so maybe that's the time to do a little matchmaking show.
All right, I'm starting my second business. It's a matchmaking service.
That's right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I got that one. Faux Rothko says, would y'all explain the process by which the amount of time the claimant and defendant each have to present their case? I mean, it depends on the courtroom. What I gathered from Judge Ascarade's statement on like one of the first days was that she indicated that her clerk is keeping track of time per side. So that indicated to me that not only has she allocated 24 days total for this trial across 6 weeks, but there's a certain number of minutes per day that they are doing it, or minutes total in the trial, and that her clerk is actually calculating that. And once they're done, they're done. So that's what we know based on or that's what we know regarding the time in this case. Beth Pescuma says, did she just admit she's been watching the trial? She said, like Isaac testimony, she can't remember crap, but she's got diarrhea of the mouth now. She's allowed to because she's an expert witness. All righty. Next one is Miss Pretty Bird says, how do you think with ending today with AH expert witness, will it help JD team on cross-examination tomorrow? As a survivor of DV, AH keeps looking at JD's way. The details in the face says it all. Yeah, I fully anticipate tomorrow's going to be a strong cross-examination based on what we saw. I think that they overplayed their hand. And yeah, I think ending with just the direct examination today was not a problem at all in my mind.
I think it might
hey,
be
Mr.
helpful.
Irish, thank you.
140? Is that true?
Yeah, it is. It is.
140,000 people subscribe to you?
I don't
crazy.
Understand it, but it's wonderful. It's wonderful. I did notice it. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome job, folks. That is awesome.
It's
not
crazy.
even going to give you a pitch. That's just awesome.
Jackie Joe 15 says AH has more money than most women of abuse. She could have left any time. there, I would still caution, even in wealthy circles, about that, because there could still be some psychology at play there if the person that you're with is even more powerful.
Absolutely.
And,
I mean,
even more powerful, has more money, I would think. Captain Mosquito says, is the psychologist biased? I only mentioned she, her. I think sure looked that way. Rahel Hyler Mariam says, can JD all of a sudden be violent in his 50s? His exes do not support experiencing what she is claiming. Good point. Daft Digit says, so the jury makes the call if the evidence, the tweet stays in at the moment. Also, does that have to be uni? I'm not sure.
Unanimous. It's got to be unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay. So the jury makes a call. If the evidence stays in at the moment. Yeah. So, well, at the moment, the judge is still going to decide whether or not, the judge is still going to decide whether or not that statement is going to be passed to the jury in the first place. She still has to make that final decision. But my guess is that she's going to allow it to go to the jury, in which case, yeah, they'll decide, and it still has to be unanimous. Lacey Simpkins says, out of all the things the witness touched on, which do you think is the one JD's lawyers need to touch on in cross? I mean, so much, like the fact that she referred to women as victims and men as abusers in heterosexual relationships. The fact that she testified to so much hearsay. There's just so much in her testimony today that will be, I think, dismantled in cross-examination tomorrow. There's a lot of territory there for them to run around in. Zach Frisch says, you guys don't act like mob with pitchforks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Carmel Bennett says, doesn't JD just have to prove no sexual abuse, as this is one of the 3 statements claiming defamation? The other 2 statements I don't refer to physical, emotional, psychological abuse, do they? Well, I mean, they can also find thumbs up on one statement, thumbs down on another. So they kind of do need to show that each individual statement, whether each individual statement is up or down. Johnny can win with just a thumbs up on one of the 3 statements. So only one of them needs to win in order for him to win. But I still think that the play is that they want to show that there was no abuse at all, whether it was verbal, emotional, or physical or sexual. Kate Did It says, yesterday you all agreed that AH's team had a better day. Who do you think had a better day today, JD or AH? I think Johnny did. I really think so. I think today was for sure a much better day for Johnny. Shadowfif 511 says, CK, I stand with Manson. Thank you for covering it. Oh, I wish I had her with me for that. Michelle Sarabia says, can Chew cross the last expert instead tomorrow? Well, that's what's going to happen. Marie Holman says, how come Amber didn't explain to Dr. Curry all this sexual assault, etc.? That is a huge part of her trauma. Interesting, right? Because if Dr. Curry says, when I talked to her about it, she never said anything about it, that's an interesting distinction. Nikki Rubin says, if AH loses but doesn't have the money to pay, what happens? There are a lot of possibilities that Johnny can try to go for in order to try to get money from her. He can take her stuff. He can garnish her wages on future projects. But ultimately, if she can't pay and she decides to be destitute for the rest of her life, then she's got this cloud hanging over her. And he probably can't collect, but I don't think he's going to be too bothered by that, to be honest. Jay Birdie Lewis says, what media articles and headlines do you see changes depending on if you search Johnny Depp, Amber Heard versus Amber Heard, Johnny Depp? I don't know if that makes a difference. Do you think?
Probably, yeah. Part of the algorithm is doing it in order of what you typed. I would be willing to bet. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Interesting. So yeah, I don't know what the different kinds of articles would pop up between one or the other. But that's an interesting question. P.T. Keen says, UK judge is a personal friend of Dan Wooten. That would be interesting if true. I don't know one way or another, but that would be interesting. Karen G says, saw a New York Post article yesterday too. New PR in action. Could be.
The Post is adamant about covering this in a very negative way. So
yes, in a very particular way, right? Billy Edmondson says, why isn't Fantastic Beasts' loss being adduced regarding damages?
Because he got paid. I don't know if it was complete for his contract because nobody knows, but he got paid, and we're not actually sure if there's going to be a Fantastic Beasts 4.
Francois Standard says, most media outlets will publish most shocking headline and soundbite they can get away with, all about the shock value equals click money. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, unfortunately. I hate it. Thomas Lopo says, what's a PR team? It's a public relations team. It's the team of people that go and talk to the media on your behalf and try to spin the story as beneficial as you. It's kind of like lawyers, but in the public sphere.
Well, and they might tell you how to wear your hair, and they're invested in everything. So depends. PR is fun. I handle a lot of messaging on my channel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For more on that, subscribe to Rick Hogue. He talks about a lot of corporate messaging.
I do corporate messaging, right? PR responses, crisis communications, lots of stuff that lawyers are always in the room for. So I know enough.
Yes. Rahel Hailamariam says, I think you skipped my comment. My point is JD never abused his exes according to them. I have a hard time believing that JD started in his 50s. We did catch it, but it just was a little bit delayed because of the backlog of super chats. I'm really sorry about that, but we did get to it, and that is an excellent point. Laura Naday says, or other stat interp. Just generous, TV only.
This was when you were trying to avoid your favorite legal TV show question, and I said other was based around the 2 TV examples. So this commenter is backing me up.
I get it. I get it. Fair point. Touche. Well done. Julia Dalton says she checked out JD too, right? She didn't talk to JD. That's a point for cross-examination tomorrow. I'm very excited for them to explore that in cross. Google user says, what looks like a win? If Amber gets on the stand, gets tied up in her lies, would that do the trick? Also, wasn't 1 week delay of the trial prejudicial to JD since the testimony won't be as fresh when they deliberate? No, it's a 6-week trial. It's a 6-week trial. It's long. It's very long. They all get notes that they get to take throughout the whole time. So that should help.
But I mean, I think the question is, I don't think it's prejudicial to the point of worrying about it, but I do think you're a week past in real time when Johnny Depp spoke to you, right? Like, so you're getting further from there. And so just having a week that you're not going to go to court allows you more time to forget Johnny Depp.
I suppose. Could be. Phil Jones says, didn't Richard Marx make Ally McBeal? I don't know.
He didn't mention it, I don't think. That was great. Mike said he loves Ally McBeal. Never in a million years would I've guessed that. It's fantastic. I love finding out these tidbits of y'all.
His testimony was one of my favorites. 64-bit goodness says, you think it is possible Amber will lose her shit on the stand? We already know she lost it on her bed. Could be. Maybe. We'll see. She might surprise everyone though and keep it cool.
Keep your expectations low and then you'll be more excited when something happens.
Agreed. Jay Watts is Philip DeFranco or Keemstar. I don't know. That's not legal.
Those are like YouTubers, right?
Yeah. Julia Dalton says, sorry guys, I'm behind. I'm at the psychologist talking about her certs and such. Just got off work. Did she check JD out too? She did not. 2012 Jameson says AH is not paying for her own legal expenses. Probably not. I don't know who
like
is.
A hell of a team. Yeah.
It's a lot of money that someone's paying for. MG says AH appears to be leading with rape SV. Is that going to be difficult to overcome for JD's team? Not if it's not believable. If it's not believable, then it plays right into their claim about her being exaggerative and dramatic. Marcos D says, from the good old days of Isaac Baruch, his testimony was that AH was trying to show him her bruises. Hence, any questions about makeup are irrelevant because AH cannot both cover up and show her bruises simultaneously. That's a very fantastic point. That is a very good point. I will agree with that. Alicia Peterson says, aren't you guys impressed with the longevity of Depp's employees? Yes, that is a very good point, that all of his team that work for him seem to have been working for him for decades for the most part. I think that's a fantastic observation that, because you can even be paid a ton of money and be treated like crap, and it's not necessarily going to keep you around forever. So that's a fantastic point. Renee B says, it's just a Post-it note, proceeds to pull out a full expandable file folder. I Miss Windows 7 says best legal movie TV show, 12 Angry Men. Oh, that's a good one.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Agreed. B-Rad says, did you follow the Oscar Pistorius trial? No, I didn't. I remember hearing about it, but I didn't. That's a very interesting one too. JJ Breck says, Chu says, thank you, even when he's overruled. As a layperson, I sometimes don't pick up on sustained and overruled. Does him saying thank you make it sound like he wanted the objection to the jury?
I think it just sounds polite. The one thing that was really interesting is he forgot to do it when he started his next question. He stops, goes back and says, thank you, Your Honor, and then restarts. It's like it's how he is built. It's how he's trained.
Yeah. And the thing too is that sometimes a thank you can be nice, like the way that he does it. And sometimes it can be really grating. If you say, if you win on it and you're just like, thank you, Your Honor. There were a couple times that I noted that Elaine did that today. And I was like, it's almost like, thanks for siding with me this time. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. In case anybody in the room didn't know, she's siding with me.
No, you're right. Ben Hughes doesn't change inflection depending on whether he won or lost. So it works well.
Yeah. Hey there, Jack says, did they play the audio clip of Dr. Kipper in Australia? He implied Amber was responsible, whilst Amber seemed to admit to it being her fault. They have not played the audio clip of him because they have this agreement is about the audio clips only if it's JD and AH. So Johnny and Amber only. If anybody else is on the audio clip, they're not bringing it in. That seems to be the stipulation that they've agreed to. Ladybug 82SW says the general rule in Virginia is that the absence of a statute or contract to the contrary, a court may not award attorney's fees to the prevailing party. Thank you for that clarification. That does sound about right. That seems to be the majority rule for most states in the United States, I should say. A Jono says Dr. Don Hughes' Google reviews have been review bombed and removed from the search engine. Would this impact the trial in any way? Harassment of a witness? No, not only if they can find some sort of a tie to Johnny Depp's legal team. But I don't think so. It's unfortunate though. I still hate it. I still absolutely hate it. Rob Morton didn't check JD, but was happy to opine about him, not angry. Yeah, right?
Yeah, that did pop out.
But we're gonna see the consequences of that tomorrow in the cross-examination. We shall see. Rob, join us tomorrow. Join us tomorrow for the cross-examination. Rogelio Garay says, do you know how the UK court came to its decision? Not exactly. I've heard tidbits here and there, but I haven't read the full opinion. There are a lot of ways in which that case was very different from this case. Babylonia Rising says it will be a landmark moment in the timeline of the rise and fall of Me Too. I think you might be right. It'll be at least a data point in the Me Too story. I really do think so. Lise LaSalle says they have to ask Amber why her magic concealer did not work when she went to court, followed by paparazzi with marks on her face. Fair point. Hocus said, why was the doc's testimony like all hearsay? I like Dr. Curry better and found her more credible. She stuck with the facts, and when asked opinion, she clearly said, that is not my job here. I believed her. I think she still gave opinions because that's what she's supposed to do as an expert witness. Is she's supposed to give her expert opinion, but it didn't seem overplayed. Ladybug 82 SW says VA courts typically follow the American rule with respect to whether or not a party will be awarded its fees and costs, including reasonable attorney's fees, upon a successful outcome in litigation. Thank you for that.
I love this legal research coming in, by the way.
Yes,
it's good stuff.
Legal research by Super Chat. It's awesome. I mean, and not just because it's a Super Chat, but just getting this kind of legal research in real time as we're going through. I love it. Honeybee says, do you think this psychologist, AB's reactive violence will wash with the jury? Is it not just a way of AH's side to explain her abuse away? It is, but at the same time, everything that she said today seems like it fit with everything that we've heard from Johnny Depp as a potential victim. So it just, like the whole reactive violence thing, it was like, oh, okay, thanks for explaining Johnny Depp's side.
That's how I heard it as well. Although I do still say the best chance that they have of winning is just muddying up everything. Everybody's gaslighting everyone. Everyone's abusing everyone. Who knows what happened between these two people? And so you can't say it's defamation. I mean, like, I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah. Could be possibly. Cloudy92 says, can they call back AH's assistant to say she stole her essay story? I don't think, no, she's by deposition. So she's not coming into the courtroom. I don't think that any of the video deposition witnesses are on recall for rebuttal. I doubt that. I don't think so. Peggy Cole says, did you catch what the expert said about what was the deepest trauma AH was? I think I heard her say it was a hoax that opens doors.
So there's two things there. I don't think those actually go together. I'd have to re-listen, but the hoax part is when you're starting to see Amber present her case.
Yeah.
So she started testifying as to damages. Like, I was deeply hurt by it being called a hoax. And so that's going to establish that it was defamatory and I was damaged by it.
Yeah. Ben's Benedict says, even if Amber won the case, what would happen to JD? Do you think this case will cause JD a negative impact? I don't know. Maybe he's still gotten his story out. So, and the people supporting him probably has grown. I don't know. Maybe we should check out his Q score right now.
Shouldn't we? Yeah. No, I mean, I think there'll still be negative headlines, but I think that there will be fewer.
Yeah. Rize Thompson says, Riza, thanks. Riza. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the coverage and insight. You're welcome. Thank you for watching. And thanks for the super chat. Mel B says, Australian statute has not run out for assault. Ooh, interesting. Okay. For Johnny, I think. I guess so.
They have 7 years on that. That's interesting.
I suppose. Different legal systems, so maybe. Magnus Prime says, you guys really turned my opinion around on this trial. Thanks for covering it. It's great to learn about this from several different lawyers. Hey, you're welcome. I'm really glad. Not necessarily that we're out to try to change anyone's opinions, but I appreciate, opening minds for discussion. That's what I appreciate. Sherrison says, do you question the competency of Amber Heard's lawyers? No.
Predominantly no.
No.
I think they're good.
I think so. I think they've had some blunders, but I can't say that I have never blundered as a litigator before. So
human being.
Yeah. Dexy Dean says, loving the coverage, guys. Question, has the EW been instructed not to confer with Amber Heard counsel until after cross?
Yeah, she got that instruction.
Liz said, do you think that Amber's psychology expert did more to help her case, or do you think that Johnny's team has a good chance of using this witness against her? Using it against her. You try to swing too hard, you can end up striking out. Team Sanity says, Ben doesn't speak until he speaks. I am a fan. That was awesome, wasn't it?
Under crack.
Isn't it awesome when you see something just totally unexpected like that?
Well, you knew you were in for something when it was like the second line. I'm like, did you just scream that? What is happening?
Yes. Yes. Sinbad says, I would have appear hair down on the stand. No Eva Braun. Yeah.
Though I have to admit, I really did enjoy Rottenborn's. I don't know who that was for. Because that's not, that was not normal.
Yeah, that was funny. But yeah, Sinbad, I think hair down, we haven't seen hair down yet. It's always been in a fancy updo. Yeah. I think hair down would probably be maybe a little bit simpler, maybe a bit better. Shindig Eat says, with that dumbfounded reaction, Mike, you just made me smile. Such a cutie. People love Mike. I've got to keep now I absolutely need to keep Mike coming back to the channel just to make sure that I retain viewers.
Yeah, well, I mean, there does seem to be a thirst component. I don't know, but yeah.
Artemistress. Yeah, right. Artemistress says, Johnny, you don't do that. That's my job. Says it all. Talk to a child earns more than AH ever. Thank God she had a small circle. Otherwise, Johnny would have to buy an entire city housing department. Yeah.
Well, how can you not think of the boot story when the psychologist is talking to you about ingratiating behavior? How could you not?
Yep. Kuba Oratovsky says, as someone that watches after stream, could you break stream in two, maybe after the break in the middle? I can't do that unless I actually do two separate live streams, and then I've got to do multiple setups, and it can actually break up the flow of having viewers come in too. So
I was gonna say YouTube likes the momentum, so we gotta stick with the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sorry. Everyone has one, says, should ask if usual for a victim to, quote unquote, victim to sneak up on a, quote unquote, abuser who's angry. AH snuck up behind JD in the kitchen. A real victim would be afraid and leave. I can't exactly comment to what abusers and victims do because I'm not qualified to really give any sort of level of expertise on that. But it does seem strange that if you are going to be afraid of someone to do that. But I mean, maybe these kinds of relationships, they also still have these moments where you can joke around and have fun, right? I would expect that to be the case.
Yeah, to me, I get what you're saying. I would avoid the kind of true Scotsman type stuff just because everybody is unique and it's so hard to label that. You've got enough facts now to start trying to determine what happened without a real someone would do X.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Zicky's 101 says, can both JD and AH win each of their cases and have it be a wash? Yeah. Technically, yeah. Abby Passion says, new subscriber here. Love your coverage and guests. Good distraction from writing my thesis. Question: how are y'all doing? Remember to eat and hydrate. Doing well. It's
my kids give me Post-it notes that say things like, "Don't forget to feed yourself."
Aw,
so
very
yeah,
sweet.
no.
I have Mr. Bites handing me food and flowers and tea and coffee and stuff. So that's always wonderful. Thank you. Edith Vezina says, do you think Dr. Hughes' fees will be asked and cross-examined like AH team due to any one of JD's witnesses? Yeah, that's for any expert witness. That is fertile ground for a cross-examination. You want the jury to know that they're a hired gun, even if it doesn't really matter how much it is. You want them to know that they are being paid to be here. Crystal says DV has no statute of limitations in Australia, so no more Aquaman for AH is filmed in Australia. Interesting. So she could totally be sued if she lands there for filming. Ooh, interesting. The name Jenny says, what do you guys think Ben Chu will bring to the cross X of AH? Pieces of evidence not yet presented, strategies, best questions to ask. All of the above. I think talking about the recordings, talking about the James Corden show, that's something that we have not heard about. I fully expect that to come up. The Dutch TV show where she talks about the $7 million settlement that she donated, 100%. All of that stuff coming in.
Yep.
Kimberly Lynn says Dr. Curry cited attention seeking in the BPD diagnosis. AH firing PR team this late in the game could be an example of attention seeking thoughts. I wouldn't go that far. I would just say that she understands that the public image of her and her case are not good. And so she wants somebody else to maybe do a better job. Whether or not that's because of the PR team or just because of the facts of the case are another question. But I wouldn't immediately jump to BPD as an explanation for everything that she does. Green Owl says, doesn't AH team constant use of wife beater and her support in the UK trial show that they mean physical abuse? Thank you for all your time. I mean, that's an interesting point, that it could be that the language that they use about that to describe him, if it is over impactful for what their actual allegations are trying to be, but they're trying to paint it as wife beater, but there's really nothing for physical, but there could be something for maybe emotional or verbal abuse. But if they keep saying wife beater, but there's no evidence to suggest that, that could be overselling the promises throughout the trial, right?
Well, as you point out, they did start with physical in the opening statement as their main thesis point. So yeah, I think you could set the standard too high.
Just by the language that you use throughout trial.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think you could.
Yep. Brian Miller says, do you think AH team drags out putting her on the stand till after the break? If I were them, maybe I would. Maybe. But it depends on the other witnesses that you have on the stand that you want to put on also, right? Because sometimes you need a certain order for your witnesses, regardless of what the time differences are going to be.
Well, if the leaks were right and you were originally planning to have her lead, then yeah, presumably you have some sort of strategy that was going to go from what she said into support. So interesting.
Yep. Oompa Loompa Lampa says, did any of the legal teams do any huge blunders?
They didn't seem to have prepared their expert witness very well.
For this one, yeah. And also the Q score. I think that was a blunder to put him on the stand. Maybe. That's just my opinion. I might not be correct in that. Maybe it ends up not being a big deal at all. Bluebird says, love you guys. I've been tuning in since day one. This is the first time I had to mute the stream since the psychologist was triggering my PTSD. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Can they bring Dr. Curry back to refute everything or to rebut everything? That doctor seemed jelly of her. I fully anticipate that they will.
I don't know about the Dr. Curry, but
I don't know about the jealousy piece, but I do fully anticipate that they will be bringing back Dr. Curry to rebut her for sure. And that's going to be after all of the witnesses for Amber Heard will have been heard from.
Weeks from now.
Yeah. Re0100 says, the tone of that AH expert witness kind of reminds me of the I'm a people person character from The Office Space.
Little.
Frank Shum says, AH expert said there is only one abuser. This can be turned around on AH since all of JD's so-called abuse was just him defending himself against abuser.
If you're thinking to yourself, this witness said something that could be turned around in favor of Johnny Depp, I don't care what statement you're thinking of. You're right.
Yeah, pretty much everything that she said today. Brandon Matthew says, not going to lie, glad no trial next week because I got finals. We can all rest a little bit, right?
I'm gonna be hitting some things I have to hit next week. There's no question.
Yeah. Hocus said, do you guys believe the psychologist or Dr. Curry? I think Dr. Curry is far more credible and a better expert. I'm trying not to be biased here, right? Because I know that I support Johnny Depp at this point. But
it's a bias check. Yeah, it's the same thing I was doing. I was like, I really don't believe you very much, but how much of that is what I've just heard? Yeah.
Yeah. I just everything that she said was based off of Amber Heard said this. And the way that she was testifying to it sounded like she believed Amber Heard, this happened to Amber Heard. Artemis Trish says, breaking news, no travel to AZ without travel papers. AZ is in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I know is AZ.
Yeah, because Australia would be AUS or OZ. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Heather Patton.
I know it's a SCOTUS leak. We get all this news when it's late at night here through Super Chat.
I know. Heather Patton says, how would one go about discrediting SA allegations? If that is the route they take, would the histrionic disorder be used against that? I mean, they want to be careful about just saying, well, just because you're alleging this, oh, that must be histrionic disorder, histrionic personality disorder, right? You want to be careful of that because the jury is not going to like that being kind of dismissed like that. You want to go in, like lean into the actual allegation itself and kind of pick it apart. Ask this witness, the details of what happened, and it might be uncomfortable, and it would have to be done in a very delicate kind of way. But you do it by trying to show whether or not they are uncomfortable, whether or not they seem like they're being honest. That's kind of how you deal with it. Is you lean into those details to see if things feel like they're matching up or not.
Yeah, it's an area of sensitivity. That's why you need your highest talent cross-examiner. That's why I keep saying it's going to be Ben Chu.
Yeah, I think so. Savannah Mina says, why won't there be court next week? Because she has a judicial conference that she's got to go to. And according to Rob Morton, it's mandated. It's mandated. It's required by the Virginia Supreme Court. So
hard to believe that would be a full-on mandate when in the middle of a trial. But who knows?
Yep. It's a robes conference. Lottie Da says, if therapist notes show AH talked about JD being abused for a few years, would be hard to prove setting up hoax years in advance. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Could be. I mean, unless they just say that she's a lying liar who lies, and she's been that way for a while. Even if she didn't have a specific intent to set up a hoax until it was like something that she felt was necessary for her situation because he was leaving her.
And the hoax framework that I saw is specifically aimed at that 21st. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of focus on that particular night.
Yeah, I think so. Matthew Loney says, can defense run out the clock before rebuttal testimony? No, because that rebuttal time is owned by the plaintiff. So no.
I like
they would just run out their own time.
Gamesmanship we got here from the super chat. Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Well, for the most part, it's designed to be fair. Fairness is the highest order function of the judiciary.
Strategy is involved, however. Just like any sports game, you've got to play by the rules, but you can strategize within those rules.
You can. The clock is still 60 minutes, though. I mean, it's like, what if we throw the football through the clock and the minutes go away? Do we win? No.
Yeah. Burnt Edges Farm says it was said May 2nd that objections can have multiple effects on the jury. What are these fairly close and consistent sidebars likely to have on the jury? I don't know. I mean, just there's mystery, right? Because they didn't really indicate what the problem was. So the jury, without lawyers talking in their ears like us, they may not know. They may just be like, oh, there's some kind of a problem with this right now, and they're working it out. And then, oh, okay, either we're continuing with the same kind of questions, or we just changed course. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah. The interesting part about that today is you did see in a couple of the sidebars, the expert witness make faces at the jury. Effectively can you believe this shit type face.
I want to know if they reciprocated.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that somebody wasn't at least making eye contact with her at the time. But I don't know.
Yeah. Skinny Fat Huey says, can JD call AH's ex as a rebuttal witness?
The one that got punched? I don't know the specifics on this.
I suppose, but I don't know if she'd be willing to come forward. But
Chances
that would
be some people were saying arrest, right? I mean, like if there's a police report, that's probably good enough.
There was an arrest, or maybe the officer that arrested her. That may be more likely. Possible. Sukerism says, could Dr. Hughes' testimony be stricken for bias? No.
Not illegal to be biased.
But it is legal to totally destroy her on cross-examination and just leave this witness in rubble for the jury to just see the remains of this direct examination. So we'll see how well they do.
Yeah, well, we will see, because the guy that's going to do the cross-ex is the pro hoc guy, and he's
their expert guy.
Now I'm willing to say he's even chiller than Ben Chu. So we'll see.
Yeah. Hocus says, which would you choose, Dr. Hughes or the great Dr. Muffin Curry? I'm biased, but Dr. Curry, she's great.
She's got a more personable demeanor.
She does. And she was very smooth with everything. Mellow Victor says, in your opinion, which expert was worse, expert Q score dude or Dr. Hughes?
I got to see.
I would. Yeah, that's fair. Let's wait on that until after she's done, right? Sonia Aranya says, like Dr. Hughes for her expertise, then she just recited everything Amber told her, baffled as to why she was allowed to just testify that way. Maybe they thought it was a good idea. Rizé Thompson says, I would have to agree with one part of this doctor's testimony. I don't think she has a mental illness. Being a bitch is not a mental illness. There are some benefits to being completely lucid, right? And it's that you don't get any kind of perceived outs that some might apply to a certain mental illness or a personality disorder. So no excuses, right? It would be what someone would say.
Sure.
JJV says, stupidest today. Shouldn't a lawyer pick A or B, not A plus maybe B? AH's attorney is saying she didn't make a sexual violence title, but then if she did, it's okay because now we're going to say that there was SV, but she didn't say it.
A plus maybe B is how we work, man.
I've said before, though, alternative legal arguments are fine. Alternative factual arguments are not so fine for the jury, because they want to be told what story you are actually selling to them. Because if you don't have a single story that you're selling to them, you're selling them multiple stories. they're not going to really necessarily believe one or the other.
They're not mutually opposed. I didn't write that title is a perfectly valid defense. But if I did, I was sexually violated. Still works.
Possible. Okay. Fair. Miguel Pereira says, although Dr. Curry's mom was a terrible witness, doesn't it dent real Dr. Curry's testimony, especially on alleged methodology errors?
Yeah, I mean, you had a full-on battle of the experts. You had a full-on she's wrong, and then the jury has to evaluate those two. In what I always view when you talk about battle of the experts, it's virtually impossible for a lay finder of fact. It's the problem with the battle of the experts on the whole.
Yep. Bearded Hectic says, why did no previous therapist report to the police? Interesting question. Jury might ask the same thing. Luffy Ace says, why was the doc allowed to read from her notes? Hashtag we want Dr. Curry. Hashtag bring back Dr. Curry. Yeah.
She'll be back. Good news.
She will be. Yeah. Good news. She will be back on Rebuttal. Nikki Rubin says, do Amber and JD get to go home for break together? I don't think they're going anywhere together. I don't think they're doing anything together. At least not until this trial is over. Hopefully not ever again after they've been through all of this.
Seems unhealthy.
Yeah. Still Alive says, your best guesses as to what Amber's life will be like post-trial. Will she be blacklisted from acting? Will she have to work at McDonald's? What do you think? I don't know I'm not Richard Marx. Maybe let's get Richard Marx on here and I'll interview him and ask him his thoughts.
I've said this before.
If I could get him on this channel, for an interview, that'd be amazing. That would be fantastic. If anybody knows him and he's
he'll
interested,
take over your channel for like 90 minutes just talking about the various things he's done.
Talking about making my childhood happen.
Now, I said this before, though. I'm not sure Amber Heard's going to be nearly as negatively affected as you might think. I mean, that's just my bet. It's just speculation. I think she will still have a working career
of some sort, right? And to be honest, I hope so. I don't like anybody being canceled. I don't like someone being destitute, because of mistakes that they've made. Obviously, we've talked about this before on the channel. Acts of contrition and real genuine feelings of contrition are important for people that have made some serious mistakes, especially the more serious the mistake, the more serious, the bigger the contrition should be. But I do believe in redemption stories as well. So I can't say that I would want someone to be fully canceled and just like cease to exist in this world, just because of something terrible that they've done.
I will say this though, with the stories that their team just put up, horrible, horrible stories that is taking advantage of my goodwill to say, I don't want to just believe that you were lying about those things. And it comes out and you really can't show those things happening. I mean, it's going to need some contrition, because that really is such a horrible thing to accuse someone of if it's not true. I mean, it's bad. So I continue to evaluate, I continue to watch this, but certainly they have some promises that they have made and things that have to be paid off for them from what that expert witness just testified to straight out of the psychological notes. That's just me. I mean, that is horrible stuff was in that testimony today.
Yeah, no, I do agree. The name Jenny says, when do you answer the backlogged super chats? Do you go on with the current ones coming in or start with the skipped ones? So I try to filter in the ones that don't require comment as we're talking or as we're listening to testimony, so that way it kind of clears the cache a little bit. But then when we are in conversation, I don't necessarily have the attention span to be able to read things as we're talking at the same time. So sometimes I'll just save them all and they'll get kind of queued up. As far as the ones that got like quote unquote deleted from my queue, they're still saved for my editor's queue. I'm going to go back there just so that I'm not making him do all of these until we get caught up. I'm going through what I've got here, and then whatever's left over, we'll go through that way afterwards. So yeah, that's basically the zany process I'm going through. Gookly says, hello from Germany. Is it not possible that AH answered differently in the psychological test depending on which doctor did the test? It's possible. That would be an interesting exploration to do if that's possible. Tattoo Dude says, so with AH's expert witness, quote unquote, essentially saying that she does not suffer from a personality disorder, does that make pooping in the bed better or worse? I don't know if that's, I mean, it would depend on I can't remember if there was anything about whether someone with BPD or HS or HPB, HBD, what is it?
Well,
HPD.
it would be HPD, I think, but I don't think we've heard it referred to by initials. Histrionic, have we? I don't know.
I don't know. Whatever. Histrionic and borderline. You know, I don't think that we've heard of either of those having a tendency to do that kind of thing. So I don't know if that really matters one way or another. It's pretty grotesque for an adult to do that regardless, right?
Yes, markedly so. The facts in this case are crazy.
They are. Aiden Stevens says, if AH breaks down and admits to lying about DA on the stand, would that be an immediate win for JD, or would the jury still need to decide? There's not going to, even if she breaks down, there's not going to be any admission on the stand. That's a very Hollywood moment that just doesn't really happen in real life. So I would tamper your expectations on something like that. Basically, just wipe that from your brain. Just say that's not possible. And if it happens, then it's mind-blowing.
I set it all up. I set it all up. I did it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Matthew Slingsby says, will the psychiatrist using she for the victim and he for the abuser potentially hurt AH's case? Seemed like a bad attempt of planting seeds in jurors' heads that men are bad and women are victims. I agree, and it's ripe territory for cross-examination. I expect Johnny Depp's team to fully explore that tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought it was overwrought.
Bearded Heretic says, is it bad that the previous psychologist didn't contact the police? Or it just means that what they heard from Amber Heard, they didn't believe, or they didn't just think was exactly what was going on.
That's what I heard. Why didn't they call? And she can't answer it, the expert witness. And it's like, if they're mandatory reporters, doesn't it sound like they're looking at who's talking to them and saying, okay.
Because insurance or no insurance, right? Because that's one of the differences with concierge medical services is that they don't have to report things to insurance. They still have certain professional responsibility requirements, just like lawyers do. And that I think would be one of them is to abide by certain laws like that. James says, has the ACLU always been in the business of helping celebrities write up hit pieces? I would say no. Always is not true. I think that the ACLU has done some good work for civil liberties in the past. There's a decent question for whether or not it has actually been anything in recent times. Hey, Ron Coleman, how's it going?
Hey, Ron.
How are you guys doing?
You're doing all right.
Parts.
Yeah,
I
good to see you again. It's been a while.
Thank you. Yes, well, Passover was really it's like a black hole. I mean, it's extremely spiritually full, but if you want to get anything else done,
sure.
And I now, so much going on, and I figured if people, if buddies are talking about the stuff that everyone's talking about, I'd like to get in on it.
Absolutely.
I was defending an expert deposition all day, and how shall I put it? It was painful. Is there, I find defending a deposition to be the most exhausting litigation work short of actually trying a jury case, because you're on edge, you're there, but you want to send beams of telling the witness, and our witness is pretty good, but could you just but you can't, you're a potted plant. You can't really do anything.
Yeah.
How you doing? How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Doing great.
We're going through.
Did you figure everything out? Do we know who did the leaking? I assume you're talking about the story, right?
No, we're talking about the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. We're not talking about SCOTUS. We've
that's right. There's much
nothing
tackier
happened.
stuff to talk about.
No. I don't think anything big of note happened at SCOTUS in the last 24 hours. Super chats.
So tell me what's going on with Amber Heard. I mean, this seems like a really lovely couple, like so many Hollywood couples.
There's been a lot of unhealthy relationship in this case, but the question is who abused whom, if anything.
And she beats her husband up, right? That's the story here. That's the a man bites dog. Is that she beats her husband up? Who supposedly was a pirate. He was supposed to be a pirate, right? I don't see a lot of movies, but I understand he's supposed to be a
He
pirate.
was the pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean. He was Captain Jack Sparrow.
And what is she known? What is she known for? Pretty girl, I assume, right? He's a movie star, so he gets to marry pretty girl.
She's known as Johnny Depp's wife or ex-wife.
Really?
Well, she's
now
also
she's Mara in Aquaman.
the
so
princess
she is
of
in a big
Atlantis.
franchise.
Oh, she's the princess of Atlantis. Oh,
She's a mermaid. She's a mermaid now.
That is nice. Oh, okay. So if she's a mermaid, she probably rather attractive lass herself, I would think.
I would say Amber Heard is an attractive lass on the outside. Yes.
On the outside, but there's something inside that's coming out that is not too pretty, is what you're telling me here.
From
It's
the
been
audio
weeks
tapes.
of not too pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. There's been a lot of not so pretty coming out.
Tell me the procedure. I'm going to help your audience out by asking the questions they all want to ask. What's the procedural posture here? This is not a divorce case?
Nope.
This
Defamation.
Is defamation. The plaintiff is
Johnny Depp.
Depp.
Yep.
Suing his ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
For defamatory statements.
Yep.
In the in an op-ed published in the Washington Post. Back in 2018, referring back to 2 years prior when she filed for a domestic violence temporary restraining order in the same week that she divorced him.
And the op-ed was not just a recitation of what she had filed in the papers.
No, it referred back. It talked about some other stuff too. It was all about the Me Too movement, really. But it drew on her.
No, right, because I was about to say it's not as if she just wrote an op-ed saying, "Here's why I'm mad at my husband, Johnny Depp, the movie star," and that would make it newsworthy for Washington Post.
No, it was actually written by the ACLU, as it turns out.
And yeah, there was redlining back and forth between her and the ACLU.
Oh, so this is great stuff. This is great stuff. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Whom can we trust, guys, anymore? Is there anybody who's for real? Anybody who is what they appear to be besides law tube people, which is it's given. It's given, right? We're good.
Well, yeah, you would have enjoyed the ACLU deposition. A lot of interesting stuff about how that organization runs, how they decided to do the article, that it wasn't hit PC enough, so they had to make it more of a hit piece.
It wasn't impactful enough.
And when when did that come out in the case? Today?
When did the ACLU deposition? Was last week.
Wait a minute. Why are we talking about depositions?
There are some video depositions.
Oh, I see. They're using as the Benny essay. They're using these as testimony.
Yes,
they are.
Yes, because so here's the thing. Here's a unique twist in this. The plaintiff and the defendant are both from California, but the case was filed in Virginia because of the Washington Post being, of course, headquartered in Virginia, and also because of Virginia's anti-SLAPP laws are a little bit less robust than California. Actually, quite a bit less robust than California. So multiple reasons why Johnny Depp wanted to file this in Virginia. So because of the fact that they are both from California, a lot of the witnesses are also from California. So there's a lot of unavailability of a lot of these witnesses. So that's why a lot of video deposition is coming in, as well as a lot of witnesses through a live video link, which is, of course, a brand new thing post-COVID.
And everyone's going to apologize, accept my apologies. This is how out of this I am. Jury, because I see you guys chatting about this like crazy in the and it's like I really got to these guys have gotten so far away from me. What's going on? Okay no, I need to blow off some steam after this 8-hour extravaganza on a damages expert. Jennifer, fantastic.
Oh yeah,
so
I'm bringing these up so while we chat.
Jury or bench?
A jury.
It has
7
to be unanimous.
Virginians.
So these Virginians, but it's state court.
State court in Fairfax County.
Fairfax,
so northern Virginia, not far from DC.
Okay, so basically, this could be Westchester County. I mean, this is like we're not talking Southerners.
Mm-mm. Yeah,
no, it's DC area.
These people are very. So in other words, all the witnesses from California coming apart as very relatable, because these are not the real. This is not West Virginia. Right?
I don't know if any of these people are relatable to anyone.
Sure, fair enough. One
yeah.
is a mermaid. I think you've told me, or a queen of Atlantis.
Yeah.
One's a pirate.
Well, let's just say we've talked a lot about one's private island. I mean, like there's poop on beds. There's severed fingers. There's bloody writings on the wall. It's quite the case, Ron.
This is sounding like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
And where are
All
we?
those things are true.
Plaintiff's case is in?
Which is in?
Sorry.
Is the plaintiff's case in?
Plaintiff just rested today.
Just rested.
So we're halfway through this.
Like Bon Jovi said, we're
Being a
halfway
civil
there.
case, we're going to have to hear from the defendant. I mean, she was called. Was she called on the plaintiff's case?
No.
No.
Apparently, they had an agreement to not
stipulated.
call her. Yeah.
Oh no, we do that sometimes. I've done that. You know, it's well, maybe I should be, but I don't have time for this. I'm surprised you guys explained everything to me, everything. Although I should probably
just
get
do full jobs on either side of the streams. I mean, we don't. I don't know. I don't think we're not sleeping.
No.
Well,
I've also
from
got
what I
recaps
read,
if you're interested.
I know Neerman isn't, but he's not a regular. He's not
Joe
even
doesn't
remotely
sleep.
a normal person. I think everyone knows that about him, right? I mean, guy's strange. Thank you for bringing me up to speed on this, guys. I'm gonna.
Of course.
I do a lot of defamation work, and I lost. I filed speaking of Virginia, I filed the Project Veritas. I mean, I drafted the Project Veritas complaint in Virginia, and it just got this predictable, like, auto dismiss that judges will do on a defamation case that they don't want to. So, it's being appealed, but
Okay.
I'll keep if anything.
Defamation can be tough.
Well, defamation is tough. It's tough. It's largely tough. I mean, even people who are experienced in our firm is very experienced with defamation, but judges are really prejudiced against it. They really don't want to hear it. I think even conservative judges don't want to be seen as being yokels. Judges are a club. They're all looking over their shoulders what other judges think of them, and that's why you want to get into state court, because I think they're a lot more. Although the judges in state court could be very, very sophisticated as well. But really, I'm going to just come back in a week, and you guys will tell me what happened else. But has anyone written about this ACLU piece of it? Has anyone done a piece, or has anyone done a video on just that? Because I could definitely see wanting to to follow up on that and hear more about it, or talk to whoever's really focusing on that. Because
I haven't done one specifically on it, but it's a good idea. Yeah, the deposition was very
I'll tell you what,
enlightening.
Maybe you and I will set something up to discuss. You'll tell me all about it on my stream.
Ooh.
Do I have a stream? I'll have one. Or both of you. Why not? You both. Ron is the levity I never knew I needed today. Elaine's shenanigans. Who the hell's Elaine? Elaine.
She's one of the defense counsel.
Are there Elaine shenanigans? Are there?
I love
So we have muffins. We have mega pints. We have all kinds of memes that have come out of her cross-examination.
Oh man, yeah. This is much more fun what you guys do than practicing law. Yes, Rob. It is. It is. It's painful. It's painful, and especially, well, All right, I ordered my transcripts. My wife, if she knew I was here doing this there's going to be bloody writing all over the wall when I get home.
You don't want that. It goes very poorly for everybody involved.
Guys, thanks for letting me stop in. I will definitely do it again as long as you continue to maintain this group with my, membership in it, and you drop the links. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, we would love to have you back.
The reality. We'll talk soon, guys. Thank you.
Later.
See you, Ron. What a delight.
What a drop in. I love it. For those who don't know, Ron is doing serious legal work in a lot of places. So
yeah, absolutely. Nicole H says, hello, late here in the UK. How do lawyers remember everything that a witness has said and responded before it's their turn to question? Hope question makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Number one, they've been living this case for a very long time, years and years at this point. Number two, they also have deposition transcripts that they've gone through. They have page and line number for every single question and every single answer that they're going to be asking. Everything has to be super, super tight in order for them to be prepared for trial. There's a lot.
warning, we're going to be okay. Do you need to get up and check that?
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. The glass didn't break. It just knocked over. It's just the
what you like
flowers.
to hear.
I knew I shouldn't have put them up there. Oh,
my goodness. Wow. Excitement.
He got very excited about the flowers.
Your flowers are always having interesting interactions with your pets.
Especially the cat. Holmes, he loves the flowers. Where did he go? He's around here. He was smelling them. He's like Ferdinand the Bull. He likes the flowers. I hope I didn't shout too loud into the microphone.
It woke me up. No, it's all good. It's all good.
The
We
funny
got
thing
Ron
is when-
sightings. We got cat attacks. It doesn't stop late night here on Legalbytes.
We go the full way. Entertainment 24/7. Oh, he's right here. He's fine. Okay, he's just examining the water now. We're good. I thought that the glass was going to break, but it just got knocked over. That's all.
Nobody lost a finger. It's all good.
No one lost a finger. All right. So yeah, basically, I think we answered this question. Kathy Weller says, will they try to avoid putting Amber Heard up on the stand? No, because they stipulated to it. There's no way they're getting out of it, in my opinion. I don't think the judge is going to let them get away with that. Sarah Zeladon says, are they going to bring to the stand his ex that he had children with to show that he doesn't have a pattern of abuse? I mean, she would only be a rebuttal witness. She's not listed on the witness list right now. So she would only be able to testify as a rebuttal witness.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's done. He rested.
Yeah. For Crying Out Loud says, did you see how Dr. Hughes was handing over notes? People have mentioned that, but I didn't.
There was
see
something
that.
about a post-it, because there was a sidebar, and then she says it's just a post-it, and the judge says you'll see it before cross-ex.
Ian Paler says, not sure if my first super chat went unanswered, but would it be worth using cross to contextualize Johnny yelling at Amber following the fingertip incident? I mean, we have gotten that testimony. I just don't know if it's been clear to the jury. I remember putting that together. I think it was during Malcolm, what's his name's testimony? The Irishman, or not the Irishman, the Scotsman.
I only knew him as the Scotsman. I apologize.
Yeah, I got
Everybody
his
has a
name.
nickname in my head.
I'm brain farting on his last name right now. Maybe someone in the chat will know. But yeah, I got that context through him. But I would expect them to tie that together on in closing, because of that, in case the jury missed it, because that's important. Becky says, how is the jury affected by age, attorney being so unlikable in voice posture aggression, and JD smiling, relaxed, polite? Oh, Connolly. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Malcolm Connolly. Connolly. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think it could impact them. They might decide that they want nothing to do with her, right? Because they don't like the way that she does things. Totally Insane Gamer says, can JD's team consult Dr. Curry when formulating their cross? I don't think so. Because she's still on reserve to testify. So anyhow, Valerie Close says, can the attorneys replay testimony and plan their cross? They can behind the scenes at the end of the day. Yeah, absolutely. They can go through it backwards and forwards. Most likely what they're going to do is get the transcript of the testimony at the end of the day and go through it that way. But although maybe it's faster just to go through the video. Anyhow, yes, they can.
They do have that option.
Yeah. Dana Nori says, is it known why Amber recorded those fights in the first place and why she submitted them? I mean, according to Rob Morton, it's very common in these kinds of family law cases for one of them to start recording the other, and maybe both to be recording one another. If things are really getting sour, this is just something that kind of happens so that they can gather evidence for their future case.
Yeah.
Rachel Boss says, if Dr. Curry is going to be used as a rebuttal witness, when would they be able to use her? Is JD's team able to use her again once they rested? Yes, exactly. After Amber's team rests their case, then they can bring on their rebuttal. Then JD can bring on their rebuttal witnesses. Hocus says, Nate, I'm sorry, Nate's not here, but I'll still ask it anyway. Didn't Dr. Curry say that determining if abuse happened is out of the scope for psychology? So why is this doc saying it definitely happened?
They have a professional disagreement. I mean, but that was how Curry presented it, right? She told us that Hughes and Conley and I forget the middle one were doing it wrong. I mean, like Curry testified that she thought that they were doing things wrong by saying this was abuse. She even told us that she didn't like malingering because she thinks that it advances a psychological framework in which you can read people's minds in a way that isn't legitimate. So I mean, she talked about a whole bunch of stuff. Whether or not you agree with her or Hughes is part of what the jury's got in front of them.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still laughing about the cat. Aaron Lark says JD's team can pin the essay headline on Amber Heard now, right? Oh, we got this one earlier. Somehow there was a double of that one. Annette Kamano says, can this case serve as precedents in future cases? Not so much, because it's not. I mean, it could in social discourse, right? In our general culture, I think it could serve as a precedent for an example that people talk about where there's an instance of male DV victimhood,
It's a
or
perfectly fair
survivorship.
answer. You were about to answer it the same way I was, which is like, it's a trial court. What presidential effect do you want it to have? Oh,
Yeah.
no, not that. Okay, yes.
From a legal
Alita's answer's better.
perspective, yeah, from a legal perspective, no, there's no precedential value because it's a trial court, and so it doesn't have binding authority on any other courts in the future. Other courts can choose to follow it, but no, not binding. But on a social level, maybe.
Yeah, Alita's right. I was thinking of it as law. Yeah.
Lawyer brain. Gemtig3 says, what are Spidey's thoughts about AH's response to the essay portion of the DT's testimony? Is the sadness real? I mean, Spidey has testified. Spidey has said before that he saw what he perceived to be real sadness in Amber at various times. The question is, what is she actually sad about? No way to determine that from our vantage point.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't get a read on that particular portion.
Yeah, sorry about that. Anna Kress says, I'm curious of Spidey's reaction. I'm sorry for not putting these in front of Spidey. I try to do it when he's
You
here.
put a
I know
lot
he's
in
only
front
here
of
for a long
Spidey. I
time.
mean, he was only here so long.
Yeah. I'm curious of Spidey's reaction to Curry's testimony and Amber's reaction there. I've been biting my tongue since day one, and y'all finally got me.
That's got to be Hughes' testimony, right? We call that pulling in Elaine.
That is what we call that. For Spidey, was the psych deceptive? Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe maybe he'll do a whole video on it now that we've sent him down that rabbit hole. Hopefully, right? Petty Patty says his lawyer's handing PR guy notes not allowed, or is it allowed? I'm not entirely sure. There could be a determination that because he's part of the PR team that he falls within the legal team. Maybe not though. Eve Barlow didn't, so that could be maybe not kosher. But I'm not entirely certain right now. I would have to double check on that. Minnesota Mickey says, sorry, I'm late. Just wanted to ask you all how everyone felt about her calling Dr. Curry. Oh, calling her Dr. Curry. Looks like she was really infected by her, LOL. I mean, it seemed like it was a little bit of a Freudian slip, right? So it was kind of funny. But you know what? Every attorney has that slip up from time to time. So and I see in the chat, which is Spidey's YouTube channel, his is the behavioral arts. So be sure to check it out. Go and subscribe there. You get a lot of more interesting content right there that's just like what he did here on this channel. So he's got so much fascinating stuff there.
I'm actually dealing with work emergencies at 9 p.m. I don't know what to tell you. All right, I'll give 10-minute warning, and then I have more stuff to do.
All right, sounds good. As Gitepe says, what is motion to strike? What happened there? So a motion to strike was they were trying to strike some of Johnny Depp's claims, specifically the statements that he was alleging are defamatory. Remember that how there's 3 of them? They were trying to strike 1, 2, or 3, or all 3 of them, ideally. They lost on their attempt to strike statements 2 and 3. So those are for sure in. And then on number 1, the judge said, I haven't made up my mind yet. Show me some more information and then I'll make up my mind. And all of us are looking at that, anticipating she's going to keep it in and let it go to the jury. Vanny says, are you aware that there is a letter that one of Whitney's best friends wrote about her lying for Amber? I am not aware of that. That would be interesting to see. C. Mathern says, what do you all think about the expert saying the examiner as if she didn't do the test herself?
I actually didn't catch that.
I didn't
did you
either.
full third person it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she might have a team of employees that work for her, kind of like Dr. Curry, possibly. Oops. Artemis Trist says, Doctor, have you ever been married? Divorced, perhaps? Payback carrier, maybe? That's not going to be questions on cross-examination, though.
Ooh.
Yeah. Razworld13 says, she got really upset being called Dr. Curry 2 times. That spoke volumes to me. Tomorrow should be fire.
She did seem to react to that.
She did a little bit. I think so.
Throw in a Dr. Curry, Johnny Depp's team. Just toss it in there once.
That would be an interesting
My
little
apologies,
experiment.
Dr. Hughes.
Yeah. Sorry for scaring you, Maynell. It scared me too. Rebecca says, do you think they can bring in Dr. Curry as a rebuttal witness? And when can they do that? Before or after the cross? Yes, they absolutely, I think, well, without saying 100% they will, I think it's highly, highly, highly likely that they will. And in which case it'll be after Amber Heard has introduced all of her witnesses for her case in chief.
Way after cross.
So I think like weeks from now. Allison Laurie says, Rottenborn passed a note to AHPR guy allowed. I've got to double check this. A lot of questions on this. But this is like, I don't want to just like wave it away like I did with Eve Barlow, because I assumed that she was part of the legal team somehow. And then it turns out she wasn't. And that was very interesting. Guns Down in Hale says, would you bring Umbrella Guy on his thoughts on the so-called expert? Absolutely. I would totally bring Umbrella Guy on for anything related to this case. He's awesome. Jake West says, isn't Amber Heard also vulnerable to binder therapist definition of victim reaction to abuse? Words pushing back is not abuse per Amber Heard's expert witness. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Everything
Absolutely.
she said can be Johnified. Yeah.
It can be Johnified. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Rachel Bow says, what would the penalty be for Amber Heard to talk to her legal team during her testimony? Mistrial? Can they self-sabotage to get this case dismissed? You know what? Rob actually spoke to this maybe yesterday or at the end of last week. He said that if the judge thinks that that was an intentional error, that they tried to do it specifically to get it dismissed, he might that the judge, she might actually put her on the stand anyway and say, and then make an instruction for the jury to say they heard they did XYZ, they wanted to get dismissed, they're still here. It's possible. It's possible. Cindy Sue says, I missed the trial today. Is there going to be a synopsis with the door opening for AH prior DV later today? There will be a recap. There will be a recap. Dealy Moo says, my flabber is fully gasted with his witness. Question from a noob. What is a rebuttal? What would they be able to bring in? So a rebuttal is, so think about like, if you're familiar with what we've been talking about, how there's when you have a witness on the stand, you have a direct examination, cross-examination, and a redirect. A redirect is kind of like a rebuttal of the cross-examination. So you have the direct is the attorney that brings the witness into court in the first place. This is their friendly witness. Cross-examination is when the opposing counsel comes in and asks their adverse questions to get all of their bad information out of them. And then the redirect is where they get a chance to rehabilitate that witness for the friendly team for them. Each time when you start with the direct, the cross-examination has to fit within the scope of testimony of the direct examination, and then the redirect has to fit within the scope of the cross-examination. So you can't talk about anything in the redirect that hasn't been addressed somehow in the cross-examination, and the cross-examination can't fall outside of the scope of what you've talked about in the direct somehow. The same thing kind of happens when we have the plaintiff's case in chief, the defense case in chief, and the rebuttal. Except that both sides, both cases in chief can bring in their own stuff for their own case, right? So like the defense doesn't have to just respond to the plaintiff's side. But when it comes to the rebuttal, it has to fit within the scope of information, of testimony that came up during the defense case in chief. So like they can't just bring in a bunch of new stuff that hasn't been discussed. It is specifically to respond to the defense case in chief and their witnesses that they put on. Long explanation, but I think I got there.
It'll be smaller.
Yeah, exactly. Zoe says, which side chose the jurors? They both did. They both were able to ask questions to strike various jurors for various reasons. And they're both allowed to have a certain number of strikes. Once they get through that, then they're out. And then they end up with a jury that's on the panel. They don't necessarily have to use all of their strikes. Sometimes they'll impanel a jury anyway. But yeah, they both do. Kim Elliott says, will they leave JD at the front table when AH takes the stand? That'll be interesting to watch. Yeah. And some people have asked about this because of the fact that it'll be uncomfortable for him to be directly across from her as she's testifying. It'll also be uncomfortable for her to be directly across from him while testifying. However, she's not going to not sit in that witness box because she's entitled as a witness to sit as close to the jury as possible, or maybe not. She's entitled as a witness, but the jury it has an interest in getting as close as possible to every witness, regardless of who, like what kind of witness that is. So they want to be able to see her up close, examine her, watch her interactions, watch her reactions, watch her as she, explains and defends herself in various ways. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Furby Slayer says there are 3 types of lies, damned lies, and statistics. Mark Twain. Christian Shepegrel says, hey guys, any good books on the psychology behind the direct exam, non-lawyer friendly, and books on how to be a good juror? Thanks. Y'all are awesome. I actually don't know. I don't know. Do you?
Oh, no, that's way outside my ordinary wheelhouse. But I love the fact that you asked a question about how to be a good juror. That gives me
a lot of hope. A lot of hope. Yeah. I love that. I absolutely love that. Game Master Craig says, any of you handle domestic abuse cases in New York City?
No and no.
Nate might. He might. I know he's handled some criminal defense cases. So maybe reach out to him to see if he'd be willing. I don't know if he still is. I know that he has. I don't know about specifically DV. I know that he's done DV cases, but I don't know if he's still doing any of the above.
I mean, who do we have in New York? Joe and Nate? Is that who we've got?
Yeah. Yep. Helen Jackson says, Kurt, you have beautiful eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, Kurt's not here to see this. When she was rolling eyes off to the side, was she connecting with someone on the jury? I think so.
Looked like it.
The radio hand says, how would you open the cross into her prior domestic abuse? Would bringing up her prior statement and then ask if she thinks Amber Heard lied to her be a good approach?
I think it's were you aware. I think you say you said this, and then it's all were you awares of things that are prior to that, prior to the relationship with Johnny.
Yeah. Anna Eaton says, what can the judge do if Amber Heard does ignore the order not to communicate with her attorneys during her testimony? I don't know.
We haven't gotten there yet. Yeah.
You know what? Okay, but let's think about this. Even if Amber thinks that it might be a good idea to get a mistrial, I don't think her attorneys will think that it's a good idea to get a mistrial. To try to force a mistrial. There also, I would wonder if there's professional responsibility issues that would come into play too.
It's a flat ethics violation to actually shoot for a mistrial. I mean, that's got.
Yeah, because you're supposed to be a zealous advocate.
Yeah, I don't know the Virginia rules of professional conduct, but that's acting outside the bounds. That's past zealous advocacy. That's breaking the system.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. Yeah, her lawyers are not going to be up for that kind of an intentional act unless they truly are dirty and they should have their licenses revoked. But I would not go that far. I would not assume that. Never would I assume that. Lemon Curd says, worked in a DV shelter. Male cops are more compassionate. Interesting. I could see that. Bonnie T was Carol Bastin, the mystery clinician. I don't know. That's a funny joke. True 3 Affinity says you can listen to the full Australian audio from the UK trial. Found a great vid from 2 hours ago that has all the white noise cut. Blew me away. Interesting. Fascinating. Maybe when we are finished with this week, I definitely don't have time for it before Friday.
See, after the trial, I feel like we've got an opportunity for a stream of something like the director's
all the witness
cut.
You didn't get to see.
Yeah, it's unedited, raw.
Yeah. Exactly. Neon Vixen says, my mom is 5'3", used to have anger management issues and used to hit me and my 5'11" dad. Women is chatting BS. Yeah. I mean, and also we've already heard a lot of testimony from Johnny and his sister about their mom abusing them as kids and abusing their dad, right? So
we did. All right. Okay. I have to call.
Alrighty.
You guys in super chats and chats and everything else have been way even awesomer than the last prior days. I can see how many super chats Alita still has to get through. I have to do some legal work.
Do it. Get
or else
to
I
it.
can't come on tomorrow. So I'm going to go do that. Thank you for having me again. I am sorry for leaving you on your lonesome for doing the rest of your chats.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for hanging out with me.
If for some reason I kill it and I get done fast enough and you're still doing this, I'll pop back on. But I got to do that tonight. So thanks everybody. And I will see you tomorrow, Alita.
All righty. Oh, thank you. I saw super chat from Rob. I think it should be. I'll send it again, but I think I sent it to you in your DMs. So if you want, only if you want. If you're not busy,
Rob,
be fun.
come on in. You're going to get some salacious chats.
And that explains why you're super chatting me in the first place. Because I thought that I could have sworn that I sent it to you.
You
don't
might not
need to
be in the
super
full
chat me.
DM. I don't know. Either way, that'd be awesome, Rob. I'm going to go do legal work.
All righty.
See everybody.
Oh my gosh, I guess I did miss him. Okay, well, Rob, you have it in your DMs. So come on and join if you'd like. Okay. Have I captured everything? I think I have. So, okay. Okay, Brandon Matthew says, maybe the strategy with Hughes' testimony was briskly confirm PTSD and sneak in the most damning hearsay in support of Heard. Yeah, I think that could possibly be the case for sure. I think it could be. Sandra Zapata says, since the doctor mentioned employees being afraid to speak up, can they ask her what Alejandro and other third parties have to lose? Maybe. I mean, but you'd have to be really careful about that because you don't want to ask too open-ended questions because then she'll just kind of go off the rails, just like we've seen with Johnny Depp's witnesses being cross-examined by Amber's team. Julie O says Provigil causes weight loss too. Interesting. Could be. Autumn says doctor kicked the doors wide open by stating Amber Heard told the doctor herself that she was a victim of SA. It completely unravels a previous headline denial argument. I mean, the part that she really kicked the doors open was when she was talking about Amber Heard has not engaged in this kind of behavior in the past because she ostensibly has, according to reports. Joanna Hubbard says, the fact that we aren't talking about the motion to dismiss moment shows how bonkers this witness was. Heard's team keeps doing smarmy things. Good point. Enigma says, what is a perfect witness? What do you mean by that? Thank you, Legalbytes. What did we say a perfect witness? I'm trying to think here. I think a perfect witness would be someone who doesn't oversell their testimony, who is pretty straightforward, very honest, and just kind of gives it like it is without trying too hard. And also, on cross-examination is just willing to stick with some of the answers if they're fair questions, right? The yes or no questions. Sometimes you can fight with them a little bit by giving a nuanced response. Usually not if you start with yes and or no but. But yeah. And then if you trust them to bring up the stuff on redirect for you to give context, that's usually one of the things that is very helpful for a witness. Janie says, JD did say, I married my mother and he reverted to his father's just take it behavior. That is what it looks like for sure, as with the way that they put that all together. J-Bo Baggins says, damn well everybody knows that Johnny's team is jonesing for cross tomorrow. Do you think, as I do, that Dr. Hughes helped Johnny? I think she definitely gave a lot of material for him, for sure. 100%. Daniela K says, any chance we can get your daily recap early? I was busy at work and missed most of the coverage and don't want to wait until the morning to hear your take on today's shenanigans. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to, you know what I do is I go through my notes and then I put together a script and then I film it and then I send it to my editor who cuts it all together and puts it all together and then we've got like rendering times and upload times and all of this kind of stuff. So it takes a number of hours to get it all out. And ideally we try to get it before the next day starts the live stream. Today was a little late. I apologize for that, but hopefully tomorrow's will be out on time. For what I like to do. Brianne Hall says, if you were Amber's defense, how would you be feeling after today? I would not be feeling too good. I wouldn't be feeling too good. I would be feeling very uneasy after today's direct examination. Hey, Rob.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going. You're up late tonight, huh?
Yeah. Yep. I think so. I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit. Oh yeah, your volume's way down. All right.
How many more super chats do you have tonight?
Over 100. We're going through them. We're going through them. It's
right.
going.
All right. I'm in my happy place, so let him rip.
Yeah. Are you in you look like you're in I was going to say like a workshop.
Yeah, it's my shop. This is where I come after I leave the office. This is where I come.
That's awesome. I love it. Let's get started again. Says, why is the trial being held in Virginia? It's because the case arises out of the Washington Post op-ed written by Amber Heard, and the Washington Post is headquartered in Virginia. That's why. Finish Crisp says, was wondering if you are aware regarding the UK trial that Scotland and Northern Ireland have separate legal systems from England and Wales. Huh. I actually did not know that, but that kind of makes sense because the states also in the United States have, I mean, somewhat different systems. You know, they're all somewhat independent, but also integrated together in a different kind of way. So I guess that would make sense based on my experience here with our legal system. But I wouldn't have thought that immediately. Brandon Lesko says, Amber is Batman crazy. She took advantage of JD. This will come down to a Potter, Barazone, Reeves decision as to whether or not the jury thinks this is tolerable behavior. Yay, maybe. Don't beat old people, up to the jury. Yeah, no, I think so too. I think this is a very nuanced case. It's very fact-based, and it's just going to come down to how the jury interprets it. Nina says, does Amber Heard have a claim against the attorneys who cleared her op-ed for publication if she loses? Weren't they helping her avoid this type of tort? No. She doesn't have a claim against them. I don't think so. I don't know what basis she would have against them for it. Yeah. Rob, you can't think of anything, can you?
No, I honestly, the statute of limitations would have passed by now.
Yeah. Yes, especially for that reason. Yeah. April Slemensky says, just saw a clip of Amber Heard's lawyers passing a yellow note to the PR guy and then from him to Amber Heard. Is this not the same as Barlow all over again? Okay, Rob, maybe you have some thoughts on this. The PR guy, would that be considered part of the legal team?
Honestly, I don't know. This is kind of a new thing. I haven't seen it before. I can see an argument for saying that the PR guy is part of the legal team. But then again, the PR guy, if part of the legal team, would be subject to the gag order of not talking to the press. So maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because based on his function, his role, it seems like he shouldn't be part of the legal team then. Because his job is to talk to the press.
Exactly. And if he was talking to the press about the inner workings of the legal team, then that would clearly be in violation of the judge's order and she would have a conniption.
Yeah. So maybe this is going to be an issue. Interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know. Maybe it is going to be an issue. A lot of people have been asking about it and maybe they're right to. Olivia Collinet says, surgery, Botox. Watched a video by a plastic surgeon talking about potential stuff Amber Heard had done. Couldn't selfies of bruising be after these? Sure. I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know one way or another, but it's worth at least asking her on cross-examination, at the very least to get the thought into the mind of the jury. Pure Pimpinator says, what do you guys think of non-jury systems where we're one of the only countries in the EU that abandoned it? Greetings from the Netherlands. Hey. Non-jury systems. I mean, I'm biased, but I'm partial to jury systems. I like it. I like the fact that even though it's sometimes as a lawyer, it makes me a little uncomfortable about the unpredictability of them. But I like how it's kind of democratic. It places the faith in the people to come together and make these decisions, to discuss based on the facts and the law and to come to a decision. I like it personally.
It depends on how you appoint your judges. Because bench trials are faster, but the judges, I mean, that's not a normal like citizen. You don't really want someone in that class judging you on every little detail.
True. Yes, exactly. NL says fact 100% in any real-time statistical scenario invalidates the test basics of data analysis. What an expert. Yeah, she did have some 100%ers that were interesting. Crystal says if JD was crossed for SA, AH's team is basically agreeing AH herself approved the op-ed title, or at the minimum implying the SA, which is what JD is suing AH for. Not necessarily. They could have cross-examined him on it just to ask him, just to get the thought in front of the jury at the very least. Even though it sounds like on cross-examination, the attorney is basically testifying, they're still not a witness. They're just drawing the testimony through the witness by cross-examination. So it wouldn't be assuming that Amber Heard's side is I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, but I don't think that would be assuming anything against Amber Heard's side. Miss Lorraine 77 says, does Dr. Curry get to analyze Amber's forensic psychologist report? Yes, she does. Both experts get to analyze each other's reports, and they get to comment on them. DCK Strat 90 says, is JD's team allowed to talk with Dr. Curry tonight? I don't think so, because she's still on being reserved for rebuttal, right? Right, Rob?
Yeah. Technically speaking, she's not supposed to. You're not supposed to, because you can coach them to say what they're going to say. But Dr. Curry has already been pre-coached. She knows what to listen for, and she knows what she wants to respond to. And I can guarantee you she's eager to testify in rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm sure. Emily says, do you think AH's team will finish her direct Thursday without time for cross so it can fester for 10 days? In the press. I don't know. Maybe it depends on how well she does. Because if she doesn't do very well and then she's kind of left there hanging and then she can't talk to her lawyers about the case for a full 10 days, that can be a very uncomfortable place to be on and just hanging there.
The worst case for Amber Heard right now is if they get through direct, and if Benjamin Chu or if Johnny Depp's team gets an hour of cross before the close of business on Thursday, then they can do a lot of damage before that 1 week session. So if I'm Amber Heard's team, I kind of agree with Kurt. I want to hold off until I can start fresh and have her come in with the allegations on a brand new day.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Fluffy Unicorn says, do you think the juries picked up on Dr. H's attitude and bias, since we all did, and became a little defensive when judge asked for copies of papers? Maybe. We don't know exactly how the jury has been reacting until we talk to somebody who's been in the courtroom who can see if they maybe had some facial reactions. If they did, then we can get some data on it. But they could. They could be picking up on all that stuff just like us. They're human too, right? Let me capture these. Coffee Crisp says, as someone who worked in a domestic violence shelter previously, I find it unprofessional that she gendered the victim and abuser. Do you think they will be able to question her professional ethics by gendering terms? I don't know about professional ethics, but they definitely will be. They can definitely ask things in such a way that kind of puts that into question without directly questioning them. Because if they do it too directly, she can have a chance to respond and really explain herself, if that makes sense.
Well, and even the cross-examination, if you're asking a cross-examination, if I'm doing that cross, I'm coming in there with the he, she, but reversed, and then acting like I'm confused. You mean that, yeah, basically pretending, trying to bait her into that and demonstrating for the jury that what she did in her direct.
That makes so much sense. That really does. Audrey says, do you believe AH's team will simply attempt for emotional appeal? Lacking real evidence, the last witness was very emotional for a professional IMHO. I mean, I think that what they want to do is try to make things look as professional as possible when it comes to expert witnesses too. So I don't know that they would just be going for an emotional appeal. Actually, No, and in their case, they're trying to, you could tell from the cross-examination of a lot of these witnesses, and especially Johnny Depp, that they are trying to actually draw things up in a strictly logical legal sense, because that kind of makes things look a little bit more thin for Johnny. If things look more emotional, that actually kind of helps Johnny, I think, in my opinion. Desiree Dornbush says, can JD's team object to the expert witness because of biases of men DV? No, I don't think they can object on that, but they can definitely ask her a lot of questions on cross-examination. Kika